Dear viewers, according to observations from the meteorological satellites, several ultramassive cold air masses have appeared over Tianlong Star. Within the next hour, the entire territory of Xia will be engulfed in heavy rain or torrential downpours. Residents of Nanjiang City are advised to take precautions against flooding and disasters. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Inside the Kendeji restaurant, the lights blazed brightly as the television broadcast the emergency news. Jiang Zhe sat with unwavering focus, slowly gnawing on an Orleans-flavored fried chicken drumstick. Only when the bone was stripped cleaner than if a dog had licked it did a look of deep satisfaction finally surface upon his face. Smacking his lips as he savored the aftertaste, Jiang Zhe lifted his eyelids and let his gaze fall upon the woman opposite him. Beauty, I consulted lawyer Zhang San online. He said that in my situation it would likely be a life sentence. Is there any way to lighten it? I am Xiaoyu, a negotiation specialist with the Nanjiang City Police. If you are willing to cooperate and guarantee not to harm the hostages, the police can provide evidence that will work in your favor. Xiaoyu adjusted her glasses, a faint glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. She had met many criminals, yet in every respect, temperament, appearance, overall impression, Jiang Zhe before her did not quite fit the mold. The other party displayed a serenity and carefree ease far beyond that of ordinary people. As a criminal specialist with the police, she could tell this was no facade. It was genuine resilience. And yet there was something else. Why did his gaze upon her carry a faint trace of regret? Heh! Jiang Zhe let out a soft chuckle. Through the glass, he could see more than 20 police vehicles of various sizes crowding the plaza outside the restaurant, and over 100 SWAT officers shouldering assault rifles. Chatting with a beauty like you while you're still fully dressed. I'm really not used to it. Having finished speaking, Jiang Zhe turned and looked toward the center of the restaurant. A dozen hostages huddled together in a trembling knot. Jiang Zhe pointed at a girl within the crowd. Yes, that chubby girl. I'm far too fond of you. You may go. The girl was stunned for a heartbeat, then overjoyed tore off the backpack strapped to her body and sprinted madly toward the restaurant's entrance. Outside in the plaza, 2 SWAT officers rushed up and quickly escorted the girl away. Jiang Zhe shrugged at Xiaoyu. I've released one hostage. That's my show of sincerity, so you all don't need to rush. He then leisurely took another sip of iced cola. Jiang Zhe, I'll thank you on her behalf. It's clear you're a kind person. Would you tell me your story? I'm a very good listener. Xiaoyu asked, her face alight with curiosity. The record showed that he was a delivery driver. He possessed a face no less handsome than those of idle trainees, could joke and banter while facing hundreds of police gun barrels, yet his speech was coarse and unrefined. Could it be dissociative identity disorder? Kind. At her word, Jiang Zhe was momentarily taken aback. Then he shook his head in self-mockery. Miss Xia, how much do you really know about me? Jiang Zhe, your parents divorced when you were young. Your grandmother raised you. After graduating high school, you have made a living by delivering takeout. A year ago, your grandmother passed away. Filial, gentle, eager to help others. These are the evaluations given by everyone who knows you. And you have borrowed over 3 million from various online platforms. Can you tell me what happened? Xiaoyu finished, her gaze burning steadily into Jiang Zhe. Upon his youthful face, his eyes carried a weariness that seemed tempered by years. It was a starkly contradictory impression. This was a man with a story. Of that Xiaoyu was certain and deeply intrigued. Jiang Zhe raised an eyebrow at her words. Take a guess. Terminal illness. Xiaoyu replied with firm, resonant certainty. Hey, ha ha. Jiang Zhe's soft chuckle broke into booming laughter as he lightly slapped the tabletop with his right hand. All that stuff I stole. You couldn't use it up in 10 lifetimes. Tell me, if it were terminal illness, what meaning would that have for me? Am I just overstuffed and bored out of my mind? All right, I apologize for my rather ominous guess. Let's change the subject. How did you pull it off? At that moment, Xiaoyu took out an iPad. On the screen, a man in a baseball cap and mask, bundled up to hide his features, strolled slowly through a deserted Walmart supermarket in the dead of night. Wherever his hands brushed, mountains of goods stacked in the supermarket vanished in the blink of an eye. Clip after clip slid by. Every segment was surveillance footage of untold supplies disappearing with a mere touch. No, more precisely, being whisked away entirely. Several major supermarket chains had jointly offered a 30 million reward to the Xia police. Walmart, Metro, Sam's Club, Hualien Parking Shop, Isidin. Meatpacking plants, canning factories, instant noodle manufacturers, machinery plants, pharmacies, flour mills, distilleries. Vegetable warehouses, construction machinery, precision instruments, clothing factories, fuel depots, seed companies. He took whatever he saw, from socks to excavators. This led the police to suspect that the mysterious figure intended to buy an island abroad and establish his own nation. Until today, after countless officers toiled day and night, they finally cornered the mysterious man in a Walmart supermarket in Nanjiang. Xiaoyu had no interest in the reward. What she desperately wanted to know was how Jiang Zhe could empty an entire supermarket with a single leisurely circuit. Watching the video, Jiang Zhe tapped his forehead in vexation. It's just a simple diversionary trick. You can think of it as magic. By the way, how did you track me down? The police placed trackers inside Walmart merchandise. Yesterday, one of the trackers emitted a brief signal. The signal originated from the Longting International Hotel in Nanjiang. In a standard room, there we found a used t-shirt, its product batch number traced back to the looted Walmart supermarket. Magic. Xiaoyu was deeply skeptical. Since when had magic become so advanced? Besides, if someone possessed such formidable magic, would he still be delivering takeout? It sounded absurd. Oh, Jiang Zhe let out a sigh. I was careless. That girl yesterday was pretty nice. It'll probably be hard to meet someone like her again in the future. Don't make things difficult for her, and help me file a complaint, will you? A 5-star hotel that doesn't provide free condoms totally deserves a bad review. As he said this, Jiang Zhe took a large gulp of cola and went on, forget it. We're all about to crash and burn anyway. What's the point of complaining? His muttered words made Xiaoyu's eyebrows twitch twice despite herself. She understood every term he used, yet the underlying meaning eluded her. Thoughts flashed rapidly through her mind. Crash and burn. She had only ever heard web authors speak of crashing and burning. Boom rumble. Suddenly a thunderclap detonated across the sky. Jiang Zhe rose to his feet and walked to the glass window. He stared blankly at the heavens, paying no heed to the 100-odd red targeting dots dancing across his chest. So it's finally here, a low murmur slipped from his lips. Xiaoyu rose as well, her eyes subtly flicking toward the detonator in his hand before she slowly walked over. What has come? She asked, easing up to him without drawing attention. Jiang Zhe turned his head. Complex emotions swirled in his gaze as it roamed across Xiaoyu's lightly made-up face. Do you have a boyfriend? No. Are you untouched? Xiaoyu paused slightly, then nodded openly. Virgin. Oh. Jiang Zhe sighed. What a pity. Rumbling thunder. The thunder high in the sky seemed to be in a hurry, one after another. Many of life's troubles come from marriage and love, so whether one is a virgin has nothing to do with happiness. Xiaoyu and Jiang Zhe stood side by side in front of the glass window. They chatted like old friends. A pack of instant noodles, Jiang Zhe said, his voice drowned out by the thunder. What? Xiaoyu couldn't hear clearly. Jiang Zhe glanced at his watch. Nothing, just a sigh. Do you believe a virgin is only worth a pack of instant noodles? Xiaoyu shook her head. No, if that day ever comes, I'll keep it until the last moment of my life. Do you really believe the world could become so absurd? Then she turned to face Jiang Zhe. Looking into her beautiful eyes, Jiang Zhe chuckled. Why not? Because I've done it before, and I got half a pack more than others. I'm kind enough, right? Heh. Xiaoyu was speechless. She secretly thought this guy is definitely schizophrenic with severe delusions. Slap. A raindrop the size of a bean hit the glass with a soft sound. It interrupted their conversation. Jiang Zhe slowly lit a cigarette and looked out the window. Suddenly he reached out his left hand, as if trying to touch the water stain on the other side of the glass, a little lost. Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed. A golden opportunity. Jiang Zhe's fingers had already loosened the remote control. The next second, a lipstick-shaped stun gun appeared in her hand from nowhere. She thrust it fiercely into Jiang Zhe's side. A police special high-voltage stun gun over 1.0 volts could knock out a cow in an instant. Xiaoyu was confident she could take him down in half a second. She had used this move on at least 10 criminals and never failed. Slap. A large hand shot out, like lightning, grabbing Xiaoyu's wrist. A reverse joint lock. With a low groan of pain, Xiaoyu's arm twisted back as Jiang Zhe roughly pinned her against the glass window. The ball became a pancake. Outside the square, hundreds of special police officers aimed at the window. Jiang Zhe didn't give the snipers outside a chance. He pressed tightly against Xiaoyu's back, his right arm locked around her neck. His cold eyes looked down at her. The polite young man from moments ago instantly exuded a chilling, murderous intent. Xiaoyu's face turned pale. The intelligence was wrong. He had killed before, and definitely more than one. That's why he could be so calm. He was a madman. A madman who had killed. Jiang Zhe, don't be impulsive. We only want to know the secret of how you emptied the supplies. As she spoke, her breath condensed into mist on the glass. Xiaoyu dared not think further. Aunt. She gasped as Jiang Zhe gently bit her earlobe. Be good, I don't want to kill anyone right now. Let's watch the rain together. How nice. A low voice whispered in her ear. Xiaoyu's face was pale. Her mind went blank, all the negotiation techniques she had prepared forgotten. The raindrops suddenly became dense, blurring her vision. Bang bang bang. The raindrops turned into hailstones the size of thumbs, pounding against the window. Suddenly Jiang Zhe snatched the stun gun, released Xiaoyu, and turned to look at the hostages in the restaurant. All of you leave. The bomb is fake. The dozen or so hostages exchanged glances, then got up and ran into the hail. Xiaoyu was stunned, never expecting Jiang Zhe to give up resistance so easily. The hail stopped. 2 teams of 6 special police officers slowly entered through the door, vaguely surrounding the two. Let's go. I don't want anyone to get hurt, Xiaoyu couldn't help but persuade. No rush, Jiang Zhe said, then suddenly looked up at the sky. A low howl grew louder and closer from afar. Following Jiang Zhe's gaze, Xiaoyu froze on the spot. In the night sky, a huge passenger plane trailing smoke and a long tail of flames was plummeting straight toward the square like a meteor. Boom. 100 meters away. A blinding fireball shot into the sky. The shockwave mixed with rubble and debris rolled into a wall that expanded rapidly. Xiaoyu stared as police cars outside the square were tossed like toys. Whoosh. In a flash. The day Xiaoyu was pulled into an embrace. Clang clang. The restaurant instantly went dark. He'll trade 2 packs of instant noodles for your first night. Consider it a friend's price. Jiang Zhe's voice sounded in her ear. At the same time her chest was squeezed. Before Xiaoyu could react, the deafening shockwave temporarily deafened her. The KFC restaurant was engulfed by the massive blast wave, turning pitch black. Long after the dust settled, Xiaoyu regained her senses from the temporary deafness, but Jiang Zhe beside her had vanished. Splash. Xiaoyu shook the dust off her head, stumbling out of the restaurant over broken glass. The square was in ruins. 100 meters away, the wreckage of the passenger plane was still burning, the towering flames lighting up half the sky. Just as Xiaoyu was about to go forward to help, a chill touched her face. In a daze, she slowly looked up, a snowflake landing on her eyelashes. Snow in August. An icy coldness seeped from her bones, colder than the snow. The world became a blur. Snowflakes continued to fall, laying a white blanket over the entire Nanjing city. The temperature was gradually dropping. Hello viewers. We now interrupt with an emergency bulletin. According to weather satellite observations, due to an ultramassive cold air mass, the world will experience extreme cold weather for the next 2 days, followed by gradual warming. Please take precautions against the cold. Experts advise not to go out unless necessary to avoid accidental injuries from extreme, unstable weather. Do not spread rumors. Be a good citizen of the new era. In an old residential area of Nanjing City, Jiang Zhe was sitting on the sofa writing and drawing with the emergency news playing on the TV in the living room. Giggle. Hurry, hurry, let's go build a snowman. Call everyone, let's have a snowball fight. Outside the neighborhood, young people who had changed from half-sleeves to winter clothes were laughing and playing in the snow. The entire city, the entire country was immersed in the wonder of August snow. Listening to the laughter outside, a flicker of gloom passed through Jiang Zhe's eyes. This laughter would soon be replaced by endless despair and pain. In this world, now probably only he knew that this snow would last a full half-month. Not the 2 days the experts said. Half a month later, the heavy snow would cover the entire planet with a layer of ice. Sunlight would refract, and heat could not remain on the surface. The global average temperature would drop to over -40°C. All things would fall silent, or an ice age would arrive. Most plants and animals would die in this sudden cold wave. The true apocalypse would begin. Traffic jams, power outages, frozen water sources, viruses, energy crises, food shortages, and monsters from unknown places, mutated wildlife, mutated humans. All these factors would become links in the collapse of human society. The once dominant humans on Earth would eventually be driven underground, competing with rats for living space. Until the appearance of superhumans, only then did humanity gain a glimmer of hope for survival. Ding ding ding. At this moment, all WeChat groups were frantically sharing a post. The apocalypse is coming, are you ready? Those who said they didn't believe it 10 days ago come out and explain how the post predicted snow on August 20th. Complete coincidence. Apocalypse posts are all the same old tricks. How could they come true? One is bound to hit the mark eventually. Will drinking snow water turn you into a monster? Is it worse than being a single dog? Will there be reproductive isolation? I want to go out and catch a girl. Should I pay a bride price? Anyway, I believe it this time. I'm going to stock up on food. Remember, experts are among the people. So scary. The post says sea monsters will come out and kill people. But are there really monsters that are not afraid of bullets? Whatever monster comes, it's doomed. As long as it dares to come to Xia, it'll be greeted with scallions, ginger, garlic, cumin, and chili. I stick to my original view. This guy is talking nonsense. Is there any carbon-based life form not afraid of bullets? Coincidence? Don't worry. With Wang's noodle shop around, even in the apocalypse you can still get a hot plate of fried noodles. Follow me and don't get lost. The post was blocked by the authorities less than half an hour after being shared. This post was anonymously released by Jiang Zhe 10 days ago. As for how many people it could save, everyone's fate was their own. By the way, what did the post call August 20th, 2032? Punishment Day. At 8 in the morning, the pitch-black sky began to lighten faintly as the snow fell heavier and heavier. A night of heavy snowfall had transformed the climate of August from the scorching heat of midsummer straight into the freezing cold of deep winter. Honk honk honk. The sound of horns rang through the entire street leading to Shanghai Square in Nanjing City. Occasionally vehicles collided due to the slippery roads, and traffic accidents were everywhere. On the trees lining both sides of the road, thick caps of snow perched. Every now and then a clump of snow would fall, landing on the heads of hurried passersby. On the street, the traffic police, now turned into snowmen, were still busy directing traffic back and forth. At 8 in the morning, the pitch-black sky began to lighten faintly as the snow fell heavier and heavier. A night of heavy snowfall had transformed the climate of August from the scorching heat of midsummer straight into the freezing cold of deep winter. Honk honk honk. The sound of Jiang Zhe drove slowly with the flow of traffic. What should have been a 10-minute journey took over an hour before he reached the underground parking lot of the Shanghai Hotel beside Shanghai Square. In the hotel lobby, many people were crowded at the entrance, their faces anxious and helpless as they watched the heavy snow falling outside. These were all guests stranded at the hotel. Since early morning, the expressways had been closed and all buses, trains, flights, and ships entering or leaving Nanjing City had been suspended. Those who had their own cars were slightly better off. They could take advantage of these 2 days to leave Nanjing. As for those who stayed, one could only say good luck. The news of the plane crash was suppressed by the authorities. But Jiang Zhe knew that more than one aircraft had crashed. When the cold wave arrived, a low-temperature layer reaching -80 to 90 degrees Celsius formed in Langsing's atmosphere between 3,000 and 10,000 meters above the ground. This temperature far exceeded the extreme low temperature that aircraft could withstand. "Hey beautiful, could you help me open a suite on the top floor?" Arriving at the front desk, Jiang Zhe put on a smile and said to a receptionist who was scrolling through her phone, "Sure, handsome. 2,500 per night, with breakfast. Please show me your ID." The receptionist, upon seeing Jiang Zhe, immediately put down her phone, her eyes sparkling as she returned a sweet smile. Jiang Zhe's handsome appearance effortlessly won the girl's favor. The girl had a pleasing smile. In the apocalypse, such smiles were rare. Being handsome was useless, what mattered was how tough you were. Strength was the only thing that mattered. "Hey beautiful, your facial features show a hint of murky energy. Have you been having some trouble lately? Come, let me read your palm." Jiang Zhe blinked and began to make up nonsense. The girl covered her face. "You can read faces too." As she spoke, she happily extended her fair right hand. Slap. Jiang Zhe grabbed the girl's hand with his big hand and quietly pressed a stack of red banknotes into her palm, whispering, "Sis, do me a favor. I forgot my ID. Help me get a room. This money has been blessed at Lutai Mountain to ward off evil and bring protection." The girl looked down at the banknotes in her hand, somewhat stunned. Jiang Zhe had already stepped back 2 meters, smiling at her. Then her face flushed. After biting her lip and thinking for a moment, she took out an ID card from the drawer. "This is a hotel security guard's. Use his name." All it took was a bit of bluffing. "Beautiful, will be staying in the hotel for the next couple of days. If you need a fortune reading, come find me in my room after work." Before leaving, Jiang Zhe winked at the girl, then turned and picked up his backpack, walking into the elevator. The police knew his identity. They might have already issued a wanted notice for him. His ID was temporarily unusable. In a few more days, it would be nothing but a piece of waste paper. Inside a suite at the Shanghai Hotel, Jiang Zhe looked out through the floor-to-ceiling glass of the living room at the white expanse outside. Not far away was the empty Shanghai Square. He could faintly see many children playing in the square. Dozens of snowmen of various sizes stood on the submerged lawn. Swoosh! A brand-new military-grade monocular telescope appeared beside him without warning. Jiang Zhe had been reborn from the Ice Age apocalypse 2 months ago, and he had brought back his spatial ability. By touching an object, he could store it into his dimensional space. The dimensional space, as large as Lake Baikal, was filled with various supplies looted from supermarkets and other places. From a needle and nail, a lighter, to a machine tool, a generator, and various mechanical vehicles. Mountains of food, rice, flour, oil, meat, eggs, fruits, vegetables. The list went on. The only regret was that the dimensional space could not contain living things. Jiang Zhe had never taken stock of the exact quantity of supplies in his dimensional space. He only knew from the police that their value was over 100 billion. Before the apocalypse, he had no money. After rebirth, he still had no money. Unlike the other protagonists in novels, he had no company stocks to sell, nor was he a rich second generation. Therefore, he could only rely on his own hard-working hands to go zero-cost shopping. Although he didn't understand why his dimensional space had become so absurdly large after rebirth, the larger space gave him greater confidence. During the 2 months after his rebirth, Jiang Zhe had barely slept, using all 24 hours of the day to free shop for various supplies. 5 years of the apocalypse had made him terrified of hunger. In the settlement, even the most unpalatable beast meat was often insufficient to fill one's stomach. Even transcendent beings who had awakened abilities were like this. One could imagine what kind of life ordinary people lived. A full meal had become an unattainable luxury. Through the telescope, Jiang Zhe quietly gazed at the distant coastline. The sky and earth had merged into one. He could only vaguely distinguish the boundary between land and sea from the still and frozen ocean surface. These days he would wait in this room. Of the events during the apocalypse, Jiang Zhe could clearly remember only a few. One was the time of the plane crash early this morning, because before the apocalypse he had been delivering food nearby. Another was the appearance of the first invader beast in Nanjing City, Baipi. The invader beasts were bloodthirsty and brutal. They resembled lions and tigers in form and moved like specters when running. Their gray-white skin allowed them to strike like assassins in the snow. The authorities called them invader beasts. The people in the settlement called them Baipi. Jiang Zhe clearly remembered that one Baipi had landed from Shanghai Square, rampaging and killing unsuspecting humans. In just 3 hours, over 1,000 people had died under the claws and tentacles of the Baipi. It was only after the Dachau military mobilized tanks and heavy weapons and sacrificed a full 100 soldiers that they managed to kill this single Bipe. On that day, hundreds of Bipe landed simultaneously along Daxia's long coastline. Fortunately, the military reacted in time and gathered heavy forces, preventing these killing machines from infiltrating the inland provinces. Other countries on launching also suffered heavy losses. The survivors learned for the first time that such terrifying beasts lurked on launching. Bipe had never appeared on launching before. They were not recorded in the myths or history books of any nation. Many religious followers called these Bipe messengers from hell, saying that human greed and selfishness had released these beasts from the underworld. The beasts in the Ice Age apocalypse were a judgment and punishment from the gods upon humanity. At 6 a.m, Jiang Zhe awoke, naturally guided by his internal clock. He pushed aside an arm draped over him, rose, and walked naked into the bathroom. The water cascaded down as he tilted his head back, letting the warm shower wash over his face. He had been reborn. He showered twice daily, morning and evening. The sensation of hot water against his skin made him want to cry out in sheer comfort. In the apocalypse, a hot shower was a luxury, an almost shameful thought. Limited resources were never wasted on such frivolous acts. Everything was for survival. "Handsome, I'm off to work soon," a soft female voice called from outside the bathroom, tinged with lingering reluctance. Jiang Zhe wrapped a towel around himself and stepped out. The receptionist from yesterday, now fully dressed, still wore traces of wild abandon on her face. "What, can't bear to leave?" Jiang Zhe chuckled, stepping forward to pinch her cheek. "Stop it, I just did my makeup," she said, pushing his hand away. "I didn't know you were so impressive." She rose and tapped his chest with her finger. "Not bad, but this body needs more training. Give it time, and it'll be even more impressive," Jiang Zhe replied with a smile. "I'm off. I'm free tomorrow," she giggled, throwing him a knowing glance. "Hold on." Jiang Zhe pulled out all the cash from his backpack, about 100,000 yuan, and stuffed it into her bag. "What's this for?" she asked, both surprised and delighted. His generosity and skill had already won her over. "Now, no matter how you do it, get to the capital as fast as you can. Do something for me," Jiang Zhe said, pinching her cheek again. "What for?" she asked, even more curious. "Take a picture of the snow there, then stay for 3 days and come back." She was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Handsome, you're quite the character. Fine, I'll ask for leave now. Wait for me." She took the money and left cheerfully. The cash came from various online loans. He had sacrificed a lot to gather it. He had taken plenty of compromising photos. Now money was useless to him. It would soon become worthless paper. He had enjoyed his time with this girl, so on a whim, he sent her to the capital where official power was strongest. Whether she survived or not was up to fate. Nanjiang would soon become an isolated city. Dressed, Jiang Zhe ate the hotel's breakfast, his gaze fixed on the window. The snow showed no sign of stopping. The square was empty of playing crowds. Snow had buried half the cars, and the snowmen had become indistinct. A bulldozer smoke billowing cleared thick snow from the road, carving out a path. Ladies and gentlemen, the latest report from the meteorological department indicates that this global cold wave and heavy snowfall will not dissipate in the short term. Residents with means should take precautions and stockpile food and water. If in difficulty, proceed to designated shelters. Stay tuned for further updates from authorities. The TV in the living room broadcast official messages on a loop. Yesterday, they said it would pass in a few days. Today, they were contradicting themselves. It only meant the situation was too severe to save face. His phone buzzed incessantly with WeChat messages. The internet was in an uproar. This record-breaking snow had been falling for nearly 2 days. Even the densest person sensed something was wrong. Online, everyone talked about the snow. The top trending topic was images and videos of the Sahara Desert covered in snow. Such an absurd event left even experts speechless. "The apocalypse is here. Are you ready?" An anonymous post resurfaced. The authorities unusually didn't censor it, signaling that even the top brass sensed something amiss. More people sought the poster's identity, asking about the end times. The post advice was simple: 1. Don't drink snowmelt. 2. Stockpile as much food, energy, and weapons as possible. 3. Women should avoid pregnancy, terminate if already pregnant. 4. Head to official shelters as fast as possible. After a brief scroll, Jiang Zhe turned off his phone. He lit a Hoyo de Monterey cigar acquired for free and savored the walnut notes in the smoke. Free things were truly satisfying. He lounged on the sofa, closing his eyes. He had done all he could. He was just a reborn man struggling to survive, not an invincible cockroach. He had seen the snow outside for 5 years. He was sick of it. "Hello, is this the police?" "I'm at the Star Sea Hotel. Someone's arguing at the entrance. Please come quickly." He hung up and started a timer. An hour later, no police car appeared. It meant the police were too swamped with trivial matters. Suddenly, a soft click. The TV flickered and rebooted, startling Jiang Zhe from his rest. The lights remained on. The hotel had activated its backup generator. The city's power grid had collapsed. Next would be the water supply. Hospitals, factories, banks, gas stations. Everything would shut down. 10 minutes later, the hotel phone rang. "Sir, due to power and water outages and food shortages, we can no longer provide service." Please proceed to a shelter. If you wish to stay, you'll have to handle your own food. Well, waive your room fee. It's fine. He'll stay. And don't disturb me. This was expected. In a few days, even a free room at the Star Sea Hotel would be unwanted. Only the lights worked. Without central heating, the temperature dropped quickly. Whoosh. A half-meter-tall gas heater appeared in the middle of the living room. Flames half a foot high dispelled the cold. In less than 5 minutes, the room grew warm again. Outside in the hallway, lingering guests panicked. Footsteps and chatter filled the air. People prepared to brave the snow and leave. Soon the corridor fell silent. Sizzle. A steaming hot pot appeared on the gas stove. Gurgle. The aroma of boiling red oil broth filled the room. He stuffed a mouthful of boiled beef, then took a swig of beer. The malt and sauce-marinated beef flavors mingled in his mouth, making him want to roll in comfort. Jiang Zhe wished time would stop. He had often hoped the plane wouldn't fall, the snow wouldn't come, the timeline would change. Even a life sentence for theft would be fine. But it was all wishful thinking. Everything happened as foretold. Rumble. The roar of helicopters came from outside. Bowl in hand, Jiang Zhe saw 2 olive-green military transport helicopters land on the open ground, cleared by the bulldozer. Soldiers quickly emerged and stood guard around the helicopters. By the time he finished his beef, a convoy of off-road vehicles had parked beside the helicopters. Over 20 men and women were escorted aboard. Rumble. Under the envious gazes of countless onlookers, they vanished into the sky. In the apocalypse, who received such treatment? The scientists who were just airlifted away. 285. In the early morning, Jiang Zhe mumbled as he walked into the bathroom. Just as he was about to take a shower, he realized the water supply had been cut off. Throughout the night, the air over Nanjing City was filled with the rumbling sounds of helicopters. He counted. Just from the direction of Shanghai Square, 285 had flown by. Nanjing City has 10 million people. The Great Xia has 2 billion. Blue Star has over 20 billion. Most of them will undergo a journey of death and migration. Jiang Zhe now recalls it with a heavy heart. Countless corpses. Even 5 years later, they still stand on the ground. Back then, Jiang Zhe also almost perished on the way to the evacuation point, a memory too painful to revisit. Whoosh. A layer of frost had formed on the hotel room's glass, with the outside temperature nearing -20 degrees. Jiang Zhe turned up the flame on the gas stove. After a simple meal of pan-fried steak with broccoli, he began to scribble on a piece of paper. His target was the white-skinned creature that had come ashore in Nanjing City. No one knew where it lived in the sea. In the apocalypse, there were official organizations that sent extraordinary individuals into the sea to search for the lair of the white skin. But all ended in failure. These monsters seemed to have appeared on Earth overnight, launching a ruthless slaughter against humanity. Hence the crystal core. He must obtain the crystal core from the white skin's head. It is the key to the awakening and evolution of extraordinary individuals. If he were to live again, he would live well and become one of the top elites among extraordinary beings. This white skin he must have. If he cannot achieve this, he'd rather commit suicide than live a wretched life in the apocalypse. After a morning passed, Jiang Zhe stood up and stretched. Wiping the water stains off the window, he could see people in the surrounding buildings trudging through knee-deep snow toward the distance. Lunch consisted of simple potato stew with beef brisket. In the warm room, the aroma of food filled the air, completely at odds with the world outside. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking at the door interrupted Jiang Zhe's meal. At the door stood 2 elderly women in their 60s. What's the matter? Jiang Zhe frowned and asked. Young man, we haven't had lunch yet. Could you spare us the instant noodles from your room? The one with the big gold chain got straight to the point. The other elder tried to push her way into the room, but Jiang Zhe quickly blocked her at the door. The 2 were wrapped in hotel blankets, shivering. Why not go to the shelter? Oh, our old bones can't walk that far. We just plan to stay in the hotel. If the police don't come to rescue me, I'll expose them online. Just give us the instant noodles. You're young enough to go to the shelter. The old woman was a bit agitated. Jiang Zhe was puzzled. The nearest shelter was visible from Shanghai Square. Was it really that far? Was it more important than life? No, if you want food, go to the government shelter. Jiang Zhe coldly responded. Bang. Just as he was about to close the door, 2 arms blocked the doorframe. Young man, be honest. I respect your elders. The woman with the gold chain sniffled. I can already smell the meat. Let's do this. We each pay 30 yuan for a meal. Don't worry, the old lady doesn't eat much. Huh. Jiang Zhe sneered, and then his expression turned cold. Let go. Oh, you want to hit someone? Come on. The woman with the gold chain shouted. Sister, take out your phone. Let's film him and show everyone online. The other old woman raised her phone. With a quick motion, Jiang Zhe snatched it away and smashed it against the doorframe, shattering it into pieces. In the moment of shock for the woman with the gold chain, he slapped her face with a large bag, causing her to fall into the hallway. He closed the door. Ah, he's killed someone. Everyone come and see, he's killed someone. The hallway echoed with the wailing of the woman with the gold chain, sounding like a pig being slaughtered. Jiang Zhe took out a pair of headphones and put them on. He resumed his meal. After a satisfying burp, Jiang Zhe lay on the sofa and began his afternoon nap. So fragrant. He didn't know how long he had slept. Boom. Jiang Zhe was startled awake by the sound of an explosion. Across from Shanghai Hotel, a fireball burned on the outer wall of a building, thick smoke billowing into the sky. Through the telescope, he discovered a crashed helicopter. On a relatively intact tail, a bright red emblem stood out beneath, which were a series of numerical codes. It was a military helicopter. Soon the flames were doused by the heavy snowfall. With such heavy snow, flying a helicopter between buildings was very dangerous. One wrong move could lead to a collision. Jiang Zhe lowered the telescope, offering a moment of silence for the pilot and those on board. The heavy snow had persisted for 3 days, pushing the whole city to the brink of collapse. The Nanjing authorities announced the military has begun rescue operations. At precisely 3 o'clock this afternoon, we will airdrop relief supplies. Every 5 hours a batch will be dropped containing compressed biscuits, bottled water, and canned goods. Residents stranded are requested to light bonfires in open areas to provide accurate coordinates for the drops. No one is to hoard the relief supplies. Those caught will face the strictest punishment. Residents who obtain supplies are to head to the shelter immediately. In these challenging times, let us help each other. We will surely overcome this natural disaster. Keep it up. Jiang Zhe looked at his watch. It was now 1:30 in the afternoon. In the surrounding buildings, hundreds of people were rushing towards Shanghai Square with various materials to start fires. Before long, bonfires began to spring up. The flames stood out vividly against the heavy snow. The crowd around the bonfire grew larger, unwilling to leave, all eager to grab the first batch of airdrop supplies. Jiang Zhe watched the bonfires and the dense crowd in the square. After a moment of deep thought, he suddenly realized. He knew why the white skin would appear first at Shanghai Square. It locates its prey using sound and magnetic fields. With so many people gathered in the square to the white skin, this was fresh meat delivered right to its mouth. Rumble. The sound of the helicopter's rotors came 10 minutes later than expected. The crowd in the square erupted in excitement. They waved and shouted at the helicopter hovering in the air. 1, 2, 3, 20. Jiang Zhe silently counted from the building as 20 emergency packs fell from the aircraft. Too few. With this amount of supplies, it would barely fill the gaps between their teeth. The 10 packs of supplies vanished in under a minute. Out of the 3,000 to 4,000 people, perhaps only a few hundred managed to grab food. The bonfires continued to burn. People still waited in the square. Supplies would be dropped every 5 hours. Everyone firmly believed they would eventually grab a bite to eat. However, some would inevitably wait in vain, occasionally seeing someone who had been standing in the snow suddenly collapse without a sound. In extreme cold, many with poor physical condition cannot adapt to the sudden drop in temperature. The cold air causes blood pressure to rise, leading to sudden cardiac death. Jiang Zhe stopped paying attention to the situation in the square. On the top floor of the hotel, apart from him, it seemed there were no other guests. The hallway was silent. The elevator had stopped operating. Even if there were guests in the hotel, no one would bother to climb up 20 flights of stairs. Throughout the afternoon, Jiang Zhe knocked on the doors of all rooms on the top floor, familiarizing himself with the layout of the upper floors. To kill the white skin, an open field would not work. Only by utilizing narrow spaces to restrict the opponent's speed could he find an opportunity for a lethal strike. 5 years into the apocalypse. This is something countless people have verified with their lives. The second batch of airdrop supplies arrived half an hour later than expected. Fights broke out over food. Several groups clashed in the square. Dozens of men wielding steel pipes and fire axes snatched 4 emergency kits, and led by one man headed back to the Starcy Hotel. In the apocalypse, those who band together and show ruthlessness often survive longer. As the crowd in the square dispersed, Jiang Zhe, clad in a white polar expedition suit and goggles, his form tightly wrapped, appeared at the back door of the Starcy Hotel. He let out a breath. A straight stream of warm air from Jiang Zhe's mouth turned into white mist. The outdoor temperature had already dropped to over 20 degrees below zero. Snowflakes landed on his face, turning into droplets, bringing a faint sting. With a crunch, Jiang Zhe stepped into the snow, his calves sinking into the drifts. Without special tools, escaping in such conditions would be exhausting enough to kill a man. With a whoosh, a bombardier snowmobile appeared beside him. With a low rumble, sending snow 3 meters high in its wake, the snowmobile shot like an arrow, carrying Jiang Zhe towards the dark, distant beach. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Zhe stopped at the coast. The seawater over 200 meters from the shore had already formed a layer of ice about 3 centimeters thick. In the coming months, the entire ocean of Blue Star would be completely covered by a thick sheet of ice. A balloon appeared in Jiang Zhe's hand, one end tied to an iron block with a thin string. With a hissing sound, a small hydrogen tank inflated the balloon. Soon a red balloon 2 meters in diameter floated 3 meters in the air. Beneath the balloon hung a palm-sized instrument flashing red lights. A life detector. As long as a moving life form appeared within 100 meters, the device would automatically activate its camera. It took a full 2 hours to deploy over 30 detectors before Jiang Zhe finally stopped, panting heavily. His current body was weak, far from what it was in the apocalypse. When Jiang Zhe, covered in snow and breathing hard, returned to the hotel, he found over 100 people gathered in the first-floor lobby. men and women all looking disheveled and miserable. Hey brother, did you get any food? At that moment a tall thin man in a security cotton uniform noticed Jiang Zhe and walked over to ask. The man looked familiar. Jiang Zhe then realized this was the leader who had taken the emergency supplies. No. Who are you people? Jiang Zhe shook his head. The man pointed to the people slumped on the floor. These are all workers from around the hotel. We all just got back from the nearest shelter. They're not taking anyone else in there. There isn't enough food to go around. What we got wasn't even enough to fill a crack. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to ask another question, curses came from the entrance. Damn it, brotherly, it's cleaner than a cow licked it. The military has commandeered most of the supermarkets. No chance. 5 young men covered in snow like snowmen appeared at the door, holding fire axes and steel pipes. The tall thin man called brotherly frowned. Did you check the farther restaurants and supermarkets? We didn't dare go further, afraid the brothers couldn't take it anymore. One of the young men, wearing a short, thin-down jacket, had purple lips and looked at Jiang Zhe while shivering slightly. When he saw the polar grade down jacket on Jiang Zhe, envy flashed in his eyes. Brother, you got any more of these clothes? We're all out here, gotta help each other out, right? I'm Li Dan. And you? Brotherly looked at Jiang Zhe, his eyes narrowing. Though phrased as a request, his tone held an undeniable demand. Jiang Zhe, I'm a guest here. Sorry, I only have this one jacket. After speaking, Jiang Zhe turned and walked towards the stairs. Behind him, Li Dan's face darkened, and he said nothing. Huh. As Jiang Zhe disappeared into the stairwell, a soft spit sounded behind him. Back in the top-floor guest room, Jiang Zhe took out a palm-sized metal device and placed it on the windowsill. The alarm for the detector. On the square, thousands of people still endured the cold by several campfires waiting for food. In the crowd, someone swayed and then collapsed heavily into the snow, not moving. The people around just indifferently shifted a little. Then they continued stamping their feet, occasionally looking up at the pitch-black sky. Jiang Zhe took out his phone. He found the signal was completely gone. The WeChat group only had some final messages. I'm in XXX neighborhood, haven't eaten in 2 days. Can anyone save me? Just give me a pack of instant noodles. I'm stuck on the highway. Can anyone lend me a down jacket? I'll pay 10,000. Phone number XXXXX. Height 170, amazing curves of beauty. Big brothers who will save me. It's too cold to stay in my house anymore. Just come save me, you can make any request. You know what I mean. Attached was a picture, indeed curvaceous, but the face wasn't visible. Who has food? 1,000 for a loaf of bread. Pay first, see goods later. Woo, my door is blocked by snow, I can't open it anymore. No power left. This is my last SOS. XX neighborhood, building 3, unit 201. Save me. The messages stopped updating. With such heavy snow, all exposed outdoor lines would be snapped. This meant people's fastest channel for help was completely cut off. On the sofa, Jiang Zhe dozed with his eyes half closed, occasionally opening them to check the alarm. 5 years in the apocalypse had taught him patience in everything. Let me go? What are you doing? This is my only down jacket. No, I'll freeze to death. Suddenly a woman's scream rang out from the hallway. The following conversation was unclear. Pleading sounds kept coming. Then came loud, chaotic banging on doors. Frowning, Jiang Zhe walked out of his room and saw 2 groups of people. In the middle of the hallway, not far away, a young woman lay on the floor, shivering, her face covered in tears and snot, surrounded by 3 younger girls. At the other end, a young man cursed, kicking another man with glasses who was curled up on the floor. Run again, will you? Bitch, why didn't you just give it to me nicely? A young woman with large round earrings cursed viciously, kicking the woman on the floor before putting the down jacket on herself. The 3 girls saw the tall, sturdy Jiang Zhe and walked over to the young man. The 4 of them gathered together. The young man tightened his grip on his fire axe paw. Stick your nose in again, and I'll fucking kill you. He cursed, but his eyes stayed fixed on Jiang Zhe. They stared at each other, silent for a moment. Seeing that Jiang Zhe didn't intervene, the young man turned and left the top floor with the 3 girls. In the hallway, the man with glasses who had been lying on the floor staggered to his feet, went over, and helped the young woman up. Just as they were about to leave, the man with glasses came over, wiping away his nosebleed. You should get out of here. They'll definitely come back to rob you of your clothes and food. Jiang Zhe reached out and grabbed the man as he was about to turn away. Who are they? The man adjusted his slightly bent glasses frame. I don't know them. There are probably a few dozen of them. Nanjiang is starting to fall into chaos. I went to the nearest shelter. They're short on food there too. If you still have food, you should run, try to find another military shelter. The young woman nearby heard their conversation and came over. Young master, I have money. If you can help me, all my money is yours. The woman had been stripped down to just a pink thermal set. She was well maintained with delicate skin. Jiang Zhe ignored the woman. He looked at the shivering man with glasses, then kicked open the door to the next guest room. He took 2 blankets and threw them to the man. Thanks. The 2 wrapped themselves in the blankets. After a brief chat, Jiang Zhe learned their identities. The young woman was Zhang Lan, the president of an electrical appliance company from the capital. The man with glasses was Zhou Qi, a technical backbone of the company. They were on a business trip to Nanjiang and got stranded in the hotel by the blizzard. Everyone else had fled, only Zhou Qi stayed. However, the man with glasses had an identity that slightly piqued Jiang Zhe's interest in undergraduate from the electrical engineering department of Tsinghua University. He had a scholarly look as if he might as well have top student written on him. Young master, young master. Amid Zhang Lan's pleas, Jiang Zhe closed the guest room door. Through the falling snow, he could see many flickering fires in the rooms of the surrounding tall buildings. People were burning anything they could find to keep warm. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly the knocking came again. Jiang Zhe's eyes hardened, but he didn't move. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking persisted, growing louder and more forceful. Open up. I know you're in there. Don't play dead. Shouts came from outside the door. What's the matter? Jiang Zhe opened the door, eyeing the three men coldly. The leader was the one who had been chasing the bespectacled man earlier. Zhang Lan and Zhou Qi from next door peeked out only to be intimidated back by the men's aggressive stares. Jiang Zhe hadn't expected Zhou Qi and the others to still be staying in the adjacent room, not having left. His gaze swept over the axes and steel pipes in the three men's hands. He realized they had gone to fetch reinforcements. Standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, Jiang Zhe was half a head taller than them, which was why the man hadn't dared to act alone earlier. Take off your down jacket and open your backpack. The man brandished the fire axe in his hand, barking the order. All right, hold on. Jiang Zhe nodded obediently. A smug grin spread across the leader's face. Bang. Suddenly Jiang Zhe kicked out, sending the leader stumbling backward. A only and a half foot long, single-edged military knife appeared in Jiang Zhe's hand. Before the man on the right could react, the sharp blade had already pierced 6 or 7 fatal holes in his body. Fuck. The man on the left only snapped to attention as his companion collapsed, spurting blood. He raised his steel pipe, but Jiang Zhe ducked low, closing in and struck twice with the knife. With a sound of slicing muscle, the man's kidney and lung were instantly pierced, and the steel pipe clattered uselessly to the ground. Then, spitting bloody foam, he slumped against the wall and slowly fell. Jiang Zhe had no advantage in strength against the three, but in 5 years of the apocalypse, he had fought countless people and beasts. He had honed his blade skills on the edge of life and death. That kind of blade technique, where there was no winning or losing, only living or dying, was deadly and ruthless, without form, yet devastatingly sharp. Having cleanly killed 2, the leader was now terrified. He hadn't expected this fair-skinned man to be someone who took lives at the slightest provocation. Letting out a shrill cry, his face pale, the man dropped his axe and stumbled toward the stairwell. Whoosh! The military knife flew through the air. The man crumpled to the ground, the blade piercing his back, blood soaking the carpet. Spare me. The man groaned in agony, clawing at the carpet as he crawled forward. Jiang Zhe approached expressionlessly and planted a foot on his back. With a slick sound, he yanked out the knife and drove it into the man's throat, cutting off his pleas. A faint scent of blood began to spread through the hallway. Oh! Zhang Lan peeked out and saw Jiang Zhe withdrawing the knife from the man's neck. Her gasp was stifled by the fierce look in Jiang Zhe's eyes. If you want to live, pretend you saw nothing. After a low growl at Zhang Lan and Zhou Qi, Jiang Zhe grabbed the corpse by the hair and dragged it toward the fire pipe shaft at the end of the corridor. Rumble! He tossed the 3 bodies into the shaft. Don't worry, you'll testify that they tried to rob you first. This is at most excessive self-defense. Zhou Qi stammered, unable to meet his eyes. Jiang Zhe glanced at him. Bullshit. 2 really will testify for you. The brutality of Jiang Zhe's actions, killing 3 men over a disagreement, had left Zhou Qi's legs trembling. Don't come bothering me, Jiang Zhe ordered. No problem, we're just staying next door. We won't disturb you, Zhou Qi said, then quickly retreated into his room. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the detector alarm in the room emitted a rapid buzz. Jiang Zhe dashed back to the room. On the palm's eye screen, captured images were replaying. On the snow, a long white silhouette flashed by at incredible speed. Enlarging, the image revealed 2 tentacles swaying with the movement. White hide. In an instant, Jiang Zhe identified the creature. Rumble. Just then, the roar of machinery came from the sky. The 3rd airdrop helicopter had arrived. Hovering 10 meters above the square, a soldier kept tossing out emergency kits. The powerful downdraft stirred up snowflakes, causing people on the square to stumble. Countless hands reached skyward, trying to catch the falling kits. Not good. In the room, Jiang Zhe, watching through a telescope, muttered in alarm. In the center of the square stood an arched cloud sculpture. The helicopter was only about 10 meters away from it. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the helicopter, failing to notice a white figure darting up the sculpture like a phantom. The massive figure leaped up, soaring over the crowd, crossing a dozen meters to charge at the hovering helicopter. Before anyone could react, the white hide, nearly 5 meters long, clung to the open cabin door. Its sharp claws lashed out, slicing the stunned soldier into 3 pieces, which tumbled down onto the crowd. At the same time, a whip-like tentacle pierced the cockpit in a flash. A spray of blood splattered across the glass. Then the helicopter plummeted. Only then did the people in the square scream and scramble. Bang! Bang! Standing in the hotel, Jiang Zhe could clearly see the rotor blades snap off and fly away. In an instant they sliced a dozen people into bloody mist. Up! Screams shattered the night's silence. The white figure was slaughtering wantonly, moving at over 30 meters per second. The white hide was like a ghost. The crowd fled in all directions, but in the snow how could they outrun it? Anyone it targeted died under its claws, torn to pieces. In less than a minute, over 100 shattered bodies lay strewn across the square. Blood stained the ground in dark patches. Crash! The guest room window shattered. A weapon resembling an ancient ballista appeared with 3 arm-thick steel bolts aimed at the square below. Each bolt was about 1.5 meters long. Unlike ordinary arrowheads, these were long, 3-edged spikes designed to pierce the white hide's defenses. The ballista was custom-made by a small hardware factory based on Jiang Zhe's design. Each unit cost 3 cases of Maodai. In the apocalypse, the ballista was the most effective cold weapon ordinary people had against white hides. Its drawbacks were its bulk and slow rate of fire. If you missed a white hide at close range, all that was left was to consider your next life. A heavy machine gun would have been better, but in Daxiao they were hard to come by and ammunition would be a major issue in the future. Whoosh! Jiang Zhe steadied his breath, manning the ballista and aiming at the white hide on the square. At this distance hitting it was difficult, he just needed to draw its attention. The slaughter on the square continued. Come on, come on, Jiang Zhe muttered under his breath. He paused. A woman was stumbling toward the Star Sea Hotel building. The white hide behind her seemed to have locked onto her. Snow exploded into the air. The white hide charged at the woman at full speed. Help! Save me! The woman looked back, screaming desperately as she ran. No one answered. No one dared. Closer, just a little closer. Jiang Zhe held his breath, centering the white hide's body in the mechanical sight. The white hide drew nearer to the woman. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Thwack! 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 3 sharp sounds of steel springs rang out. 3 bolts shot out like lightning, embedding themselves between the woman and the white hide. Damn it! Jiang Zhe cursed. The distance was too great. He had nearly taken out the woman too. But the bolts caught the white hide's attention, its powerful hind legs dug in, bringing it to a halt. Flip! 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 Another 3 bolts flew in. The white hide dodged, and the frog-like webbed ears on either side of its tyrannosaur-like head twitched rapidly. Squeal! A piercing shriek erupted from its mouth. Then it charged toward the Star Sea Hotel building. Crash! On the outer wall of the Starry Sea Hotel, white hide's sharp claws easily pierced through the concrete, sending chunks of debris flying as it scaled the building with effortless agility, racing toward the rooftop. It was determined to kill this human who dared to provoke it. Jiang Zhe peered down at the creature's swift descent, drawing a deep breath. He pulled out a windproof lighter. Whoosh! Flames ignited the sofa and bed inside the guest room, thick smoke billowing. Jiang Zhe slowly retreated to the doorway, standing firm in the corridor. Through the blaze he fixed his gaze on the window, gripping a Molotov cocktail that blazed with fire in his right hand. Jiang Zhe, that monster is climbing up. Suddenly Zhou Qi and Zhang Lan from the adjacent room burst out, their faces pale. They had clearly witnessed the massacre in the square earlier. Get the hell out if you want to live, Jiang Zhe barked. Zhou Qi hesitated for a moment, but Zhang Lan quickly dragged him into the stairwell, and they vanished. Amid the crackling sounds of burning flames, a rapid clattering of teeth mixed in. It was coming. 2 tentacles rose from outside the window, their tips resembling flat, triangular pyramids. Then a hideous head emerged, its slightly open maw revealing jagged teeth, with shreds of flesh hanging from them. Its short, thick forelimbs hooked onto the windowsill. The blood-red, elongated eyes set on either side of its head scanned the room. This creature had poor eyesight. Hey, you stupid piece of shit, look over here. Come on, Jiang Zhe shouted. Crash! The 2-meter-tall gray-white body smashed through the window, landing nimbly on the floor, its head nearly brushing the ceiling. White hide revealed its full form. Its thick hind legs were thicker than a human's waist, and the 2 tentacles on its back swayed in the air. Its lion-tiger-like elongated body was smeared with blood. The moment it landed, Jiang Zhe hurled the Molotov cocktail at it. Roaring flames engulfed the creature as gasoline spread. Instantly, squeal! White hide let out a piercing shriek. Charging toward Jiang Zhe in a ball of fire, he had already sprinted toward the end of the corridor. A thunderous crash echoed behind him as White hide's massive body smashed through the doorframe, sending a shower of gravel and splintered wood flying. Weighing over 2,000 kilograms, White hide possessed a terrifying momentum. Thump, thump, thump. The corridor floor groaned under its heavy footsteps as the creature ran, causing even the building to tremble slightly. Jiang Zhe sprinted with pursed lips, not daring to look back. The sound of White hide's pursuit grew closer from behind, and Jiang Zhe could already smell its foul stench. This was a dance on the edge of a blade. At the end of the corridor hung a life-sized oil painting. 10 meters. 5 meters. The wind at the back of his head grew nearer. In a flash, Jiang Zhe executed a sliding tackle, and the tentacle that White hide swung through the air barely grazed past his scalp. Thud! Jiang Zhe's feet slammed heavily against the base of the wall. Click! A crisp mechanical sound rang out, and a metal sphere burst through the painting, opening into a metal net. These were traps Jiang Zhe had set earlier, all for the purpose of hunting this whitehide. The creature behind him couldn't dodge in time. Its airborne body was ensnared by the steel net and slammed heavily into the wall. Jiang Zhe rolled backward. Rising to his feet, he produced a city crossbow, aiming at the whitehide that was half embedded in the wall, struggling incessantly. Bang, bang, bang. Giant bolts propelled by elastic steel plates shot out like lightning. Thud. The arm-thick bolt pierced through Whitehide's skin. It sank in about half a foot, but for Whitehide this was merely a minor injury. Black-purple blood sprayed. Squealing, the wounded Whitehide opened its gaping maw and let out an ear-piercing shriek. Its body thrashed wildly, its two tentacles flailing about. Bang, bang, bang. One city crossbow after another appeared before Jiang Zhe, and the specially crafted bolts rained down on the Whitehide, pinned to the wall like a storm. Rumble. With the final strike, the immense force blasted the Whitehide through the wall, revealing a spacious conference room beyond. Seeing the Whitehide now lying on the ground like a porcupine, Jiang Zhe wiped the cold sweat from his brow and exhaled the breath he had been holding. It had taken 15 crossbows, 45 bolts in total, to bring down this monster. Clang. He drew a military knife, stepped through the hole in the wall, and slowly approached the creature's body. Observing the still Whitehide on the ground, Jiang Zhe halted, his eyes shifting. With a thought, a canister of liquid nitrogen appeared. Donning gloves, he poured it over the creature's body. Squeal. The seemingly dead Whitehide convulsed violently. He knew this bastard was playing dead. This trick of Whitehide's had doomed countless people in the apocalypse. Within 10 seconds, the liquid nitrogen froze it into a block of ice. Only then did Jiang Zhe feel safe enough to approach. He stepped on its head with his right foot, exposing its lower jaw. There, an apple-sized snake-scale-like circular membrane was visible. This was the creature's only weakness. Thud. The military knife plunged straight in. Jiang Zhe extracted a milky white, soybean-sized crystal core. Gazing at this smooth, round core, a smile spread across his face. He had obtained the key to transcending into a superhuman. A full 4 years earlier than in his past life. Jingshan City. It faced Nanjiang City across a bay separated by hundreds of kilometers. Late at night, a basketball arena in the urban area had been temporarily requisitioned as a shelter. Originally designed to hold 20,000 people, the arena now housed nearly 100,000 refugees. At a glance, most were the elderly, women and children. Many volunteers were bustling about, distributing the limited food and medicine to the sick women and children. Outside the gymnasium, countless people still clamored to enter, but were blocked by soldiers at the entrance. Everyone, please don't push. It's full inside. Hold on a little longer. The next batch of cold weather clothing and food will arrive soon. At the entrance, a middle-aged police officer was using a megaphone, his hoarse voice constantly trying to calm the crowd. Please give me a blanket, officer, I beg you. A boy with frostbitten purple lips squeezed forward and pleaded. The officer looked at the boy, then tore off his own blanket and handed it to him. Thank you, the boy said, wrapping the blanket around himself and nodding repeatedly. The officer waved his hand and turned wearily to walk back into the gymnasium. Inside the 10-meter-long corridor, only a single emergency light cast a harsh glow. Help! Suddenly the gymnasium erupted like a boiling cauldron of oil, screams exploding. Chaotic footsteps scattered in all directions. The officer's face changed. He rushed toward the entrance, his hands just reaching the thick curtain. Bang! The double iron doors were flung open by an immense force. Caught off guard, the officer was struck on the forehead by the door frame, staggering backward and flying 2 meters before collapsing, unable to rise. Help! There's a monster! People poured out of the doors like water from an open tap. Countless people rushed out of the gymnasium, their faces twisted with sheer terror. The officer on the ground could only vaguely hear a cacophony of gunfire, screams, and cries of agony mixed together. Then a kick to the head knocked him unconscious. After an unknown amount of time, the officer woke up, staggering to his feet. The entire gymnasium was eerily silent. Shuffling slowly, he pushed open the iron door and stepped inside. The moment he entered, he froze in place. Then with a thud, he fell to his knees at the entrance. Oh! His heart-wrenching wail echoed through the empty arena. Inside, countless bodies lay strewn about. Everywhere were severed limbs and pools of blood staining the walls, aisles, and seats. It was nothing less than a living hell. On the top floor of the Star Sea Hotel, crack! Suppressing the fierce urge to devour the crystal core, Jiang Zhe placed it into a box and stored it within his dimensional space. The crystal core must undergo energy purification to cleanse the genetic toxins within. Swallowing it directly would cause one's bodily organs to mutate into monstrous forms. In the apocalypse, every transcendent can awaken 2 transcendent abilities, one primary, one secondary. The transcendent abilities awakened by humanity are divided into 3 major systems. Physique system, which focuses on forging the body's potential, greatly enhancing strength, speed, and reflexes. Spiritual energy system, encompassing various applications of spiritual energy, fire water control, plant growth, earth manipulation, metal control, and the rare spatial ability. Psychic system, which develops human mental strength, granting powerful thought and telepathic capabilities. Apocalypse transcendents typically take the ability awakened first as their primary direction. Then they cultivate a secondary ability. Before his rebirth, Jiang Zhe had only awakened the rare spatial ability within the spiritual energy system. Rare, but not formidable. Spatial ability was no different from other low-level transcendents. It was merely a notch above ordinary humans. The spiritual energy system was a rather awkward classification in the apocalypse. For instance, a first-tier spiritual energy fire transcendent could only conjure a tiny flame to boil a single bowl of noodles. A first-tier water type could condense clean water that wouldn't leave one parched. A first-tier metal type could make his fist slightly harder than stone and improve metal purity. As for Jiang Zhe's spatial ability, it could be used to store supplies, earning him the affectionate nickname Jiang Ma from his teammates. Such an ability was clearly unsuited for combat. The spiritual energy system was not inherently weak. To truly unleash its power, one needed at least to reach the second tier. Thus, primary spiritual energy system transcendents like seasoned physicians grew more valuable as time went on. For example, a second-tier fire type's flames grew hotter, allowing them to coat their body and weapons with fire, and they had more spiritual energy for prolonged battles. Jiang Zhe had already awakened the spatial ability from the spiritual energy system. He intended to establish a settlement, study the properties of the crystal core in his hand, and then choose the physique system as his primary ability. The reason was simple. The physique system granted newly awakened humans terrifying enhancements in physical strength, reflexes, and speed. A first-tier physique system transcendent would receive a 3 to 4-fold physical boost, a second-tier 6 to 8-fold, a third-tier 14 to 16-fold, varying by individual, based on one's physical constitution. No longer would they be slaughtered like chicks. Thus, primary physique system transcendence became the backbone of resistance against the Bipi in the early apocalypse. Primary physique, secondary spatial ability. Jiang Zhe had already mapped out his future transcendent evolution path. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Jiang Zhe flipped his hand and stowed the Bipi corpse. Jiang Zhe, are you all right? Zhou Qi's trembling voice sounded from not far away. He clutched a table leg tightly, standing dazed by the hole in the wall. Scram, go back. This is none of your business. Jiang Zhe squinted at him and replied calmly. I heard it, go quiet. I thought you were in trouble, so I came to help. Zhou Qi responded a bit stupefied. Didn't you see that monster? Bringing a table leg. Are you trying to tickle it? If you don't want to die, get lost. Jiang Zhe sheathed his blade and scolded impatiently. All right. Be careful. Zhou Qi nodded, hastily turned, and left the corridor. Jiang Zhe said no more. He didn't want anyone to know the secret of his spatial ability. At least not for another month or two. The apocalypse would soon face its most difficult time. If others learned of the supplies in his possession, it would bring endless trouble. Once Zhou Qi's footsteps faded, the hedgehog-like corpse of the Bipi reappeared. Jiang Zhe began forcefully pulling out the crossbow bolts embedded in it. Huff. He exhaled heavily. Good grief, after a dozen or so bolts his arms grew sore and weary. Just as he raised both arms to stretch his waist, a dull whoosh came hurtling toward his head. In a flash of lightning, Jiang Zhe bent forward and lunged. Swish, yet he was a tenth of a second too slow. Jiang Zhe grunted in pain. A white tentacle like a steel whip lashed across his arm. Instantly, a jet of blood spurted from his arm. How is there another? Jiang Zhe roared midair. Thud, thud, thud. In the meeting room, a Bipi smaller by a size nudged the corpse of the dead Bipi with its head. Damn it, how can there be two? Jiang Zhe's face turned pale. The intel was wrong, completely wrong. The Bipi that appeared in Nanjiang wasn't just one. There was also a female. The female Bipi halted its movements. Crunch, 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 it chewed and swallowed the two tentacles from the back of the dead male Bipi in a few bites. Jiang Zhe's eyelids twitched at the sight. The two tentacles on the Bipi's back were flexible weapons and also the reproductive organs of these monsters. Those were highly valuable in the apocalypse. Rumor had it they could turn certain gentlemen who were not well into the likes of James Bond, a favorite of the upper echelons. Squeak. The female Bipi with black-purple blood dripping from its mouth slowly turned its head. The bonefin-like ears on both sides of its head perked up. Whoosh. Jiang Zhe sprang up from the ground and dashed toward the gap. At the same time, a steel plate sealed the breach. The next second, a screeching, ear-grating sound came from the steel plate. It was the Bipi's claws striking it. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick enough to escape the meeting room first. The Bipi inside the meeting room suddenly fell silent. Jiang Zhe took out a crossbow aimed at the end of the corridor. The wound on his arm made him twitch the corners of his mouth involuntarily. But he dared not let his guard down. Bipi attacks were always relentless. They would never retreat voluntarily. Drip. A drop of blood landed on the corridor carpet. Bang, a loud crash came from the guest room beside him as the Bipi's claws pierced through the door panel and swiped at Jiang Zhe's head. Jiang Zhe performed a backward roll to evade the attack. The biped burst through the door and gave chase. Bang bang bang. 3 crisp sounds and 3 bolts from the crossbow shot toward the biped like lightning. Thump thump thump. The bolts were knocked away by the biped and embedded in the wall. The city crossbow was too late to retrieve. Clatter, it was ripped into a pile of scrap metal by the biped's claws. Jiang Zhe felt a pang of regret. Due to time constraints, only a little over 500 city crossbows had been prepared before humanity's full industrial capacity was restored. Every one lost was one less. Steel plates crossbows. Jiang Zhe attacked and retreated continuously. He had pushed the combat power of a first-tier spatial transcendent to its limits. Yet he still couldn't inflict severe damage on the enemy. Without other transcendents to cooperate, it was far too difficult for a first-tier transcendent to solo a biped. At the Star Sea Hotel, Jiang Chun gripped a city crossbow, his aim fixed unwaveringly on the door. The battle between man and beast had descended to the floor below. A fresh gash on his thigh bled profusely, the wound carved open by the whitehide's claws during the recent fight. The exposed muscle throbbed with pain, sending cold sweat streaming down Jiang Chen's forehead. He dared not relax his vigilance, fearing a sudden ambush from the whitehide. The agony in his arm and leg intensified and darkness crept into his vision, a sign of severe blood loss. Is this really the end? Jiang Chen thought, a bitter unwillingness surging within him. With a hiss, he swiftly pulled out a hemostatic gel and sprayed it over the wounds on his thigh and arm. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a crystal core from his spatial storage. After a moment of hesitation, he tossed the core into his mouth, washing it down with a gulp of strong liquor. The core had a foul, fishy taste. Swallowing it directly was best countered by the liquor, which masked the odor without enhancing the flavor. All his hopes now rested on this crystal core. Ingesting it raw could trigger unpredictable mutations, but at this critical juncture, he had no other choice. If he couldn't kill the whitehide, everything else was meaningless. He might end up hideously deformed, but at least he could survive. If his second awakening granted him the physique system, his chances of living would increase. This was a gamble. Once the burning sensation of the liquor faded, a fiercer blaze ignited in his stomach as if a fire had been kindled. Jiang Chun endured the agony, but soon a tearing pain spread throughout his body. He groaned. It felt like someone was ripping chunks of flesh from him with iron pincers. Jiang Chun couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt. With a thunderous crash, the wall beside him bulged outward, sending bricks flying like cannonballs. The excruciating pain slowed his reactions by a beat. By the time he realized he needed to dodge, a massive maw was already upon him. In that critical moment, a thick steel pipe was thrust before him. Sparks flew as the whitehide's vicious teeth clamped down on the pipe. The immense impact sent Jiang Chun flying backward, nearly knocking the wind out of him. The whitehide, its jaws stuck on the pipe, thrashed its head wildly. The tearing pain rapidly subsided. Jiang Chun struggled to his feet, his mind racing. What the hell? No matter how much he pondered, he never expected it to be spatial power again, the rarest of the psychic system abilities. He had awakened it twice in a row. With such odds, why had he never won a single lottery ticket? With a thought, Jiang Chun summoned an inexplicable energy to his hand. A half-meter-long, semi-transparent, slightly curved spatial blade materialized, its hilt melding with his palm. The most formidable aspect of spatial power was its unparalleled cutting force. It exploited the instability between normal space and dimensional boundaries, generating destructive power far surpassing physical cuts. The situation allowed no further deliberation. A fierce glint in his eyes, Jiang Chun growled, "Screw it. Come on, let's see who's tougher." With a roar, he charged at the whitehide. After 2 steps, a steel plate materialized before him. The plate and the whitehide collided with a thunderous impact. Jiang Chun bellowed, straining to hold the plate as he was forced backward. Fortunately, the cramped space prevented the whitehide's massive body from bypassing the barrier. Its claws scraped against the steel plate, producing a grating screech. Cold sweat beaded on Jiang Chen's forehead. The plate was already buckling with deep claw marks. In moments, the beast would pierce the inch-thick steel. Then 2 tentacles slithered over the top of the plate. Jiang Chun grinned savagely. This was what he had been waiting for. With a swift slash of his spatial blade, he severed the 2 tentacles, sending blood spurting. The creature shrieked in agony, as if struck in its most vulnerable spot. Even the whitehide recoiled instinctively. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chun leaped onto the whitehide's head, using the bed frame as a springboard. The steel plate was flung away as the beast thrashed. He locked his arms around its neck. Without its tentacles, the whitehide's claws couldn't reach him on its back. He drove the spatial blade in his right hand deep into its only weak point. With a screech, black-purple blood gushed out. The whitehide swayed twice before crashing heavily, smashing the bed frame. Exhaling, Jiang Chun collapsed to the floor, staring at the fallen beast. Suddenly, he began patting himself all over. After a long moment, a puzzled expression crossed his face. Where was the promised mutation? Suspicious, he unbuckled his belt to check. Everything was fine, even impressive. He pondered deeply. In the 5 years of the apocalypse, he had never heard of anyone escaping physical mutation after swallowing a crystal core raw. Some grew claws for arms, others developed hooves for legs, or their bodies became hairless. Could it be related to my rebirths? After much thought, Jiang Zhe could only attribute this anomaly to his rebirth. He let out a relieved sigh, stood up, and retrieved the white hide's crystal core. Since there are no side effects from swallowing it raw, why not try again? Staring at the core in his hand, the thought crept unbidden into his mind. After a moment, he clenched his teeth, tossed the core into his mouth, and washed it down with liquor. Crystal cores were an extremely precious strategic resource in the apocalypse. Each core could create one superhuman. If anyone knew he had swallowed a third core, they would probably jump up and curse him as a wastrel. No one had ever awakened a third ability. This was a lock of biological genes, not a matter of luck. Another wave of excruciating tearing pain surged through him. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Zhe fell to his knees, his forehead hitting the ground as he pounded the floor with his fists. The pain was so intense he had to distract himself this way. With a crash, he shattered the thick floor tiles. Jiang Zhe froze, staring blankly at his fist. He touched his stomach. The single muscle block had split into 8. His once lean frame had filled out, becoming solid and powerful. Every part that should be larger had grown, and everything was firmer. No wonder physique system cores were jokingly called muscle god pills in the apocalypse. He threw a punch. With a resounding boom, a deep crater appeared in the thick wall, the cracked bricks looking as if struck by a massive hammer. Holy shit. After a curse, Jiang Zhe became ecstatic. This was truly different. Not only had he avoided side effects after rebirth, but he had also shattered the iron law that superhumans could only awaken 2 abilities. He threw a punch. With a resounding boom, a deep crater appeared in the thick wall, the cracked bricks looking as if struck by a massive hammer. Holy shit. After a curse, Jiang Zhe became ecstatic. This was truly different. Not only had he avoided side effects after rebirth, but he had also shattered. The tearing pain throughout his body faded. He could clearly sense a vast power dwelling within his muscles. With each swing of his fist, it roared like a dragon or tiger, and the solid door panel shattered into pieces like paper. The exhaustion from the fight with the white hide had completely dissipated. Ha ha ha. Jiang Zhe laughed heartily at his own fists. In the apocalypse, he would no longer have to live as insignificantly as a speck of dust. Outside Nanjiang City, beside the G58 expressway, a group of fully armed police and soldiers stood on guard, scanning their surroundings. Among them, Xia Yu licked her parched lips occasionally, gazing toward Nanjiang. Not far away, 3 military bulldozers lined up, pushing aside the snow on the road. Behind them stretched a convoy of hundreds of armored vehicles. Behind the convoy, an endless sea of people trudged slowly, heads bowed and expressions numb, following the vehicles. In the opposite direction, rows of Daxiao army main battle tanks and self-propelled howitzers churned up snow as they advanced toward Nanjiang. Rumble. Above, a line of attack helicopters roared past at high speed. Xia Yu, why are we evacuating in the middle of the night? With all these heavy weapons, the military doesn't seem to be going for rescue. A female police officer beside her asked in a low voice. I don't know. It can't be for a war. Who has the energy for that now? Xia Yu frowned as she watched the tanks thunder past. Early yesterday morning, the police and military had received orders to evacuate civilians from shelters outside the city as quickly as possible. But judging by the scene, this didn't look like an evacuation. It looked like a desperate escape. A shadow of gloom and unease settled over Xia Yu's heart. Suddenly her heart leaped. She thought of the anonymous post mentioning an invulnerable monster. Heavy snow fell. Inside a room on the top floor of the Shanghai Hotel, a pot of spare rib soup was simmering on a gas stove. Gurgle, gurgle. As steam rose, Jiang Zhe scooped up a rib and gnawed on it voraciously, his teeth bared. Another day had passed since he killed the 2 whiteskins. According to the original plan, Jiang Zhe intended to leave immediately, but the wounds on his body made him decide to stay one more day. At most only one day, because the next batch of whiteskins would soon arrive, and in greater numbers. The surface would soon become the domain of the whiteskins and mutated wildlife. If he encountered another whiteskin he could barely handle, one or two would force him to flee. With a sip of liquor, he finished the last rib, stood up contentedly, and patted his belly. The wounds on his arms and thighs had scabbed over. As a supernatural being, his physical constitution far surpassed ordinary people, and his injuries healed quickly. 2 minutes later, fully armed Jiang Zhe had just stepped out of the room when he smelled a smoky, charred odor. In another room, Zhang Lan and Zhou Qi sat around a makeshift campfire. The wooden bed in the room had been dismantled for firewood. Zhang Lan stared blankly, while Zhou Qi silently read a book. No wonder he got into Tsinghua University. He was a true scholar, still studying, even in the apocalypse. The next moment, with a rip, Zhou Qi tore off a page he had read and threw it onto the fire. Why burn it? Jiang Zhe asked. The two stood up awkwardly. Facing Jiang Zhe, a ruthless killer who didn't blink at taking lives or monsters, they couldn't remain calm. Useless now? How I never thought these things would become trash one day. Zhou Qi smiled bitterly, holding up a book. It was a professional text on electrical engineering which Jiang Zhe couldn't understand. Generators, wind turbines, water purification equipment, water supply, lighting, and an electronically controlled access system. Can you make these work? Jiang Zhe suddenly stared at Zhou Qi and asked. Like an independent life support system. It's simple, but without electricity, nothing can be done. Zhou Qi thought for a moment and shook his head. Slap. Jiang Zhe patted him on the shoulder. Hang in there. Maybe it'll come in handy. Heaven always leaves a way out. The slap made Zhou Qi stagger. Both of them looked increasingly haggard, their faces smeared with soot from the smoke. Zhang Lan in particular had lost the luster and elasticity of her once plump skin. Jiang Zhe, do you think the military will still come to rescue us? Zhang Lan approached, staring blankly at him. If nothing unexpected happens, no. The whole world, all of Daxia, is under snow. Too many people, impossible to save everyone. Wah. I don't want to die. I still have a lot of money. Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Zhang Lan couldn't help but cry. No one wants to die. Jiang Zhe said, then took out a piece of bread frozen as hard as a rock from his backpack and handed it to Zhou Qi. Keep the fire going. Don't get sick. Getting sick now is like losing half your life. He instructed, then turned to leave. Zhang Lan's eyes widened, and she reached out to grab a piece of bread. Slap. Jiang Zhe grabbed her hair and shoved her to the ground. Even Zhou Qi was stunned by the move. Did I say you could have it? Jiang Zhe looked down at Zhang Lan. Her lips trembled as she met his icy gaze, not daring to speak. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to leave, Zhang Lan spread her arms to block him. Brother, I know you're capable. I still have my body. Do whatever you want, just save me. With that, she grabbed Jiang Zhe's hand, trying to place it on her chest. No need. Jiang Zhe pushed her away and strode out. Wah. I just want to live to live. Behind him, Zhang Lan's sobs echoed in the quiet corridor. When Jiang Zhe appeared on the first floor of the building, 4 campfires were still burning. The once splendid hotel lobby had turned pitch black. The air was thick with acrid smoke. Around the fires, over 100 people lay sprawled, sitting or lying in disarray. Seeing Jiang Zhe, a woman clutching a child of about 2 staggered forward. Brother, give us something to eat, please. The child hasn't eaten in 2 days. I beg you. Aunt. The child in her arms opened its mouth to cry, but only a hoarse sound came out. Jiang Zhe glanced at the child, whose lips were already purple. He reached out a finger to feel its temperature. The body was burning hot. Then he shook his head. Can't be saved. Did you give it melted snow water? The woman nodded. The child was so thirsty, I had to melt snow in my mouth and feed it. Jiang Zhe stared at her. Did you drink it too? As the words fell, Jiang Zhe reached out a large hand, pushed the woman aside, and walked straight to the door. He didn't want to save her, and he couldn't. The snow water contained a genetic virus. It could cause humans to mutate, becoming bloodthirsty, frenzied, and extremely aggressive. If the whiteskins crystals evolved humans into a higher form, this genetic virus turned people into utter beasts. Children under 10 who drank the snow water would have their bodily functions destroyed by the virus, leaving virtually no chance of survival. Stop right there. At that moment, 3 middle-aged men holding baseball bats blocked Jiang Zhe's path. Seeing the hostile stance, the crowd around the fire stood up and retreated. We won't make trouble for you. You can go, but leave the bag behind. A bearded man pointed his bat at Jiang Zhe's backpack. Jiang Zhe coldly eyed the 3. Leaving the bag is making trouble for me. At a time like this, taking food is taking a life. With a clang, he drew a military knife from his thigh. The 3 men, intimidated by his aura, stepped back in fear, then exchanged glances and reluctantly surrounded him again. Just half of the food. The leading man hesitated for a moment. Jiang Zhe ignored him and turned to leave. Get him. He doesn't look starving. He must have supplies. If we're going to die, let's not die hungry. The man behind shouted. Whoosh. The baseball bat swung down at Jiang Zhe's head with a whistle. It was a killing blow. Having awakened the physique ability, Jiang Zhe's strength, speed, and reflexes were 4 times that of an ordinary person. The seemingly powerful swing was full of flaws in his eyes. In a flash, Jiang Zhe bent down, leaned back without turning, and used his shoulder to block the descending arm. The bat swung through empty air. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the onlookers. With a stab, the military knife in Jiang Zhe's hand had already pierced the man's throat, leaving a bloody hole. The man dropped the bat and clutched his throat with both hands. Blood gushed from between his fingers. The other 2 had just raised their bats when they were stunned by the lightning-fast, brutal attack. As they turned to flee, Jiang Zhe's knife slashed across both their throats. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The only sound in the entire hall was the spurt of blood. The woman who had been about to approach earlier turned pale and slowly retreated. I don't want it anymore. I don't want it. Jiang Zhe's gaze swept slowly across the crowd. No one dared to meet his eyes. They all looked away. After a moment of silence, Jiang Zhe walked out of the first-floor lobby. The heavy snow continued. The corpses of those who had died miserably in the night were already covered in snow. The campfire in the square had gone out. No one dared to light it again. Jiang Zhe trudged through snow up to his thighs, heading out of Shanghai Square. With nearly 4 times the strength of an ordinary person, he moved through the snow without much difficulty. In a room on the second floor of the Shanghai Hotel, Li Dan watched Jiang Zhe's figure disappear into the distance. That guy really doesn't look like he's short on food. Of course not. The other day he was eating stewed meat. I asked for some and he slapped me. He must have hidden good stuff. If you find it, you have to share with me. In the room, an old woman nodded firmly. No problem. Huff huff. Jiang Zhe took a deep breath and pushed his sunglasses up onto his forehead. A first-tier physique realm was indeed more practical for survival in the apocalypse. The round trip of half an hour had hardly taxed him. He had stored the life detector from the shore into his dimensional space. The matter at South River was settled. It was time to leave. Creak. As Jiang Zhe pushed open the door to the rooftop stairwell, he halted mid-step. Rustle, rustle. Dense footsteps echoed from the corridor behind him. At least 15 people, their movements deliberately muffled. Kid, everyone's starving, yet you're living the high life. No wonder you never bothered to grab the airdrop supplies. A voice rang out from the hallway. Li Dan emerged from a guest room with over a dozen followers, including the girls who had earlier snatched Zhang Lan's down jacket, all of them brandishing short blades. A box of instant noodles and ham sausages was tossed to the ground. Zhou Qi and Zhang Lan, bruised and battered, were pinned against the wall by their hair. Jiang Zhe, run, slap. Zhou Qi's attempt to speak was cut short by a palm to his face. Run, Jiang Zhe, they've set an ambush. Blood trickled from Zhou Qi's mouth, yet he still shouted hoarsely. The man holding him grew furious and pressed a dagger to Zhou Qi's throat. Say another word, and he'll bleed you dry. Zhou Qi ignored him, laughing bitterly. I'd rather die than become like you. A murderous glint flashed in the man's eyes. Zhou Qi, don't speak. Listen to me. Jiang Zhe stopped the man. Just then, footsteps quickened behind him. The stairwell door swung open, revealing 15 men wielding axes, cleavers, and daggers. Jiang Zhe was trapped in the corridor. Clang. A military knife appeared in his hand. Li Dan, are you sure about this? It might not be me who dies. Think carefully. Li Dan stepped forward, his demeanor calm. In his eyes, Jiang Zhe was already a fish in a barrel. No need to rush. I promise to keep my brothers alive. Jiang Zhe, just hand over the food you've stashed, and we'll settle this peacefully. I know you're skilled. Otherwise Shunzi and his two wouldn't have fallen to you. The world has changed. The authorities can't protect us anymore. Why not join forces? From now on you'll be my blood brother, sharing the same pot of food, the same bed, the same women. Better than living like a dog. And your good friend, Zhou Qi, gets to live too. Li Dan had a silver tongue. No wonder so many followed him. Jiang Zhe's gaze swept over Zhang Lan, who looked away guiltily. It was clear she had betrayed him, revealing that he had killed Li Dan, 3 young men. She had lost weight over the past few days, and the gold chain was gone. Slap. As she approached, Li Dan struck her across the face, sending her crumpling to the corner. Did I say that? Jiang Zhe is a man of talent. She had lost weight over the past few days, and the gold chain was gone. Slap. As she approached, Li Dan struck her across the face, sending her crumpling to the corner. Did I say that? Jiang Zhe is a man of talent. Run your mouth again, and he'll silence you for good. The old woman shrank into the corner, playing dead under Li Dan's venomous glare. Enough, stop pretending. Jiang Zhe pointed at Zhou Qi. I'm not like you. I'm taking him with me. You can stay and be the boss here. Let's pretend we never met. Li Dan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. No deal. No deal. And why would I negotiate with you? Li Dan, I've killed more than 10 of your kind. Jiang Zhe scoffed. That was the final word, leaving no face for Li Dan. As expected, the 30 thugs on both sides of the corridor raised their weapons, itching for a fight. Li Dan glared at Jiang Zhe. After a moment of silence, he suddenly waved his hand. Brothers, hack off his limbs. This guy's got secrets on him. Kill. A deafening war cry erupted in the corridor. The men on both sides raised their axes and steel pipes, eyes bloodshot, and faces twisted with frenzy, charging at Jiang Zhe. In the apocalypse, everyone harbors the potential for demonhood. Whoosh. Jiang Zhe twirled his knife and charged toward Li Dan instead of retreating. With a physique over 4 times that of an ordinary man, he closed the gap in an instant. The corridor could only accommodate 4 people side by side. Bang. The first man, taken aback by Jiang Zhe's speed, still had his axe in the air when Jiang Zhe's shoulder slammed into his chest. Crack. The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable as the man spat blood and flew 2 meters backward. In a flash, the military knife had pierced a hole in his throat. Simultaneously, Jiang Zhe hooked his left arm, trapping a falling steel pipe, and shoved the other 2 against the wall. Thud thud. 2 swift slashes and blood spurted from their necks. Clang. He parried another descending pipe with his knife. A left uppercut sent the last man spitting blood mixed with teeth. A horizontal slash from the knife, and the 4 in front lay dead in under 3 seconds. Hiss. The men charging from behind froze, a collective gasp escaping them. Li Dan, disbelief etched on his face, swallowed hard, and retreated to the back of the crowd. He had already overestimated Jiang Zhe's strength, but now he realized he had underestimated him. Those moves were absurd, like something out of a movie. The knife was a blur. His 20-odd subordinates all looked at Li Dan. Boss, a few called out, seeking his command. The situation grew awkward. Jiang Zhe's combat prowess was overwhelming. Even if these 20-some men fought to the death, how many would remain unscathed? The atmosphere in the corridor shifted subtly. The once ferocious group now fell silent. The tables had turned. Li Don's expression shifted, and with a grit of his teeth he stepped to the front. Jiang Zhe, for the sake of my brother's lives, let's call it even. Leave the food and go. Jiang Zhe flicked the blood off his blade and frowned at the stains on his down jacket. He had hundreds of thousands of coats in his dimensional space, but he was used to being frugal in the apocalypse. Ruining such good clothes still bothered him. I said I wouldn't leave anything, and I meant it. Li Don's face flushed with anger. Are you forcing a fight to the death? No, it's your death, or my life. Jiang Zhe shook his head. In his eyes, Li Dan and his crew were already dead. Whoosh. A 9mm police-issue pistol appeared in Li Don's hand. The dark muzzle aimed at Jiang Zhe. Come on, let's see if your knife is faster than my gun. Li Dan snarled. Jiang Zhe frowned. A first-tier transcendent couldn't withstand a pistol bullet. Even the toughest physique system first-tier would be wounded by one. Only a second-tier physique transcendent could block them. Jiang Zhe needed to leave immediately. He didn't want any mishaps at this juncture. You stole a cop's gun. Yeah, so what? I'd rob a cop without a second thought. Think I'd fear you. Last chance, drop the knife. Jiang Zhe's right hand loosened its grip on the knife. He realized why Li Dan hadn't drawn the gun earlier. He didn't want to waste bullets. The surrounding men relaxed at the sight. But Jiang Zhe slowly raised his left hand. You know nothing of the apocalypse. But then that's not your fault. In the corridor. You know nothing about the apocalypse, and of course that's not your fault. Everyone around Jiang Zhe hearing this baffling remark looked puzzled. The next second, boom, a massive steel plate appeared, cutting off the entire corridor. It sealed off the corridor. Before the crowd could even react from their wide-eyed shock, a crossbow, half a man's height, materialized before Jiang Zhe. Forged from fine steel, the bolts as thick as a child's arm gleamed with chilling light. They aimed at the 15 people behind. No. The cries for mercy had barely begun. Bang, 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 the crisp sound of steel plates firing rang out. Streaks of light flashed. Puffed, puffed, puffed. A series of blood mists sprayed across the entire corridor. This weapon, designed specifically for the white-skin, struck human bodies like being hit by a 30mm autocannon. Before they could even scream, the 15 people in the corridor had their bodies torn apart by 3 waves of bolts in the blink of an eye. The immense kinetic energy even ripped human bodies in half. The walls on both sides of the corridor turned into a sea of red, like a passage leading to hell. Bang, bang, bang. Only then did sounds come from the other side of the steel plate. Swish. The steel plate vanished inexplicably. The scene behind the steel plate was revealed to the remaining people. Zhang Lan and the old woman couldn't help but scream. Ugh. Then they bent over and dry-heaved. Li Don's hand holding the gun trembled, and he slowly backed away. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, 15 people had become a mess of scattered pieces. The thick smell of blood assaulted everyone's nerves. Clang, someone dropped their weapon first. Run. A dozen people rushed madly toward the stairwell. Jiang Zhe with a whoosh dashed over even faster. Sizz, sizz, sizz. Screams echoed from the stairwell, then fell silent. Tap, tap, tap. Jiang Zhe walked back from the stairwell. Strolling as if on a leisurely walk, who could believe he had just killed over a dozen people? Li Dan didn't run. He saw Jiang Zhe's speed and knew there was no chance. Those dozen subordinates were proof. The others' methods had already surpassed the range of normal humans. Running might only lead to a faster death, especially at this moment. Others could run, but he could not. Over the past 2 days, Li Dan had lived quite comfortably, relying on a snatched gun to gather dozens of underlings. He finally tasted the feeling of being above others. His female boss, worth tens of millions before the heavy snow, had voluntarily crawled into his bed for a mouthful of food. He not only didn't hate the apocalypse, but even secretly hoped the world would remain in this state forever. Li Dan believed he could be the king of Nanjiang City. Now everything was collapsing. Jiang Zhe shattered all his illusions. Jiang Zhe, I surrender. I was blind just now. Please spare me. He watched Jiang Zhe approach slowly. Li Dan's face turned pale. Backing away, he stammered, please, holding the pistol above his head. He didn't even dare to fire. Hand it over. Jiang Zhe stopped in front of him. Then the pistol was handed over. Jiang Zhe examined the gun in his hand, turning it over twice. The magazine still held 5 bullets. In the apocalypse, such a gun could only be used within a settlement. Out in the wild, it couldn't even kill a mutated snow rabbit. Those physique-type superhumans all used firearms with a caliber of 13mm or more. Jiang Zhe had even seen a superhuman using a modified handgun with a 30mm caliber. In the apocalypse, such a gun could only be used within a settlement. Out in the wild, it couldn't even kill a mutated snow rabbit. Those physique-type superhumans all used firearms with a caliber of 13mm or more. You can't live. I'm not a good person, and I hate bad people. Bang. In the faint gun smoke, a hole appeared in Li Dan's forehead. His eyes wide, he fell straight down. Jiang Zhe glanced at the 3 people frozen in the hallway, turned back into the room, and came out with a backpack. Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi walked over, his eyes closed, not daring to look at the corpses littering the hallway. Slap. A pistol was shoved into his hand. Know how to use it? Zhou Qi looked at the gun. But I don't know how to shoot a pistol. Shooting a pistol is simple. Come, I'll teach you. Safety sight, 3 points in a line, just fire wildly. There's no trick to it. The more you shoot, the more accurate you'll be. Then Jiang Zhe crouched in front of Zhang Lan and the old woman. He looked at them calmly. Young man, it was my fault. I was loose-lipped and shouldn't have told Li Dan about your affairs. Oh, it was this bitch who reported you killed those 3. The old woman quickly clasped her hands in prayer for her life, not forgetting to stomp on Zhang Lan beside her. I had no choice. If I didn't tell, they would have killed me. Jiang Zhe, spare me. Zhang Lan was already crying. Brother Jiang, how about letting them go? They had no choice either. Zhou Qi, somewhat unwilling, interceded on their behalf. That, Brother Jiang, was a sign that he intended to latch onto Jiang Zhe's coattails. Zhou Qi, if you had food just now, have you thought about the consequences? Jiang Zhe asked calmly, looking at Zhou Qi. I suppose the food would have been taken by that Li Dan. And then, oi, I would starve to death. Zhou Qi spoke the consequence he didn't want to imagine. Jiang Zhe drew his military knife. So thinking conversely, I would have no qualms about killing them both. No, Jiang Zhe, I was wrong. I just want to live. Zhang Lan and the old woman clung to Jiang Zhe's legs, begging. Ha ha ha. Jiang Zhe laughed. What you said makes sense. You want to live so others must die. I actually understand very well. He said he understood, but his smile was cold. Zhang Lan and the old woman clung to Jiang Zhe's legs, begging. Ha ha ha. Jiang Zhe laughed. What you said makes sense. You want to live so others must die. I actually understand very well. He said he understood, but his... Zhou Qi, do you understand now? You saw what just happened. If they live, you die. When you do wrong, you must admit it. When you admit it, you must face the punishment. The gun muzzle slowly rose. No. Zhou Qi watched the two on the ground clutching their legs and wailing, his face pale, turning his head away with eyes closed. Bang, 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 bang. 4 gunshots accompanied by screams. Zhou Qi opened his eyes and saw Zhang Lan's, and the old woman's thighs had turned bright red. The two clutched their thighs, howling in pain. Thump. A backpack and a snowboard were shoved into Zhou Qi's arms. All of Daxiao is no longer safe. Get out of Nanjiang as fast as you can. Inside there's a map and food. If you can make it out of Nanjiang alive, go to the place marked on the map. You can survive there. Don't ask, you'll know when you get there. If you die on the way, it's because you weren't meant to. Remember the most important thing, don't drink snow water. If you do, use your knife to slit your own throat. After saying this, Jiang Zhe dropped the curved knife with a clang, turned, and walked toward the stairs. Whether to kill them or not, it's your decision. With these words, Jiang Zhe's figure disappeared. Click. He opened the security door on the 2nd floor. In a warehouse the size of a standard hotel room, piles of supplies were stacked: clothes, instant noodles, rice, emergency food packs. All of it was stuff Li Dan had looted and stolen. Adhering to the principle that even a mosquito's leg is meat, Jiang Zhe emptied everything. He walked out of the Shanghai hotel building and set down the snowboard behind him. Brother Jiang. Suddenly, Zhou Qi's voice came from the hotel entrance. The other had already come downstairs while he was collecting the supplies. Seeing the still gleaming curved knife in Zhou Qi's hand, Jiang Zhe knew he probably hadn't been able to kill the two. Remember, travel as fast as you can. The faster you go, the greater your chance of survival. Jiang Zhe left those words strapped on the snowboard, and boom. A dull, heavy sound rang out from the hotel entrance behind him. Zhang Lan and the old woman lay twisted in a pool of blood. Bright red blood flowed out beneath them, quickly freezing into ice. Zhou Qi turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. In this world, it's abnormal if no one dies. Fine, not using a knife to kill is also a way. Swish. Jiang Zhe lowered his snow goggles, the snowboard kicking up a spray of snow, and then he rushed out of Nanjiang City. Zhou Qi turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. In this world, it's abnormal if no one dies. Fine, not using a knife to kill is also a way. Swish. Jiang Zhe lowered his snow goggles, the snowboard kicked. In the capital city, the heart of the great Xia nation, where economy, politics, and culture converged, lay the most populous metropolis with over 100 million permanent residents. Within a concealed underground chamber, the highest echelons of power wore grave expressions as they listened to a general's briefing. On the projector screen was the very post Jiang Zhe had once published. Commander, 3 of the events described in this apocalyptic post have already been confirmed: the timing of the apocalypse, the monsters, and the blizzard. Thus it can now be definitively deemed truthful. In the room, an elderly man seated at the center stared at the post on the screen, lost in thought for a long moment. Can we locate this person? Apologies, the author posted anonymously using another's account. Under current circumstances, finding them will be difficult, and their survival remains uncertain. However, I personally believe the chances of survival are high given their informational advantage, a general beside the projector expressed. Any progress on studying that monster? Any word from the Academy of Sciences? The elderly man nodded and continued his inquiry. At that moment, an image of a white-skinned creature appeared on the screen. Commander, the UN expert team has essentially confirmed the cold snap is caused by an unknown intense magnetic field shift. with current human technology altering the existing climate, seems impossible. According to statistics yesterday alone, at least 15,000 monsters emerged in major coastal cities worldwide. The Academy of Sciences cannot yet determine their origin, but they have made two startling discoveries. First, these monsters exhibit characteristics of silicon-based life forms. Evolving such life forms demands extreme environmental conditions beyond Blue Star's technological grasp to explain their formation. Hence, their origin remains unknown. Second, by dissecting female monsters, scientists found traces of multiple births in their uteruses. Thus, based on current monster counts, it is estimated that at least 100,000 to 150,000 monsters did not participate in the first attack. Continue. Research indicates these beasts average over 2,500 kilograms in weight and exceed 5 meters in length. Their bite force exceeds 5 tons, and they can sprint 100 meters in just over 3 seconds. Their muscle and skin tissue density is astonishing. Among our standard military arsenal, only the 14.5 mm heavy machine gun can barely penetrate their hide. And even then it fails to inflict lethal damage. Additionally, Academy experts discovered a peculiar energy core within the white-skinned creatures' heads entirely unlike any known energy form on Blue Star. A collective gasp filled the room as several old generals drew sharp breaths. Handle military matters yourselves. Any issues with evacuation shelters and troop deployments? Coastal cities have begun urgent personnel withdrawals, and major military districts will soon reach their defensive zones. Shelters are being expanded around the clock, though logistical support will be challenging. So we're racing against time. At this, the elderly man at the center slowly rose, scanning everyone present. Ladies and gentlemen, this catastrophe threatens our nation, our people, our very existence. We bear the lives of 2 billion souls. Fight with all we have, no words needed. Execute the plan as devised. Great Xia shall prevail. Great Xia shall prevail. A rustling sound filled the air. On the ring road leading out of Nanjiang City, an endless line of vehicles clogged the thoroughfare, completely blocking it. Countless tall trees had their branches snapped under the weight of snow. On the high-rises flanking the road, bedsheets and large cardboard signs could be faintly seen protruding from windows bearing black or red SOS markings. Plumes of black smoke rose within the city. The streets, once bustling with traffic and noise, seemed as if someone had pressed the pause button. The snow-blanketed city lay in utter silence. All that remained in Nanjiang was the monotonous, maddening rustle of falling snow. A gust of wind howled. Jiang Zhe halted, gazing at the blocked road ahead, and shook his head helplessly. Reaching this point, he had no choice but to turn off the ring road. Throughout the city, vehicles lay scattered haphazardly, nearly buried under snow. Luxury cars like Mercedes, BMWs, Ferraris, and Porsches were discarded like trash. Many fuel tank caps had been pried open, likely by stranded individuals who had siphoned the gasoline. Jiang Zhe carefully stepped on his skis, not daring to go too fast. The snow-concealed sedans abandoned to bikes and motorcycles. A single misstep could send him flying. With a thud less than 100 meters off the ring road, his ski slammed into a car roof buried under snow. A loud crash followed as Jiang Zhe's body collided with the door, the immense force flinging open the ajar door. Damn it, I never win the lottery, but I always get what I fear. Jiang Zhe got up and saw a red BMW Z8 beneath the snow with a half-meter-long ski piercing the rear window. He reluctantly stowed the skis. He'd have to walk as abandoned cars clogged the streets. Skis and snowmobiles were useless. Just as he turned, Jiang Zhe spotted a girl's corpse in the BMW's driver's seat, her skin cyanotic and face contorted with one leg twisted unnaturally. From the look of it, she had been injured in a crash and never received rescue. She had frozen to death in the car. With a bang, Jiang Zhe slammed the door shut. Miss, no need to thank me. This car will be your coffin, at least keeping your body from being gnawed by wild dogs. With that, he set off, leaping forward through the snow. 2 hours later, on a slightly clearer street, Jiang Zhe skidded to a halt, kicking up a spray of snow. He glanced around, his gaze settling on a convenience store by the roadside. With a series of thuds, he stomped the snow off his pants and boots, surveying his surroundings. Inside the store, the shelves were nearly bare, leaving only useless items like cups, mops, and plastic buckets. Useless, that is, to others. Jiang Zhe swept through, gathering everything that remained. Old habits die hard. Before long, a blazing campfire crackled in the convenience store. Jiang Zhe removed his insoles to dry on a rack, while a pot of braised beef simmered over the flames. It bubbled with steam. 2 hours of trekking through snow had exhausted him, despite his body being far superior to ordinary people. His underwear and insoles were soaked through. He had to stop, dry off, and replenish his energy. Though arduous, Jiang Zhe remained cheerful, his spatial storage brimming with supplies, far more comfortable than his past life. Just as he prepared to leave after resting, a low bark echoed from the convenience store's backyard. In an instant, a dog-leg knife materialized in his hand. Woof woof. The moment Jiang Chen stepped into the backyard, he heard the barking of a dog. The sound was low and hoarse, devoid of any menace. The small courtyard had 3 main rooms, and the barking came from the middle one, its door, already smashed to pieces. Snow piled high at the entrance. Creak, creak. Jiang Zhe pushed through the snow and stepped inside. Whimper, whimper. A massive St. Bernard dog was chained up. Before the apocalypse, when Jiang Zhe worked as a deliverman, he had seen one at a wealthy man's house who told him it was one of the largest dog breeds in the world. It could weigh over 100 kilograms and stand nearly a meter tall. But this St. Bernard before him looked pitiful. A wound over half a foot long ran beside its right eye. Blood had matted the surrounding fur together. If the wound had been any deeper, this dog would have lost an eye. Seeing Jiang Zhe enter, the large dog staggered to its feet. It lowered its head, bared its teeth at him continuously, and let out a low growl from its throat. Beside the dog lay the frozen, purplish corpse of a man, 1 foot still dangling from an overturned wheelchair. The man's head was covered in bloodstains. A bloodied steel pipe lay discarded beside the body. Taking in the scene, Jiang Zhe roughly guessed what had happened. The dog's owner was this man. Someone had come to loot, injuring both the dog and the man. However, the St. Bernard's thick fur had saved its life. All right, stop baring your teeth. There's not a scrap left in this house, so what's there for me to loot? Jiang Zhe grumbled at the dog. As if it truly understood his words, or perhaps because it was weak from hunger, the dog actually closed its mouth. It lay down slowly beside the man's corpse. Suddenly, the dog jolted upright, staring at the broken window. Rustle, rustle. Soft sounds came from behind Jiang Zhe. Whoosh. A circular shield appeared in Jiang Zhe's left hand and a military knife in his right as he spun around. Bang. A tawny figure was sent flying by his shield. The flying figure turned out to be a stray dog. Jiang Zhe's immense strength had snapped its spine. The stray dog lay in the corner, unable to rise, but still snarling incessantly at Jiang Zhe. On the other side, the St. Bernard was repeatedly lunging at another black-furred stray dog. The black dog was clever, not engaging the larger one. Instead, it seized the moment when the St. Bernard, weakened and trembling, took a pause to dart in and tear a chunk of flesh from the dead man's leg. Just as the black dog lunged again, whoosh, the shield in Jiang Zhe's hand arced like lightning, slicing into the dog's flank. The force sent the black dog crashing into the wall, nearly cutting it in two. Whoosh! Jiang Zhe retracted his shield. His gaze fell upon the St. Bernard. This creature was smart, knowing that an enemy's enemy is a friend, and no longer bared its teeth at him. But the large dog was also starving to death. Its forelegs thick as arms wobbled, and it slumped to the ground, panting heavily. In the apocalypse, most people wouldn't keep dogs if food shortages had turned countless pets into human meals. Of course, many people had also become food for stray dogs. The apocalypse had once again placed humanity in the preyed-upon link of the food chain, no longer at the top. Looking at the weakened St. Bernard, Jiang Zhe thought for a moment, then tossed a basketball-sized braised pork knuckle in front of the dog. The dog shot up. It sniffed the knuckle, then looked at Jiang Zhe. This action made Jiang Zhe chuckle. Look at you, so timid. It's not poisoned, and I don't eat dog meat. Crunch, crunch, crunch. In less than 5 seconds, the massive knuckle was devoured, not even a bone fragment left. With the knuckle in its belly, the dog's legs grew strong, no longer trembling. Another knuckle appeared in Jiang Zhe's hand. Well, you've eaten my meat, so I'm your lifesaver. You'll have to pledge yourself to me. No objection. Then he'll take that as agreement. Jiang Zhe stepped forward. He offered the knuckle to the St. Bernard. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Another frenzied feast, and this time Jiang Zhe's right hand gently stroked the dog's head. The dog's tail spun like a wheel. It was ingratiating itself with Jiang Zhe. Not bad, our team is growing again. Jiang Zhe's eyes narrowed into a smile. On the dog tag was its name, Duke. He gently lifted Duke's hind leg and peeked. A female dog named Duke. Interesting. Jiang Zhe led Duke into the convenience store. He took out a wash basin and filled it with water. Gulp, gulp. Duke opened its wide mouth, and with water splashing everywhere, a large basin of water was quickly drained. Watching Duke eat with such ferocity, Jiang Zhe felt a growing fondness. St. Bernards were bred as mountain rescue dogs with an excellent sense of smell that could detect scents from 3 kilometers away. But its owner had raised it like a pig, wasting its potential. It needed proper training, or it would become a good helper. After Jiang Zhe had a quick meal of chicken stew, he packed his gear and prepared to move on. At the convenience store entrance, Jiang Zhe put on his ski goggles. Let's go. Bang. With a swift kick to Duke's head, he then grabbed the dog by the scruff of its neck. Remember this, no snow water. You can't lick this, you can't lick it. The moment he turned around, Jiang Zhe saw Duke about to lap up the snow on the ground. This creature had cost him 2 large knuckles. He couldn't have it end up as dog meat hot pot. Humans who drank snow water would mutate. Animals would too, though not as drastically. Even docile animals would become aggressive. Squeak, squeak. Duke saw the fierce look in Jiang Zhe's eyes. A whimper came from its throat. Releasing Duke, the dog rubbed its head against Jiang Zhe's pant leg. Jiang Zhe took out a bottle of mineral water and glug, 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 he let it drink a full 2 liters dry. What a bottomless pit. Putting on his ski goggles, Jiang Zhe shouted, "Move out." Plop. Duke disappeared from sight behind him. Jiang Zhe had to stop again, exasperated. The snow had piled up past thigh level. Duke vanished almost completely when it jumped into the snow. It took a long while for its head to poke out of the snowdrift. Damn it, I've saved a master here. For others, dogs pull people. For me, it's a person pulling a dog. Taking out a snowboard, Jiang Zhe grumbled as he tied Duke onto it. Then he fastened the rope around his waist. With a whistle, he charged into the heavy snow with Duke. 100 kilometers outside Nanjiang City, rows of simple military barracks stood on the vast snowfields. The G58 expressway connecting Nanjiang to the outside world lay just 100 meters away. A dozen officers of the daxia stared at the dense crowd on the highway, their brows deeply furrowed. Is this the last batch of evacuees from Nanjiang City? A lieutenant general turned to his adjutant beside him. Yes, General. All the residents from the last shelter are here. The adjutant stepped forward and replied in a low voice. And the status of our weapons and equipment? General, it's not good. We've only managed to bring over 100 heavy artillery pieces, and many wheeled heavy vehicles are stuck in the rear due to snow on the roads. Our heavy weapons can't achieve precision strikes because satellites are unavailable. Also, due to the weather, many aircraft can't take off. And, enough. Go and push them. The lieutenant general waved his hand, cutting off the adjutant's report. After a moment of silence, the orders have been passed down, haven't they? Even if dying of thirst, no one is to drink snow water. Add this to the wartime regulations. Yes. The adjutant quickly noted it down. General, could this be a mistake? We've examined those who drank snow water and found no abnormalities. On the contrary, those who drank it are healthier. Food supply is already extremely difficult now. If we can't even provide water, I'm afraid. Behind him, a major general stepped forward to voice his concerns. Carry out the order. The higher command has its own considerations. We must hold our ground until this batch of residents is evacuated. Everyone, this time our enemy is not human. Even if we die, we must stop those monsters at Nanjiang. They must never be allowed to break into the capital. Yes. After a day's journey, Jiang Zhe and the Duke finally emerged from the main urban area of Nanjiang City. The towering skyscrapers of dozens of stories were no longer visible, replaced instead by the low-rise buildings characteristic of urban villages. Abandoned vehicles still lined the roadside. Among them was even a police prison van crashed into a wall with half its front end embedded in the brickwork. Jiang Zhe untied the rope from the Duke. With a vigorous shake of his fur, the Duke bounded into the snow, stopping beside a car to relieve himself. He turned back and sniffed the air. What, you mark your territory and think you can claim this place as your own? Jiang Zhe chuckled as he stowed away his skis. From this point onward, the buildings on either side grew sparse, and the open ground along the road expanded. It was enough space for a snowmobile to run wild. Finally, he wouldn't have to drag the dog along on foot. The sky had darkened. They needed to find a place to rest for the night before continuing their journey. Let's go. Jiang Zhe patted the Duke's head and stepped into a small two-story building by the roadside. The newly renovated little house was already deserted. Compared to the city center, this suburban fringe offered a greater chance of survival. Primitive heating methods and more ample supplies would have been enough to allow its owners to reach the official resettlement points alive. The room facing the street on the second floor was a spacious living room. The nearly 100-inch television, the leather sofa, and the carpet all indicated this was a well-off family. Yet the wealth they had accumulated over countless years had vanished overnight. Plastic covers still shrouded the television and sofa, a testament to the owner's lingering hope of returning home once the snow melted. Without needing Jiang Zhe to lift a finger, he swung his axe, splitting the wooden door and the sofa into kindling. Soon a bonfire was crackling to life. The frigid room gradually warmed. On a rack, Jiang Zhe's damp underwear and socks were drying. Before long, a pungent, sour smell filled the space. Yet Jiang Zhe seemed oblivious. Man and dog sat quietly by the fire, resting in companionable silence. Jiang Zhe took out a slab of lamb ribs weighing over 10 jin and set it to roast over the fire. Fat sizzled onto the flames, making them burn brighter. He produced a bag of salt and cumin, sprinkling them evenly over the ribs before clapping his hands and saying, "Duke, extra meal tonight. Roast lamb ribs with carrots. Before the apocalypse, I couldn't afford this stuff. Now I can eat my fill. Don't you think my life is utterly ridiculous?" Woof! The Duke lifted his head and gave a low grunt as if in agreement. A rumbling roar came from the sky, the sound of a helicopter. Jiang Zhe scraped the frost from the window pane. Amidst the heavy snowfall, a dense shower of paper fluttered down from the air. Opening the window, Jiang Zhe caught a red sheet of paper the size of a palm. Urgent notice: any stranded residents seeing this message are advised to leave Nanjiang City immediately. Caution: unknown creatures are hunting humans. The military has established a defensive position and resettlement point at the 100-kilometer mark on the Nanjiang G58 expressway. Upon seeing this message, stranded residents should leave Nanjiang City for the resettlement point as soon as possible. The notice was signed by the Supreme Command of the 3rd Military District of the Daxia Armed Forces. With a crack, Jiang Zhe tore off a piece of lamb rib and handed it to the Duke before eating heartily himself, accompanied by raw onions. The Duke devoured the rib by his mouth in large bites, then shuffled back, over drooling, and nudged Jiang Zhe's pant leg. Eat this. A carrot was tossed in front of the Duke. The Duke sniffed it and pushed it back. With a clang, Jiang Zhe drove a combat knife into the floor. Choose for yourself. Do I butcher you, or do you butcher that carrot? He hadn't specially prepared dog food in his storage space. Even if he had, Jiang Zhe wasn't about to let the dog eat so delicately. Could a Saint Bernard raised on kibble survive in this apocalypse? A single rat would probably be enough to finish it off. The Duke cast a pitiful glance at Jiang Zhe, but seeing his stern expression, he licked the carrot before crunching it down with a series of reluctant bites. In this post-apocalyptic world, fresh vegetables were more precious than gold. Many survivors unable to get enough nutrients would develop night blindness. But this wasn't really a concern. Even without night blindness, no ordinary person would dare step out of a shelter after dark. That would be pure suicide. It wasn't just the pale-skinned creatures. There were all sorts of mutated animals as well. For survivors, any one of them posed a lethal threat. Suddenly, a woman's scream pierced the air from outside the window. Jiang Zhe clamped a hand over the Duke's mouth. Shoo! He gave the dog a look that commanded silence. With a swift stride, he darted to the window and peered out covertly. On the street opposite, a young woman wrapped in a bedsheet, her hair disheveled, screamed as she dashed onto the road. The waist-deep snow made her stumble and stagger as she ran. As she fled, her bare thighs were faintly visible, and her feet were also bare. Across the street, a dozen or so men stood on a rooftop, whistling and laughing as they watched her desperate escape. After she had run about 100 meters, her screams abruptly ceased. Under Jiang Zhe's gaze, the woman clutched her chest and collapsed beside a car. He lowered his binoculars and looked away. A torrent of bloody froth was already gushing from her mouth. Barefoot, naked, in such freezing weather, without any protection against the cold, the icy air had ruptured her lungs. Damn it! Jiang Zhe shoved the Duke aside. With a bang and a crash, a bullet shattered the window glass. Son of a bitch, they've got a long gun. Jiang Zhe recognized the sound of an assault rifle. You in the house, listen up. Get the hell out now, or I'll throw a Molotov cocktail and burn you all to death. Come out, don't dawdle. Outside the window, a dozen men shouted toward the second floor. Clearly, these people had spotted the light in the second floor room from across the street and knew someone was hiding inside. Jiang Zhe, who had already prepared the ballista and pistol, pondered for a moment. Then he put away his weapons. He leashed Duke with a dog rope. Don't bark later, they have guns. I don't want to stew you myself. If these people had managed to settle here, they might have even better things in their hands. At the very least, he had to get something out of them. As for danger, if they got into close quarters, Jiang Zhe was the one who posed a greater threat. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Jiang Zhe led Duke out of the small two-story building. Don't shoot, brothers. We're just refugees passing through. As he spoke, Jiang Zhe, holding Duke on a leash, walked up to the 10 men. 3 of them held torches. The flames dispelled the darkness in the open space before the building. At the forefront stood a burly man with a face full of fierce flesh, wearing a military camouflage cotton hat and a camouflage cold-weather coat. The 9 men beside him were dressed in a motley assortment of clothes. 5 of them held guns while the rest carried axes and daggers. The burly man aimed a standard Great Siam military QBZ 1919 assault rifle at him. Just you two? Who else? The burly man glared and asked. Me and him. Isn't that just the 2 of us? Jiang Zhe pointed at Duke beside him. Where did you come from? The burly man shot him a hostile glare. When he saw Duke, a glint of interest flashed in his eyes. Duke keenly sensed the man's desire to eat him and let out a low growl toward the burly man. But Jiang Zhe kicked him and he quieted down. We escaped from Shanghai Square, big brother. Let's go together. Isn't it written on this notice? Nanjiang City has monsters, but it's dangerous to stay. Ha ha ha. The 10 men burst into laughter, their mirth laced with disdain. Jiang Zhe's clean, fair appearance put them at ease. They lowered their guns and knives, dropping their guard. Monsters. See this? No monster stands a chance against it. The burly man patted his assault rifle with a cold smirk. Boss, look how well these 2 are doing. They must have plenty of food. Just then, one of the burly man's underlings chimed in. This man had sharp observational skills. Jiang Zhe was clad in top-tier snow gear, his complexion rosy, his spirits high. A stark contrast to someone who had starved for days. Open your backpack. Let me see. The burly man gestured with his gun. Zip. Jiang Zhe unzipped his backpack, revealing instant chicken legs, chocolate, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, Red Bull, and bottled water. Oh, quite a haul. The burly man's face lit up with delight, and one of his underlings stepped forward to snatch the backpack. Boss, leave us some. We've got over 100 kilometers to go. Without food, we'll die. Jiang Zhe spread his hands helplessly. Leave. Think again. You're coming with me. The burly man let out a cold laugh and gestured with his gun for Jiang Zhe to follow. Jiang Zhe rubbed Duke's head, signaling him to stay calm, and followed the group across the street. Creak, creak. Pushing aside a thick curtain, they entered a second-floor shop on the corner across the street. The windows and doors had been sealed with rolling shutters. Only a small door was left for entry and exit. Inside the shop, it was warm as spring. Against one wall were piles of rice, flour, vegetables, instant noodles, bottled water, beer, and numerous glass tanks crowded with all kinds of fish. Looking at the aquatic products shop before him, a faint hidden smile curled at the corner of Jiang Zhe's lips. The center of the room had been cleared. A waist-high coal-burning stove, the kind used in rural areas, sat there with a large pot on top, bubbling and steaming. A savory aroma of meat wafted through the air. "Boss, is that woman dead?" "Hey, there's a greenhorn. Too bad there's no woman." Beside the stove, a somewhat balding middle-aged man was stirring the contents of the pot with a ladle. When he saw them return, he put on a fawning smile and greeted the burly man. "Yes, she's dead. We'll have to keep a tighter leash on that group. Lock this one up." The burly man ordered 2 of his underlings. 2 men with pistols stepped forward and pressed their guns against Jiang Zhe's chest. Meanwhile, the balding man who had been cooking pulled out a cleaver and eyed Duke. "Hey, big brother, you've already taken the food. I'm just passing through. There's no need for this, is there? Keeping us means you have to feed us, and this dog eats a lot. It's not worth it." Jiang Zhe addressed the burly man who was lounging on the sofa. "Hey, you reminded me. Kill the dog. You've seen me kill people, so you think you can just walk away. Bald Jiang, tell him who I am." The burly man lit a cigarette with an air of disdain. The balding man bowed to him. "This is Brother Long, who escaped from Nanjiang 3rd Prison. He was a big shot in the Sheikh district back in the day. Kid, you're out of luck. Just bear with it. Once we leave this place, you'll be free." 3rd Prison. Jiang Zhe looked at the burly man and the others. So they were a bunch of escaped convicts. It seemed they had stolen their guns from the police. Nanjiang 3rd Prison held only hardened criminals. This Brother Long probably wanted to keep them as hostages. "You beasts. You'll die a miserable death, all of you. Li Long, the nation won't let you off." Suddenly, a hoarse roar came from the staircase on the 2nd floor not far away. At the same time, there was the sound of a metal gate rattling. Jiang Zhe looked over. He saw a pair of hands reaching out from the ground beside the staircase, gripping the bars and shaking them. It was a basement. "Ha, Instructor Zhao, the world has changed. Do you know what it's like out there now? Nanjiang is almost empty. The nation? What nation? Who cares about this place anymore? Go bring him here." Shouting so loud. "Looks like he hasn't been beaten enough." At Brother Long's command, 2 burly men walked over, opened the gate, dragged a man in a police uniform by his hair, and threw him at Brother Long's feet. Slap. Brother Long stepped on the man's head. "Instructor Zhao, it's the apocalypse now. This isn't prison anymore. Here, I'm in charge." This Instructor Zhao was in a bad state. His right shin was broken with the white bone exposed. His right arm hung limp, also broken. His face was bruised and swollen, one eye black and blue puffed shut. Even as Brother Long trampled him, he kept cursing, "Bullshit. Great Xia will never fall. Li Long, you've killed so many people. Someone will deal with you." Humph. Brother Long pressed his cigarette, but onto Instructor Zhao's face. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Smoke rose. The instructor groaned in pain, but still didn't beg for mercy. A tough man indeed. "Instructor Zhao, why bother? I asked you to join us, but you had to play the hero. Look, there's food and drink here. Isn't it better to follow Brother Long?" Bald Zhang tried to reason with him from the side. "Pa, Zhang Hongliang, you're a disgrace to the police." Instructor Zhao spat. Bald Zhang's face darkened. He picked up a wooden stick and thrust it into the wound on the instructor's broken leg. "A disgrace? Better than living like a dog, isn't it?" Bald Zhang's face twisted with malice as he slowly twisted the stick. "Up." Instructor Zhao let out a low, agonized roar. Just then, one of the men beside Jiang Zhe reached out to grab his neck, but Jiang Zhe dodged, tilting his head, and bared a grin. "Killing people. I'm more experienced than you." "Killing. I'm far more experienced than you." As the words fell, a faint shimmering light flickered across the eyes of the man opposite. Startled, just as he was about to pull the trigger, he lost all sensation, as if his hand no longer belonged to him. Then the man felt the room's scenery tumbling around him. With a hiss, a column of blood shot skyward. The neck severed by the spatial blade was smooth and clean, without a single burr or splinter of bone. The other man's face was drenched in blood. In the half-second of his stunned stupor, bang! A crisp gunshot rang out. A bloody hole appeared in the man's forehead. Staring at Jiang Zhe in disbelief, he toppled backward. Until his dying breath, he never understood. What was that faintly glowing weapon in Jiang Zhe's hand? And where did he get that gun? At that moment, a head, its eyes wide with unyielding resentment, rolled across the floor with a dull thud. The others in the room, stunned, looked up. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out. 3 men holding pistols in the room had blood blossoms erupt from their chests and spun to the ground. In less than 2 seconds, 5 subordinates were eliminated. Brother Long on the sofa turned pale with alarm. Just as he reached for the assault rifle on the sofa, a kukri knife flew through the air. "Oh!" Amidst the screams, Brother Long's arm was pinned to the sofa by the kukri knife, the broad blade nearly severing his entire arm. Amidst the agonizing, blood-curdling howls, the remaining 4 men raised their axes. Jiang Zhe's pistol was already aimed at them. "Wanna bet how many bullets are left in this gun? Who's first, huh?" The remaining 4 dared not move. "Woofa!" A scream of agony erupted. That bald Jiang tried to flee in the chaos, but Duke pounced on him, sinking his teeth into his buttocks. Crack! Then opening his wide jaws, he bit into the man's crotch. An inhuman shriek rang out once more. Duke was ruthless toward the man who had wanted to stew him. In less than 5 seconds, the situation in this seafood shop had reversed. Jiang Zhe slowly pulled out a rope and tied up the remaining men securely. Only then did he pick up the assault rifle and stroll around the shop. Officer Zhao in the room had been staring wide-eyed. Ever since the first gunshot, he had clearly witnessed the beheading and the shooting. Brother, please spare me. I was wrong earlier. From now on, Li Long will follow you. As Jiang Zhe approached, Brother Long's face turned pale as he begged for mercy. Brother, you insult me. Jiang Zhe placed his hand on the handle of the cookery knife. Slap. Brother Long slapped himself. Right. You are a man of great ability. How could I be worthy of being your brother? You are a master, a true master. Brother Long forced a fawning smile onto his face. But that smile made him look even uglier. Jiang Zhe ignored Brother Long and shouted toward the basement. Anyone alive in there? Come out. Yes, young man, there are people. Officer Zhao quickly replied, struggling to his feet and limping toward the basement. Clatter. Soon footsteps approached. 16 people staggered out, supporting each other. 12 women and 4 men. The women who were alive were not in too bad a condition, but the 4 men were in a terrible state, starving, dizzy, and swaying as they walked. Seeing the corpses and the head on the floor, the 16 screamed, "Ah!" and then huddled together, trembling in the corner. If you want to eat someone, come out and tell me what happened with the woman who ran away just now. Jiang Zhe looked at the 16 people. After all this commotion, Jiang Zhe no longer felt sleepy. He simply pulled up a chair and sat down. Young man, let me do the talking. At that moment, Officer Zhao shielded the group behind him, his body swaying. If not for the support of a few girls beside him, he would have collapsed to the ground in the next second. With a swoosh, Jiang Zhe kicked a chair over to the officer. Sit down and talk. Thanks. I'm Zhao Kongyang, a prison officer from the 3rd prison of Nanjiang City. A few days ago, we were ordered to transfer prisoners, but we had a car accident here. This Li Long took advantage of the chaos, grabbed a gun, killed the escorting soldiers and the driver. These people are all refugees Li Long locked up. That girl was raped by them. She tried to escape, but side beasts, they're all beasts. Officer, I also want to live. Slap. Jiang Zhe turned around and slapped Brother Long across the face, cutting him off. If I don't ask, you don't speak. Blood trickled from the corner of Brother Long's mouth. He nodded repeatedly at Jiang Zhe's threat. Is what Officer Zhao said true? Jiang Zhe looked at the crowd. It's true. That girl was my classmate. Woo-woo. And our teacher tried to protect us, but they killed her too. Woo-woo. One of the girls sobbed, pointing at Brother Long. This bastard would pretend to save people when he saw young girls, then trick them into coming here. The women were raped, and any man who resisted was killed. The rest you've seen. Officer Zhao's voice rang out. Brother, I'm not. Bang. A gunshot. Brother Long's eyes widened, his words cut short. A bloody hole was clearly visible in his forehead. With a thud, he collapsed onto the sofa. The dozen or so girls screamed and clung to each other, trembling, not daring to look up. Jiang Zhe pulled out the cookery knife with dissatisfaction, wiping it clean on Brother Long's corpse. I told you not to interrupt. Did you think I only know how to use a blade? Sigh, young man, what you did is against the law. You. Officer Zhao paused for a moment, then sighed. Shut up. Jiang Zhe glanced at Officer Zhao. Should I heal his wounds and give him another chance to grab a gun and kill people? Zhao Kongyang's lips trembled, but he finally fell silent. In the remaining time, Jiang Zhe picked up the bodies one by one and with a bang threw them outside the seafood shop. Soon after, stray dogs passing by would follow the scent of blood. Brother Long and his men in death had done one good deed. Young man, spare us, please. We were forced into this. The remaining bound men, seeing the scene, turned pale and wept as they begged for mercy. Hey, don't worry. I won't kill you. Jiang Zhe smiled and comforted them. Then he walked over to the dozen girls, looking at the silent, terrified group. He shook his head with a slight grin. These girls were all quite pretty, with fair skin and long legs. Unfortunately, they had encountered such a bunch of villains. Bang! Jiang Zhe casually grabbed a bottle of beer, took a gulp, and scooped up a spoonful of the pork rib soup simmering on the stove. Sip, he tasted it. It had to be said, the flavor was just right. Then Jiang Zhe gestured to Officer Zhao and the group in the corner. Pointing at the meat simmering on the stove, he said, "This meat is stewed to perfection. My treat." Crunch, crunch, crunch. The room echoed with the sound of a group of people gnawing on pork ribs. How terrifying. Even the gentlest girl was crunching on her ribs with a crisp sound. Before long, the leftover bones on the floor piled up into a small hill. Thump! Jiang Zhe kicked a man's butt beside him. You idiot, you've already eaten nearly 4 pounds of meat, and you still want more. Aren't you afraid of bursting yourself? The man looked at the big bone in his hand, reluctant to put it back into the pot. Jiang Zhe was right. You can't eat like this after starving for days. It can really kill you. Drink some water and take it slow, said Zhao the prison officer, handing him a bottle of water. Seeing this, the others slowed down their gnawing. 10 minutes later, the group gathered around the stove. Duke was happily chewing on a bone, occasionally lifting his head to look at Bald Zhang lying on the ground nearby. Whenever Bald Zhang moved a limb, Duke would let out a low growl. Frightened, Bald Zhang had no choice but to lie on the cold floor playing dead. Brother Zhang, are you also from Nanjiang? What's going on outside? Why haven't the authorities sent anyone to rescue us? A delicate girl gathered her courage to ask. With food and a stove, the group's complexion improved. I'm from Nanjiang. The situation outside is bad. The military probably can't save you. Jiang Zhe tossed aside the rib in his hand and handed a flyer from his pocket to the other person. Monsters? Zhao and the others changed color, blurting out. Yeah, extremely powerful monsters. They look like aliens. Even a pistol can't pierce their skin. It happened at Xinghai Square in Nanjiang. Many people died. The girls clasped their hands together upon hearing this. You've seen them? Zhao asked, half believing. Seen them? Jiang Zhe nodded, lighting a cigarette. If I hadn't run fast, I'd probably be done for too. Can you describe what they look like? The delicate girl asked, suppressing her fear. 3 meters tall, 5 meters long. Let's put it this way, if you go there, you'll be just one bite. Jiang Zhe said in a strange tone, scaring the girls into huddling together again. So everything that Post about the apocalypse said was true. At this moment, a girl in the crowd murmured. Zhao glanced at Jiang Zhe, then said to the girls nearby, you should leave as soon as it's light. Get ready now and bring plenty of food. The others snapped out of it and quickly got up to gather supplies. Brother Jiang, can you take us to a shelter? The delicate girl blinked her big eyes at Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe laughed. This girl was clever. She had noticed Jiang Zhe's special qualities. It was mainly because Jiang Zhe was too calm. It seemed the apocalypse hadn't affected him much. Plus, he had taken down that brother long. With his skills, composure, and good looks, the girls naturally wouldn't let him go easily. It wasn't about romance. The others snapped out of it and quickly got up to gather supplies. Brother Jiang, can you take us to a shelter? The delicate girl blinked her big eyes at Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe laughed. This girl was clever. She had noticed Jiang Zhe's special qualities. Leaving? Jiang Zhe looked at Zhao, who seemed to plan to stay. I can't walk. I'm not going. Taking me with you will only get more people killed. Zhao pointed calmly at his own calf. I understand. Jiang Zhe lit a cigar and tossed one to Zhao. It's fine. There will be other survivors passing by. In a couple of days, when my leg heals, I can leave with them. Zhao was quite optimistic, even managing a smile. Jiang Zhe nodded and pointed at his leg. Find a girl to help you treat it, or that leg will be completely ruined. Alright, thanks. I owe you today. Zhao seemed to have figured out Jiang Zhe's temperament. He realized that as long as he didn't act recklessly, Jiang Zhe wasn't that cold and heartless. Officer, let me help you. It was the same delicate girl who walked over holding a bottle of liquor she had taken from the shelf. 62 proof meal knocker. Officer, bear with it. I learned basic bandaging and wound care at a military summer camp. There's no anesthetic. Drink some of this liquor to ease the pain. The girl handed the bottle to him. No need, it's a waste. Jiang Zhe snatched the bottle, then with lightning speed pressed his right hand on the carotid artery of Zhao's neck. Zhao opened his mouth wide. There's no anesthetic. Drink some of this liquor to ease the pain. The girl handed the bottle to him. No need, it's a waste. Jiang Zhe snatched the bottle, then with lightning speed pressed his right hand on the carotid artery of Zhao's neck. Zhao opened his mouth. One room was filled with flour, rice, and cigarettes. There were 10 large boxes of huazi alone. On top of the boxes were stuck several fist-sized characters for double happiness. It was probably cigarettes meant for a wedding banquet from a nearby family, which turned out to be a windfall for Jiang Zhe. In the apocalypse, cigarettes were hard currency. A pack of huazi could be traded for a gun in some settlements. On the table were several large leather suitcases. Opening them, he saw stacks of crisp banknotes. He picked up a stack and ran his fingers through them, listening to the rustling sound with a mix of emotions. Before the apocalypse, he had worked as a deliverman, exhausted like a dog, just to earn more of this stuff, so that he and his grandmother could live a better life. In the apocalypse, this was the most useless thing, not even good for wiping one's bottom. By the time Jiang Zhe strolled down from the second floor, a dozen people, each carrying a bulging backpack, gathered around Zhao. The girl had also finished treating Zhao's wound. She had thoughtfully found a mop handle and made a simple crutch for him. Follow the G58 highway all the way. It's less than 100 kilometers. Grit your teeth, and you'll probably make it in 2 days. Don't worry about me, Zhao instructed the group of girls. Officer, sob. Several girls cried softly. They clearly knew that Zhao was staying behind. Jiang Zhe checked his watch. It was already 4 a.m. Time to go. Duke, stop gnawing. Let's go. Jiang Zhe called out to Duke, who was still chewing on a bone on the floor, and shouldered his backpack. What about them? Zhao pointed to the 5 men and Bald Zhang. Leaving these people behind, Zhao felt it was unsafe. Clang. Jiang Zhe drew his cookery knife and walked over. Jiang Zhe, are you really going to let them go? Zhao spoke up, and the girls beside him glared angrily at the men, but dared not vent their rage on Jiang Zhe. That's right, I said so. Jiang Zhe grabbed Bald Zhang from the ground and kicked him in the butt. All of you get out. I keep my word. I will let you go. Overjoyed, the men hurriedly shouted, Thank you, master. Thank you. From now on, we will turn over a new leaf and be better people. Under the pitch-black night, the group stood at the entrance of the seafood shop. The corpses of Brother Long and his men were still covered by the snow. The girls raised their torches, looking at Jiang Zhe with slight discontent. If it weren't for Jiang Zhe saving them, they would probably have started cursing directly. Jiang Zhe ignored their gaze, holding his knife as he walked toward Bald Zhang. "Take off your clothes, and your shoes too." Jiang Zhe stared at Bald Zhang and his men, twirling his knife. "Up." Bald Zhang snapped back to reality, shaking his head frantically. "No way, that'll kill me, brother, let me go. It was all there, doing nothing to do with me." Swish. A flash of the blade and two of Bald Zhang's fingers fell to the ground. "Not taking them off. Then leave a leg behind." "Taking them off, taking them off." The 5 men scrambled to undress. Soon they were left in only their underwear, shivering in the heavy snow. Jiang Zhe raised his assault rifle. "See that building 200 meters away? Run inside and you'll live. I keep my word." Bang. Jiang Zhe fired a shot first. Up. The men wailed, then dashed toward a 10-story building in the distance. "Go watch them," Jiang Zhe commanded, and Duke immediately chased after the men. Up. Cries echoed through the wind and snow. Everyone behind watched in silence. Jiang Zhe ran back into the seafood shop, frantically hoarding food, leaving only enough for 4 or 5 months for the warden. "Jiang Zhe, they're all dead, just like that girl." When Jiang Zhe reappeared, Warden Zhao whispered, "They died because they weren't tough enough. Time to go." Jiang Zhe strapped on his skis. A dozen or so people gathered around. They bowed in unison to Jiang Zhe. "Thank you, Brother Jiang." Then Jiang Zhe slowly stepped forward, reaching out to place his hand under the chin of the pretty girl at the front. The atmosphere grew tense and intimate. The girl blushed, but mustered the courage to meet his gaze. Everyone watched the two in silence. Jiang Zhe glanced at the other attractive girls and shook his head. "In the apocalypse, beauty is a sin for women. Making yourselves ugly is the only way to survive. Take it or leave it. Brother Jiang, well, remember. Take care." The girl nodded solemnly. The misunderstanding cleared. Just then the warden limped over and whispered in his ear, "Young man, I doubt we'll meet again. I'm curious. You've got skills and marksmanship, but you're not military. Can you tell me who you really are?" Jiang Zhe put on his ski mask. Looking at the warden's curious expression, he grinned. "Deliver a man for stuff to the gills in Nanjiang City, ID M0023. You can check." Slap. He pressed a pistol into the warden's hand. Under everyone's watch, man and dog vanished into the heavy snow along the roadside. As Jiang Zhe and Zhou Qi disappeared into the distance, each remaining person hugged the warden. The girls smeared soot from the pot bottom over their faces, turning them pitch black. They trudged through the thick snow toward the distance. "Deliver, man." Warden Zhang looked at the gun in his hand and shook his head. "Bullshit. I don't believe a word. Holy crap, there's a ghost." Soon the warden's startled shout came from the seafood shop. Vroom vroom. On a provincial road parallel to the G58 expressway, a snowmobile sped along, its tail kicking up bursts of snow that drifted down. Soon the tracks were buried by fresh snowfall. "We gotta thank the government, so thoughtful." Jiang Zhe, driving the snowmobile, turned his head slightly and shouted to Duke, whose fur was blown into a mess behind him. On the wide provincial road, abandoned vehicles had been pushed to the shoulders by military bulldozers. With no obstacles, the snowmobile flew along effortlessly. Duke was squeezed onto the back of the seat, his claws gripping Jiang Zhe's clothes, too scared to move. Vroom. The snowmobile shot forward like an arrow, its engine humming low. Everything was quiet and desolate. Damn. Suddenly a tire rolled out from behind a tilted RV on the roadside. Jiang Zhe swerved, the snowmobile skidded sideways, and with a crash it plowed into a snowbank. After about 10 seconds, 2 hands emerged from the snow. "They'll fucking beat the shit out of you even if you're a god." Jiang Zhe climbed out, dug Duke free, and grimly pulled out his machete, heading for the RV. Woof woof woof. Duke shook off the snow and snarled angrily at the RV. Huh. Jiang Zhe stopped as he reached the back of the RV. Opposite him, a man and a woman leaned on each other. Seeing Jiang Zhe, they dropped to their knees. Thump thump thump. Without a word, they kowtowed 3 times, leaving Jiang Zhe stunned. Then he noticed a little girl about 10 years old in a red down jacket standing behind them. She clutched a Peppa Pig plushie, gripping the adult's clothes tightly, staring at Jiang Zhe with a mix of curiosity and fear. "Young man, we're sorry. Our RV had an accident. Can you take us with you? Please, thank you." The man around 40 with a stubbly beard kowtowed 3 more times as he spoke. "Sorry, we don't want to hurt anyone," the woman explained repeatedly. Crunch crunch. Jiang Zhe stepped forward, machete in hand, and kicked the man over with a thud. "Sorry. Do you have any idea you almost killed me just now?" "I'm sorry, truly sorry. We really didn't want to hurt anyone. I was afraid you wouldn't stop, so I threw a tire." The man struggled to turn over and kept kowtowing. Only then did Jiang Zhe notice the man's leg was twisted at an unnatural angle, injured in the crash. "Don't hit my daddy. He's a good man. Don't hit him, boo-hoo." The little girl spread her small arms, crying as she stood in front of him. She shouted at Jiang Zhe, "Xiao Xiao, don't. Kowtow to your big brother and apologize." The woman, her right arm dangling, used her left hand to press the girl's head down. The family of 3 knelt neatly before him. The couple looked like they hadn't eaten in a while, their bodies trembling. Seeing Jiang Zhe unmoved, the woman crawled over unsteadily. She grabbed his pant leg. "Young man, please save us. The child is innocent." Jiang Zhe crouched down. He slowly pried her hand away. "I'm a kid too and innocent. You almost got me killed. Since you've kowtowed and apologized, we're even. If you grab my leg again, I'll hit you too, woman, or not." The woman stared at Jiang Zhe, tears streaming down her face, trickling into her cracked lips. She winced from the pain. She let out a low cry, then hugged the little girl and blocked Jiang Zhe. "Just take the child, leave us behind. Please. Are you forcing me?" Jiang Zhe pushed the woman away in irritation and spat, "Like I owe you something." Thump. The woman knelt again, blocking Jiang Zhe as he was about to turn away. "Young man, tell me, what must I do for you to save my daughter?" Jiang Zhe glanced back at her. "I don't have the ability." The woman was stunned for a moment, then looked at the Duke by his feet. "Young man, you can keep a dog. Then treat my daughter like a dog if you must. Just let her survive. Xiao Xiao is very obedient." She then kissed the little girl's forehead and said calmly, "Xiao Xiao, be good. Mother can't protect you, it's my fault." The woman cupped the little girl's face, gazing deeply at her through tears, as if trying to imprint her image into her own eyes and etch it onto her heart. Mommy, I don't blame you," the little girl said, wrapping her arms around the woman's neck. The woman kissed her daughter's neck again. "Young man, we were wrong earlier. I know you hold a grudge. Let this life repay you. Damn it." The moment Jiang Zhe turned around, the woman plunged a half-foot-long awl into her own neck. The cross-shaped tip of the awl emerged from the other side, dripping with blood that fell onto her shoulder, melting the snow there. Blood bubbled from her mouth as she stared wide-eyed at Jiang Zhe, her expression filled with desperate pleading. Save the child." Thud. Her body collapsed. "Mommy, I don't blame you, Mommy, woo-woo." The little girl sobbed, clutching the corpse. "Wife, if you're gone, what will I do? Oh, why? Heaven, why must it be this way?" The man wailed, holding the woman and the little girl as he looked up to the sky. "Duke, come back." The Duke approached, sniffing. The 3 huddled together. A soft thud came from behind. Daddy, don't leave Xiao Xiao Wu." The man took the awl and plunged it into his own neck. "Xiao Xiao, Daddy is going to accompany Mommy. Be good and live well." He gently stroked the little girl's cheek, then turned his gaze to Jiang Zhe. "Young man, Xiao Xiao is very obedient. If you truly want, take her in. I beg you, at least take her to the shelter ahead. In my next life, I. Before he could finish, blood gushed from his mouth, and he bowed his head in death. Whoa. In the wind and snow, only the little girl's sobs remained. Watching the lonely figure, Jiang Zhe was silent for a moment before turning to right the snowmobile buried in the snow. The engine roared to life. The earlier scare had only knocked off a rearview mirror. Everything else was fine. "Duke, get on." Jiang Zhe glanced back at the little girl kneeling in the snow, then pulled down his goggles. Duke leaped onto the back seat. The snowmobile sped away, leaving only the soft rustle of falling snow and the girl's cries. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes later. In the wind and snow, the snowmobile returned. Seeing the small figure kneeling by the roadside, its head and shoulders covered in snow, Jiang Zhe took a deep breath and dismounted. Crunching through the snow, he strode over and lifted the little girl. Let me go. As she struggled, Jiang Zhe pulled out a rope and tied her to Duke. Duke gave Jiang Zhe a dissatisfied look. Then Duke licked the little girl's cheek. She shrank back in fear, silent, but still sobbing softly. "Shut up. You heard your mother. She said to treat you like a dog." Easy for her to say. Do you think dogs are easy to keep? They'll drop you off at the next shelter. If you keep crying, get off. The little girl finally stopped sobbing. With that, the snowmobile churned up the snow and continued on its way, disappearing into the vast blizzard. 2 hours later, inside a car repair shop by the provincial road, a bonfire blazed. A pot hung from the repair gantry, simmering fish soup. Around the pot, flatbreads soaked in the broth gave off the fragrant aroma of fish and wheat. Xiao Xiao sat quietly by the fire, hugging her knees with her head buried between them. She occasionally stole glances at Jiang Zhe and Duke, but her eyes always returned to the iron pot with the fish. A soft gurgle from her stomach made her startle like a frightened rabbit, burying her head again. Jiang Zhe pressed the flatbreads. He took a bowl ladled in fish soup and meat, added a bread, and handed it to her. "Here, we still have a long way to go." "I'm not eating," the girl said, stubbornly shaking her head. Jiang Zhe set the bowl down and helped himself, eating the fish soup and bread with gusto. The pot held nearly 3 fish, each over 6 Jin. Even Duke got a whole fish, crunching away happily. Ever since Jiang Zhe had threatened him, Duke no longer dared to be picky, devouring the flatbread with relish. After awakening his physique ability, Jiang Zhe's appetite had grown immensely. In no time, he had downed 3 flatbreads and 2 fish. Letting out a satisfied burp, he called out, "Duke, eat her portion." Looking at the untouched fish in front of the little girl, Jiang Zhe shouted. Duke shot up and stuck his head toward it. "Ah, bad dog, that's mine." The girl yelped, snatching the bowl to her chest and devouring the bread noisily. Jiang Zhe smirked, acting stubborn in front of him. He dismissed it. In the apocalypse, 2 missed meals would cure any one of that. In this frozen wasteland, even wild dogs fought over scraps. Soon the little girl let out a soft burp. The two of them and the dog sat staring into the fire. The only sound was the crackling of the wood. "What's your name?" Jiang Zhe broke the silence. "Su Xiaomi," the girl replied, timidly peeking out from behind her hands. As expected, food was the best cure for a heavy heart, whether before or after the apocalypse. Having eaten, the little girl was no longer refusing to talk. "Xiaomi," Jiang Zhe said curiously. "That name sounds bad. No nutrition. No wonder you're hungry. You should be called Dammy or Zhuozhou. It's the me for me and not the me for rice." The little girl protested, raising her head. The firelight illuminated her face, revealing dried tear streaks, big eyes, and a cherry-like mouth. Her angry expression was endearing. Jiang Zhe chuckled and stirred the fire. "Bad guy, I'm ignoring you," the little girl said, getting up to head toward the inner yard. "What are you doing?" "I need to pee." Su Xiaomi squirmed a bit shy. "Don't you peek." That remark left Jiang Zhe momentarily stunned. How hurtful. When he came to his senses, Xiaomi had already left. "Duke, go. Someone's encroaching on your turf. Any objections?" He gestured toward the inner yard. That remark left Jiang Zhe momentarily stunned. How hurtful. When he came to his senses, Xiaomi had already left. "Duke, go. Someone's encroaching on your turf. Any objections?" In a room within the repair shop's inner courtyard, Su Xiaomi stood frozen at the entrance, her hands covering her face as her entire body trembled slightly. With a sharp clang, Jiang Zhe slowly sheathed the cookery knife behind her. He paid no heed to Xiaomi, understanding that letting her recognize the cruelty of this apocalypse early on, harsh as it might be, was not necessarily a bad thing. On the main beam of the room, two elderly figures in azure burial suits hung rigidly in the air, their corpses stiff. Due to the low temperature, their skin had taken on a dark bluish-black hue, creating a scene both tragic and eerie. On one wall hung a family portrait. The two kind-faced elders in the portrait were the deceased in the room. Jiang Zhe glanced at the old men, then turned and walked out. Xiaomi quickly followed, returning to the front room. Clearly frightened, she hugged her shoulders and pressed close to Duke. With a crisp crunch, Jiang Zhe pulled out 3 vibrant green cucumbers and began to eat. He tossed one each to Xiaomi and Duke. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was now the 7th day of the apocalypse. Survivors were all moving toward underground bases. The surface was no longer fit for human habitation. Xiaomi let out a soft cry as Duke, having finished his own cucumber, thrust his head toward hers, trying to snatch the one in her hand. She quickly hid the remaining cucumber in her arms, eyeing Duke warily. "Eat that cucumber, don't waste it. Outside it'll freeze as hard as an iron rod. Could you even bite into it?" Jiang Zhe glanced at Xiaomi and spoke. "I'm afraid there won't be enough to eat," she murmured, lowering her head. "Oh, you worry quite a bit. Don't fret, no one will starve," Jiang Zhe said, amused by her. Xiaomi shook her head stubbornly. "Food will only get scarcer. Nothing grows in winter." Jiang Zhe burst into laughter. "No worries. Cockroaches, rats, wild beasts, they're all food." "Nonsense. Cockroaches are pests, no one eats them," Xiaomi interjected. Their conversation momentarily made her forget her fear. Jiang Zhe stretched lazily. "You crush cockroaches, sprinkle on salt, press them firm. Chews like pot stickers, just a bit off in taste. At least it keeps you from starving." "You?" Xiaomi grimaced, her face full of disgust. "Have you ever eaten them?" Xiaomi asked, her eyes wide with curiosity, the topic piquing her interest. "Yes. You might get the chance someday too," Jiang Zhe replied with a smile. In the apocalypse, entertainment was scarce. Chatting and intimate moments were the best ways to pass the time. Teasing this little Xiaomi was a way to amuse himself. "No way, you'll never eat that. It's disgusting," Xiaomi declared firmly. "Disgusting?" Jiang Zhe shook his head with a laugh. "You haven't seen what's truly disgusting yet." His words sparked her curiosity. "What?" Jiang Zhe fixed a deep dark gaze on Xiaomi. "Corpses." Xiaomi gasped, her face turning pale. Her small hands clenched tightly around Duke's ear. "Have you ever eaten them?" Her voice trembled slightly. "You guess." Jiang Zhe offered a sinister smile, then abruptly stood. "Come on, time to move out." The pair and the dog left the repair shop. Snow was still falling. The sky was a hazy gray. Looking up, all one could see were snowflakes as large as goose feathers. This time Jiang Zhe didn't bother tying up Xiaomi. She obediently climbed onto the snowmobile. The child had emotions, but wasn't foolish. Around noon, Jiang Zhe stopped the snowmobile, staring at the provincial road clogged again by abandoned cars. Short and weak, he could only mutter in frustration. 2 military green bulldozers lay abandoned by the roadside. It seemed the military had more pressing concerns now. Jiang Zhe changed direction, veering off the road, crossing a farmland, and speeding toward the G58 expressway over a dozen kilometers away. The snow-covered corn and wheat were thrown up by the snowmobile, leaving a green trail behind, quickly buried again by fresh snow. "Someone's there," suddenly Xiaomi shouted from behind, following the direction of her small hand. A dozen figures were digging through the snow in the field, pulling out corn cobs. The sound of the snowmobile caught their attention. They staggered through thigh-deep snow and gathered around. "I won't stop." Jiang Zhe shouted coldly. The snowmobile suddenly accelerated. The group, initially intending to block it, quickly scrambled out of the way as it charged toward them. Stop and take me. They'll pay 5 million. A man in a mink coat yelled at Jiang Zhe. Stop, I said. Stop. Those left behind hurled corn cobs at the snowmobile, but could only watch as it vanished swiftly into the heavy snow. 5 million, that's so much. My parents never earned that much, Xiaomi muttered softly. Earning anything now is useless. Just worthless paper, Jiang Zhe replied. From here on they occasionally encountered groups of refugees. On both sides of the G58 expressway, people short of food were constantly digging unripe crops from the earth. In just a short dozen-kilometer stretch, at least 10 groups tried to stop Jiang Zhe's snowmobile. He left them all behind with sheer speed. In the heavy snow, the embankment of the G58 expressway ahead grew visible as the snowmobile drew closer. Sparse crowds could be seen on the road. Hold tight. With a loud shout, the snowmobile surged onto the expressway embankment, gliding 5 or 6 meters through the air before landing with a thud on the highway. There were few cars here now. The expressway had been closed when the heavy snow first fell. Military snowplows had cleared a path, leaving the snow slightly lower in the middle than on the sides. The road was clear, and the snowmobile sped along without hindrance. On both sides of the road, people with backpacks could be seen trudging along, heads down. Many tried to flag them down, but were deterred by the assault rifle in Jiang Zhe's hand. They were now very close to the military resettlement point. The crowds grew thicker. Most were on foot, some carried skis, all pressing forward in silence. Stop! Suddenly a man in the middle of the road aimed a bow and arrow at Jiang Zhe, shouting loudly. Behind him stood a dozen men and women, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Jiang Zhe lowered his head slightly and twisted the throttle hard. The snowmobile shot forward like an arrow, even faster. Whoosh! The man's face changed as he loosed the arrow. Clang! The sound of a cookery knife being drawn rang out. The arrow was cleaved in two by a flash of cold steel. With reflexes and strength 4 times that of an ordinary person, dodging the arrow was easy for Jiang Zhe. But with others behind him, he had no choice but to draw his blade. Thud! The man hadn't expected such boldness from Jiang Zhe. With a dull thud, the man's body was sent flying like a bowling ball struck by the heavy snowmobile. Bang! The man's body slid over 10 meters. He crashed headfirst into the highway guardrail, his face covered in blood, lying in the snow like a tattered sack. It was clear he wouldn't survive. A murder! The few people beside him snapped out of their stupor. They suddenly shouted in unison. 3 of them rushed to check the man's injuries. The remaining few surrounded Jiang Zhe's snowmobile. Some passing refugees, seeing that someone had died, hurriedly quickened their pace and left. The impact had caused the Duke, who was on the back seat, to lose his grip and fly into a snowdrift. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out. Jiang Zhe raised his assault rifle and fired at the ground near the feet of those who had surrounded him, startling the group into stopping. Want to play hero? Are you sure you're willing to lose a few lives for it? Jiang Zhe's single sentence sent the surrounding people scattering 3 meters away. Xiaomi clung tightly to his clothes. Woof! Woof! At that moment, the Duke emerged from the snowdrift and growled lowly at the group. You killed Brother Jun, you're finished, you know that. One of the women pointed at Jiang Zhe and threatened. Jiang Zhe's eyes suddenly turned fierce as he aimed his gun at her. Rumble! A military green Lynx 8x8 all-terrain combat vehicle sped over. Whoosh! Its 8 tires fitted with snow chains churned up large amounts of snow. Don't speak, understand? Jiang Zhe instructed in a low voice. Xiaomi nodded. Throughout the journey, she had come to realize that this man was different from ordinary people. Unconsciously, he had established an unyielding authority in her heart. Who fired the shots? 3 soldiers in high-altitude, cold-weather uniforms jumped out of the terrain vehicle and surrounded them. Murder, sir. He has a gun. Someone from the opposing crowd immediately pointed at Jiang Zhe and shouted. Clatter! The 3 soldiers chambered rounds in their assault rifles and aimed them at Jiang Zhe, who was at the back. Drop the weapon, or you will be executed on the spot. A loud shout came from the leading officer. Jiang Zhe looked at the officer's rank insignia. A company commander, while the other 2 were ordinary soldiers. Woof! 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 The Duke, being quite brash, bared its teeth at the leading company commander. He's one of us, don't bark. Jiang Zhe kicked it and shouted loudly. Then he said seriously to the company commander, I am Zhang Hongliang, a prison warden from the 3rd prison of Nanjiang City. Company commander, 3 days ago we were ordered by our superiors to transfer prisoners. We encountered a car accident halfway. Prison warden Zhao Kongyang was injured and is currently guarding the prisoners at a seafood shop in Nanjiang. I brought people to seek reinforcements. Please don't be alarmed. Slap. After speaking, Jiang Zhe gave a crisp and precise military salute. Xiaomi was dumbfounded. When Jiang Zhe was serious, his entire being exuded a sharp aura. He looked more like a soldier than the soldiers themselves. The company commander across from him looked at Jiang Zhe and asked, Why are you carrying a standard-issue military rifle? Company commander, this rifle belonged to a soldier on the prison van. Unfortunately, he died in the accident. Jiang Zhe's face was filled with regret and pain. Hearing this, the company commander remained skeptical. How can you prove your identity? Company commander, you can contact the leadership of the 3rd prison of Nanjiang City. They can vouch for me. Just say that prison wardens Zhao Kongyang and Zhang Hongliang are requesting reinforcements. Otherwise, Warden Zhao won't be able to hold on much longer. Seeing the company commander's gun barrel lower slightly, Jiang Zhe knew the matter was mostly settled. Can the police just kill people? Brother Jun was run over by him. Company commander, don't listen to his nonsense. At this moment, someone from the onlooking crowd shouted. The company commander frowned. What's going on? Zhang Hongliang, you explain. Humph. Jiang Zhe stepped forward fearlessly, staring down the dozen or so people. Company commander, that man just tried to kill me with a bow and arrow to steal my snowmobile. I was acting under emergency duty regulations. Anyone who dares to obstruct police emergency duties and threaten the lives of police personnel, I have the authority to shoot them dead. The company commander looked at the group. Is what this officer said true? Brother Jun was just trying to scare him, just scare him, one of them said, avoiding eye contact. Scare him. Snatching the man by the collar, Jiang Zhe dragged him over to pick up the broken half of the arrow on the ground. See this arrowhead? It was aimed at my neck. Do you think it couldn't kill someone? Huh. Jiang Zhe's grip was incredibly strong, shaking the man until his bones felt loose. Seeing this, the company commander behind him signaled to the 2 soldiers, and the 3 of them shouldered their rifles. He must be a police officer, no doubt. Otherwise, how could he be so bold in front of soldiers? Besides, that man clearly brought death upon himself trying to rob a police officer with a bow and arrow. That's assaulting an officer. At this point, the company commander didn't want to deal with this messy affair. This is a traffic accident. Maybe you should find the traffic police. Oh, we can't handle this. If there's a problem, take it up with your superiors. But Officer Zhang, can I discuss something with you? The company commander separated the 2 men and pulled Jiang Zhe aside to speak in a low voice, his eyes constantly glancing at the snowmobile. Sure, company commander. It's not convenient here. Let's find a place. We haven't rested the whole way. Oh, we can talk over a meal. The company commander's eyes lit up. Good, let's go. The forward outpost isn't far from here. We'll talk there. With that, the company commander and his men got into the terrain vehicle. Hey, sir. He killed someone. Aren't you going to do something? Someone shouted anxiously. I told you this isn't our jurisdiction. You need to find the traffic police. Or since you know his name is Zhang Hongliang, take him to court. The company commander left these words behind. The terrain vehicle sped forward. The crowd looked at each other. They all knew that Brother Jun had almost certainly died in vain. Take him to court. They couldn't even find the courthouse door, and the man was gone. What was the point of suing? Jiang Zhe led Xiao Mi onto the snowmobile. He sneered at the group and followed the military all-terrain vehicle, disappearing into the heavy snow. With the company commander's all-terrain vehicle leading the way, no one on the road dared to obstruct them. The 2 vehicles advanced quickly. Over 10 kilometers away, a square-shaped outpost built from sandbags over 3 meters high came into Jiang Zhe's view by the highway. In the center was a huge military field tent. Surrounding it was a 20-meter clearing bordered by a coil of barbed wire that protected the base. 2 all-terrain heavy trucks were parked in the clearing. Beside the road stood a large wooden sign with bold red characters, "Keep moving forward, there is a settlement ahead." The company commander led Jiang Zhe into the forward outpost. Come, let's talk inside. The company commander greeted him warmly. All right. Jiang Zhe quickly surveyed the entire base as he walked. On the completed defensive wall, under white canvas awnings, over a dozen soldiers of the Great Xia were scattered around on guard. 4 QJZ-170-12, 7mm heavy machine guns were positioned facing the direction of Nanjiang City. Jiang Zhe also spotted 4 QJG-0214, 5mm single-barrel anti-aircraft and anti-personnel dual-purpose machine guns. Next to 2 soldiers there was even a QBU-201 heavy sniper grenade launcher. For such a small-scale forward outpost, this level of firepower was nothing short of outrageous. Stand up. As he lifted the heavy curtain and entered the military tent, a loud shout rang out. 10 soldiers stood up. In the center was a burning portable gas stove. The soldiers had been sitting around chatting and warming themselves. Sit down, come make room. Under the company commander's arrangement, a circle of people gathered around the stove. The soldiers looked at Jiang Zhe with curious eyes. The room was bitterly cold. Without large heating equipment, the tent was so cold that breath turned to ice. The company commander pulled out a bottle of liquor from his bosom, poured it into a tempered glass, and handed it to Jiang Zhe. Come have some wine to warm up. The conditions here aren't great. As for the little girl, just have some biscuits. The company commander didn't ask about Xiaomi's identity. The relationship between the military and civilians in Daxiao was harmonious. The company commander smiled apologetically at the little girl and handed her a pack of compressed biscuits. Thank you, uncle. Drinking hurts the brain, so you should drink less too. Xiaomi took the biscuits and put them in her pocket. Xiaomi's words made the soldiers laugh. Is the military in such a difficult situation now? Jiang Zhe took a sip of the liquor, glanced around the tent, and opened the conversation. Yeah, mainly supplies can't keep up. A lot of equipment is used for disaster relief. Alas, this damn weather. Fortunately, most people in Nanjiang have been evacuated. The company commander sighed and slapped his palm. What arrangements does the military have in Nanjiang? Jiang Zhe asked, looking down. Xiaomi remained a quiet listener. The company commander glanced at Jiang Zhe, was silent for a long time, then said in a low voice, half of a group army from the 3rd Military Region is defending this direction. 2 combined brigades, 1 Army Aviation Brigade, and 1 Special Operations Brigade. We belong to the 113 RD Platoon of the 121st Combined Support Battalion. I am Company Commander Li Haochang. I can't say any more. This is a military secret, please understand. Understood. Jiang Zhe nodded to show he understood. The defense line had about 5,000 troops. The rest of the 3rd Legion was probably deployed in other coastal cities of Daxia. You must have suffered a lot on the journey. The company commander clinked glasses with Jiang Zhe and asked. Yes, sleeping in the open, enduring hunger and cold, almost couldn't make it. Jiang Zhe sighed. Xiaomi lowered her head and dared not speak. Exaggerated. Enduring hunger. She kept complaining in her heart. If we keep going, they'll probably gain a few pounds. The company commander looked at Jiang Zhe's face, half suspicious. He didn't look like someone who had been starving. Lips rosy, skin glowing, eyes bright. He looked more like a tourist. Zhang Jiawan, you came from Nanjiang. Can you tell us about that monster? The higher-ups just said to hold the line. Report immediately if we find any monsters. Have you heard anything in Nanjiang? Company Commander Li voiced the question on everyone's mind. Is it very powerful? The surrounding soldiers stared at him wide-eyed. Jiang Zhe stroked his chin. Appearance. Its head is a bit like a xenomorph, its body like a hairless lion with 2 tentacles growing from its back. It's about 5 meters long. At that time we were at Shanghai Square. That had appeared initially. Unfortunately, the scale of this disaster exceeded everyone's expectations. Company Commander Li, actually, I've not only heard about it, I've seen it. Jiang Zhe took a sip of the liquor and said, What? The company commander exclaimed. Then he grabbed Jiang Zhe's arm. Tell me quickly, what does that monster look like? Is it very powerful? The surrounding soldiers stared at him wide-eyed. Jiang Zhe stroked his chin. Appearance. Its head is a bit like a xenomorph, its body like a hairless lion with 2 tentacles growing from its back. It's about 5 meters long. At that time we were at Shanghai Square. That thing took down a helicopter in one go and killed over 100 people in less than a minute. Hiss. The company commander and the soldiers all drew in a breath. Tell me more details, the company commander urged. There were also several bottles of Mindao LV, a strong liquor. The soldiers' eyes turned green. All right, go get the pot quickly. Company Commander Li was stunned for a moment, then quickly had someone bring a large pot. I say, little brother, enduring hunger and cold on the way, it's really been hard on you. No, there were also several bottles of Mindao LV, a strong liquor. The soldiers' eyes turned green. All right, go get the pot quickly. Company Commander Li was stunned for a moment, then quickly had someone bring a large pot. I say, little brother, enduring hunger and cold on the way, it's really been hard on you. No wonder you look so well. These days brothers have only had compressed biscuits, our mouths are so bland. He couldn't help complaining. You forgot I came from a seafood shop. Don't be polite. The military and police of Daxiao are one family. Besides, I have something to ask of you. Jiang Zhe nonchalantly threw the ingredients into the pot. Company Commander Li gave Jiang Zhe a meaningful glance and simply said in a low voice, All right, let's eat first. We'll talk after we're full. Soon a pot of sour beef soup gave off a fragrant aroma. A dozen soldiers stared at the big pot, constantly swallowing saliva. For days they hadn't been full with canned food and compressed biscuits. This pot of meat was like a feast for the new year. Come eat while we talk. Clatter and clatter. The army values efficiency. In the blink of an eye, half the pot of beef was gone. The whole tent was filled with the sound of slurping meat. Seeing that only a small portion of meat was left, Jiang Zhe threw another dozen pounds of noodles into the pot. All of you stop eating the meat. The brothers outside haven't eaten yet. Company Commander Li swore. He made the soldiers slurp up the noodles. After each person had eaten over a pound of noodles, they were finally full. Then Jiang Zhe clinked glasses with Company Commander Li. Little brother, about that monster, the higher-ups say it's fast and tough. I want to hear your opinion. Jiang Zhe lit a cigarette that was handed to him. Let's go outside to talk. All right. The two stood on the base's defensive wall, watching the sparse crowds constantly passing by on the road beside them. The sentry soldiers had already changed shifts. At that time, the two monsters killed people and then ran away. I don't know where they went. Jiang Zhe touched the 14.5mm heavy machine gun beside him, barely restraining the urge to take it. Do you think we can hold them off with these? Company Commander Li similarly patted the heavy machine gun beside him and asked. Jiang Zhe pointed at the 3-meter-high defensive wall. Let me put it this way, at this height that thing can come straight up. It weighs over 2,500 kilograms, and its teeth can bite through steel plates. Guns with a caliber below 14.5mm are completely ineffective. The worst part is it can run 100 meters in 3 seconds. Seeing Jiang Zhe's 3 raised fingers, Company Commander Li's face turned pale instantly. The sense of security that this pile of heavy machine guns had given him vanished completely. 100 meters in 3 seconds. As a veteran, he knew exactly what that meant. Even if you saw it, you might not be able to hit it. Not everyone is a sharpshooter. Every word struck the company commander's heart like a hammer. Jiang Zhe pointed at the open surroundings. Look, this open area. If just one runs into the base, the consequences are clearer to you than to me. After a moment of silence, the company commander stomped out his cigarette. But, is there a way? Tell me. The brothers will owe you a life. Yes. What is it? Tell me quickly. Run. This time company commander Li lit up one of Jiang Zhe's premium cigarettes, unabashedly pocketing the rest. He exhaled a ring of smoke and pointed toward the figures on the highway. Anyone can run, but we can't. See those people? Jiang Zhe nodded. Ahead on the G58 expressway, there are still millions fleeing. If we bolt, who do you think will hold the line? Jiang Zhe fell silent. After a long pause, he said, what if more of those white-skinned ones come? Commander Li sighed. Death is death. Look at them. Even if they survive, what kind of life is that? Scrounging for corn stubble in the fields every day. Jiang Zhe cast him a surprised glance. This fellow was remarkably clear-sighted. He spoke the truth. In the apocalypse, survival often meant greater suffering. Brother, can I ask a favor? The commander rubbed his hands together sheepishly. The snowmobile is yours, but you'll have to give me a 14.7mm machine gun. Jiang Zhe had already guessed his intent. The commander had been eyeing his snowmobile all along, his gaze gleaming. Moreover, Jiang Zhe had treated him to a meal of sour soup beef, creating a debt of gratitude, all in hopes of securing a heavy machine gun. No can do, the commander refused with a shake of his head. My men depend on it. There are 2 spare 12.7mm guns on the vehicle. You can take one with 5,000 rounds. Under normal circumstances, I'd face a court-martial for this. Perhaps sensing the slim chance of survival, the commander grew bolder. Add 50 pounds of beef and he'll take the 14.7mm, Jiang Zhe said, flicking his ash. The commander hesitated, then gritted his teeth and nodded. Plus a carton of cigarettes. Deal. With a swoosh, he tossed the snowmobile keys to the commander. The latter chuckled. This thing really moves. I can send my men farther to scavenge supplies. Even if we die, the boys shouldn't fight on empty stomachs. Half an hour later, the sky began to darken. Another day was ending. A rumbling roar echoed as the commander drove a Wildcat all-terrain vehicle alone to the highway a few hundred meters from the base. He yanked off the rear military tarp. A 14.5mm heavy machine gun lay quietly, accompanied by a dozen ammunition boxes. Without a word, the commander unloaded the gun and ammo onto the ground. Figure out how to carry it yourself. If anyone asks, say you found it. If you rat me out, your fake cop act is finished too. Jiang Zhe chuckled, placing the gun on a single ski and covering it with the tarp. How did you know? The commander lit a cigarette. A real cop wouldn't have let me go. You were too obvious. Well, it was out of goodwill. Jiang Zhe extended his hand in farewell. Take care. The gun's yours, no backing out now. The commander nodded and climbed into the ATV. Just as he turned around, he stopped. Hey, what's your real name? Jiang Zhe. What do you do? A deliverman. The commander stood and saluted Jiang Zhe, then hit the gas, the ATV leaving the road and heading toward the forward outpost. Jiang Zhe and Xiaomi walked up. The two of them and the dog gazed at the outpost, faintly visible through the snow. A red military flag stood tall in the snow. Half an hour later, the sky was pitch black. With a crunching sound, Duke panted heavily, struggling to pull Xiaomi on a sled behind him through the snow. What a waste of that intimidating frame. Look how weak you've gotten. A mountain rescue dog. You'd be lucky to rescue yourself. Jiang Zhe muttered, walking ahead and relentlessly trash-talking Duke. Xiaomi clutched her Peppa Pig plush, holding tight to the sled. They still had over 10 kilometers to the shelter. Jiang Zhe dared not bring out the snowmobile again. If they ran into military personnel, it would almost certainly be commandeered. In wartime, the army doesn't negotiate, and not every commander was as reasonable as Li Haochang. There was another reason. Duke was terribly out of shape and needed exercise. He didn't need to match Jiang Zhe, but being faster than others would increase his chances of survival. Finally, around midnight, faint lights appeared on the road ahead. Oh, we've arrived. Xiaomi cheered. Along the way, the girl had fallen off the dog's back twice from drowsiness, forcing them to tie her to Duke. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to untie the rope, Xiaomi's small hand gripped his tightly. Her big eyes blinked. Brother, I don't want to go to the gathering area. Little me wants to stay with you. Jiang Zhe furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on Xiaomi. 2 figures, one tall and one short, stood silent in the snow. I told you I'd leave you at the shelter. Ew, I never promised to take you along, Jiang Zhe said in a low voice after a moment of silence. Xiaomi did not speak, only shook her head. Whatever the Duke eats, he'll eat. Brother, I want to stay, Xiaomi said after a pause. She glanced up at Jiang Zhe's expressionless face, then lowered her head again. Your life was bought with your parents' 2 lives. They didn't have enough influence to get you any further than this. You're not qualified to be treated like the Duke, Jiang Zhe said coldly. His initial plan had always been to deliver her to the assembly point. Besides, he had no intention of raising a little girl. No matter how cute she was nothing but a burden now. Xiao Xiao can wash clothes, wash socks, and even cook. The Duke can't. Xiaomi murmured without daring to lift her head. Jiang Zhe narrowed his eyes at her. The atmosphere was heavy with only the rustling sound of falling snow around them. After a long while, with a creak, Jiang Zhe scooped up Xiaomi in his arms. "You're a little too clever," he said. Then he strode toward the assembly area. "Wu Xiao Xiao is very good. Brother, take me with you. I don't have a father or mother anymore. You are my brother now, Wu Wu." The little girl whimpered, squirming gently, but not daring to struggle too hard. Jiang Zhe paused for a moment, his gaze still resolute as he headed toward the shelter. This Su Xiaomi was very clever, but the road ahead was long and would be even more dangerous. Even he was merely trying to survive. Creak, creak. Jiang Zhe walked quickly, and before long a massive military camp appeared on the left side of the highway. On the 6-meter-high defensive wall, weapons of various calibers were densely aimed at the approaching road. In the center of the camp, dozens of helicopters could be seen taking off and landing continuously. Several dozen searchlights cast thick beams of light through the snowy night, illuminating an area spanning nearly a kilometer. For the first time in days, Jiang Zhe witnessed such a bustling scene, feeling a sense of returning to civilization. Ahead on the highway, the foremost structure was a defensive fortification made of sandbags, leaving only a passage wide enough for trucks. 414. 7mm anti-aircraft machine guns were aimed at them. Behind those were 4 military 99 type heavy tanks. The thick 120mm tank barrels were clearly visible. Behind the tanks stood 2 towering searchlights. From a huge tent came a clamor of voices. "Everyone line up, hurry up. There's hot water and food inside. After you've eaten, someone will take you away." The crowd lined up and passed through the fortifications. 2 soldiers were moving back and forth with megaphones. Ahead was a long queue of several hundred refugees swiftly passing through the tent. Occasionally someone fainted in the line and was immediately carried away by soldiers nearby. "Wu, brother, let me stay with you. Xiao Xiao has no family left," Xiaomi continued to plead in a low voice. But Jiang Zhe remained unmoved. No negotiation. The two soon arrived before the massive military tent that spanned the highway. A row of tables was set up in front. Behind them, 10 busy female soldiers were registering each refugee's information. "Name?" a well-built female soldier asked without looking up as Jiang Zhe approached carrying Xiaomi. "Brother Xiao Xiao wants to stay with you," Xiaomi repeated the same words. "Moi." The female soldier abruptly looked up, her delicate but weary face raised. "What's going on?" "Nothing. This little girl was rescued along the way. Just register her," Jiang Zhe replied calmly. "Little girl, is what he said true?" the female soldier asked, looking at Xiaomi. Meeting Jiang Zhe's calm gaze, Xiaomi lowered her head and murmured softly, "Yes. I want to follow him." The female soldier glanced at Jiang Zhe and said no more. She couldn't force Jiang Zhe to do anything. "Name?" "Su Xiaomi Jiang Zhe. Longtan Base Shelter No. 12. Take your tags. After you've eaten, soldiers will escort you out. Next." The female soldier handed over a tag inscribed with the names Jiang Zhe and Xiaomi. As they passed through the tent, Jiang Zhe's face grew increasingly somber. "Don't push. Everyone gets a share. Leave immediately after eating." Beyond the registration tent, 2 military field kitchen trucks were parked by the roadside with 2 soldiers distributing food. Each person received a bowl of meat porridge and a piece of flatbread, just enough to meet basic needs, barely staving off starvation. Further on along the wide 4-lane highway on both sides, there was a neat row of tents. In front of each tent stood an oil drum with roaring flames rising from within. Many refugees who had already eaten gathered around the drums to keep warm. All refugees had to stay here for the night and would be escorted away by the military the next morning. After eating the army-provided dinner, the two were assigned to a tent at the rear. Staring at the tag in his hand, Jiang Zhe remained silent, and Xiaomi beside him was equally quiet. Longtan Base Shelter No. 12. The memory was vivid. Back then, Jiang Zhe had been assigned to Longtan Base Shelter No. 20, which was over 30 kilometers away from Shelter No. 12. Most of these shelters were converted from military supply depots or air raid caves in the mountains, varying in size. The reason Shelter No. 12 was etched in his memory was that this small shelter would be breached by the white skins, and of the over 30,000 people inside, only a handful would escape. When the hunting team from Shelter No. 20 heard about it, Jiang Zhe had followed the hunting team to Shelter No. 12 to salvage supplies. The sight of corpses strewn across the land became one of the most unforgettable images in his memory. Inside the tent, Jiang Zhe discreetly glanced at Xiaomi, who sat with her head down in silence, and a trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes. If he really put her on that bus, she would surely die. Keep her or not. This gave Jiang Zhe a headache. Irritated, he stepped out of the tent. "Forget it, head, take it one step at a time. You stay? The Duke will accompany." Seeing Xiaomi about to follow, Jiang Zhe's low command made her obediently remain in the tent. In the open space outside the tent, large wooden boards stood at intervals, densely covered with palm-sized notes left by refugees. "Mom, I've been assigned to Yinshan Shelter No. 28. Don't worry. Your son Li Feng of Dingxing Trading Company. I am Zhang Guoli, a neurologist at the 4th Hospital of Nanjiang City. If anyone runs into my wife, please tell her I've been assigned to Yinshan Shelter No. 32. My wife's name is Zheng Wan. Below this message was a photo of a woman in a long dress, smiling elegant and beautiful. Communications had been cut off. People could only rely on this most primitive method to pass messages. Jiang Zhe watched for a while, then began to stroll around the settlement. By now the number of refugees arriving from Nanjiang City was dwindling. Suddenly a figure caught Jiang Zhe's attention. Why are you following me? In front of a field ambulance marked with a bright red cross, a female soldier looked at Jiang Zhe with confusion, scanning him up and down. She was the same fierce soldier who had just registered Jiang Zhe petite, yet possessing a certain softness typical of southern women. Jiang Zhe glanced at the truck, realizing that she must be a medic in the army. Seeing no one around, he took out a palm-sized Dove chocolate and handed it to her. Sister, could you do me a favor? The female soldier looked at the chocolate, took it, and then waved her head, saying, get in the truck. Inside the truck was a row of medical supplies with only a single army cot placed in the corner. The female soldier tore open the packaging and popped a piece of chocolate into her mouth, her brows arching with delight. Sis, do you know Sun Changfu? He's a company commander in your artillery brigade, and he has a face full of acne. Jiang Zhe waited for the female soldier to finish before asking Sun Changfu. I don't know him. The artillery brigade has their own people in charge. The female soldier stuffed the remaining chocolate into her cold weather gear. Sis, could you ask around for me? He's a distant relative, and I need to find him. I'll come back tomorrow. All right, I'll ask someone. Just as Jiang Zhe turned to leave, the female soldier grabbed his arm. Sister still has something to say. Why are you in such a hurry? Sit down. The female soldier broke into a smile. Haha, I'm not in a hurry. Only eunuchs are in a hurry. Jiang Zhe sat on a chair. Uff. The woman laughed, rubbing her hands together. Remember, make sure to stick with the group and don't fall behind. Tonight is the last batch of people. It's estimated that in 2 or 3 days the army will also retreat in waves. I heard from the higher-ups that monsters have appeared all over Blue Star and Daxia, and many people have died, so be smart about it. Okay, thank you, sister, you're really nice. Jiang Zhe nodded in response. It's rare to receive kindness from a stranger. What's so nice about it? The female soldier shot Jiang Zhe a meaningful glance. Jiang Zhe grinned. It was both an easy and difficult question to answer. Moreover, they were in a military camp. Would it be too heartless for a sister to flirt suddenly? Sister is good in every way. Jiang Zhe provided a flawless answer. Hee hee. The female soldier giggled. This little mouth of yours must have fooled many young girls. Alright, I was just teasing you. Everyone has been too tense these days. We need to lighten up a bit. Remember my words tomorrow. Suddenly, an urgent alarm rang out in the military camp. The female soldier's expression changed as she grabbed the medical kit from the table. Quick, let's go. Jiang Zhe jumped down from the truck. Boom. Nearby, 3 armed helicopters had taken off, rushing towards the frontline base against the heavy snowfall. The tanks behind the tents had already started up, spewing out billowing dark smoke. Whoosh. Hundreds of soldiers surged from the rear. Clatter assault rifles were raised, all aimed at the snow-white ground illuminated by searchlights. Prepare the medical team. A loud command rang out. After nodding at Jiang Zhe, the female soldier stepped onto the armored vehicle parked nearby. In the fields beside the highway, dozens of tanks rolled over the snow. The atmosphere grew tense suddenly. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the unknown enemy. Jiang Zhe hid behind the ambulance, glancing occasionally at the 14.7mm machine gun in the forward defense fortifications. Undoubtedly the white skins had come. He had to be prepared. Boom. Faint sounds of dense explosions could be heard ahead. However, the explosions lasted less than 10 seconds before the entire world fell silent again. The armored vehicle carrying the female soldier suddenly sped off. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Suddenly the rumbling of armored vehicles came from the distant road. The armored vehicle turned back. Everyone increase your vigilance. If you notice anything unusual, open fire immediately. An officer shouted from the front. The armored vehicle stopped. The female soldier, clutching the medical box, stepped out from the armored vehicle and slowly walked towards the truck. Her hands were covered in blood. Her expression was dazed and tears streaked her cheeks, clearly having cried. Upon seeing Jiang Zhe standing by the truck, the female soldier halted, staring at him blankly. There are no injured, only 2 people survived. After saying that, she walked into the ambulance. Jiang Zhe thought for a moment and followed her in. Watching the dazed female soldier, he took out a tissue and handed it to her. Sister, what happened at the front base? That monster was terrifying. Not a single corpse was intact. Woo-woo. The female soldier suddenly hugged Jiang Zhe's waist. Did the monster die? Jiang Zhe asked, gently stroking her hair. The female soldier made a sound in her nose. It was first injured by the soldiers at the front base, and then it was killed by a helicopter. Is there a company commander named Li Haochong there? He sacrificed himself. Jiang Zhe fell silent. He remembered what Commander Li had said and wondered if the soldiers stationed at the front base had eaten their fill before they died. This monster was merely a scout. Soon a massive attack by the white skins would commence. Many would die, countless. After a long time, the female soldier suddenly stood up, cupping Jiang Zhe's face with both hands. Little brother, I was supposed to retire in 2 months. This monster was merely a scout. Soon a massive attack by the white-skins would commence. Many would die countless. After a long time, the female soldier suddenly stood up, cupping Jiang Zhe's face with both. Little brother, I've never been in a relationship. Ooh, just be my boyfriend for a day. Jiang Zhe locked the door behind him. Then their young bodies tangled together like wild beasts. The intense flames ignited the small space. In the cold night, the faint sound of orioles chirping could be heard, sometimes melodious, sometimes urgent. At 5:30 in the morning, get up, we're leaving. At that moment, a soldier holding a loudspeaker urged outside the tent. Everyone hurried out from their tents. Jiang Zhe led Xiaomi towards the convoy, each person receiving a flatbread and a bottle of water. Xiaomi continued to tightly hold onto his clothing, unwilling to let go. The retreating convoy was about to set off. Come on, little girl, you can ride in the truck. On the military truck's cargo area, a soldier noticed Xiaomi and reached out a big hand. On the green military canvas of the truck, there were already about 10 children seated. Bro, are the kids on this truck arranged to go to the Longton Bay? No. 12 Refuge Point. Jiang Zhe asked. Yes, they're all from the same batch. You're quite lucky it's not a long trip. The soldier comforted him. Jiang Zhe nodded, but said nothing. The distance wasn't far, it was directly to hell. But he couldn't say that out loud. Brother Xiao will be very good, let me follow you. I won't fight with the Duke for food anymore, woo brother. As Xiaomi saw that their separation was imminent, her voice turned hoarse from crying, helplessly opening her arms while standing in the snow. Hurry up, get on board. The soldier urged impatiently. Brother. Xiaomi looked at Jiang Zhe, her little head shaking. Tears streamed down her face. Damn. Looking at the lonely little figure in the snow, he shouted harshly, raising his head to glance at the 10 or so children on the truck. After a moment of silence, he whispered, Xiaomi, today, no, from now on you'll wash my socks. Xiaomi raised her head, covered in snowflakes, and froze in place. Oh. A moment later, realizing what he said, she screamed and rushed over to hug Jiang Zhe. The Duke beside them, feeling jealous, nudged his head over. Get lost, what business is it of yours? Jiang Zhe was not in a good mood, and the Duke took the blame. Move out. At that moment, a loud shout rang out. Rumble. As the foremost armored vehicles started their engines, the entire convoy began to slowly advance. The thousands of people behind followed the convoy, trudging through the snow. This would be the last batch of refugees to evacuate. After this, the military would no longer provide protection, and they would have to walk out of South River on their own. At 5 in the morning, the sky was still pitch black, and the people had grown numb to the heavy snow. No one spoke. In the snowy night, only the crunching sound of footsteps could be heard. Xiaomi happily walked alongside Duke. In the front of the column, Jiang Zhe unexpectedly noticed the dozen or so girls from the seafood shop, but they did not notice him. This group was lucky. They had avoided the whiteskins and caught the last evacuation convoy. The military camp on the left side of the highway lay crouched on the ground like a beast. The column soon left the camp behind. Jiang Zhe walked slower and slower, gradually falling to the rear. Go! With a low shout, he lifted Xiaomi and dashed off the roadbed, disappearing into the snowy night. To the west of the G58 expressway, there was a low rolling hill. At that moment, Jiang Zhe was peering through binoculars. On the hill, faint lights could be seen scattered about, winding all the way to the back. That must be the artillery brigade's position. After a while, Jiang Zhe led Xiaomi along the hill, searching. Following the abandoned vehicles on the road, they arrived at a small town with only one street. The buildings on both sides were at most 3 stories high, and the street was pitch black. It was as if it had been silent for 100 centuries. Brother, what are we looking for? Xiaomi stood obediently nearby, using binoculars to scan the surroundings. A distillery. I don't know the exact name. No, it's too late today. Let's find a place to rest. The pair moved slowly along one side of the street, searching. Soon Jiang Zhe was about to enter a restaurant with its door open. Grr! Suddenly Duke, who was beside Jiang Zhe, stopped and growled lowly ahead. Clang, the dogleg knife was drawn. Careful! Watch the rear. No sooner had he spoken than from an empty house a dozen meters ahead, a chaotic noise burst forth, exceptionally clear in the night. Woof! Squeak, squeak, squeak. There were dog barks and the screams of other animals. Jiang Zhe listened intently, then realized it was 2 groups of animals fighting. Let's go check it out. The sounds grew clearer. Crackling. Inside a butcher shop, the frantic sounds of animals biting and screeching poured out through the broken windows. Splash! Jiang Zhe had just moved along the wall. A dark mass rolled out of the butcher shop. Another dark mass followed, savagely biting in the snow. Amidst flying blood and fur, Jiang Zhe, by the faint snow light, saw it was a wild dog and a rat. Xiaomi gasped in surprise. The 2 animals locked in combat in the snow, separated, and stared at them. Brother, is that a rat? Xiaomi behind him swallowed and asked in a low voice. Yes, it's a rat. In the snow, the rat that bared its teeth at them was about the size of a pre-apocalypse blue short-haired cat. Its 2 front incisors were like serrated blades stained with blood. Its red eyes fixed on Jiang Zhe and the girl, unafraid, ready to attack. The wild dog had also mutated. It seemed to be a Pomeranian, no longer a stick-thin shape. Its body was patchy with bald spots. The exposed skin showed bulging muscles, making it look more like a bully dog. Swish! A blinding light made the wild dog and rat turn their heads. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots, bullets pierced their heads, and they fell into the snow. The gunfire silenced the sounds of biting inside the butcher shop. Back off! Jiang Zhe blocked the entrance of the meat shop, stomping lightly. A clattering noise came from inside, as something rushed out quickly. The next second, shing! The dogleg knife flashed silver streaks in the snowy night. Several dark shapes that burst from the doorway were severed by the silver light, their shattered bodies piled at his feet. The snowy night grew quiet again. Jiang Zhe crouched, skewering half a rat on the tip of his dogleg knife. After glancing around, he walked into a small supermarket nearby. A bonfire was lit. The blazing flames dispelled the cold. The 2 of them and the dog sat around the fire. Jiang Zhe picked up a sheet from the floor and wiped the dogleg knife. "Brother, is this what you call a mutated animal?" Xiaomi asked, curiously poking the rat carcass with a stick. "Yes. Whether people or animals, those who survive and drink melted snow water will mutate. This kind of rat is called a sawtoothed rat, mutated from ordinary rats." Jiang Zhe put away the dogleg knife. Xiaomi stared at the rat's front teeth, each as thick as a thumb and as long as an index finger, like serrated blades. She tapped them with a stick, producing a metallic clang. "Brother, how did this rat survive?" Xiaomi couldn't understand and continued asking. "Don't overthink it. How would I know? Even that monster appears, and even experts can't explain it." Jiang Zhe answered while tending the fire. Xiaomi stared at the rat carcass on the ground, her face turning pale. Then she buried her head deeply between her knees. "Brother, if a person drank it, what would they become?" Xiaomi couldn't help asking. Along the way, Jiang Zhe had told her not to drink the melted snow, but he hadn't said why. Only now did she understand. Their joints and large muscles tighten and become very strong. They become cold-resistant. Their teeth turn into awls, and they become crazed at the sight of meat. They especially like to eat human flesh. Their intelligence degenerates, and they are no different from wild beasts. As Jiang Zhe spoke, he placed a skewer of meat over the fire and brewed a pot of coffee. Xiaomi opened her mouth dumbly. After a long while, she asked then, "Is there any chance they can change back?" Jiang Zhe shook his head, turning the meat skewer. "At least not within 5 years." "Brother, how? How do you know?" Xiaomi, still with her head down, asked timidly. "Someone told me." "Then it might not be true." Xiaomi seemed interested as well. "Eat. You'll live long and see many things. You'll encounter more mutated creatures later. This is just the beginning." Jiang Zhe took the meat skewer and ate heartily. "Xiaomi isn't hungry. You eat." Xiaomi left that sentence and fell silent. After eating, Jiang Zhe leaned back in a chair, holding a cup of coffee, half closing his eyes. Suddenly, Xiaomi got up, found a metal basin and half a bar of soap from the supermarket, and knelt before Jiang Zhe. Her small hands began to untie his shoelaces. "What are you doing?" Jiang Zhe opened his eyes. "Washing socks. I know how to wash socks," Xiaomi said in a low voice, head down. Looking at the small head in front of him, Jiang Zhe downed the remaining coffee in one gulp, took off his socks neatly, and tossed them into the basin. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaomi struggled to lift the axe and smashed the frozen lump of ice in the kitchen. Then she melted it over the bonfire. Half an hour later, the sound of small hands scrubbing socks filled the air. Then another basin of clean water was placed at Jiang Zhe's feet. 2 small hands carefully washed Jiang Zhe's large feet. Jiang Zhe closed his eyes, feeling the warmth from the small hands. He couldn't help muttering a curse. Damn apocalypse. In a thicket of the wilderness, human corpses lay scattered everywhere. "Mother Jiang, we're done for. Come on, let's use this honor grenade together." Cough, cough, Master Cannon, I really can't accept this. To be set up by those bastards and die like this. I truly can't accept it. Jiang Zhe coughed up a mouthful of blood and pulled the pin of the honor grenade. There's no use dwelling on regret. We've lived 5 extra years, that should be enough. Rustling sounds emerged from the surrounding woods as countless pale-skinned figures emerged, encircling Jiang Zhe and Master Cannon. 2 pale-skinned creatures charged forward, eager to claim the first bite. "Die, all of you, die!" Jiang Zhe released the honor grenade with a ferocious roar. A blinding flash engulfed him and the pale creatures. Whoosh! Jiang Zhe opened his eyes, awakening from the dream. He had dreamed of Master Cannon and the moment before his death. Master Cannon was Sun Changfu, the man he sought. Before the apocalypse, he had been a company commander in the artillery brigade of the 3rd Military Region during the defensive battle of Nanjiang City. Sun Changfu's unit was scattered, and he took refuge in a distillery to survive. Later, Jiang Zhe and Sun Changfu became teammates in the shelter's hunting squad. As an artilleryman, Sun Changfu fired his cannon with speed and precision, earning him the nickname Master Cannon. Sun Changfu had become a transcendent before Jiang Zhe and had saved his life many times during their hunting missions. In the apocalypse, friends were a rare and precious commodity. This time, Jiang Zhe was determined to keep him alive. It was 8 in the morning. Outside the window, the sky was faintly brightening. By the campfire, Xiaomi was still asleep. Jiang Zhe rose to add some firewood, stirring the flames to a livelier blaze. On a frying pan, steak and eggs sizzled in oil, releasing an enticing aroma. Xiaomi was immediately awakened by the scent. After tidying up, they quickly ate breakfast and left the small supermarket. This time Jiang Zhe chose a direction and strode forward swiftly. Last night, while Xiaomi was asleep, he had used the charger from his spatial storage to power up his phone, and the offline maps helped him locate the distillery. In fact, the small supermarket where they had spent the night was not far from the distillery, a mere 1,000 meters in a straight line. Jiang Zhe held a knife in his left hand and a gun in his right, alertly scanning the surroundings. Mutated beasts were beginning to appear. He was confident he could dodge their attacks, but Xiaomi could not. If she were bitten by surprise, it would be troublesome. Soon Jiang Zhe spotted the signboard of Xuanfa Distillery at its gate. The distillery was sizable, with complete facilities, warehouses, brewing workshops, and grain residue pools. At the warehouse entrance, there was a trailer half-loaded with bottled liquor. Jiang Zhe, along with Xiaomi and Duke, slipped through a gap in the brewing workshop's door. In the center of the workshop stood a 5-meter stainless steel fermentation tank connected by various pipes to a dozen pieces of equipment whose names he didn't know. With a creak, he opened the feed port at the top of the tank, and a faint scent of liquor wafted out. The grain residue on top is frozen harder than concrete. Xiaomi, you and Duke hide here. I'm going out to find someone. If anything unusual happens, use the walkie-talkie. Jiang Zhe handed a walkie-talkie to Xiaomi and gave her a quick lesson. Xiaomi nodded, her face pale but resolute. They'll be back by nightfall at the latest. Don't wander off. With another instruction, Jiang Zhe lowered Xiaomi and Duke into the tank. The backpack held enough food, and as long as no pale-skinned creatures appeared, they would be safe. With a thunderous roar, a 20-ton excavator materialized in the workshop. Clumsily, Jiang Zhe maneuvered the excavator, its movements jerky, and began digging a pit at the workshop entrance. He had never operated such a machine before, relying solely on an instructional video on his phone. Fortunately, there was no need for a driver's license now. As long as he didn't collapse the workshop, everything would be fine. At the military camp beside Highway G58, the tents that had housed refugees were folded away. The checkpoint was devoid of refugees. Everyone in sight was a soldier in cold weather gear, holding rifles. After the appearance of the pale creatures last night, the checkpoint was on high alert. As soon as Jiang Zhe came into view, 2 soldiers escorted him inside. You're too late. The last group from the shelter has already left. Take this food and leave quickly. It's not safe here. A soldier handed Jiang Zhe a pack of biscuits and water. Brother, I'm here to find someone. Jiang Zhe glanced into the distance. The medical vehicle from yesterday was gone. Find someone. Who? The soldier asked, surprised. Chen Yun from the medical team. Last night, during their deep conversation, Jiang Zhe had learned the female soldier's name was Chen Yun. What's she to you? Boyfriend. Damn man, you're something else. Coming here at a time like this. Respect. The soldier gave him a thumbs up. Then the two headed toward the camp by the roadside. Jiang Zhe waited quietly at the camp entrance. Soldiers on the defensive wall stared at him curiously. At this time and place, seeing an ordinary person was highly unusual, especially after last night. Everyone understood that survivors heading toward Nanjiang had little chance of making it back alive. Oh! Chen Yun, approaching from afar, let out a shriek and rushed toward Jiang Zhe. They embraced without restraint. At the camp entrance, they kissed passionately, startling the 4 guards on duty. Whistles rang out from the defensive walls as soldiers leaned over to watch the couple kiss in the heavy snow. Their laughter brought a touch of lightness to the heavily guarded camp. Gasping for air, Chen Yun pulled away from Jiang Zhe and took his arm, leading him aside. Her beautiful eyes locked onto him as tears streamed down her face. Fool, why did you come back? I promised to be your boyfriend for a day, and it hasn't even been 24 hours yet. Besides, I need to find Sun Chongfu. Jiang Zhe replied with a goofy grin. Chen Yun was now in full field combat gear, her thick bulletproof vest making her look a bit bulky. Cute like a Pikachu, but the grenades at her waist dispelled that image. You heartless man. I thought you came back for me. Sun Chongfu is at the artillery position on the western hill. Chen Yun pointed in the direction with a coquettish tone. It was just as Jiang Zhe had guessed. He then handed her a letter. Give this to Sun Chongfu. Don't say anything else. Though puzzled, Chen Yun accepted the letter. Tears streamed down her face again. You shouldn't have come back. Leave quickly. He'll make sure he gets the letter. If I survive, I'll find you at Base 12 in Longtan Bay. Jiang Zhe patted the snowboard strapped to his back. This thing is fast. Don't worry, I can catch up to the shelter convoy in half a day. Chen Yun removed her gloves and cupped Jiang Zhe's face, rising on her tiptoes. Soon, they stood like statues, snow piling on their heads. Jiang Zhe, go now. Go now. She pulled away and gave him a hard shove. Jiang Zhe gazed at Chen Yun silently. After a long while, he said, Sis, if you're willing, I can take you away right now. No one would find us. He knew it was futile, but he couldn't help saying it. Chen Yun took a deep breath and silently brushed the snow off his shoulders. She turned and walked toward the camp. I'm not leaving. Then her pace quickened, and she soon vanished into the camp. At the artillery brigade position, dozens of soldiers huddled together in a field tent, warming themselves and chatting. Sun Chongfu, his face dotted with acne, remained silent, his expression unreadable as he listened quietly to his comrades. I heard that monster was shipped away last night. Barely anyone saw it. I really want to know what it looked like. Don't. Better never to see it. Also, I heard the outpost lost a lot of people. Was that monster really that fearsome? At this, Sun Chongfu, who had been silent, pointed at a soldier. Lao Lu, take a few men and sweep the snow off the artillery. Don't want a barrel burst sending us all to heaven. Yes, sir. No sooner had the order been given than a soldier ran and handing over a letter. Company commander, this is for you. A female soldier delivered it. Lewd chuckles echoed through the tent. Sun Chongfu shot them a glare, then turned and tore open the envelope. Chongfu, if things get too tough, head to the distillery in the small town east of the position. There's a way out there. This isn't a joke. Remember, don't take the wrong path. Otherwise, ill married Tsue, the one you've secretly loved. Signed, a friend you've never met. Damn it. Sun Chongfu grabbed his binoculars and dashed out of the tent. Through the lenses, he spotted a small town half hidden by snow at the foot of the eastern mountain. On the tallest three-story building in the town's center, a red flag taller than the structure itself fluttered vividly. It was impossible to miss. Lowering the binoculars, he frowned and pulled out the letter to read it again. Damn it. The secret crush on Tsue was known only to him. Even Tsue didn't know. On the G58 highway, a long column trudged through the snow. Watch out. Amid the procession heading to the shelter, Xia Yu helped the woman who had slipped back to her feet. Staring at the endless line behind her, her brow had been furrowed for days. She couldn't fathom why, despite being so close to the shelter now, an inexplicable unease churned within her. Xia Yu, have some water. A policewoman of similar age handed her a bottle of purified water. Isn't the daily ration only half a bottle? Xia Yu asked, licking her parched lips. I've already drunk melted snow, am not thirsty, the policewoman replied with a smile. Xia Yu's frown deepened. The higher-ups said not to drink snow water. That's a violation of discipline. She could only warn her friend in a low voice, but the nameless anxiety inside her grew even stronger. Relax. It's been over 10 days and I've seen people who drink snow water. Nothing's happened to them. Plus, lots of folks with colds got better after drinking it. Everyone says they feel much healthier now. As her friend murmured beside her, Xia Yu's thoughts drifted to that forum post. Was it all a lie? Or did the virus need a longer incubation period? The thoughts churned in Xia Yu's mind. Rumble. The roar of machinery interrupted her contemplation. An armored tracked vehicle sped toward them. All military personnel and police assemble immediately at the service area 1 kilometer ahead. All military personnel and police assemble immediately at the service area 1 kilometer ahead. Hearing the order, Xia Yu and her policewoman friend hurried forward. Huh, what are they doing? Amid her friend's puzzled queries, Xia Yu saw hundreds of all-terrain trucks parked inside the service area with fully armed soldiers guarding the entrances and exits. A simple chirp. A whistle blew and squads quickly formed up. 3,000 soldiers and 1,000 police officers stood at attention in the service area square. As confusion spread among the crowd, a colonel climbed onto the armored vehicle with a megaphone. Comrades who have drunk snow water, please raise your hands. We need to conduct blood tests. The moment the words fell, Xia Yu's heart tightened sharply. In the crowd, about 200 people raised their hands, including her good friend. Those with hands raised stepped forward and boarded the vehicles. Under the military command, the 200 quickly climbed onto the parked trucks, which roared off into the distance. Everyone else, come forward and collect your ammunition. Another order rang out. Xia Yu knew something had happened that she didn't understand. Xia Yu, the chief wants you. A colleague approached and gave her a meaningful look. She nodded and followed him to a secluded corner behind the service area. The chief was her superior and also a comrade-in-arms of her father. Xia Yu, remember, if anything unexpected happens, protect yourself above all. Xia Yu was taken aback. Such words weren't meant to come from the chief. She grabbed his arm. Chief, what's going on? The chief hesitated, then pulled a document from his pocket and handed it to her. Remember, you must not tell anyone what's in here. Xia Yu took the classified file and scanned it quickly. Her face turned pale. Chief, do we really have to do this? Yes. It's a genetic virus that destroys the human gene chain. Academy scientists say it can turn people into another kind of creature. We haven't found a cure yet, so we have to control the armed personnel first. Next, we'll monitor these refugees. Orders from above. If any aggressive behavior occurs, shoot on sight. Xia Yu stared blankly at the document, her eyes fixed on the virus name Life Black Light. The chief patted her shoulder. Xia Yu, no one is absolutely safe in this disaster. You've seen that post about the apocalypse too. No matter what, protect yourself. Survival is the only hope. Looking at the unprecedented solemnity on the chief's face, Xia Yu nodded in a daze. Oh. Piercing screams erupted from the highway. Xia Yu whipped around in shock. The soldiers and police on the square charged toward the source of the sound. Get your gun. The chief drew his pistol and dashed out without hesitation. A monster. Murder. Get out of the way. The crowd on the highway scattered like a disturbed beehive, fleeing in all directions. Many were pushed to the ground. Roars, cries for help, and the pounding of feet mixed into a cacophony. Most people had no idea what was happening, they just followed the stampede. If not for the gun in her hand, Xia Yu would have been trampled underfoot. Stop. Hands up. A loud shout came from ahead. Finally, Xia Yu reached the center of the chaos. Over 100 soldiers and police officers aimed their assault rifles, encircling a dozen figures crouched in a circle on the road. Xia Yu raised her gun as well. Crunch, crunch. The dozen figures swayed rhythmically, and the clear sound of chewing filled the air. Stop. This is your final warning. Bang, bang, bang. A company commander fired into the air. Suddenly one figure slowly turned around. Prominent cheekbones. Pale skin crisscrossed with black veins like vines. Pupils shrunk to pinpricks. In its wide-open mouth, inverted triangle teeth shredded a piece of raw meat, and thick blood dripped from the corners of its lips. Through the gap, Xiaoyu saw a blood-soaked woman lying on the ground, her bones exposed. Her stomach churned. She knew where the chewing sound came from. They were eating people. Eat. With a low growl, the figure lunged at the surrounding soldiers. Open fire, the company commander roared. The rattle of gunfire erupted. Hundreds of fiery tongues spat from the muzzles. Bullets instantly punched countless bloody holes into the creature's body. A viscous near-black blood oozed out. Staggering from the impact of the bullets, the mutant actually broke into a sprint once more. Thump! The mutant's speed far exceeded expectations, covering the 20-meter distance in just a few strides. Bullets are useless against them, the company commander cried out in desperation. Out! A dozen more mutants howled, charging at the surrounding soldiers and police. Xiaoyu's face turned pale. He raised his rifle, aiming. Bullets are useless against them, the company commander cried out in desperation. Out! A dozen more mutants howled, charging at the surrounding soldiers and police. Xiaoyu's face turned pale. He raised his rifle, aiming at a mutant that had leaped over a meter high. Bang, 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 a bullet struck the creature's head. A bloody hole appeared, but it did not fall. Watch out! A nearby policeman shouted, shoving Xiaoyu aside. Run! These monsters are immune to bullets. The policeman pulled Xiaoyu, and they fled for their lives. Help! Run! From the distant crowd of onlookers, countless screams arose. Thousands of mutants emerged from the throng, pouncing on the people around them. A man was tackled to the ground by a mutant. Blood splattered as a chunk of flesh was torn from his back. The mutant swallowed it in 2 bites, then sank its teeth into the man's face. The screams grew weaker. The fleeing crowd climbed over the highway barriers, scattering to both sides. They instantly covered his face. With a series of cracking sounds, the once thin man grew taller. The black of his pupils receded until they were almost entirely gone. Eat! The man grabbed his dazed wife. Husband, it's me, Beams fading as they fired their last round. They instantly covered his face. With a series of cracking sounds, the once thin man grew taller. The black of his pupils receded until they were almost entirely gone. Eat! The man grabbed his dazed wife. Husband, it's me, They instantly covered his face. With a series of cracking sounds, the once thin man grew taller. The black of his pupils receded until they were almost entirely gone. Eat! The man grabbed his dazed wife. Husband, it's me, The woman let out a scream. The man bit off half of his wife's cheek. Watching this, Xiaoyu felt tears streaming down his face. His gaze swept over the panicked masses fleeing across the hills. He dropped his rifle, turned, and fled into the vast, distant snowfield. In an unnamed town east of the G58 expressway, Jiang Zhe stood in a tent on the roof of a 3-story building. Through a military-grade high-definition telescope, he could see the hexagonal defensive positions deployed along both sides of the military camp in the distance. Armed helicopters and transport helicopters shuttled back and forth. He checked the time. It was 1:00 p.m. on August 10th. In at most 3 hours, the Pale Ones would launch a surprise attack from Nanjiang along the G58 expressway. In his past life, Jiang Zhe had evacuated with the second batch of refugees from Nanjiang. Halfway mutants known as subhumans who had drunk the snow water began to appear among the refugees, causing the entire convoy to collapse. After nearly half a month of fleeing, he finally reached an official shelter. Calculating the time, the refugee convoy on the G58 expressway should be in chaos by now. 10 days was the critical point. The first humans to drink the snow water would undergo mass mutation at this time. This was only the first unexpected disaster. Soon after, the Pale Ones would breach the military's defenses, slaughtering the fleeing masses in the wilderness. The 50,000 troops of the 3rd Military District stationed in Nanjiang were spread thin across dozens of kilometers of the front line. In his past life, they were routed by the Pale Ones in less than 2 hours. Yet it was an impossible dilemma. If the troops weren't deployed, the Pale Ones would bypass the line and directly attack the refugee columns. Sigh, what a waste of good soldiers. Jiang Zhe couldn't help but sigh. The bravest and most elite veterans of Daxia were essentially spent in this defensive battle. In Nanjiang City, a white, lonely silence reigned. Only the occasional animal could be seen moving through it. Under an overpass, 4 wild dogs with bloodshot eyes dug through a snowdrift, growling lowly. They dragged out a stiff, frozen corpse. With crunching sounds, the 4 dogs pounced. In less than 5 seconds, they had torn the clothes from the corpse and begun to feed. The temperature of -30°C made the body harder than stone, but it couldn't stop them from devouring it bit by bit. A roar, a beastly howl that shook the heavens, and earth suddenly erupted, echoing through the city's buildings. Amidst a whoosh, a massive yellow figure leaped from a snowdrift. One of the wild dogs was too slow to dodge. With a snap, the giant maw bit through the dog's spine, causing it to squeal. The wild dog died after a few twitches. The tawny lion roared at the three retreating dogs, which scattered with their tails between their legs. A broken iron chain could still be seen around the lion's neck. Its thick mane was stained with blood. With a crunch, the lion glanced around warily and swallowed half of the wild dog's body in one bite. Suddenly, the lion stiffened, its forepaws lowered, staring intently at a truck not far away. With a rustling sound, a pale one, nearly 3 meters tall, with a slender frame, slowly emerged from behind the vehicle. A low growl rumbled in the lion's throat. It actually began to back away. Its beastly instincts warned it of immense danger. A chattering sound came from the pale one's mouth. The lion turned and fled into the distance. The lion had just landed on a car roof, when with a thump, a white figure shot out from the left like lightning. The lion was knocked over before it could react. Before it could get up, 2 tentacles shot out and pierced its heart. Roar! The lion's pained cry was cut short as an even more terrifying maw opened and with a crunch bit its head off. The roar ceased abruptly. A horrifying sound of chewing followed, and soon the massive lion was torn to pieces. Then the pale one let out a clear chattering sound. Another chattering sound answered from a distance, as if they were communicating. A second chattering sound. A third. A fourth. A fifth. The entire street was filled with the terrifying sounds of countless pale ones from all directions. With a rumble and a spray of snow, countless monstrous white figures on the street charged in the same direction like tanks. The snow clinging to the branches on both sides was shaken loose by the tremendous vibrations. Southern River. A tracked armored vehicle raced across the empty snowfield. Inside the vehicle, a soldier driving asked the company commander beside him, "Company commander, why aren't we using the drone? This damn weather drains the battery too fast. Even if it flies out, it won't last long." The commander tightened his collar, his eyes fixed on the outside. "Company commander, what about the military satellite?" the soldier persisted. "Did snow get into your head? The clouds up there are so thick. Do you think the satellite is Xian Wukong with X-ray vision?" The commander tapped the soldier's helmet, signaling him to shut up. "Are the mines all set?" "Yes. Let's head back." "My gut feels uneasy," the commander sighed, leaning against the compartment. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion in the distance caught his attention. Bang. The commander sprang up abruptly, forgetting he was inside the vehicle, and his helmet slammed hard against the roof. Dizzy but ignoring it, he grabbed the binoculars and looked out the window. Boom. 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 Successive mine explosions echoed from afar. "Go." Moments later, the commander's face turned pale as he let out a piercing scream. The armored vehicle swerved, sharply charging toward the defense line. "Commander, what did you see?" the driver stammered, startled by his reaction. The commander clamped his lips tight, cold sweat pouring down his face. His knuckles were white from gripping the binoculars. He had seen monsters. Countless monsters. White figures blotting out the sky, churning snow dragons in the meter-deep snow. Their speed was despairingly fast. In just a few breaths, they closed to within 500 meters. Hi-ying, this is reconnaissance vehicle No. 15. This is Hi-ying, go ahead. Monsters, at least 5,000 of them, heading toward the defense line from patrol sector 15. They're too fast. We won't make it back. Take care. The commander put down the radio, adjusted his helmet. His gaze slowly swept across the 5 equally pale-faced soldiers inside. Prepare for battle. Clatter. The firing ports on both sides of the armored vehicle opened, revealing gun barrels. The commander manned the 12.7mm machine gun on the roof. The armored vehicle sped at 60 kilometers per hour, its top speed. In less than 15 seconds, the white hides closed to within 100 meters. Click. The commander pulled the bolt, aiming at the foremost white hide. 100 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. The commander finally got a clear look at the white hide. It ran like lightning, its wide-open mouth still stained with fresh blood. Its eyes glowed with savage ferocity. "Go to hell," the commander roared. "Rat-a-tat-tat." The heavy machine gun roared. Thud, thud, thud. The white hide, sprinting at high speed, was knocked off balance by the massive kinetic force. The commander had just shown a hint of joy. The white hide rolled over and continued chasing the vehicle. Rat-a-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun spat fire again. Boom. A white hide slammed hard into the side of the armored vehicle, nearly throwing the commander off. At the same time, a piercing alarm sounded from the army group position in the distance. The crackling sound of assault rifles came like popping beans. The commander glanced back at the position, exhaled a long breath, and turned to shoot again. Thud. A tearing pain stabbed through his chest. Cough. Looking down, he saw a tentacle protruding from his chest. "Commander." Amid the exclamations, the commander's body was flung into the air. Bang, bang, bang. The G-58 Southern River Defense Line artillery position suddenly erupted with intense shelling. Jiang Zhe, who was warming himself by the fire downstairs, dashed to the rooftop in one stride. The shrill alarms from the Southern River position had already merged into a cacophony. Just as he reached the rooftop, Jiang Zhe saw the entire artillery position shrouded in clouds of smoke. The ear-piercing shriek of shells flew toward the Southern River Expressway. Raising his binoculars, he saw huge black smoke and dirt rising from the distant white fields. At least 155 millimeters heavy howitzers had opened fire simultaneously. The thunderous roar echoed across the open field like the descent of the thunder god. "Here it comes," Jiang Zhe muttered, looking at his watch. 3:20 p.m. The Southern River blocking battle had officially begun. The once tranquil world suddenly boiled over. Jiang Zhe stared fixedly at the G-58 Southern River direction. The artillery brigade shells kept raising earthen walls about 2 kilometers from the defense line. Vaguely a white figure appeared in the lens. A second, a third, a fourth. Watching the countless snow dragons churned up by the rapid charge in the distance, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. In his past life, he had only heard from surviving veterans about the massive white hide attack in Southern River. Now seeing the white hides surging like a tide with his own eyes still made his heart pound. Judging from what he saw, there were at least 5,000. This was only the Southern River direction. Adding other coastal cities of Xia, the total number of white hides landing this time must be over 100,000. The racing white hides raised a wall of snow like a sandstorm sweeping across the plain. Whoosh! The shriek of 155 millimeters heavy artillery shells merged into a chorus. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The white hides, originally in a relatively dense formation, suddenly scattered. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy artillery saturation did not achieve the expected effect. A white hide was sent flying by the shockwave of a shell, but soon shook its head and resumed its rapid sprint. Unless a shell exploded directly beside it, the lethal shockwave for humans was just a tumble for the sturdy white hides. Another white hide, its body bristling with shrapnel, continued charging forward. It ran 100 meters before wobbling and falling dead. As long as the injury wasn't fatal, the white hides would only attack more ferociously. In just a few seconds, over 5,000 white hides had crossed the artillery brigade's designated blockade line. The number of white hides killed by the bombardment was negligible. The white hides were too fast. Faced with such speed, the artillery only had one chance to fire. Indeed, after a single salvo, the artillery position fell silent. Soon the white hides closed to within 2 kilometers of the defense line. At that moment, over 100 dark green attack helicopters lined up in the sky ahead of the position, their bellies releasing hundreds of anti-ground rockets. The rockets left countless white smoke trails in the air. Jiang Zhe shook his head as he watched. White hides were not stupid, they were quite clever. With their speed, they could easily dodge the attacks. Sure enough, the white hide formation suddenly split to both sides. The charge of 5,000 white hides was overwhelming. Jiang Zhe didn't know what the spectacle of 10,000 cavalry charging in ancient times looked like, but the scene before him. White hides kicking up a 3 to 4 meter high wall of snow as they advanced couldn't be far off. On the rooftop, Jiang Zhe could clearly feel the vibration under his feet. Rumble! The rockets exploded in the loose formation of the white hides, flinging up vast patches of dirt. Occasionally, an unlucky white hide was tossed into the air by a rocket. Then came the 30mm autocannons on the attack helicopters. Over 100 thick red ammunition belts formed a network of fire in the sky. On the ground, more than 299 BCA's latest tanks, arranged in a wedge formation, began a countercharge toward the white hides. The immense power of the 30mm autocannon sent white hides flying sideways. Fist-sized wounds appeared on their massive bodies. Even those not instantly killed noticeably slowed down their running speed. This wave of attacks killed at least 20 white hides. But the effect stopped there. The white hides suddenly accelerated, making it impossible for the attack helicopters to aim effectively. The ground attacks also yielded little result. The white hides' movement speed exceeded 30 meters per second, rendering the tank's advanced moving target tracking system useless. They had to rely on manual aiming with the naked eye. Amid the thick smoke and churned snow, the white hides' charge showed no sign of slowing. The 2-kilometer distance between the two sides closed rapidly in less than a dozen seconds. The attack helicopters in the air had lost their formation. Each one locked onto a white hide, continuously pouring ammunition. Rat-a-tat-tat. More than 200 heavy machine guns on the tank roofs opened fire simultaneously. The dense bullets sent the frontmost dozens of white hides stumbling and rolling in the snow. The white hides behind kept leaping over them. 100 meters. 50 meters. 20 meters. Boom, boom, boom. The two waves, white and green, collided violently, both sides pausing for a moment. The heavy tanks weighing 50 to 60 tons were rocked left and right by several white hides charging at high speed. In an instant, hundreds of machine guns fell silent. Useless. Once the white hides got close to the 200 tanks, they were essentially crippled. At the moment of contact, Jiang Zhe saw the hundreds of heavy machine guns on the tank tops smashed into scrap metal by the white hides' claws. Among the flying parts were dozens of machine gunners who hadn't had time to retreat inside the tanks. Some soldiers were grabbed by white hides and flung into the air. Before they hit the ground, they were snapped in two by the jaws of white hides rushing from behind. The battle between tanks and white hides was brief and quick. The White Hides didn't linger to fight the tanks. Instead, they rolled up the snow and charged toward the rear of the line. Jiang Zhe stood like a statue, binoculars in hand. The most brutal assault was about to come. Along both sides of the G58 expressway were countless hastily constructed small hexagonal defense bases. At that moment, within those bases, weapons of various calibers and countless dark gun muzzles were aimed toward the southern river direction. Countless soldiers prayed that the frontline battle would inflict heavy losses on the White Hides. Attention, everyone, the enemy is coming. Within the defense bases, shouts from commanders rang out one after another. Rumble. In the vast white snow, the monsters were still indistinct, but the roaring sound of their charge was already audible. Squad leader, where should I shoot? On the defense line, a soldier operating a heavy sniper grenade launcher aimed ahead. He licked his cracked lips and asked the squad leader beside him, "Shoot the head. No matter how tough the monster, can it live if its head is blown off?" The squad leader reached out to wipe the frozen frost from his eyelashes. Rumble. The sound grew closer, the snow on the sandbags beginning to tremble. "Get ready, aim before you fire." A few hundred meters ahead of the position, a white snow wave appeared. From within came low, continuous growls. The White Hides emerged. 1, 2, 3. The squad leader's eyes widened instantly. "Holy crap, there are still so many. Open fire." Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom, boom, boom. At the squad leader's piercing shout, the heavy and light weapons on the position opened fire almost simultaneously. Countless tongues of flame poured out from the defense line. The foremost White Hide was hit in the head by a grenade launcher round, its massive body tumbling across the ground. "Squad leader, I got one." The soldier who had just spoken shouted excitedly. "Watch out." Before the soldier could lock onto another White Hide, the squad leader yanked him away from the spot. Thud. A thick claw pierced through the squad leader's chest. A White Hide, nearly 3 meters tall, stood there, its teeth chattering rapidly. Its hideous head lunged forward, and the squad leader's upper half vanished. "Squad leader." The soldier realized what had happened and screamed. He raised his sniper grenade launcher just as a shadow fell over him. Thud. The soldier and his weapon were sliced in two by a claw. At that moment, countless White Hides like snow demons leaped into the defense position with a single bound. Then came a storm of blood and gore. The defense line built by the 3rd Army Corps was about to be breached by the White Hides. Jiang Zhe lowered his binoculars. Even though he was accustomed to life and death, his chest still felt tight. This was nearly a massacre. Countless desperate soldiers pulled the pins on their grenades, ready to die with the White Hides. But they found they couldn't even keep up with the monster's speed. Ordinary soldiers facing such monsters had not even a sliver of a chance to fight back. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions and roars continued on the position. One by one, soldiers were slaughtered. Now binoculars were no longer needed. From the rooftop of the small town, one could see the White Hides darting like phantoms across the defense line and bursts of fireworks. Many soldiers fled from the position. Unfortunately, most were caught and killed by the White Hides. Jiang Zhe was silent for a moment. He turned around, packed up the tent and other belongings, and walked down the stairs. At the artillery brigade position, Sun Changfu clenched his teeth while peering through binoculars. Around the army group headquarters at the foot of the mountain, countless white skins charged from all directions. The 6-meter-high defensive wall lay as flat as an open field before the monstrous creatures. Their claws dug into the wall, and with just 2 motions they could scale the top. In the air, attack helicopters strafed the white skins atop the wall. By now the military had no choice but to disregard collateral damage. Yet the ferocity of the white skins surpassed anything Sun Changfu had witnessed before. A white skin curled a tentacle around a steel plate and hurled it with tremendous force. The nearest helicopter failed to evade its cockpit, cleaved open by the plate. It spiraled down and crashed into the ground. The surviving 100-plus tanks surrounding the perimeter kept firing relentlessly. A brutal melee erupted at the headquarters camp. Countless shells burst into flames, mingling with the severed limbs of humans and white skins. "Look, a monster is charging this way," a sharp-eyed soldier bellowed. Sun Changfu immediately turned to look in the direction the soldier pointed. Over 100 massive white silhouettes like specters churned up, hundreds of snow dragons behind them as they raced toward the artillery position. "Prepare for battle," the commanding officer roared. The monsters had already overrun the 155mm artillery's range, rendering the guns useless. Over 2,000 artillerymen at the front of the position aimed light and heavy weapons at the creatures. Many soldiers' faces turned pale. They all knew that such hastily constructed defenses could never hold. Fire! At a distance of over 100 meters, 1,000 light and heavy machine guns spat tongues of flame. But the white-skin's speed made everyone despair. Even charging uphill, it took only 4 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the white-skins were upon them. With a splash, a spray of blood drenched Sun Changfu's head and face. When he opened his eyes, he saw the headless corpse of his comrade. The entire position had descended into chaos. Soldiers fired bullets at the white skins, and rockets with white smoke trails flew wildly across the front. In a daze, Sun Changfu watched a soldier get bitten in half by a white skin. "Ah, you bastard!" A surge of hot blood rushed to his head. He yanked off 2 grenades and charged straight at the creature. Boom, boom. The grenades exploded above the white skin's head. It only shook its head. With a thud, just as Sun Chongfu gritted his teeth to lunge, a soldier's corpse whistled through the air and knocked him flying. He tumbled down the slope for over 20 meters. The white skin prepared to pounce on him, but a shoulder-fired rocket streaked in from the side and blasted the creature away. Cough, cough. Company commander, retreat. Staying here is useless. Only death awaits. His subordinate Liuzi, on the verge of tears, dug Sun Chongfu out of the snow pile. Watching the white skins slaughter soldiers as easily as chickens in the camp, Sun Chongfu bit his lip until blood seeped out. With a sharp slap, he saluted the distant camp. Go, living brothers, follow me. His 6 men scrambled down the hillside. Pant. A stop. After running over 1,000 meters, Sun Chongfu gasped for breath and waved at the few men beside him. Sprinting through waist-deep snow felt like a fire blazing in his lungs. In the distance, explosions still rumbled. The military camp still held on. A helicopter out of ammunition launched a suicide dive toward the white skins on the ground. Soldiers on the defensive wall hugged white skins and pulled the pins on boxes of grenades. Watching all this, Sun Changfu's eyes turned bloodshot. Run! There's a monster coming this way. Liuzi beside him screamed in terror. The group turned back to see white skins from the camp beginning to pursue fleeing soldiers. 3 soldiers stumbled toward their direction. Behind them, a white skin lunged at one of the soldiers. Run! Sun Chongfu dared not linger any longer. He led the men toward the small town. He hadn't forgotten that letter. Now, with no time to doubt, he could only trust the one who knew his secret. Gunshots and screams sounded behind them. The 6 men didn't dare look back. They sprinted all the way to the town. Sun Chongfu spotted the flag on the rooftop and quickened his pace. Chongfu, come here. Suddenly, Liuzi beside him called out. I'm not dead, yet so you forget your commander. Sun Chongfu shot him a fierce glare. No, company commander. Look at the wall. Following Liuzi's pointing, Sun Chongfu saw 4 large scarlet characters scrawled on a wall outside the town. Chongfu, come here. With a thick arrow pointing in a direction. The characters were crooked, hideously ugly. Damn, Sun Chongfu cursed. Couldn't you even bother to write your surname on the wall? He felt like a guy being lured into a brothel. I can't go on, company commander. You run. I can't make it. The last soldier gasped, raising his rifle. In the distance, the white skin churned up a huge cloud of snow as it charged toward them. Don't stop. There's someone inside to save us. Sun Chongfu grabbed the soldier's arm and dragged him forward desperately. Really? Liuzi exclaimed happily. I'm not sure either. We'll find out when we get there. If not, we'll die together. On the town streets, the walls were covered with blood-red characters of Chongfu, come here, making it impossible to take a wrong turn. Following the arrows, the 6 men finally reached the distillery. At the corner, with a crash, the white skin skidded, smashed through a wall, and continued its pursuit. Up. The 6 men rushed along the red paint on the ground into the fermentation workshop. An iron door stood ajar. Sun Chongfu had no time to think. The rustling of the white skin's approach was already behind them. Get inside. What the? 6 synchronized curses erupted as they froze at the doorway. Inside the workshop, facing the warehouse entrance. Under a steel frame a dozen meters away stood a figure in a white cold-weather suit, hat, and quick-dry balaclava, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. The figure operated a crude city crossbow, its 3 gleaming arm-thick bolts aimed directly at them, and the bolt tips were hung with grenades. A large dog crouched beside him. Chongfu, move aside. Jiang Zhe shouted. Sun Chongfu reacted, and the 6 men pressed themselves flat against the workshop wall. The next second, with a thunderous crash, the iron door of the workshop burst open. The white skin behind them streaked in like lightning. Simultaneously, a dull whoosh and the sharp snap of steel plates rang through the workshop. 3 crossbow bolts sank deep into the white skin's body with even greater speed. Boom! A screech tore from the creature as the force of the bolts sent it flying backward, and a ball of fire erupted in midair. The 6 men stared in disbelief. Whose son was this so bold? The white skin paused barely 2 seconds before charging the doorway again, but the explosive strike had wounded it. Large patches of charred black covered its grayish-white skin, and multiple wounds oozed dark purple blood. This time, Jiang Zhe approached the crossbow and drew a kukri knife. Be careful! Sun Chongfu couldn't help shouting. The white skin needed only one more leap to reach Jiang Zhe, but Jiang Zhe watched calmly, his face unruffled. With a crash, the floor suddenly collapsed, plunging the white skin into a 10-meter-deep pit. Jiang Zhe followed without hesitation, leaping down after it. A piercing screech rang from the pit, followed by dull, thudding blows. Thud, thud, thud. In that instant, Jiang Zhe had hurled a 30-ton steel ingot in midair, snapping the creature's spine. Then he quickly condensed spatial blades, severed the white skin's tentacles, and gouged out its crystal core. By the time Sun Chongfu and his men cautiously crept to the edge of the pit, they saw Jiang Zhe at the bottom, punching the white skin again and again. You bastard, you made me lose my girlfriend. You bastard, you made me run all over the place. After 100 or so punches, Jiang Zhe finally stopped. Then he looked up at the dumbfounded Sun Changfu at the edge of the pit. Pulling down his mask, Jiang Zhe's eyes burned with fierce warmth. "Artillery master, I've missed you." So, watching Jiang Zhe climb out of the 10-meter deep pit with 2 knives, Sun Changfu felt more curious about this young man. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Zhe brushed off the dirt from his body and glanced at the other person, saying, "Great, the pimples on your face are still there. Who exactly are you? How do you know Chui Chui?" Sun Pao Yes' brows twitched as he couldn't hold back any longer and whispered, pulling at Jiang Zhe's arm. "My name is Jiang Zhe. I came from Nanjing. You must have seen it, right?" After recalling, Jiang Zhe walked towards the fermentation tank. At this moment, there was no rush. The reason for the troublesome delivery of that letter was the concern that Sun Pao Yes' fate would change after rebirth. He had few friends. He didn't want to be left alone guarding a pile of food in the apocalypse. Sun Pao Yi quickly followed, saying, "Thanks for saving these brothers, but why do you call me Pao Yi? I don't recognize you. Are you an artilleryman?" "Yes." "Are you accurate with your shots?" "Then it's settled, I'll call you Pao Yi." Pao Yi grabbed Jiang Zhe's arm and asked, "How did you come to know me?" "It's from my past life. Oh, I was the elder brother, and you were my younger brother. You were so ugly that our parents wanted to throw you away. I saved you. Including today, I've saved you twice already." Pao Yi was about to curse, but suddenly remembered Jiang Zhe's fierce prowess against the white-skinned creatures and quickly stopped himself. "Brothers? Nonsense. If I were as handsome as you, would I even have a crush? I'd have been in bed long ago." While they were talking, Jiang Zhe opened the lid of the fermentation tank. "What the?" Jiang Zhe exclaimed as he jumped down. "Catch this." Then the Duke and Xiaomi were lifted out by the crowd. Xiaomi's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were closed. The Duke was panting heavily, drooling as he snored. They had been intoxicated by the aroma of the wine emanating from the fermentation tank for nearly a day. Pao Yi and the others widened their eyes and looked at each other. A girl and a dog. What a combination. Countless thoughts floated through their minds. "Give me a hand." Jiang Zhe picked up Xiaomi while Pao Yi and the others carried the Duke. They quickly exited the winery. They dashed into the tallest 3-story building in the town, placing Xiaomi and the Duke next to the bonfire. The 7 of them made their way to the rooftop. In the distance, the rumbling sounds of explosions continued intermittently. Jiang Zhe and the others remained silent, quietly observing. Da-da-da. An all-terrain vehicle sped through the snow towards the town, with 4 soldiers firing wildly. Behind them, 5 white-skinned creatures quickly gave chase. 2 of the white-skinned collided violently from the other side. The all-terrain vehicle toppled into a pit. Swish. Pao Yi grabbed Jiang Zhe's arm, saying, "Help them." Jiang Zhe shook his head. "Pao Yi, think about it. If I had that ability, I wouldn't have written you a letter. I could kill all those white-skinned creatures alone. Then I could be a hero of the entire Great Xia, well-known and wealthy, and perhaps even become a general. Do you think I want to just stand here and watch the show?" Pao Yi lowered his gaze, releasing Jiang Zhe's arm, and silently watched as the white-skinned creatures slaughtered the soldiers in the vehicle. "Squad leader, this young brother is right. You are asking too much of him. The monsters are so quick. If it weren't for that pit, who could withstand it? Taking down one is already impressive." 6C spoke up to persuade. "Yes." The other soldiers murmured in agreement. Jiang Zhe patted Pao Yi on the shoulder. "Get used to it." Pao Yi nodded. In this apocalypse, everyone needed time to adjust. Gradually, the gunfire began to dwindle, until it completely disappeared. The world returned to the soft sound of falling snow. Boom. The few people on the rooftop quickly looked into the distance. Thousands of white-skinned creatures gathered together, rumbling along the G58 highway, charging into the distance. "Where are they going?" someone asked curiously. Jiang Zhe slowly rose and looked around, not sure. The others followed Jiang Zhe downstairs. Just as they sat down, Xiaomi woke up, gazing at the 6 soldiers who had suddenly appeared. Somewhat dazed, the Duke and Xiaomi had missed the most brutal battle in Nanjing while they were asleep. "Here, let me introduce you. This is Xiaomi, and this is the Duke." Jiang Zhe began to introduce the 2 groups. "You all sit, we'll go check out the battlefield." After chatting for a while, Jiang Zhe stood up and shouldered his backpack. "I'm going with you." Sun Pao Yi and the others quickly stood up. "No way, what if there are still monsters outside?" One sentence dispelled their thoughts. Jiang Zhe was going to collect weapons and equipment. More importantly, he needed crystal nuclei. He couldn't take them along. After settling a few things, he dove into the heavy snow with the Duke. Boom. A pile of snow flew up as Jiang Zhe parked the snowmobile in front of the military defense line. Thick smoke stretched into the distance. The entire defense line was eerily quiet. Countless soldiers remained scattered around the positions, slowly buried by the wind and snow. By tomorrow at this time, this bloody battlefield would vanish. Looking at the corpses beneath his feet, Jiang Zhe saluted before starting his mission. Heavy machine guns, infantry, fighting vehicles, tanks, ammunition. He quickly scavenged until dark and finally reached the military district headquarters camp. This was the most brutal place along the entire defense line. Corpses, countless incomplete soldier bodies piled up from the camp gate all the way inside. The wreckage of helicopters and battle vehicles was everywhere. Swish. A military knife sliced open the skull of a white-skinned creature, extracting a crystal nucleus. Jiang Zhe flipped his hand and stored the crystal nucleus in his space. This was already the 15th one. He estimated that at least 200 white-skinned creatures had died here. Stepping over countless corpses, Jiang Zhe walked deeper into the camp. Fortunately, he was accustomed to life and death from his previous life. If an ordinary person were thrown in here, they would probably go mad immediately. Suddenly, a few medical vehicles marked with the Red Cross in the vast military square caught his attention. Kata. He opened the door. Jiang Zhe quickly began to search. After a moment of disappointment, he walked into a nearby camping tent. Countless bloodstains covered the white sheets. He saw hundreds of female soldiers' corpses and began to check them one by one. Suddenly, in a corner of the tent, Jiang Zhe stopped and slowly reached out his hand to turn over a corpse. It was Chun Yun staring with a pair of terrified and helpless eyes. In her chest, a blood hole the size of a fist pierced through. Jiang Zhe squatted down and stared quietly. After a long time, he pulled out half a piece of unfinished chocolate from her shirt pocket. Breaking off 2 pieces, Jiang Zhe placed one in his mouth and the other in Chun Yun's slightly swollen mouth. Who? After taking a deep breath, he closed her eyes. Sister, this time I'll take you away. After saying this, the corpse vanished. Who? Jiang Zhe panted, slightly unable to remember how many pieces of equipment he had collected. As long as he saw something intact and usable, he would store it in his space. Even if he didn't need these things himself, they could be used to trade for supplies or people with other shelters in the future. In the early days of the apocalypse, a single gun or a bowl of noodles was worth an unimaginable amount. Throughout the night, Jiang Zhe drifted like a shadowy ghost across the battlefield. He even collected the artillery from the artillery brigade where Pao Yi had originally been stationed into his space. Swoosh. Jiang Zhe swiftly slashed a wild dog that attempted to ambush him, shaking the blood and fur off his knife before kicking the corpse away. After more than half a day, the surrounding animals had already caught the scent of food. This place was about to become an animal paradise. At this time, the sky had begun to brighten slightly. The collectible supplies were basically exhausted, especially the crystal nuclei of the white-skinned creatures, totaling 211. This number would drive all factions crazy in the apocalypse. It represented the potential to create 211 first-stage extraordinary beings. If luck was good enough, it might even yield 3rd or 4th stage extraordinary beings. Looking around, Jiang Zhe mounted the snowmobile, roaring its engine as he sped towards the town. August 30th. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, over 200,000 white-skinned creatures launched an assault on the coastal defenses of the Great Xia. The main defensive lines in Nanjing, Jinshan, Qingdong, Modu, Fuzhou, Hongjing, and Xiangao were breached, resulting in the near annihilation of the Great Xia's main military forces. The white-skinned creatures surged inland, wreaking havoc across the entire land of Great Xia. In Nanyuan, Yintian, and Taigua, many small coastal nations faced near extinction. Throughout Blue Star, only a few of the most powerful countries, such as Great Xia, the Lighthouse, and Bear Country, were still barely holding on. Outside the small town, 8 figures stood atop the highest point of the town. "Salute," commanded Sun Pao with a low voice. 6 soldiers extended their right hands toward the distant military camp. A heavy snow had fallen overnight, extinguishing the smoke of battle. Only the silhouettes of the military camp remained visible, standing tall amidst the wind and snow, along with the towering cannons reaching for the sky. "Let's go, there's a long way ahead." Jiang Zhe was the first to descend the stairs, followed closely by the group with their large backpacks. Before long, the entire small town vanished from sight. With the addition of Sun Pao and his 6 men, Jiang Zhe had fewer distractions. He only needed to lead the way and scout ahead, leaving the tasks of vigilance and cooking to Pao and his men. Creaking sounds echoed across the highway. The only noise was the crunch of snow underfoot. "Jiang Zhe, let's take a break. Ooh, everyone is exhausted," shouted Pao after more than 2 hours of travel, bent over and gasping for breath. Initially, Jiang Zhe planned to procure an infantry fighting vehicle. However, he feared the noise might attract the white-skinned creatures. Although the likelihood was very small, he did not want to take the risk. Sun Pao and his companions were also panting heavily. Even the Duke was sticking out his tongue, breathing out clouds of white vapor, turning his dog head into a giant ice ball. Surprisingly, Xiaomi appeared to be in good condition. "Let's rest for an hour," Jiang Zhe said as he led the group into a culvert beneath the highway. Pao and the others returned from a nearby grove carrying branches. A pile of firewood was ignited. The 8 people and 1 dog sat around the bonfire. "Brother, where are we going?" After resting for a while, Xiaomi hugged Jiang Zhe's arm and asked. "To the Ro Mountain." "Where is that?" Sun Pao and the others stared at him. "It's about 200 kilometers from here. There's a refuge point there." Jiang Zhe scooped some sweet water from the pot over the bonfire and drank. The sugary liquid flowed down his throat, warming his entire body as he exhaled contentedly. Then, under the curious gazes of the group, he drew the outline of a map of Great Xia in the dirt with a stick. In Nanjing, Jinshan, yesterday, at least tens of thousands of white-skinned creatures breached into Great Xia. Looking at the situation here in Nanjing, other places are even worse. The main forces of Great Xia are basically gone. The eyes of Pao and his men widened. So does that mean other places are unsafe too? Sun Pao hurriedly asked. Yes, the white-skinned have already surged into the inland areas. There is no safe place in all of Great Xia. Don't ask, I will finish speaking. Jiang Zhe continued to draw arrows on the ground. Now it's not just Great Xia, the entire Blue Star is infested with white-skinned creatures. To put it bluntly, the whole of Blue Star has become their hunting ground. Don't think that being deep in the continent is safe. Just look at the speed of those white-skinned yesterday. You'll understand that those countries will perish in no time. How many armies stronger than Great Xia exist in this world? Then does that mean humanity is doomed? What's the point of surviving? Pao murmured. Not doomed per se, it's just that life will be much harsher. After responding, Jiang Zhe continued to draw. And what about the subhumans? Did your army issue an order prohibiting drinking snow water? Yes, that's a wartime regulation. No one dares disobey. Jiang Zhe, what are subhumans? Hearing Pao's words, Jiang Zhe nodded. The situation in the military is somewhat better than among civilians. It's likely that at this moment all cities are in chaos due to the attacks by subhumans, compounded by the threat of the white-skinned outside and the subhumans within. Humanity has reached its most difficult moment. Drinking snow water causes mutations leading to a craving for human flesh similar to what you'd see in zombie films. At this point, the entire Great Xia is likely in turmoil. From now on, people will only be able to survive in refuge points. I have already prepared a refuge base at Row Mountain. How will you come with me, or will you go on your own? If you choose to go alone, we will part ways here. As for who can survive, that's up to fate. After saying this all in one breath, Jiang Zhe threw down the stick. This statement was primarily directed at the 5 men under Pao. If they were willing to follow him, he would gladly accept. If not, it would be better to send them away early. My parents and younger sister. A soldier's eyes turned red as he spoke dazedly. Jiang Zhe's words had exceeded everyone's comprehension. Don't think about it. They've either entered the refuge point, or they're already dead. The heavy snow, the white-skinned, the subhumans, and the mutated beasts each claim lives. If you think your family can survive, you're free to look for them. I won't stop you. Jiang Zhe spoke bluntly. But the reality is even harsher, and he had no intention of comforting anyone. In this apocalypse, to survive, one must learn to endure its cruelty. The atmosphere in the culvert was eerily quiet, with only the crackling of the firewood. Jiang Zhe, how do you know so much? Pao was the first to react and asked. I saw it on the Apocalypse forum. Wasn't there a post about the apocalypse before? It was written by the same person, but it was deleted long ago. I'm an enthusiast of survival in the apocalypse, so I believed it. I didn't expect it to save my life. Now that the internet was gone, whatever Jiang Zhe said could not be verified. He just had to bluff his way through. I recall there was a post titled "The Apocalypse is Coming. Are you prepared?" Thinking back, everything mentioned in it was accurate. This person is definitely a prophet, a soldier interjected excitedly. Sigh. If only this person had spoken up sooner, perhaps more people could have been saved. Pao sighed. Nonsense, how many would actually believe it? He'd probably be locked up as a lunatic. Jiang Zhe sneered. Squad leader, I want to follow Jiang Zhe. Suddenly Liuzi spoke up. Liuzi, originally named Zhao Lu, was often called Liuzi by his southern comrades, due to the mispronunciation of the character Lu. Have you thought this through? You won't return home? Pao asked, frowning. No, it's several thousand kilometers back home. Squad leader, do you think it's possible for me to survive and return on foot? Liuzi replied, affirmatively, voicing the dilemma that all the soldiers felt. In the future, once the heavy snow stops, communication might be restored. At that point, there's hope of finding family members at other refuge points. Jiang Zhe casually said. This statement actually left everyone with a glimmer of hope. Really? Pao's voice trembled slightly. Don't ask me, I also saw it from a post. Jiang Zhe clapped his hands and stood up. If Pao impulsively ran off to find Cui, all their efforts would have been in vain. Are you all sure you want to follow me? We're sure. The 6 replied in unison. Pao Yi and the others understood clearly that to survive they had to rely on this young man. Inside the culvert, the 8 people had already risen and packed their gear. Fine, you can follow me, but from now on we'll stick together to survive this apocalypse. However, let me be clear from the start. From now on, this team answers to me. If you can't accept that we can part ways right now, if anyone agrees now, but later tries to cause trouble, I can kill a pale skin, and I can kill a human too. Jiang Zhe's gaze swept calmly over the 6. Xiaomi the Duke was not counted. He was bound to follow Jiang Zhe for life. Pao Ye's character was beyond reproach. He was a man who had shared life and death with Jiang Zhe in his past life. These words from Jiang Zhe were aimed at the other 5. Rest assured, Jiang Zhe, you saved us, and you are the most capable here. If we don't listen to you, who else would we listen to? Pao Yi, a company commander, threw his full support behind Jiang Zhe. In truth, Jiang Zhe didn't even need to say it. The 6 had witnessed him single-handedly kill a paleskin. Even without his words, the team instinctively saw him as the leader. They weren't fools. With such a formidable man leading them, their chances of survival were vastly greater. Swish! Jiang Zhe swung his blade and cleaved off the head of a mutated wild dog. Up! A scream from Xiaomi rang out. His dogleg knife flew through the air, pinning a black wild dog mid-leap to the wall. Then the room fell silent. All around, the bodies of more than a dozen wild dogs, large and small, were covered in wounds. Duke watched the entrance. Jiang Zhe sent Duke to stand guard at the door. 2 hours after leaving the culvert, the 8 reached a highway service area. Just as they prepared to rest, they were surrounded by a pack of wild dogs hunting for food. Fortunately, Duke's hearing was keen. No one was hurt. Captain, are these dogs mutated from drinking the snow water? Pao Yi approached with a grim expression. Now Pao Yi and the others held the Daxiao military's QLU-11 ultralight individual grenade launchers. They had long discarded their old assault rifles, which were now only good for killing ordinary humans, useless against any mutated creature. The 35mm fragmentation rounds were devastating. In the heat of the moment, Pao Yi had fired 2 rounds, blowing the wild dogs apart. But Pao Yi's mood was somber. In the past, one 35mm round would have reduced a wild dog to mist. Now the dogs' bodies had an absurd level of defensive strength. Be careful, Pao Yi. I don't want to go through the trouble of saving you only to have to bury you later. And you all need to learn to use cold weapons. Gunfire could easily attract paleskins. He needed to get Pao Yi and the others training with cold weapons as soon as possible. Use guns only when necessary. Clang. As he spoke, Jiang Zhe yanked the dogleg knife from the wall. The black dog, even larger than Duke, fell to the ground, its body covered in patchy bald spots and muscles bulging into fist-sized lumps. It looked grotesque. No one could believe this had once been a Labrador before the apocalypse. Don't throw it away. Suddenly, Jiang Zhe called out to De Bing, who was about to pick up the dead dog and toss it outside. De Bing, originally named Li Qinfei, was from Nanha. His defining feature was a large head, which he claimed came from eating big steamed buns as a child. Thus people gave him the nickname De Bing. What's up? De Bing was taken aback. Jiang Zhe stepped forward and sliced open the dog's belly along the wound. Pull tight. He had De Bing and Pao Yi each grab 2 of the big dog's legs. With a ripping sound, the dead dog turned into a red slab of meat, its entire hide peeled off. Captain, you don't mean to eat it, do you? De Bing immediately caught on, letting out a strange cry. Jiang Zhe tossed the skinned dog into De Bing's arms. Don't make a fuss. You think people are still growing grain-raising pigs and cattle? From now on, if you can survive, you'll eat anything except shit. Pao Yi and the others exchanged glances, speechless. Giggle. Xiaomi burst into light laughter at the sight of their consternation. Brother says people even eat cockroaches. I'd rather starve than eat that, Lu Zi swore from the side. All right, clean them all up. Tonight we'll have dog meat hot pot. Jiang Zhe clapped his hands to assign tasks. Duke at the entrance instantly perked up. He stood tall, eyes wide, staring into the distance. Now the most loyal sentinel. Woof, woof. Just as they finished processing the 20-odd wild dogs, Duke at the entrance began barking. Clatter. Everyone scrambled to their feet, aiming at the doors and windows. Duke. With a low command, Duke trotted in, tail wagging, his mouth tugging at Jiang Zhe's pant leg. Jiang Zhe raised a hand to signal the others to stay back. It couldn't be paleskins outside, or Duke would have already run back. At the entrance, Jiang Zhe spotted a plume of smoke rising from a village 500 meters below the highway. Through binoculars, he could see someone frantically waving a red bedsheet in their direction. Apparently survivors had heard the gunfire. Captain, do we go? Pao Yi beside him also saw them. Jiang Zhe thought for a moment. Let's go check it out. Maybe they have something we need. He needed to pretend to search for supplies. Otherwise, a single backpack wouldn't explain how they had food and drink. Duke led the way, scouting ahead. The 8 crossed the road and cautiously approached a courtyard on the west side. The village was small, perhaps 100 households. A country lane ran alongside. Halt! Jiang Zhe's sharp command brought the others to a stop before a typical rural single-story courtyard. On the wall of the courtyard, a Taishan stone tablet inscribed with a ward against evil was smeared with dark red bloody stains. Jiang Zhe stepped forward for a closer look and frowned. This was the unique blood of a subhuman. He scuffed the snow by the gate with his foot. A severed arm emerged. It was covered in black veins. This is a subhuman, a mutated human's arm. As he spoke, the gate creaked open a crack. A woman's head poked out. A beautiful woman, the kind of beauty carved by a scalpel in Korea. Oh, we heard gunfire just now. You're really soldiers. That's wonderful. The woman spotted the military uniforms on Sun Pao Yi and the others. She immediately cried out in joy. Where did you come from? Jiang Zhe turned to ask. The woman stepped fully out. She glanced left and right at the entrance, then quickly opened the iron gate. Come in, it's terrifying out here. Jiang Zhe shot a cautious glance at Pao Yi and the others. They entered the courtyard. It was a very clean yard with white tiles on all the surrounding houses. An apple tree stood in the center. Its emerald leaves had all fallen, leaving it bare. The green fruits still on the branches had frozen into lumps of ice. Don't worry, they're from the military. The woman called out to the surroundings. Men and women emerged from the surrounding houses armed with rakes, shovels, cleavers, and various other weapons. 8 women and 5 men, all strikingly handsome or beautiful. The The curtain over the main door was lifted. A middle-aged man stepped out, flanked by two burly men holding standard military assault rifles. The man's face lit up when he saw Sun Pao Yi and the others. Haha, I never thought I'd run into military brothers. Come in, it's warm inside. The man warmly ushered Jiang Zhe and the others into the room. A cast-iron coal stove stood in the spacious living room, dispelling the cold, indeed very warm. Several rolled-up mats lay on the floor. A large pot on the stove was boiling water. Small folding stools were arranged in a circle. The living room was large enough. The sofa, TV, and other furniture had been moved outside. It could easily accommodate all 20-odd people. Brother, can you tell me what's going on with the military? The man tried to pull Pao Yi to sit on a stool. You've got it wrong. He's our leader. At that, Pao Yi stepped back, revealing Jiang Zhe at his side. Oh, and who might this young man be? The man eyed Jiang Zhe curiously. In the room, over a dozen people stared at Jiang Zhe with equal surprise. He was too young, with handsome features and a refined bearing lacking the rigid posture of a soldier. He hardly seemed like someone who could command 6 soldiers to obey. Jiang Zhe from Nanjiang. And you? Jiang Zhe nodded calmly at the man. The man wore a thick goose-down jacket with massive diamond rings on 2 fingers. His face was kind and his skin was well maintained. Before the apocalypse, he must have been at least a manager in some company. From the moment they met, he couldn't help but wear a formal, practiced smile. Moreover, the dozen people in the room, men and women, looked exhausted, yet their features were too refined. They weren't manual laborers. Jiang Zhe even noticed 2 young men leaning against the wall, unconsciously pinching their fingers in a delicate gesture. Young man, I misjudged you. I'm Du Tao from Dingxing Culture Communication Company in Nanjiang City. These are all my colleagues who fled with me. Young man, we escaped from G58 yesterday. It was a tragedy, a complete tragedy. Du Tao sighed and gestured for Jiang Zhe to sit. No wonder these people seemed different from ordinary folks. They were live streamers. Those men and women were all minor internet celebrities. Jiang Zhe didn't stand on ceremony and sat on a small stool. The dozen or so people in the room either sat on cushions or squatted directly on the floor. Handsome, this is our boss, the girl who had opened the door introduced. Elon, what boss? There's no such thing as a boss now. Du Tao shook his head bitterly. Jiang Zhe discreetly glanced at the 2 bodyguards behind Du Tao. Seeing them sling their rifles behind their backs, he subtly signaled to Pao Yi and the others, who then clicked off the safeties on their guns. But Jiang Zhe's right hand remained lightly resting on the kukri strapped to his outer thigh. Escaped from G58. What's the situation ahead? Jiang Zhe asked. Little Me leaned obediently against him. Ever since she washed Jiang Zhe's feet that day, the girl had grown attached to him. Oh, it's terrifying. Many of the refugees turned into man-eating monsters. Luckily, we were at the back of the group. We didn't dare go further and turned back, hoping to find the military. Du Tao sighed, fingering his ring. Yeah, handsome, you have no idea how horrible those people became. They bit anyone they saw. Sob. My 2 sisters also. Sob. If it weren't for Mr. Du leading us, we women might all be dead. The girl named Alon began to sob. Those mutated people run so fast. They can lift a person with one hand. So scary, a young man exclaimed, his face full of fear. Everyone started talking at once. Whenever they mentioned the subhumans, terror was etched on every face. Sigh, we had over 50 people when we left the company. Now, as you can see, only this many are left. Mr. Du looked around the room. The atmosphere was somber. Uncle, the military behind us is gone too. Brother saved them, and we're also planning to leave this place. Suddenly, Little Me lifted her head and pointed at Pao Yi and the others, speaking to Mr. Du. Huh, Mr. Du's face changed instantly. He almost crawled to Little Mi's side. Little girl, what? What did you say? His voice trembled. The room erupted. Everyone stood up in unison upon hearing her words. Little Me was frightened and hid behind Jiang Zhe. At that moment, Jiang Zhe stood up. Mr. Du, don't go back looking. There's no military behind us. Find another place to settle down. He was already preparing to leave. Slap. Mr. Du grabbed Jiang Zhe's arm. Gone. Is it a? His eyes widened, staring at Jiang Zhe with a glimmer of hope. Du Tao prayed his guess was wrong. Most of them are dead. Jiang Zhe had a decent impression of this Mr. Du. He had led his employees in their escape, and the women seemed unharmed and not abused. He was a boss with a sense of loyalty. Jiang Zhe didn't mind offering him a piece of free advice. At that moment, Pao Yi spoke up. I'm Sun Changfu Company, commander of the Artillery Brigade of the 2nd Army Group, 3rd Military Region of Xia. Everyone, the entire Army Group of the 3rd Military Region was wiped out yesterday. Take care on your journey. The dozen people in the room were stunned. They had originally hoped to find shelter with the military, but now even the military was gone. Jiang Zhe marveled at their luck. They had managed to return without encountering the Whiteskins. No wonder Du Tao was a boss. He was truly blessed by fortune. Boo-hoo. I don't want to die. I'm still so young. Alon sobbed quietly. At that, all the girls in the room embraced each other in despair. Jiang Zhe signaled to Changfu with a glance. They prepared to leave. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, Duke the dog at his feet dashed out of the room. Alert. Jiang Zhe drew his kukri and stepped out in one swift motion. Oh, Get to the basement. The room erupted in chaotic footsteps. Woof woof. Duke ran to the main gate and growled lowly at the wall outside. Duke, come back. Jiang Zhe slowly walked out of the main building, knife in hand. Behind him, Changfu and the other 6 knelt on one knee, aiming at the gate. Creak, creak. Jiang Zhe heard rapid footsteps. Bang, bang, bang. Mister, do open the door. Open up, came a frantic shout from outside. Jiang Zhe lunged forward, grabbed the man outside, and pressed the kukri to his neck. A bearded man in his 30s stared at Jiang Zhe in terror. Frost clung to his beard and eyelashes. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. Who are you? Jiang Zhe glared coldly, barking the question. Those mutated people. I saw them. I saw them. The man finally squeezed out the words. Just then Mr. Du ran out of the main building. Young man, there's a mistake. He's Chao Wang, and this courtyard belongs to him. Jiang Zhe lowered his knife. How many did you see? At least 10, no 15. I was digging for vegetables in the field when I saw them charging this way. Chao Wang pointed toward the expressway service area. Jiang Zhe noticed the urea bag in his hand and understood. It was the scent of the wild dog carcass that had attracted the subhumans. The smell of blood. Fortunately, when they arrived, they had hidden the skinned dog meat in a tree hollow at the village entrance. As long as they stayed quiet, the dozen or so subhumans wouldn't find them. Don't make a sound. Jiang Zhe signaled to Pao Yi and the others. All right. I've already had the bodyguards take everyone to the basement. Don't worry. Cold sweat dripped from Mr. Du's forehead, quickly turning to ice. Jiang Zhe waved his hand, and they slowly retreated under the eaves. Rustle, rustle. Chaotic footsteps sounded outside the gate. Heavy breathing like a herd of bulls came from outside. A roar, neither fully human nor animal, erupted at the entrance. With a loud crash, the iron gate shuddered violently. Damn it! Who the hell is leaking blood? Jiang Zhe roared. With a thunderous crash, the heavy iron door shuddered violently, as the thick expansion bolts at its 4 corners shot out like bullets. The door slammed heavily onto the ground. At the entrance, over a dozen subhumans, male and female, their faces crawling with black veins, sporting inverted triangular fangs, and skin ashen gray, charged in with frenzied eyes. Many of the subhumans had their thighs and arms exposed, their sinewy muscles coiled like tree roots. They raised their various weapons and charged with savage roars. Oh my God! Boss Du and Chao Wang wailed in unison, scrambling back into the living room. Young man, run. You can't hold them off. There's a cellar inside. Boss Du warned with good intent. With a swift motion, Uncle Cannon, don't shoot. Guard the door. Duke, get back. Seeing Duke about to rush forward recklessly, Jiang Zhe kicked him back with one foot. Holding a straight-blade military knife in his left hand and a kukri in his right, Jiang Zhe stood at the forefront, his gaze calm as he stared at the charging subhumans. Uncle Cannon and Lu Zi hesitated for a moment before retreating into the room, dragging a table to block the doorway. The windows were fitted with stainless steel security bars. Through the grills, several people watched Jiang Zhe in the yard. You brother. He. Boss Du pointed at Jiang Zhe, trembling. The boss is formidable, it should be fine, Lu Zi said, pulling out the military knife strapped to his leg. Clearly, he wasn't as confident as his words suggested. Jiang Zhe stood before the eaves holding the 2 blades, one straight, one reverse. Subhumans possessed immense strength and speed. Of course, that was only compared to ordinary humans. They were not on the same level as the pale ones. These creatures could survive even naked in the wild at temperatures of -40°C. They bore some weakened traits of the pale ones. During the apocalypse, Jiang Zhe had heard that over 10 billion humans across the entire blue star had transformed into subhumans. The 30 to 40 axle whistled through the air as the subhuman swung it. With a thud, the foremost subhuman was kicked squarely in the chest, flying backward like a cannonball and snapping the fruit tree in the center of the yard. Taking a step forward, Jiang Zhe used it. The 30 to 40 axle whistled through the air as the subhuman swung it. With a thud, the foremost subhuman was kicked squarely in the chest, flying backward like a cannonball and snapping the fruit tree in the center of the yard. Taking a step forward, Jiang Zhe used his left-hand military knife to block a wooden club wrapped in iron wire. Flash after flash of cold light. Every slash was swift, ruthless, and precise. Each one drew a spray of blackish red blood. With a thud, the last female subhuman growled, her nearly white eyes wide as she charged forward. Her head flew. No kidding. If the boss weren't formidable, would we call him the boss? The tension on Uncle Cannon's face eased slightly. Jiang Zhe was like a war god from ancient battlefields, single-handedly wielding 2 blades as he stood guard at the main gate. With each strike, his blade found the necks of the subhumans. Flash after flash of cold light. Every slash was swift, ruthless, and precise. Each one drew a spray of blackish red blood. With a thud, the last female subhuman growled, her nearly white eyes wide as she charged forward. Her head flew off with a slicing sound. Jiang Zhe spun and delivered a flying kick, sending the head flying like a cannonball. It sailed 5 meters through the air and struck the first subhuman he had kicked, who was just getting to his feet. The subhuman was knocked to the ground. As he rose again, the kukri pierced through his neck. With a thud, he fell backward into a snowdrift. The small yard fell silent. Though it seemed long, barely 30 seconds had passed. The headless corpses of 15 subhumans lay scattered across the yard. With a crunch, Jiang Zhe stepped forward, twisted the kukri lodged in the subhuman's neck, and severed the head. Frowning, he glanced at his down jacket, another one to change. When Jiang Zhe turned around, ugh! A row of people under the eaves doubled over, retching. The women trembled, clutching each other, covering their faces, too afraid to look or make a sound. Uncle Cannon, you lot come here. Jiang Zhe ignored the others and waved at Lu Zi and his companions. Once they gathered around, he used the kukri to slice open the clothes of a subhuman on the ground, revealing the flat chest of the corpse. With a cut through the skin, a solid sheet of white bone was exposed underneath. See this? Subhumans aren't afraid of small-caliber firearms. After mutation, their entire skeletal structure undergoes rapid hyperplasia. The original ribs grow into this plate-like form. Jiang Zhe knocked on the bone with the handle of his knife, producing a dull thud. It's like a layer of bone armor beneath the skin. Their weak point is the neck. Jiang Zhe pointed at the subhuman corpse's neck. There's no bone hyperplasia here. If you ever encounter them, aim for the neck. Striking elsewhere might not deliver a killing blow. Uncle Cannon crouched down, observed carefully for a moment, then nodded. Boss, do please dispose of these bodies. We need to leave. May fate bring us together again. Jiang Zhe wiped the blood from his blades in the snow, gave his instructions to the pale-faced Boss Du, and turned to lead his group away. Young man, hey young man, wait. Boss Du snapped out of it, and rushed over only to slip on the frozen blood underfoot. He landed with a thud, sliding forward. Ignoring the stench on his clothes, he grabbed Jiang Zhe's pant leg and scrambled up, saying, Young man, I know a way out of Nanjiang, but we need to cooperate. Oh. Jiang Zhe turned around. What way? A helicopter. 30 kilometers away, there's a general aviation airport. A month ago, the company bought a helicopter. Since we hadn't obtained a flight route, yet it's still parked at that airport. I saw it just a few days before the snow started, still sitting in the hangar. If we can get to the airport and fly it out, we can definitely escape. Boss Du spoke rapidly, spilling the words. Jiang Zhe's terrifying combat prowess had given him hope of escaping alive. Huh. Jiang Zhe's brow twitched, then furrowed. What about a pilot? Uncle Cannon, can any of you fly? Who knows how to fly that thing? I've only ever touched an armed helicopter from the Army Aviation Brigade. Uncle Cannon and the others shook their heads. Yes, my sister has trained on it. She hasn't gotten her license yet, but she can fly it. Boss Du's words made Jiang Zhe's eyes light up. A helicopter would save him countless troubles on the road. At least he wouldn't have to rely on his own 2 legs for the 200-kilometer journey. Such a stroke of luck was rare. Back at the Nanjiang defense line, Jiang Zhe had also tried to get an armed helicopter, but all 100-plus helicopters were destroyed, not one intact. Who would have thought that a twist of fate would bring him to Boss Du? All right, let's talk inside. No, absolutely not. Just as Jiang Zhe turned to go back, a woman's voice rang out from inside the house, carrying an undeniable tone. A voluptuous woman pushed her way through the crowd behind her. She was attractive and well-proportioned, around 40 years old. Her phoenix eyes glared fiercely at Boss Du, exuding an unyielding fierceness. Ugh! As soon as she stepped out and saw the yard full of corpses and heads, she doubled over and vomited. After a moment, she forced herself to straighten up. Du Tao, I disagree. The helicopter is our last resort for escape. Who knows who these people are? Besides, that helicopter can only carry about 20 people. Tell me, if we take them, what about our people? Jiang Zhe said nothing, merely looking calmly at Du Tao beside him. This must be his wife. Du Tao frowned. Are you without this young man? Do you think we could make it to that place on our own? Brother, my sister-in-law has a point. How about I go fly the helicopter over, and you all wait here? At that moment, another female voice sounded. From behind you emerged a young woman. Not particularly beautiful, fair-skinned with long legs, average looks, but the kind that grew on you. Her bulky down jacket couldn't hide her curvaceous figure. Jiang Zhe found it amusing as he watched Boss Du. With both his sister and wife ganging up on him, the man was truly down on his luck. In the courtyard, a crowd watched the two parties in silence, no one daring to interject. Sister-in-law, what President Du said isn't wrong. What if we encounter those monsters again on the way? Under the eaves, Elan spoke softly, seeing President Du's embarrassment. Shut up. Who do you think you are? Do you have any right to speak here? Slap. You struck Elan across the face. The girl burst into tears, covering her face, too afraid to speak again. This stunned everyone around. Lu Zi, Jiang Zhe called out coldly. Lu Zi, hot-blooded and impulsive, seeing such a beautiful girl bullied, was about to step forward when Jiang Zhe stopped him with a glance. After all, this was President Du's family affair. There was no need to get involved. Arguing with women was troublesome. How could they win against two mouths? Elan's sister-in-law is right. What do you know? Elan apologized to sister-in-law quickly. Immediately, the company employees around began to chatter, isolating Elan in an instant. Jiang Zhe glanced at President Du. The man's face was grim, but he dared not speak. It was clear he was also henpecked at home. Hey, President Du's sister, I heard you can fly a plane. Jiang Zhe called out. My name is Du Shui. Without me, none of you are leaving. The girl lifted her chin in response. She had a fiery temper. The airport is easy to find. They'll wait for you there. Jiang Zhe sneered at her. With that, he gestured to Canon Grandpa, and the group prepared to leave. Tommy stopped them. Pretty boy, what exactly do you mean? You shouted sharply from under the eaves. The two bodyguards behind her immediately raised their assault rifles. Clatter. Canon Grandpa and his 6 men reacted quickly, instantly raising their own guns. The atmosphere in the courtyard became tense and explosive. No, everyone calm down. We can discuss anything. Du Tao was drenched in cold sweat. Tommy put the gun down. The bodyguard ignored Du Tao and looked at Yu. Madam, don't put it down. You were a soldier too, what are you afraid of? Yes eyes hardened as she snorted coldly. Jiang Zhe looked at the burly bodyguards behind the woman, his eyes narrowing. It seemed President Du hadn't been completely honest with him earlier. He had hidden his wife and sister. Creak, creak. Jiang Zhe drew his machete and slowly walked toward Yu. No, young brother, don't be impulsive. Du Tao's face changed drastically. He quickly spread his arms to block the way, pleading incessantly. Clang. The machete rested against Du Tao's neck. Du Tao's voice died in his throat. His eyes were full of pleading as he looked at Jiang, just shaking his head slightly. Get out of my way. I don't want to cooperate anymore. This is a robbery now. Jiang Zhe's gaze turned cold as he stared at Du Tao. Du Tao's lips trembled. Seeing the killing intent in Jiang Zhe's eyes, his legs gave way, and he involuntarily stepped back. Worthless. Du Tao, you are truly worthless. You shrieked from the steps. Creak, creak. Jiang Zhe ignored the assault rifles in the bodyguard's hands. He walked toward her step by step. You, what are you going to do? You finally panicked, stepping back. The two bodyguards moved in front of her. What are you doing? I'm telling you, I'm a black belt in karate. Du Shui shouted sharply. At the same time, she shifted her feet into a stance and raised her hands in an attacking posture. Karate. Jiang Zhe glanced sideways at Du Shui. Of course. Slap. Du Shui was sent flying by a heavy slap, crashing into the 5 girls behind her. She rolled into the black-red snow and ice. Du Shui landed right in front of the subhuman's head, her mouth nearly touching its nose. Aunt! She screamed, then scrambled away in fright, cowering against the wall. Meanwhile, the two bodyguards saw a blur. An irresistible force seized their hands. When they looked down, their assault rifles were gone. Slap! Jiang Zhe's large hand clamped onto one bodyguard's neck. Ugh! The bodyguard struggled, trying to break free, but his grip was like an iron vice, immovable. Jiang Zhe's eyes locked onto the pale-faced Yu. I really don't like being pointed at by a gun. Why do you think I'm an easy person to talk to? Crack, crack. 2 soft sounds, and the bodyguard's limbs went limp. Aunt! The crowd screamed and staggered back 2 steps. The bodies fell onto the steps. Isn't this too much? Canon Grandpa frowned from a distance. Company commander, I think the boss is right. If you had his skills, would you let someone point a gun at you and threaten you? I don't see a problem. It's that woman who's truly disgusting. Even at a time like this, she's still putting on airs. Lu Zi finished speaking and went to help Alon up from the ground. Jiang Zhe overheard Canon Grandpa's conversation, but paid no attention. The apocalypse had just begun. He was willing to give Canon Grandpa some time to adapt to this world. Young brother, please spare my wife. President Du rushed over, grabbing Jiang Zhe, nearly kneeling. Jiang Zhe rested the blade on his shoulder. Get lost. Don't you want the helicopter? If you kill my sister-in-law, I will never help you fly it. And you can't abandon the people here. Du Shui rushed over again, blood at the corner of her mouth, glaring at Jiang Zhe as she shouted. The machete rested against Du Shui's fair neck. Jiang Zhe coldly stared at the stubborn Du Shui. After a moment, remember your words. If you dare to play me, your entire family will die together. Young brother, rest assured, rest assured. We will all listen to you. President Du quickly pulled Du Shui close, forcing a smile. Jiang Zhe slowly withdrew his machete, allowing everyone around to breathe a sigh of relief. The girls opposite and the others looked at Jiang Zhe with fear. None of them expected this fair-skinned, handsome young man to kill without so much as a blink. It was too brutal. Tommy, wake up. Tommy. Woo-woo. To Jiang Zhe's surprise. After a dazed moment, Yu actually threw herself onto the bodyguard and wailed bitterly. Jiang Zhe curled his lip. He glanced at Du Tao, who kept his head down. The world of the rich was truly chaotic. Bodyguard, mistress, master. Another cliched story. It seemed this woman had planted plenty of grass on Du Tao's head. The thought flashed by. You, go drag the corpses out of the courtyard. Throw them far away. Hurry up. Jiang Zhe pointed his machete at the crowd, picking people out. A few pretty-faced young men turned pale and nodded hastily in agreement. They vomited as they struggled to handle the subhuman corpses. Bing, take 2 brothers to watch them. Fix the gate when you're done. After giving the orders, Jiang Zhe nodded toward Du Tao. President Du inside. Half an hour later, the group sat quietly on the periphery. Du Shui held Yu in a corner, silently weeping. Jiang Zhe sat by the stove, tossing a few cigarettes to Canon Grandpa. Want one? Du Tao quickly took one. Thanks. Haven't had one of these in days. Big brother, could I have one too? Suddenly Chao Wang from the crowd asked timidly. Beside Chao Wang was a woman wearing a thick headscarf holding a toddler about 2 years old. This was Chao Wang's wife who had been staying in the bedroom with Du Shui and the others. Jiang Zhe nodded and tossed him a cigarette. What do you do? Why didn't you go with the people from the shelter? Chao Wang quickly lit it. He herded his wife and child into another bedroom. Only after taking a deep drag did he introduce himself. Chao Wang was the owner of the yard. He originally worked in Nanjiang City, repairing heavy trucks and construction machinery. Later during the heavy snow, he heard the military was hiring excavator drivers. The daily wage of 4,000 tempted Chao Wang. Besides, he was worried about leaving his wife and 2-year-old son alone at the shelter. So he had his wife and child stay home while he went to the military camp to help build defenses. He only left with the last group from the shelter. After the evacuation convoy was attacked by subhumans, he ended up with President Du's group and fled all the way back to his own home. It was Du Tao who promised to take Chao Wang, his wife, and child to the airport. That's why Chao Wang went through so much trouble to find food and drink for everyone. Jiang Zhe looked out the window. It was already dark. To fly the helicopter, they would have to wait until morning. Besides, he needed to keep a close eye on Du Shui. As for whether the helicopter could fit everyone, Jiang Zhe wasn't worried. The outside was dangerous. It wouldn't be surprising if a couple of people died. Mealtime had arrived. With a clatter, 2 girls struggled to cut the frozen cabbage and potatoes hard as stones and tossed them into the pot. They casually added a handful of salt and soy sauce, brewing a pot of vegetable soup. Little brother, this is all the food we have, so we'll have to make do. Chao Wang served a bowl of thick soup to Jiang Zhe. Meanwhile, Du Tao and his group eagerly dug into their watery portions. Jiang Zhe looked at the pale cabbage in his bowl and smacked his lips. In his past life, this was a meal worth a life. However, now he had no appetite, and even if he did, he wouldn't eat. Jiang Zhe set the bowl aside and pulled out a can of beef from his backpack. Bang! Instantly, the aroma of beef filled the room. Du Tao and his group glanced at the can, realizing even the noble was eating beef. The rice in the bowl suddenly lost its appeal. Clang! Jiang Zhe picked up an empty can and slammed it on Lu Zi's head. This guy had actually given the can to Alan without even touching it, which was utterly ridiculous. Lu Zi, do you know where this can came from? I know it's from the battlefield you brought back last night, Lu Zi replied, avoiding Jiang Zhe's piercing gaze. Jiang Zhe stood up and slowly walked in front of Alan, squatting down to look at her. The girl's face was slightly swollen, her big eyes wide with panic. Swish! He took the can from her hand. Do you know this thing can save lives? Yes, I know, the girl replied on the verge of tears. Right now people outside are starving every day, and some are dying of hunger. We brought this can back with our lives from dozens of kilometers away. What do you think you can offer in exchange? Jiang Zhe asked calmly. Aye. The girl stammered, unable to say anything. Lu Zi likes you. How about you sleep with him? Don't worry, you can refuse. He wouldn't dare force you. After a long pause, Alan finally nodded. Slap. Jiang Zhe threw the can heavily into Lu Zi's arms. Lu Zi, remember, this is the apocalypse. Don't just show kindness without thinking. You're a firefly that can be stepped on at any moment, yet you pretend to be the sun warming others. Is it noble? Noble. Wait until you have the ability to kill all the white-skinned people and then be Jesus. Otherwise you will die very quickly. Also, who is bleeding in this house? Hearing Jiang Zhe shout, the girls turned to look at the unconscious Du Shui. The situation was clarified. A pack of blood was thrown into the toilet by Du Shui. That was why a group of aberrants had tracked them down. After the group had eaten their fill, they sat around the fire, quietly lost in thought. Next door was a bedroom that had been specially prepared by Du for his wife, Yu, and his sister. But now Lu Zi had exchanged a can of military rations for Alan's friendship. The two occupied that room, engaging in deep conversations about the apocalypse. Director Du, it was your sister who attracted the aberrants. In reality, I saved you. We set out for the airport tomorrow morning. Is that okay? No problem, no problem, Director Du nodded eagerly. He didn't dare to ask further. He also didn't dare to place himself on equal footing with Jiang Zhe like he did during the day. At this moment, Du Tao finally understood why the fair-skinned Jiang Zhe could command respect from 6 soldiers. Make sure to rest up, we leave tomorrow morning. Jiang Zhe threw out the command and stepped outside. Whoosh, a cloud of white mist erupted. Jiang Zhe took a deep breath of the cold, fresh air. Aunt. A gentle call from Alan came through the window next door. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Zhe knocked on the window. Lu Zi, take it easy. If you can't get up tomorrow, no one will carry you out. Instantly the room fell silent. At this moment, Xiaomi and Pao Yi stepped out. The group gazed at the vast sky. Dabing and the others also have ideas, I understand them. In times like these, living for today, without thoughts for tomorrow, they don't want to leave with regrets before dying, Pao Yi said softly. With Xiaomi present, Pao Yi was careful not to be too blunt. If it exists, let it be. It's a mutual agreement, no need to make a fuss. If you're interested, I'll sponsor you a can, Jiang Zhe said, looking at Pao Yi with a teasing expression. Are we still considered good people? Chang Fu shook his head and sighed. Right now, Pao Yi, under Jiang Zhe's protection, hadn't experienced the grueling journey of survival. He found Jiang Zhe's actions somewhat conflicting. However time would change Pao Yi during their past life in the hunting team, he had preferred those shorter curvy girls. Right now Pao Yi under Jiang Zhe's protection hadn't experienced the grueling journey of survival. He found Jiang Zhe's actions somewhat conflicting. However time would change Pao Yi during their past life in the hunting team, he had preferred those shorter curvy girls. Just like the girl he had a crush on back then Cui Cui. Seeing Pao Yi still conflicted, Jiang Zhe patted him on the shoulder. When I was in Nanjiang, I encountered a group of people. They captured women and made them into sex slaves. One girl tried to escape. Barefoot she ran several hundred meters in the snow while they just stood by laughing watching her freeze to death. Compared to those people, the practice of exchanging bodies for food is already quite fair. Pao Yi in this world, as long as it doesn't harm others, that's a good person. In fact, this last sentence was something Pao Yi had said in his past life. Now Jiang Zhe brought it up again. Xiaomi, go back and sleep, eat, rest well, so you can keep up with the group tomorrow. Jiang Zhe said to Xiaomi. She obediently nodded and hugged Peppa back into the room. Why did so many people want to save me? Don't give me the brother-sister talk. Ooh, I don't believe that. Pao Yi couldn't help but ask after Xiaomi left. This question had been bottled up in Pao Yi's mind for 2 days, and today, he finally seized the opportunity to ask. Pao Yi truly didn't understand why Jiang Zhe wanted to save him. He wasn't a beauty. He had no special skills. With Jiang Zhe's extraordinary skills, he would surely live well in the apocalypse. It simply made no sense. Jiang Zhe patted him on the shoulder. Asking again about brotherhood isn't important. I just want to help you live well. Just remember this, we're brothers, good brothers from our past lives. Looking at Jiang Zhe's sincere expression, Pao Yi was stunned for a long time. Finally, he nodded slightly. All right, consider it me taking advantage of you. After all, you saved my life, so whatever you say goes. Good, remember to keep watch tonight. After settling everyone down, the small courtyard fell silent. Jiang Zhe looked around, lightly jumped, and placed his hand on the courtyard wall, directly flipping over into the next yard. It was pitch black. The accumulated snow almost covered the doors and windows, clearly indicating it hadn't been inhabited for a long time. Creak. Jiang Zhe twisted the lock and entered a main room. Taking advantage of the snow outside, 5 crystal nuclei appeared in his hand. On the battlefield of Nanjiang, Jiang Zhe had obtained a total of 212 crystal nuclei. That night, he swallowed 5 crystal nuclei akin to the feeling of unboxing. 2 were physical enhancement types, and 3 were spiritual energy types. Now Jiang Zhe was originally at the first level of physical enhancement. Last night, he directly advanced to the second level of physical enhancement, using 2 crystal nuclei. As for spiritual energy, he had fire at the first level, plant at the first level, and water at the first level. It wasn't that he didn't want to swallow all the crystal nuclei at once. It was mainly because each one required time to absorb, and the kind of tearing pain throughout his body made him want to die. 5 was the limit he could consume in one night. Any more, and he would become weak, due to excruciating pain and mental exhaustion. Everything was ready. Whoosh. A flame appeared at the tip of his finger, igniting the giant candle on the coffee table. With a thought, the flame in his hand blinked and transformed into a water sphere the size of 10 centimeters. This was the extent of the first level fire and water spiritual energy. Jiang Zhe gripped a solid steel bar as thick as a wrist, cold sweat beating all over his body. Creak, creak, creak. The steel bar let out a low groan. Having already reached the second stage of the physique system, Jiang Zhe possessed a physical constitution 6 times that of an ordinary person. This was why he had been able to slice through over a dozen subhumans like chopping vegetables during the day. Huff, huff, huff. Finally, the tearing pain receded like a tide. Jiang Zhe flipped over and lay on the cold floor, staring at the ceiling as he gasped for breath. After a long while, Jiang Zhe rose to his feet. He slowly extended his right hand, and with a whoosh, a scorching flame enveloped his palm. The psychic system, fire, had now reached a stage where it could be initially applied in combat. The 5 crystals from today had allowed him to unlock 2 fire attribute psychic crystals, directly elevating him to a second stage fire psychic transcendent. There was also a relatively rare psychic crystal, metal. The flame vanished. His right palm swiftly transformed into a dark silver hue. Clang, clang, clang. Jiang Zhe lightly tapped the coffee table with his hand, producing a crisp metallic sound. Psychic system, metal allowed a transcendent to control metal. When cultivated to a high stage, the entire body could form a protective metal layer. However, at the first stage, metal psychic power could only cover the area of a single palm. Currently, Jiang Zhe was a second stage physique system, second stage psychic system, fire, and second stage psychic system, spatial force. He was also a first stage psychic system, plant, first stage psychic system, metal, and first stage psychic system, water. It was easy for a transcendent to advance from the first to the second stage. It only required a small amount of genetic evolution fluid extracted from crystals. Starting from the third stage, the number of crystals needed for advancement grew exponentially. A first stage transcendent needed just 1 crystal to awaken. A second stage needed 2. A third stage required 8 crystals. A fourth stage needed 48. A fifth stage demanded a terrifying 384. 384 crystals meant killing a corresponding number of whiteskins. As for the sixth stage, it started at several thousand. Moreover, these crystals must all be of the same attribute. During the apocalypse, unless backed by a superpower, it was extremely difficult for an ordinary transcendent to cross the fifth stage threshold. The crystals needed to advance one fifth stage transcendent could awaken at least 7 fourth stage over 33rd stage, and more than 180 second stage transcendents. Thus, in many apocalypse shelters, numerous factions would use precious crystals to create more transcendents below the fourth stage. This was also the most efficient way to allocate crystals. Jiang Zhe's plan was to quickly advance any two of his second stage physique, spatial, or fire systems to the third stage. It would take at least another month before the military shelter produced its first transcendent. Using this time gap, he intended to make Duke Changfu and a few others become at least third stage transcendents as quickly as possible. This would turn the Paozi mountain shelter into the most fortified refuge on Blue Star. Moreover, working alone was too exhausting. Having to take care of this entire group and still endure a 996 grind in the apocalypse would be utterly pointless. Glancing at his watch, it was already 2 in the morning. Jiang Zhe waved his right hand, and a portable gas stove appeared in the room. In less than 10 minutes, the thick frost on the walls of the house had melted into water droplets. Splash! A 2-meter-long bathtub was placed in the room. A stainless steel water heater sat on the gas stove. Its tap turned on, pouring hot water into the tub. Naked Jiang Zhe eagerly lay down inside. He let out a comfortable groan. After almost 10 days, he was finally taking a hot bath. Ever since leaving Nanjiang City, he had been traveling with Zhou Qi Xiaomi and then Changfu without ever having the chance. His body had begun to stink. In this apocalypse, being able to take a hot bath was already a supreme luxury. Jiang Zhe felt the only regret was the lack of someone to scrub his back. He thought of Xiaomi. Too young, no fun, as she needed to grow up into demi first. After finishing his bath, it was already 4 in the morning. Gulp! He downed a glass of Matai liquor in one go. Jiang Zhe rose from the tub, dried himself, and changed into a new set of extreme cold weather gear. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Zhe had emptied 5 entire warehouses of cold weather clothing alone. He didn't even know exactly how much there was. Washing away all the grime seemed to lighten his body. He packed up the items in the room and walked out the door, reaching out to catch a snowflake. It was already the 12th day of the apocalypse. In 3 more days, the heavy snow that had lasted half a month would stop, and the long-absent sun would appear. Bang! A soft sound. It's me. Jiang Zhe pressed down on the long spear held by Chunzi, who was on watch. Chunzi's real name was Wang Lichuan. He was rather shy and had a feminine appearance somewhat resembling the singer Chun Ge. Thus the people in the camp called him Chunzi. Boss, where did you go?" Chunzi asked happily in a low voice. "I went out to take a look. Wake everyone up, have them prepare breakfast, and then set out." After giving his orders, Jiang Zhe walked to the main gate. Seeing the bloodstains on the wall, he couldn't help but frown. The severed arm that arrived yesterday belonged to a subhuman, and moreover the torn wound looked too much like the work of a whiteskin. If that were the case, they would need to be extremely cautious on the road to the airport. With Jiang Zhe's current strength, taking on a single whiteskin alone wouldn't be a major problem. However, Changfu, Zhou Qi, and the others could be killed in an instant. Jiang Zhe had no desire to flee back to the Paozi mountain base alone. Before long, a faint light appeared in the main room of the compound. By the time Jiang Zhe walked back into the room, everyone had already prepared their gear, each with a backpack at their feet. The 2 girls responsible for cooking had already put breakfast in the pot to simmer. Alan sat shyly behind Liuzi, occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Zhe. Du Tao's sister and wife leaned against him, their heads bowed in silence. Jiang Zhe walked over. "President Du, is your sister ready to fly the helicopter?" Yes. President Du nudged Du Shui's arm. The girl raised her head, a stubborn look in her eyes. "You're despicable, ambushing me. If I had the right venue, you would be no match for me." Haha. Jiang Zhe was amused by her foolish words. "Du Shui, you're very confident in your abilities." "Of course. I know you're strong, but I'm no weaker than you. Besides, I'm a disciple of the Sakura country's Hokushin Itoryu." Du Shui stood up abruptly, glaring at him angrily. "That sounds like a pretty impressive name." Jiang Zhe rubbed his chin. "No problem, I'll give you the chance to prove whether your karate and one-cut death are the real deal or just a sham. But first you need to fly the helicopter." "One-cut death. Not bad. Itoryu emphasizes killing with a single cut. I meant 1 cut, and you die." "You." Du Shui clenched her fists ready to fight, but was firmly held back by Du Tao. "Remember, first get the aircraft in the air. They'll give you your chance." Jiang Zhe didn't want to waste any more time with her. He turned and sat down by the stove. The group waited to finish breakfast before heading straight to the airport. At the Yinshan No. 1 refuge in Shangjing, within the vast underground meeting room, hundreds of military and political leaders from Daxia stared grimly at the projection on the wall. The image trembled slightly, recorded from a helicopter overhead. In a snow-covered city, thousands of pale-skinned creatures surged like a tide into the streets, ceaselessly running and climbing among the buildings. Occasionally one would halt before darting into a nearby room, prompting screams, as people fled in all directions. But they were pursued by the ghostly pale creatures and devoured in an instant. From a five-story residential building, a rocket-propelled grenade shot out, blasting two of the creatures away. The next moment, dozens of them charged the building, followed by a series of violent explosions. The entire building fell silent. The projection shifted to a road leading to a mountain refuge clogged with countless military vehicles and people on foot. Again, over 1,000 pale creatures traversed the rugged mountain path, with ease charging into the long column of fleeing people in the blink of an eye. A bloodbath ensued. The entire snow-white road was stained crimson with fresh blood. People scattered in panic, some in despair, even jumped off a 100-meter cliff with their children in their arms. In the meeting room, many turned away, unable to bear the sight. "All right, stop here." A calm yet slightly hoarse voice rang out in the meeting room. The footage halted abruptly, freezing on the bloody road. "I want to know now, is there still a way to stop those monsters?" An elderly man at the front asked gravely. A general with graying temples rose. "We've lost too many elite troops and heavy equipment to organize large-scale defensive battles. The military believes we must lure the monsters into the cities. Moreover, we must take the initiative. The Academy of Sciences has entered a critical phase in studying the monster cores. We need a large number of them. Perhaps this is the only way to change humanity's current predicament." Suddenly, a bespectacled elderly man. "Moreover, we must take the initiative. The Academy of Sciences has entered a critical phase in studying the monster cores. We need a large number of them. Perhaps this is the only way to change humanity's current predicament." Suddenly, a bespectacled elderly man stood up, picking up where the general left off. "Good. The emergency mobilization order has been issued. All military districts are to immediately form squads. We cannot sit idly by. At the same time, make every effort to transfer survivors to the nearest refuges." "Yes." The 100-plus people in the room rose and responded in unison. Du Tao's cultural company was essentially a live-streaming outfit. Jiang Zhe later realized why it was full of delicate, pretty boys and soft girls. All small-time influencers. They were adept at live-streaming sales and flirtatious banter. That this group had survived this long was a stroke of divine mercy. Clattering away, the group knew they'd be leaving today. They didn't care if the food was fragrant anymore, wolfing down their bowls of vegetable soup as fast as they could. Each person received 4 dictionary-thick cornmeal and white flour flatbreads and 3 bottles of water. Fortunately, Chao Wang had been raising 2 pigs before. The pigs had run off, but the corn feed remained, which he ground into flour to make the flatbreads, providing the group's travel rations. Once everyone was ready, they all looked to Jiang Zhe. Like it or not, the fact was that only by following him did they have the best chance of survival. "If you fall behind, I won't save you. Find your own way. And stay quiet on the road." Jiang Zhe shouldered his backpack, then pulled out 2 packs of sanitary pads and tossed them to Du Shui. "Wrap up any leaks. And throw used ones as far as you can. Use more pads if the flow is heavy. In short, don't let the subhumans track us by scent," Jiang Zhe said coldly. Du Shui clutched the pads with a mix of shame and anger, glaring at Jiang Zhe, but no one moved. Pao Yi and Lu Zi looked at Jiang Zhe with admiration. They had chosen the right leader. Look at that. This was professionalism. He was practically a survival expert, even carrying sanitary pads. "What? Do you want me to put them on for you?" Jiang Zhe raised an eyebrow, startling the 2 girls into dragging Du Shui back to the bedroom. Chao Wang wrapped his child in a blanket, tying it tightly to his back with rope. His wife nervously gripped his arm. The others looked grim, all knowing that outside the odds were 9-1 against survival. Staying meant certain death. Just then Du Shui and the other 2 girls emerged. "Gongzi Baopi, you 2 take the rear. Lu Zi and Chunzi watch the middle. Xiaomi Pao Yi take the front. Move out." With Jiang Zhe's low command, over 20 people quickly filed out of the room. Gongzi was half Mongolian burly, and his real name was Li Gang, a skilled wrestler. Baopi, originally Qin Wei, had had a circumcision right after joining the army, earning him the nickname from Lu Zi and the others. Lu Zi, Gongzi, Chunzi, Baopi, and Dabin were the 5 soldiers under Company Commander Changfu. Crunch, crunch, footsteps echoed in the snowy night. Chao Wang's wife looked back at the yard with reluctance. "Wangzi, can we ever come back to this home? It's good to be alive. Look at Boss Du. He abandoned his city house and car to flee. Living is what matters." Chao Wang comforted her. The 2 hurried forward with the group. Jiang Zhe led the way, his left hand resting on the handle of the kukri at his thigh. Behind him came Pao Yi while Xiaomi tugged the Duke's tail. Boss Du pulled his wife along. The company staff walked silently in the middle. Fortunately, they had Chao Wang, a local, to guide them, saving Jiang Zhe the trouble of checking the navigation. "Damn, not a scrap left." By a withered tree hole at the village entrance, Pao Yi cursed while holding a torn cloth strip. The dog meat they had hidden there yesterday had been stolen by some unknown animal. "It's sawtooth rats. Let's go, this is normal." Jiang Zhe crouched down, seeing the dense claw prints by the hole, and understood. It was a pity. That dozen or so pounds of dog meat could have fed the group for 2 days. The group soon left the village heading east along the country road. People occasionally slipped, but they silently got up and hurried on. Jiang Zhe had made it clear before setting out anyone who fell behind would have to fend for themselves. Crunch crunch. The group walked in a single file, eyes fixed on Jiang Zhe's back, trudging forward. Over 20 people had turned into snowmen. Frost flowers formed on their exposed eyebrows. Everyone's face masks and scars were crusted with frozen breath. No one called for a stop. They gritted their teeth and pushed on. An hour later the sky began to lighten. "Boss, we need a rest. The ones at the back can barely walk anymore." Pao Yi leaned in and whispered. Jiang Zhe looked back. White steam rose from each person's head and heavy breathing came in waves. Even Pao Yi couldn't help pulling down his mask to take deep breaths. After yesterday's encounter with the subhumans, everyone was on edge. Combined with the thick snow, their stamina was draining fast. Those at the rear had it worse. The girls supported each other to keep going. Among the dozen or so, only Du Shui and Chao Wang were in slightly better shape. One was a mechanic used to physical labor and tough. The other exercised regularly with more stamina than the average girl. Rest for 20 minutes. At Jiang Zhe's command, a dozen people behind him plopped down onto the snow. "Boss Du, if you sweat, don't take off your hat. It'll kill you." Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Boss Du quickly put his hat back on and said with a wry smile, "Brother Jiang, I used to struggle to lose this fat. Now after just over 10 days I've slimmed down. I wish I had your physique." In the entire group, only Jiang Zhe seemed unfazed, making Boss Du envious. "From now on you won't be able to get fat, even if you wanted," Jiang Zhe replied with a smile. Crunch. Du Tao took a difficult bite of the corn flatbread, holding it in his mouth for ages before swallowing. When Jiang Zhe looked at Du Shui, she snorted and turned away. Jiang Zhe sneered and walked off. There were too many people like her at the start of the apocalypse who couldn't read the situation. 20 minutes were up. "Move out," Jiang Zhe commanded, about to step forward. He suddenly darted behind a tree by the roadside. The movement sent everyone else scurrying behind the bare poplar trees in fear. Through the binoculars, 3 waist-high grayish-white figures leaped quickly across the snow. They occasionally stopped, sticking their rumps up to pull corn stalks from the ground and chew them loudly. "Holy crap, are those rabbits? Why are they so big?" Changfu beside him asked with wide eyes, having seen them too. Jiang Zhe put away the binoculars. "They're snow hares. Relatively docile mutated animals. As long as you don't attack them, they generally won't attack humans. Let's go." After the apocalypse, any plant or animal in nature that wasn't frozen to death in a short time would mutate. "Brother, can I see?" Little Me, hearing it was a rabbit, wanted to look too. "Wow, such cute big bunnies," Little Me exclaimed. "Half-meter tall rabbits. Definitely big bunnies." "Let's go, don't waste time," Jiang Zhe ordered. The others resumed their journey. "Brother, if the corn in the fields runs out, will these bunnies die?" Little Me asked worriedly. "No. Many plants will survive, like spruce, pine, agave, orchids, and long-jointed grass. The rabbits won't starve. In fact, they'll live better than humans." Jiang Zhe led the way. Plowing a path through the snow, the group followed closely behind. Another hour or so passed. The sky was now brightening. The group stopped at a fork in the road. On a distant low hill, pine trees stood resiliently like awls, dotting the vast white snow's cape with the only patches of green. Below the hill, not far away, were rows of steel-framed factories. From here, 2 towering cranes were visible. Chao Wang came over, pointing to a hill in the distance. "Brother, cross the development zone and that hill, and you'll see the airport." "Great," the girls behind whispered with joy. As the saying goes, the mountains wear out the horse. The distance was still considerable. Jiang Zhe continued walking. Crunch. He stopped after just one step, kicking away the snow on the ground, revealing the ice beneath. "Is this a river?" "Yes, it used to be a small river, nameless, only waist deep." Upon hearing Chao Wang's explanation, Jiang Zhe waved his hand. The people behind him resumed their journey. Creak, creak. On both sides of the nameless river, sparse woods stood with a faint haze of moisture drifting through the forest. Walking on the river's surface, the surroundings were a vast expanse of white, as if treading through a fairy tale world of ice and snow. Were it not for the apocalypse, this place would undoubtedly have become a viral tourist destination. Woof! Woof! Suddenly the Duke beside him stopped and barked toward the small grove ahead. "Halt!" Jiang Zhe raised his hand, and the group behind him stopped. As his words faded, moo! A deep, heavy bellow resonated from the woods on the opposite bank. Moo moo moo! Woof woof woof! A chorus of bovine calls and canine barks erupted. Hearing the sounds, the group quickly crouched down. Rumble! Crack crack! Amidst the cries and the snapping of tree trunks, 2 black-haired cattle, one large and one small, charged out from the woods. Behind them, dozens of feral dogs followed like shadows. In the blink of an eye, they were running neck and neck with the 2 cattle. For dogs resembling golden retrievers lunged from both sides at the lagging calf. Moo! The calf let out a pained cry and collapsed. The leading large cattle skidded abruptly, nearly flipping over, then frantically turned around. Its curved horns flung a feral dog too slow to dodge into the air. Then the large black cattle opened its massive mouth, and with a crunch killed the airborne dog on the spot. This large black cattle had also mutated, becoming omnivorous. Woof! Under the command of a border collie as robust as a calf, over 20 feral dogs encircled the two cattle. These cattle are from the development zone's ranch ahead. Xiao Wang's voice rose from the group. Jiang Zhe looked closely and indeed saw light yellow plastic identification earrings on the cattle's ears. The feral dogs varied in size, all mutated after lapping up the snow water, their bodies now twice as large as before. Every one of them wore a ferocious expression, no longer the gentle demeanor of former pets. Among them a brown-haired poodle, now the size of a golden retriever, bared its bloody maw, transformed into a King Kong poodle. Gulp! The women behind tightly covered their mouths, staring ahead in terror. The pack of dogs was less than 20 meters away. Jiang Zhe slowly drew his machete, knowing the feral dogs had already noticed the group, but were momentarily distracted by the cattle. Boss Du and over a dozen people huddled together. On the periphery stood Pao Yi and a few others, their grenade launchers aimed at the dog pack. Hey, give me a knife. Suddenly Jiang Zhe felt a tug on his arm. Du Shui's voice, meeting her resolute gaze. After a moment's thought, Jiang Zhe pretended to rummage in his backpack and handed Du Shui a straight blade. If you can't hold on, call for help. The worst scenario had unfolded. In this open space with over 20 feral dogs, even Jiang Zhe's second-tier physique, superhuman, couldn't protect everyone. Du Shui's skills were mediocre, but her courage was considerable. At least she dared to face beasts with a blade. That was far superior to the women trembling and huddled together. Jiang Zhe didn't expect her to kill beasts just to defend herself. Du Shui took the blade, twanged the edge, and said cockily, "Don't worry, I might save you. The knife's not bad." Then she executed a flourish and stared warily ahead. Du Shui's knife skills were decent, but Jiang Zhe's blade was far superior. Custom-made before the apocalypse in exchange for a bottle of Mount Hyper knife. Forged from high-speed steel with a hardness of HRC 60, it would never dull as long as one had enough strength to chop off heads. Slowly retreat, go around. Seeing the cattle and feral dogs locked in a standoff, Jiang Zhe quietly instructed the group. The 20-plus people began backing away, preparing to take a detour. Woof! Woof! The feral dogs ahead suddenly erupted in furious barks. Whiz! Over 20 feral dogs charged in unison, pouncing on the two black cattle. With a dull thud, the large black cattle kicked one dog away, but more dogs sank their teeth into its body. The cattle shuddered, leaped, and tried to bite the dogs. Yet the dog's speed forced it to spin in circles. The calf fared worse, covered in dogs, and writhing in pain, its black fur mingling with blood splattering across the snow. The large cattle attempted to drive the dogs away, but was repeatedly ambushed. It let out anxious low bellows that echoed through the woods on both sides. Just as the group had retreated a few meters, a thunderous rumble erupted from the woods behind, shaking the snow around them. Crack! Crack! The woods filled with the sound of snapping branches. Shit, run to the sides. Quick, Pao Yi, follow me. Jiang Zhe's eyes widened, and with a sharp shout he grabbed Xiaomi and dashed to the right. A herd of black cattle like a tank burst from the woods behind their nostrils, puffing thick, white steam. The sheer momentum of over 300 cattle was terrifying, like a black tidal wave crushing everything in its path as they charged toward the feral dogs. Jiang Zhe's group was unlucky, caught between the herd and the dogs. The team scattered, everyone sprinting desperately to the sides. Pao Yi slipped and fell. Damn! Jiang Zhe gritted his teeth, hoisted Xiaomi onto his shoulder, grabbed Pao Yi by the thigh, and ran desperately across the ice. Help! Save me! I'll help! Brother, save me! Cries for help came from behind, but Jiang Zhe had no time for others now. The cattle sprinted with incredible speed, reaching the middle of the river in an instant. With a screech, Jiang Zhe slid over a dozen meters on the ice and finally escaped the cattle's charge path. When he turned around, he saw a handsome young man under Boss Du's command being tossed 10 meters into the air by a bull, spinning and screaming, before disappearing into the herd. Crack! Crack! The ice surface emitted a brittle sound, and the leading cattle suddenly stumbled, plunging into the river. Fortunately, the water wasn't deep. Dozens of black cattle bellowed as they continued their charge through the water toward the feral dogs. The hundreds of cattle behind couldn't stop in time, sliding like dumplings into the river. As for the feral dogs, they had long since fled in terror from the herd. Moo moo moo. The remaining cattle gathered around the ice hole, bellowing incessantly. Help! Someone save me! Cries for help rose from among the cattle. Many in the group had fallen into the river along with the ice. Damn! Jiang Zhe thought he heard Du Shui's voice. Pao Yi, take off your red underwear. We're going to rescue them. Pao Yi, zero. How did you know? Jiang Zhe's hand was already reaching for Pao Yi's pants. Hurry up. He'll do it. A military knife cut through the cloth, and a bright red pair of underwear was lifted onto Jiang Zhe's machete. It'll lure the cattle away. You go save the people in the water. With those words, he was already dozens of meters away. Hey, look over here. Jiang Zhe ran to the front of the herd, threw a knife, and stabbed it into a black cattle's hindquarters. Then he vigorously waved the red underwear on the blade. Moo! The cattle, which had just calmed down, instantly went wild, charging at Jiang Zhe. Seeing this, he turned and fled, the red underwear fluttering high above his head. How long has it been since you washed that thing? Amidst the curses the frenzied heard, and Jiang Zhe disappeared into the woods. Swoosh! Jiang Zhe kicked up a spray of snow as he ran back. A group of people was gathered by the riverbank with several girls softly sobbing woo. Head. The sorrowful expression on Pao Ye's face shook his head at Jiang Zhe as he approached. Jiang Zhe scanned the crowd with his eyes. Gangzi Chunzi and Baopi are also missing. Alan was softly sobbing while holding Liuzi. Du Shui, drenched to the skin, lay on the snow with her eyes closed tightly, gripping a straight knife in her hand. Du Zong and Yu knelt beside her silent. Originally a team of over 20, there were now only a dozen left. Jiang Zhe frowned as he crouched down. Du Shui's lips were turning purple, her eyes tightly shut. Frozen beads of ice hung from her eyelashes, and her hair had turned into stiff strands. Her clothes were almost frozen solid. Checking the time, it had been about 10 minutes since she fell into the water. Get out of the way. Jiang Zhe coldly shouted, pushing Du Zong aside. He bent down and picked up Du Shui, running forward. When a person is submerged in icy water, their heartbeat can suddenly accelerate to over 200 beats per minute. Du Shui must have suffered from cold shock. If she could be taken to a warm place for resuscitation, there might still be hope for survival. The small forest was not far. After passing through, Jiang Zhe saw a row of makeshift cabins. Bang! Jiang Zhe kicked open the door, and with a wave of his right hand, a pile of firewood appeared in the room. Fueled by gasoline, the firewood ignited into a roaring blaze. He placed a thick blanket next to the bonfire. With a few strong motions, Jiang Zhe stripped Du Shui down to her bare skin and laid her on the blanket. He tossed her frozen clothes aside and began to dry her body with a towel. At that moment, footsteps were heard outside the door. Little brother, how is my sister? Just as he stepped out the door, Du Zong rushed up, grabbing his arm anxiously. I don't know yet, let her rest for a bit, maybe she can be saved. How you all go wait next door for now. Okay. Hearing that there was still a chance for his sister to survive, Du Zong finally breathed a sigh of relief. The remaining people poured into the adjacent room. As the flames blazed, a faint steam rose from Du Shui's head, and her purple lips began to lighten. Jiang Zhe sat beside her, glancing over her smooth, unblemished body. Not bad, quite fit. This girl probably works out often, as there was not an ounce of excess fat. Her skin was like a peeled egg, fair, smooth, and firm. Her long legs were captivating. Beyond that, it was better not to look, it was too eye-catching. Moments later, Jiang Zhe used a twig to roast Du Shui's black lace underwear and bra. Mainly worried she would catch a cold. If she got distracted while flying, it would be serious. Ugh, disgusting. As he roasted them, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but mutter. After a while, he accidentally touched two people's pants, which was quite unfortunate. The clothes were dried, but Du Shui showed no signs of waking. Jiang Zhe frowned. Hey, don't die, otherwise no one will fly the plane, hey. He slapped her face twice, but there was no response. Hoo. The next moment, Jiang Zhe began performing artificial respiration on her. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. Perhaps sensing Jiang Zhe's surging warmth, Du Shui finally reacted on the 35th attempt, instinctively extending her arms to embrace Jiang Zhe. Zzzz, a large tongue jolted Du Shui awake. Her eyes opened wide. Du Shui jolted upright. The next second, she crouched down while covering her critical areas. Her face flushed, and she angrily shouted, shameless, despicable scum, filthy pervert you. Jiang Zhe licked his lips and sat down. He tossed the dried black lace outfit to her, saying, if you haven't lost your mind, you should know what happened. Moments later, Du Shui noticed the wet clothes scattered around the room. Finally, she came to her senses. Get out, I need to get dressed. After a moment, Du Shui shouted through gritted teeth. Jiang Zhe glanced at her, saying, if you don't put anything on, I'll call everyone from next door over. Du Shui clenched her fist. She wanted to get up, but quickly crouched down into a ball. Seeing that Jiang Zhe wasn't looking at her, Du Shui hesitated for a moment and hurriedly put on the black lace outfit as fast as she could. Jiang Zhe stole a glance. He couldn't help but grin. Indeed, it was even more enticing than being completely bare. Hurry up and dry the clothes. There's no time to waste. Du Shui didn't dare to delay either. She hurriedly lifted her wet clothes to roast them. At this time, Jiang Zhe also took off his shoes to roast them and casually threw a pack of sanitary napkins in front of her from his backpack. Thank you, Du Shui quietly replied with her head down. If you die, no one will fly the plane. Jiang Zhe responded nonchalantly. Du Shui was taken aback. Suddenly, Jiang Zhe reached out his palm and placed it on Du Shui's forehead. Whoosh! Du Shui jumped back like a rabbit, glaring at him and asking, what are you doing? Clearly angry. However, Du Shui's black lace outfit diffused the seriousness, making it seem more like a lover's flirtation. Do you feel anything unusual in your body? You better not catch a cold. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Du Shui realized she misunderstood and sat back down. It's fine, even though I'm a woman, I'm not as weak as you think. Half an hour later, Du Shui finally dried all her clothes. Meanwhile, the group next door also squeezed into the cabin. Jiang Zhe counted. Only 14 people and a dog were left. Jiang Zhe, Xiao Mi, and Pao Ye's subordinates were down to Liuzi and Dabing. Du Tao Yu Du Shui along with the Chao Wang couple Alan and 2 other girls. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat heavy. How did Gongzi and the others die? Jiang Zhe was the first to ask. Baopi Gongzi and Chunzi along with those people didn't escape, they were killed instantly. Some were bitten to death by cattle. Pao Yi lit a cigarette leaning against the wall, his tone heavy with lingering fear. The others remained silent. The cruelty of the apocalypse began to tear open a corner of reality for them. Who could have imagined that living people could be chewed to death by cattle? Jiang Zhe said, nothing, breaking a piece of firewood and tossing it into the fire. There's no other way, this is the apocalypse. Let's go, you'll get used to it. The group packed up their gear and walked out of the cabin to continue their journey. This time everyone was more cautious. Every few steps Jiang Zhe had to use binoculars to scout left and right. Fortunately, they encountered no dangers. The herd of black cows was resting in the distance, occasionally making sounds. The pack of wild dogs had also disappeared. Creak, creak. They wanted to cross the hill, and traversing the development area was the quickest route. The group cautiously advanced along the wall of the development area's street. Go! The wide street was littered with numerous abandoned vehicles. Throughout the development area, only the sound of snowflakes falling could be heard. Suddenly, just as the group was about to exit the development area, a voice resembling a human, yet not, came faintly from deep within. Whoosh! Jiang Zhe and the others immediately crouched down. Roar! This time, everyone clearly heard it coming from the depths of the development area. Everyone stay silent. Jiang Zhe whispered a command. He noticed a tower crane not far away. Under the watchful eyes of others, Jiang Zhe lightly climbed over the wall and quickly made his way to the tower crane. Swish, swish, swish. In just a few jumps, he reached the tower crane, climbing to a height of over 10 meters. What the hell? Jiang Zhe couldn't help but furrow his brows. Through the binoculars, he saw a group of subhumans gathered in a clearing in front of a 2-story work shed a kilometer away. There were at least over 200 of them. Many subhumans were still wearing hard hats, most likely construction workers from the site. In the middle, 2 tall subhumans were fighting, emitting low growls. Jiang Zhe leaped over the wall and appeared. What's happening? Cannon asked, coming up beside him. There's a group of subhumans inside. Don't worry, they haven't spotted us. Let's go. Urged by Jiang Zhe, the group silently ran out of the development zone without a word. Panting heavily, half an hour later, everyone exhaled white mist leaning against tree trunks to catch their breath. Jiang Zhe swept his binoculars over the development zone at the foot of the mountain. They were now 2 kilometers away. Nothing unusual. Then Cannon crept over furtively. You peeked at my underwear. How else would you know it's red? Damn it, Jiang Zhe said, half laughing, half crying. I guessed. Isn't this your zodiac year? After speaking, Jiang Zhe quickly walked away. Cannon rubbed his crotch discontentedly. In this freezing weather, where am I supposed to find another red one? You should have grabbed it. Ayu, are you done? Came President Dust's voice from not far away. Soon Ayu emerged from a pine forest. She glanced at Jiang Zhe, then quickly lowered her head and sat down under a tree with President Du. Jiang Zhe ignored her, only feeling regret for the deaths of Gongzi, Baopi, and the girls. Those who deserved to die lived, while those who didn't perished. After resting for half an hour, the group continued on their way. Look, there's the airport, Chao Wang shouted excitedly, pointing at an open area at the foot of the hill as they reached the top of a ridge. A small general aviation airport, serving rescue, medical, cargo transport, and private light aircraft. The airport covered a large area but had few buildings. Only a row of 2-story rooms on the east side, next to a row of massive hangars with a dozen or so vehicles of unknown purpose parked in front. Beyond that was a solitary control tower beside the runway. Not a single aircraft was visible on the tarmac. Jiang Zhe looked through his binoculars. President Du, the planes haven't been requisitioned, have they? If we've come all this way for nothing, you can walk to the shelter yourself. Don't worry, the keys are still with me. Lucky I brought them along, or we'd really be in trouble. President Du pulled out an object resembling a car key from his down jacket pocket. Is there fuel? Yes, I had it filled right after buying the plane. Only took it for a test flight, no issues at all. President Du patted his chest in assurance. Hearing their conversation, the people around them showed signs of joy. As long as they got on the plane, they could escape those terrifying subhumans and paleskins. The plane represented a path to survival. Renewed energy surged through their weary bodies. After a brief rest and some dry rations, they immediately set off for the airport. By the time darkness fully fell, they had finally arrived. With a slash of his kukri, Jiang Zhe cut through the airport's outer fence. The group made their way toward the hangars. Hangar 2, that's it. I remember the plane is in there. They arrived at the hangar. President Du pointed to one of them, using the faint light reflected from the snow. Fortunately, the sliding rail door was unlocked, saving Jiang Zhe the trouble of breaking it. The hangar, nearly 30 to 40 meters long and over 20 meters wide, was pitch black inside. Cannon Liuzi, find something to prop the door open. He'll light a fire. Following Jiang Zhe's orders, the hangar door was closed again. Cannon found a large wrench and jammed it securely from the inside. Whoosh! A flame burst from the torch, illuminating the front part of the hangar. At the very front were 2 single-seat trainer aircraft, one with a wing removed under repair. The group followed Jiang Zhe deeper inside. "They're over there," President Du shouted excitedly, rushing forward. At the far end of the hangar beside a fuel truck, the outline of a helicopter covered in a silver-gray shroud emerged. With a rustle, President Du pulled off the shroud, revealing a brand new helicopter over 3 meters high, with white stripes running through its sleek design. Jiang Zhe let out a sigh of relief. It had been no easy feat finding this iron bird. This is the A312B, Daxia's latest turboshaft helicopter. It can carry over a dozen people easily. The company bought it to handle some leasing business. "Never thought it would save my life today," President Du said, emotionally patting the helicopter. "President Du, fortune favors the fortunate," Chao Wang chimed in, not missing a chance to flatter. Jiang Zhe smiled without comment. What utter nonsense. Chao Wang's wife tugged at her husband, subtly signaling that he had flattered the wrong person. "President Du, give the keys to Du Shui. Let her see if the helicopter can start." Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, President Du quickly handed the keys to Du Shui. The group stepped back more than 10 meters. Except for Jiang Zhe, everyone watched nervously as Du Shui climbed into the cockpit. Some girls even clasped their hands together in silent prayer. No one wanted to die at the finish line. With a hum, the cockpit lit up. Okay, the electrical system was fine. After a series of operations, Du Shui gave Jiang Zhe a thumbs up. A roar came from the engine as the rotor blades above slowly began to turn. A gust of wind kicked up dust, giving everyone a mouthful of grit. Yet their faces were filled with uncontrollable joy. The helicopter was operational. Then the blades gradually slowed to a stop. Du Shui jumped down from the cockpit. "The helicopter's fine, and there's enough fuel to cover 500 or 600 kilometers. That was the best news in days. Even Jiang Zhe couldn't help but smile. "Great. Let's rest early tonight. We'll set off at first light." "Yeah." The girls Cannon and Xiaomi let out a quiet cheer. In a corner of the hangar, there was a pile of dismantled wooden packaging. Soon a blazing campfire was lit. Several women helped out, some chopping vegetables, others boiling water. Even President Du's wife, Ayu, unusually lent a hand in the kitchen. In high spirits, Jiang Zhe tossed 10 cans of beef stew into the pot. The rich aroma of meat filled the surrounding space. A large bowl of hearty soup paired with a soft steamed flatbread left the group nearly eating to bursting. Gathered around the fire, people spread out blankets and lay down fully clothed. In a single day, they had faced life and death, trekked nearly 30 kilometers through the wilderness, and were utterly exhausted. Several girls lay together whispering. Chao Wang's wife fed her child some broth. The men sat in a circle silently smoking. Xiaomi led the Duca dog into one of the trainer aircraft, fiddling with it curiously. A serene scene. Surveying the sight, Jiang Zhe was momentarily reminded of a pre-apocalypse camping trip. Just then Cannon crept over and whispered in his ear, "Boss, why aren't we eating from the same pot? Don't you trust them?" "I don't." "You'll understand later," Jiang Zhe murmured. Cannon nodded half comprehendingly, said nothing more, and closed his eyes to doze off. Suddenly, Ayu stood up. "I need to relieve myself. Let Du Tao come with me outside." "Do it right here in the hangar." Jiang Zhe refused, fearing she might attract wild animals. It's number 2, Ayu said, head bowed. "Go ahead." Just after eating, the mere thought of the smell, let alone the sound, was revolting. Jiang Zhe waved his hand. "Cannon, keep an eye on the door." In less than 5 minutes, Ayu and the other person returned shivering. "Damn cold. I just took a piss and nearly froze my family jewels off," President Du complained as he sat down. "You must have a weak kidney," Jiang Zhe teased. As they spoke, the Duke approached, Ayu sniffing her right hand intently. Jiang Zhe grabbed a wooden stick and threw it. "Duke, get away. I feed you meat every day, and you can't resist the smell of crap. Want me to get you a cup and some peanuts to go with it?" At his scolding, the Duke yelped and scurried back, rubbing against Jiang Zhe's pant leg. The others chuckled at the dog's antics. But Jiang Zhe suddenly drew his kukri and rose slowly. His eyes filled with icy, killing intent as he fixed his gaze on Ayu. "Show me your hand." The surrounding gazes all fixated on Ayu beside Boss Du. Some scrambled to their feet and retreated to the back. Pao Yilu Zi and De Bing rose simultaneously, their hands resting on their guns. No one doubted Jiang Zhe, nor did anyone question him. Though young Jiang Zhe's displayed strength and rich survival experience had already earned the unwavering trust of this group. "Ayu, quickly take off your gloves and let the young man have a look." Boss Du reached out to pull them off. Ayu gazed at Jiang Zhe. The timid, evasive look on her pale face had vanished, replaced by a sense of relief. Fine." She pushed Du away, and with a smile slowly removed her gloves under everyone's watchful eyes. "Oh," a few women gasped. On her pale wrist, a massive gaping wound still oozed blood. Jiang Zhe's eyes grew colder. "You're asking for death." Du and his sister Du Shui grabbed a yes wrist. "Sister-in-law, how could this happen? When were you injured?" Du Shui tried to comfort her, searching for something to bandage the wound. "Don't anyone fucking move." Jiang Zhe's sharp shout froze Du Shui in place. "Tell me, how much blood have you spilled outside? When did it start?" The knife pointed at Ayu. Ayu actually laughed. "I've been leaving blood trails since the development zone." "Ha ha ha, you wanted to leave by plane, didn't you?" "Ha ha ha, Tommy's dead. Why should you get to go?" Pao Yi Lu Zi to Bing, immediate alert. Everyone else pack your things. If you don't want to die, be quick about it. Jiang Zhe barked. The people around snapped out of it and frantically began gathering their belongings. Huh. Yu pointed at the bustling crowd, laughing with satisfaction and mockery. With a bang, she flew 3 meters back like a ragdoll, a mass of flesh and blood erupting from her chest. The onlookers were frozen in place. Yu. Du Tao rushed to her side, pressing his hands on her chest, now a mess of mangled flesh. Yu. Ahihi. Her eyes held no fear of death, only a sinister smile. Then she hooked her arm around Du Tao's neck. Blood gushed from her mouth as she struggled to utter her last words. Du Tao, you all have to come with me. Before she could finish, Yu breathed her last. Jiang Zhe frowned at her corpse. Something was wrong. He sensed it. After a moment, realization dawned. He walked to the campfire and picked up the pot they had just eaten from. Pao Yi came over. What's wrong? Jiang Zhe's eyes shifted, then he waved at Alan. Who added the water when you were cooking? Alan, confused, thought for a moment and pointed at Yu. She did, from the mineral water bottle in her backpack. With a clatter, Du Shui snatched the backpack and pulled out the large bottle of water. Then Du Shui froze, smiled bitterly, and turned to the others. We're doomed. She held up the bottle. The remaining water was murky and dirty. By then, even the slowest understood what had happened. Du Tao, Du Shui, Chao Wang, and his wife. All their faces turned deathly pale. Snow water. Pao Yi's eyes widened, looking at the pot in Jiang Zhe's hands with lingering fear. Fortunately, Jiang Zhe had quietly instructed them to eat only their own food from the start, otherwise they would have fallen for that woman's scheme. Boss Du stared blankly at his former bedmate, unwilling to believe the truth. Why? Was Tommy worth this to you? Du murmured beside her corpse. Du Shui's face was ashen. Sister-in-law, I always saw you as my own sister, even when you and my brother had conflicts. I was always on your side. Why did you do this? Why? They spoke as if in a trance. Among the crowd, Chao Wang and a few from the company were the most innocent, completely caught in an undeserved disaster. Oh, I saved an ingrate. Du Tao, you've doomed us all. Chao Wang's rage and despair had no outlet. He charged forward, grabbing Du Tao by the collar, spittle flying into his face. Faced with death, Du Tao was no longer Boss Du. Jiang Zhe frowned at Du Shui, who sat dazed by the fire. That woman had consumed the snow water. A death no longer threatened her. Rat-a-tat-tat. Jiang Zhe walked to her side and whispered, fly the helicopter back for me, and it'll keep you safe. Deal. Her dull eyes suddenly sparked with life. She grabbed Jiang Zhe's arm. Are you serious? Do you have any other choice but to trust me? He said slowly. Du Shui was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, I trust you. Pao Yi Lu Zi to Bing opened the doors. Push the helicopter out. We're leaving now. Jiang Zhe's shout jolted the stunned group into action. Heave-a-ho, heave-a-ho. They removed the cover from the helicopter, and with the 4 men's efforts, the helicopter on the flatbed began to inch toward the hangar door. Young man, can you save us? Chao Wang, his wife, and the others gathered around Jiang Zhe. He swept his gaze over them. First, get out of the airport alive. Those words opened a path of hope in their despair. Chao Wang and the others clung to that faint hope, hurriedly packing their things and helping Pao Yi push the aircraft. Jiang Zhe watched the bustling crowd, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. His mind raced, constantly planning the next move. A yes move had disrupted his plans. Jiang Zhe himself wasn't afraid of the black light of life gene virus in the snow water as becoming a transcendent, granted natural immunity. He wanted to keep Du Shui, and he wanted this helicopter. Swallowing a core would be too late, only creating stronger and more terrifying subhumans. The only challenge now was finding someone who could purify the energy of the cores. If an ordinary person swallowed a core directly, their organs would mutate. Swallowing a core would be too late, only creating stronger and more terrifying subhumans. The only challenge now was finding someone who could purify the energy of the cores. If an ordinary person swallowed a core directly, their organs would mutate, turning them into a chaos transcendent. These chaos transcendents were no different from other transcendents except for their unpleasant mutated organs. Tentacles sprouting from the belly, compound eyes, skeletal arms, grotesquely thick legs. No one wanted to become such a monster unless they were in a desperate situation. As Jiang Zhe pondered, a dull thud echoed from the top of the warehouse. Bang! A subhuman shattered the skylight on the warehouse roof. Still midair, it was kicked by Jiang Zhe and sent flying into the wall. The force of nearly 1,000 kilograms caused blackish red blood to spurt from the subhuman's mouth. Boom, boom, boom. Then continuous loud crashes came from the entrance. Countless subhumans outside were violently ramming the warehouse door. Brother Pao pushed the helicopter to the side, Jiang Zhe shouted sharply. He was afraid that if the door collapsed, it would crush the helicopter. Clattering pieces of broken glass kept falling from above. Out. Amid the screams, a group of people hurriedly took cover. With swishing sounds, Jiang Zhe's machete kept slashing, sending white-skinned subhumans flying. Many of the subhumans wore yellow hard hats. Clearly, this group of subhumans was from the development zone, attracted by the blood that you had secretly sprinkled along the way. Bang, bang, bang. More and more subhumans dropped from the warehouse roof. Although Jiang Zhe killed one with each slash, he could not offset the enemy's numerical advantage. Beside the helicopter, Alan and two young women were almost tackled by a subhuman screaming in terror. Du Shui jumped down from the plane. Holding a straight sword, she pursed her lips and assumed the stance of Beichun Ikamanji. Walk. A female subhuman with black veins crawling all over her face raised a steel pipe and charged at her swiftly. Clang, thump. Du Shui's sword was swift, her movements fluid. The moment they clashed, she stepped aside, turned, and swung. Then the sharp blade cut into the subhuman's neck. A spurt of blood shot out. The subhuman roared in fury and lunged again fiercely. Moved. Brother Pao kicked the subhuman in the shoulder, sending it staggering sideways. Du Shui stared blankly at her straight sword. She couldn't understand why Jiang Zhe made it look like slicing vegetables while her lethal strike only cut through the opponent's skin. Boss, I have to fire, Changfu shouted. Damn. Seeing the increasing number of subhumans, Jiang Zhe knew they couldn't go on like this. Everyone come here. Let it loose, we have no choice. Jiang Zhe shouted back. Crossing his two machetes like scissors, he bit forward, and the head of a charging subhuman flew into the air. Bang, bang, bang. Brother Pao and the others finally couldn't hold back and opened fire. The 35mm grenade slammed into the subhumans, blasting them away. But the rate of fire was too slow. Facing more and more subhumans, Brother Pao and the others were about to be overwhelmed. Roar. Boom. The warehouse door finally couldn't withstand the impact of over 200 subhumans outside and crashed straight back. Hurry. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Zhe cleared the way with his twin blades, hacking away the subhumans charging in, and led the group toward the depths of the warehouse. Clang. Jiang Zhe lifted the lid of a tanker truck. Get inside quickly. The young women, along with Chao Wang and his wife Xiao Mi and Duke, hurriedly jumped into the tanker. Jiang Zhe guarded the front of the tanker alone, while Brother Pao and the two others held the rear with 3 guns. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire crackled like frying beans in the warehouse. Below the tanker, there were countless subhumans with eerie faces covered in black veins, brandishing weapons and charging at the tanker. Machetes and spears kept knocking back the subhumans trying to jump onto the tanker. Fortunately, the top of the tanker was easy to defend and hard to attack, allowing the 4 to barely hold off the subhumans. What are you doing standing here? Jiang Zhe, as he slashed away a subhuman that had jumped onto the tanker, realized that Du Shui was behind him, climbing out again with her sword. I want to help you. At this moment, Du Shui's pride had been shattered by that one slash. Watching the man in front of her chop subhumans flying like slicing fruit, Du Shui felt that her previous arguments had been too childish. Beichun Ikamanji. Really, it was just one cut and death. If not for Brother Pao, she would have died. Get inside, don't cause me trouble. With a swish, Jiang Zhe's military knife flew out and embedded itself in the forehead of a subhuman trying to ambush Brother Pao. He then casually pushed Du Shui. Unexpectedly, his hand sank into a soft, pliable area. Du Shui stepped back 2 paces, glared at Jiang Zhe, her face slightly red, then shouted, I don't want to become a woman like Alan who depends on a man to survive. My Alan earns her living by her own skills. Why do you look down on her? On top of the tanker, Lu Zi was displeased. He directly retorted, I want use my body to exchange for, Du Shui said hatefully, but before she could finish, Jiang Zhe grabbed her by the nape of her neck, lifted her, and stuffed her into the tanker. Your battlefield should be in bed. Jiang Zhe, you bastard. Amid Du Shui's curses, the tanker lid slammed shut with a bang. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire continued throughout the warehouse. Around the tanker, corpses of subhumans numbered over 100 were strewn about, yet nearly 200 subhumans kept charging at the top of the vehicle. Jiang Zhe was grateful that the tanker was here, giving them a terrain advantage. Otherwise, they would have to rely on his blade alone. Boss, I'm out of ammo, Dabin shouted. Jiang Zhe reached into his backpack, pulled out a drum magazine, and tossed it to him. He also distributed some to Changfu and Lu Zi. I tell you, how does your backpack have everything? If you pull out a woman tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised, Brother Pao complained as he changed his magazine and blasted a subhuman's body away with a burst. No more, these are the last few magazines, Jiang Zhe replied calmly. Roar. A deep muffled roar came from the entrance. By the light of the bonfire, a subhuman wearing a hard hat nearly 2 meters tall and exceptionally bulky slowly walked in. When the surrounding subhumans heard the roar, they all stopped attacking. Tat-a-tat. The tall, sturdy subhuman carried in his right hand a solid steel bar over 1 meter long and as thick as an arm, and in his left hand a triangular shield cut from a steel plate. He slowly walked toward the tanker. The subhumans that had formed a circle hastily made way. Watching the tall, sturdy subhuman, Jiang Zhe flicked the blood off his blade. This subhuman group obviously had its own leader. Subhumans were not without intelligence. On the contrary, their intelligence was not low, and they could even speak some simple words. They could use simple tools and liked to live in groups. Every subhuman group would gradually develop a leader. In his past life, Jiang Zhe had heard of a leader who could command hundreds of thousands of subhumans and was extremely powerful. The structure of the entire subhuman group was somewhat like the early tribal era of humans. Roar died. The subhuman leader stopped. Looking up at Jiang Zhe on top of the tanker, he suddenly opened his mouth wide and laboriously shouted the word die. Between his sharp, inverted, triangular teeth, red shreds of flesh could be seen. There was also constantly spraying saliva and mucus. This was a show of force, but Jiang Zhe wasn't going to tolerate this bad habit. "Oh, get lost!" Jiang Zhe roared back at the subhuman leader. This shout even startled the subhuman leader, who froze for a blink before swinging down his iron rod. Roar! The surrounding subhumans all jumped onto the tanker even more fearlessly. Brother Pao took the opportunity to aim at the subhuman leader's head. Boom! Unexpectedly, the leader had already raised a rough shield as thick as a palm, and a flash of fire burst. The steel plate deformed. The immense kinetic energy caused the subhuman's feet to scrape a mark on the ground. "Watch out!" The meter-long steel bar flew like a lightning bolt toward Brother Pao's chest. Clang! In the dim warehouse, a spark the size of a basketball burst out. Luckily, Jiang Zhe reacted in time and knocked the steel bar away with his machete. Brother Pao, take Lu Zi and Dabin into the tanker quick. Jiang Zhe was angry. "You be careful." The three emptied their magazines, then hurriedly crawled into the tanker. Clang! Jiang Zhe kicked the iron lid shut with his toe. The subhuman leader swung his legs and bounded up in 2 steps. He slammed the shield in his hand fiercely down at Jiang Zhe's head. "Go to hell. Do you know what a cheat is?" With that, Jiang Zhe extended his palm as if trying to block the opponent's shield. 2 meters, 1 meter, 1 foot. The palm and the shield drew closer and closer. Suddenly, the entire space in front of Jiang Zhe darkened. A steel ingot over 4 meters in diameter appeared in midair, then fell rapidly, engulfing the subhuman leader's body. Boom! A deafening, earth-shattering sound, and the tanker jolted twice violently. The entire warehouse fell silent after the thunderous crash. The surrounding subhumans were also startled. The massive steel ingot vanished, leaving a crater nearly a meter deep in the hard concrete floor. With a whoosh, Jiang Zhe leaped off the tanker truck and retrieved the ingot back into his dimensional space. At the bottom of the crater, the subhuman leader and over 20 subhumans were crushed into an indistinct pulp. The tin-softened steel ingot had fallen from a height of nearly 4 meters. Such immense kinetic energy was enough to crush even a whitehide, let alone subhumans. The remaining 100 or so subhumans in the vicinity clutched their weapons, looking at Jiang Zhe with some bewilderment. Only when Jiang Zhe drew his kukri did the subhumans erupt in fury, snarling and closing in on him. Under the influence of the gene virus, every subhuman possessed a physique that would have been superhuman before the apocalypse. Data had proven that these creatures possessed 3 to 4 times the strength and speed of an ordinary human, roughly equivalent to a first-order physique-type supernatural. More importantly, they were impervious to cold. With a thud, Jiang Zhe kicked a subhuman away, twirling the kukri in his hand. He had been played for a fool by that Ayu today, and a pent-up rage simmered within him. These subhumans would serve as a perfect outlet. "Come on, I'll send you all to hell today." Jiang Zhe roared, charging headlong at the subhumans. With a slash, a subhuman's wire-wrapped wooden club was severed by the kukri, and an arm flew into the air. Just as the kukri was about to cleave through the subhuman's head, a series of low, dense thuds erupted behind him. A whistling wind suddenly arose. Jiang Zhe's expression shifted drastically. Whatever was behind him was no subhuman. Before the thought could fully form, he realized it was too late to turn. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a flash of white charging toward him. A dozen subhumans were sent flying into the air. The creature's speed was too great, dodging was impossible. "Damn it!" With a fierce shout, Jiang Zhe swung the kukri behind him. A screech, then a thud. An overwhelming force struck him, as if a truck weighing tens of tons had slammed into him at 100 kilometers per hour. With a series of heavy impacts, Jiang Zhe was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into and toppling over a dozen subhumans ahead. Damn, why is today so unlucky? Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his chest, he rolled to dodge a steel pipe, swung by a subhuman, then severed the creature's calf with his kukri. It was then that Jiang Zhe finally saw clearly. 2 whitehides were rampaging through the warehouse, slaughtering the remaining subhumans. Though the subhumans were fierce and unafraid of death, they stood no chance against whitehides, which overwhelmed them in size, speed, and every other aspect, just like humans. One by one, subhumans were knocked down by the whitehides. Steel pipes and iron bars struck the whitehides to no effect. The remaining subhumans, ignoring Jiang Zhe, threw themselves recklessly at the whitehides. A subhuman in an electric grid uniform leaped high, axe in hand, and brought it down on a whitehide's head. With a shriek, the whitehide roared in pain. The axe had actually hurt it. It lunged forward, pouncing on the subhuman. With a crunch, its massive jaws crushed the subhuman's skull. The whitehide's steel-like teeth, sharp claws, and tentacles were deadly. With every strike, a subhuman was killed. Coughing painfully, Jiang Zhe struggled to his feet, and taking advantage of the chaos between subhumans and whitehides, slowly backed away. 2 whitehides in this open, unobstructed warehouse. This was a dire situation. Jiang Zhe had no confidence in a one-hit kill. Eventually, after dozens of subhumans had died, the survivors realized they couldn't defeat the Whitehides. The remaining 30 or so subhumans fled through the door howling. One of the Whitehides gave chase. From the snowy night outside, the warehouse roars echoed, growing fainter and fainter. The remaining Whitehide opened its maw and began tearing into the subhuman corpses on the ground, devouring them in 2 or 3 bites. With each crunch, dark red blood spurted from its mouth. The stench of blood was thick and almost tangible. The sound of chewing echoed through the dim warehouse. By now, Jiang Zhe had retreated to a dark corner. He slowed his breathing and squinted at the Whitehide feasting over 20 meters away. In his past life, he had witnessed such bloody scenes far too many times. He stood there as still as a statue. His plan was simple: wait for the Whitehide to finish its meal, then slip away. With a rustling sound, the other Whitehide darted back through the doorway. The two creatures exchanged rapid clicking sounds like grinding teeth. They were communicating. Then the two Whitehides quickly devoured the subhuman corpses. Finally, after about 10 minutes, they seemed sated. They turned and slowly ambled toward the warehouse exit. As the two massive silhouettes were about to disappear through the door, Jiang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. A faint clink of metal suddenly rang out from inside the tanker truck. The sound, though not loud, was unervingly clear in the enclosed space. Damn it! Jiang Zhe's face fell. At this critical moment, it seemed a bullet head lodged in the tank's wall had fallen off. Though the sound was soft and brief, to a Whitehide's freakish hearing it was as if someone had shouted right into its ear. With a crash, the Whitehides covered the 30-meter distance in just 1 second. Their massive bodies slammed into the tanker truck. The impact was tremendous. The truck's tires on one side lifted slightly off the ground. A woman's scream came from inside. This was even worse. One Whitehide leaped onto the tanker's roof. Its razor-sharp claws tore through the metal body, producing a screeching sound. 2 tentacles from the Whitehide snaked through the gash its claws had made. A burst of gunfire erupted inside the tank. In this dire situation, Chang Fu and the others had no choice but to fire despite the risk of ricochets and noise. Jiang Zhe had to intervene now. With a twang, 3 thick crossbow bolts shot from a dark corner, streaking like lightning toward the Whitehide on the tanker. With a shriek, the creature's reflexes were astonishing. It leaped into the air at the last possible moment. Only one bolt struck the Whitehide's hind leg. With a scraping sound, Jiang Zhe kicked off the wall behind him and lunged sideways. He would only have one chance to fire. The other Whitehide had already charged at him the moment the crossbow was triggered. With a crash, the heavy crossbow weighing over 1,000 Jin was smashed into a pile of parts by a single swipe of the Whitehide's claw. Jiang Zhe's heart ached at the sight. He had barely landed when both Whitehides pounced on him from left and right. With a wave of his right hand, a steel plate 2.5 meters high, bristling with dense metal spikes like a hedgehog, materialized in front of him. In a fight against Whitehides, even a moment's carelessness meant death. A sound came from above and behind Jiang Zhe. Without a second thought, he dismissed the steel plate and dove forward. Large chunks of rubble rained down from above. The two Whitehides had somehow climbed onto the wall, clinging to it like giant geckos, their limbs digging into the surface. As Jiang Zhe rolled to his feet, another crossbow appeared in front of him. The Whitehides on the wall slowly shifted their positions, chittering menacingly at him. Jiang Zhe gripped the crossbow legs slightly apart and aimed at one of them. A crisp clang came from inside the tanker truck. Damn! Both Whitehides lunged simultaneously, one at Jiang Zhe, the other at the tanker truck. The crisp sound forced Jiang Zhe to fire the crossbow. Amidst the heavy whistling, the bolt shot fiercely toward one of the creatures. With a bang, large chunks of cement and brick flew into the air. 3 bolts embedded a third of their length into the wall, their tails trembling rapidly. Unsurprisingly, once the pale-skinned creature had enough space to maneuver, hitting it with a crossbow bolt became exceedingly difficult. Unless in a vacuum where the bolt would make no sound as it flew, or if it moved as fast as a bullet, leaving the creature no time to react. Neither condition was possible now. With a clang, a steel shield as tall as a man appeared in Jiang Zhe's right hand. The creature's claws collided with the shield, producing a deafening noise. Grunting, Jiang Zhe leaned forward. His body, possessing 6 times the strength of an ordinary man, was still pushed back over 2 meters by the immense force transmitted through the shield. The other pale-skinned creature had already pounced back onto the oil tanker, its tentacles stabbing viciously into the tank. Hey! The cookery knife on his leg flew like a crescent moon toward this creature. Screeched, the soles of his shoes scraped harshly against the ground. Jiang Zhe's body charged toward the creature, the sound of the other one running behind him. Boom! The spiked steel plate suddenly appeared. The pursuing creature didn't hesitate, leaping effortlessly over the 2-meter-tall steel barrier. Suddenly, a space blade gleaming like moonlight shot straight up from behind the steel plate. It was a trap. With a squelch, the blade slashed open the creature's belly from chest to abdomen, a half-meter-long gash spewing dark purple blood. Squeal! The creature stumbled upon landing, roaring in pain as it threw its head back. Its dorsal tentacles coiled around to its abdomen, yanking hard to pull out a mass of exposed entrails. With a crunching sound, it opened its maw wide and swallowed them in 2 bites. Jiang Zhe's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Though not the first time he had witnessed such a scene, he still marveled at the creature's formidable vitality. The two pale-skinned creatures flanked Jiang Zhe, one on each side. Knowing the man before them was no easy prey, they did not rush to attack. Their alien-like heads gaped with wide mouths. They kept grinding their teeth. Jiang Zhe lightly flicked the space blade in his right hand. The injured creature looked fierce, but its wound had already hampered its movements. He had to change the battlefield. Otherwise, if the two creatures attacked the oil tanker again, no one inside would survive. After a swift thought, Jiang Zhe moved. He slowly retreated toward the hangar entrance. Seeing this, the two creatures growled and followed. With a whoosh, Jiang Zhe turned and like a leopard dashed into the vast snow outside. The two creatures growled and gave chase. 250 meters away stood a tall, slender airport control tower, over 20 meters high. Jiang Zhe sprinted toward the tower with all his might. The first time since his rebirth, he had mobilized his full strength. The thigh-deep snow did not hinder him. In the blink of an eye, he had covered nearly half the distance. A low growl came from behind. The massive body of the creature churned a snow dragon seeking to engulf the figure ahead. Running like this, he would eventually be caught. With a shift in thought, a grenade launcher appeared in Jiang Zhe's hand. Unlike a light grenade launcher, the one in Jiang Zhe's hand was a heavy model with more rounds and a longer barrel. He turned, dropping to one knee. The 35mm muzzle aimed at the creature charging from behind. Bang, bang, bang. A continuous muffled roar echoed through the night sky. Accompanied by the flickering muzzle flash, Jiang Zhe fired the grenade launcher at the rate of an assault rifle. His body remained steady as a rock, seemingly unaffected by the weapon's formidable recoil. An ordinary soldier could never sustain such rapid fire. The recoil alone would dislocate their shoulder. In the air, a ball of flame erupted. The creature's massive body was flung back by the explosive round. Without a glance, Jiang Zhe turned and dashed toward the tower again. The other injured creature, still 50 meters away, moved much slower than usual. With a crash, Jiang Zhe crouched and burst into the tower's first floor. He reached the elevator. With a grating sound, he pried open the stopped elevator doors and peered in. The shaft went straight to the top floor, and due to the power outage, the elevator had descended to the basement. He swung his space blade, severing the thumb-thick steel cable. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the two charging creatures. The one hit by the grenade launcher was covered in black scorch marks, large flaps of skin peeled back, oozing nearly black blood. Come on. Jiang Zhe extended his middle finger at the foremost creature before turning and diving into the elevator shaft. With scraping sounds, the space blade easily pierced the shaft wall. Like a gecko, he climbed rapidly toward the top. With a thunderous crash, the creature's massive body smashed through the wall into the elevator shaft, pursuing Jiang Zhe without pause. Watching the creature below coiled and climbing up, Jiang Zhe smiled. This was the perfect encounter. He extended his right hand, and suddenly a solid steel rod 2 meters thick and 3 meters long, nearly filling the entire shaft, materialized in the void. With a whoosh, it plummeted straight down toward the creature. Squeal. Sensing the danger, the creature let out an anxious shriek. With a resounding boom, the tinted solid alloy rod falling from over 20 meters crashed onto the creature's head. The entire tower trembled slightly. The creature vanished from sight. Exhaling the stale air from his chest, Jiang Zhe breathed out. Only the last injured creature remained outside, no longer a threat. With a creak, Jiang Zhe pried open the top-floor elevator doors and slipped inside. The entire top floor was in disarray, papers, wallets, and computers scattered across the ground. Through the circular floor-to-ceiling windows, he could overlook the entire airport. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Zhe lightly tapped a metal cabinet beside him with a metal shield in his left hand. Clang, clang, clang. Soon a dense chattering of teeth sounded. The last injured creature appeared outside the tower's glass window. He continued tapping the cabinet. With a crash, the creature's massive body shattered the glass and crawled in. Spitting a wad of saliva, Jiang Zhe twirled his space blade in a flourish. Staring calmly at the creature 5 meters away, he said, "Come on, I've been itching for a real duel with you bastards." Jiang Zhe's face grew excited. In his past life among the superhuman teams, he was mostly support and a bit player. Whenever he saw high-ranked superhumans going toe-to-toe with pale-skinned creatures, he fantasized about one day being able to solo one himself. He hadn't expected that day to come so soon. Squeal. The creature seemed to understand his taunt. With a low roar, it charged at Jiang Zhe. Letting out a matching roar, Jiang Zhe charged toward it. Before they clashed, the long tentacles on the creature's back darted forward like venomous snakes from both sides. Having fought these creatures for years, Jiang Zhe was all too familiar with their attack patterns. With a deafening clang enduring the numbness in his left hand, Jiang Zhe suddenly accelerated. His right hand slashed out with the space blade. With a sizzle, one tentacle flew off. The creature let out a piercing shriek as Jiang Zhe's blade aimed for its hind leg. The creature tried to leap, but slammed into the ceiling, pausing for a split second. With another sizzle, a gush of dark purple blood sprayed from its leg. Squealing in agony, the creature flailed its remaining tentacle. Suddenly a blinding burst of light exploded from Jiang Zhe's shield. The sudden glare made the creature instinctively turn its head. With a swift move, Jiang Zhe took 2 running steps up the wall and vaulted onto the creature's head. Die! He drove the space blade downward with all his might. Ha ha ha! Jiang Zhe burst into loud, unrestrained laughter as he gazed at the pale-skinned creature lying on the ground. In his previous life, he had spent 5 years at a shelter point. Because of his diligence and responsibility, a transcendent had selected him to join the hunting team as a logistics member. He stood guard, washed clothes, and prepared meals. Finally, after 4 years of hard labor, he earned a chance to become a transcendent. Yet he was assigned a spatial-type crystal core potion that no one else wanted. A first-order spiritual energy space-type transcendent could create a 5-square-meter dimensional space, the ideal candidate for a battlefield medic. Thus, despite becoming a transcendent, Jiang Zhe's greatest role was to carry supplies, serving as a beloved and obliging battlefield logistician. But before he could even undergo his second awakening, his hunting team was annihilated by the pale-skinned creatures. Reborn, when most people still knew nothing about crystal cores, he could already slay pale-skinned creatures in close combat. What could be more exhilarating than that? Jiang Zhe thought nothing could. He carried with him a lifetime's worth of supplies. And with a bug that allowed rapid leveling, he would never again have to live under others' thumbs or tread cautiously. 20 minutes later, crunching footsteps echoed as Jiang Zhe trudged through the snow back to the hangar. Chief! A voice, "Pow, yes," came from beside the oil tanker. It's me. Upon seeing Jiang Zhe, returned the group sighed in relief and emerged from the tanker. The ground around them was littered with subhuman corpses, and deep craters scarred the area. Many stared in shock, having heard the sounds of battle outside while inside the tanker. Yet the intensity of the fight far exceeded their expectations. After the unexpected incident, wife Chao Wang's murmured words caught Jiang Zhe's attention. Only then did he see Chao Wang kneeling beside the oil tanker, holding his wife, his face blank. A blood-soaked hole the size of a fist was clearly visible in the woman's chest. Chao Wang's entire body was stained red. Alas, inside the tanker, Chao Wang's wife shielded the child from the monster's tentacle. And the child didn't make it either, Pao Yi explained with a heavy sigh. Jiang Zhe shook his head, patting the head of Xiao Mi beside him, saying nothing. The girls around remained silent. Faced with the bodies littering the ground, they no longer panicked as they had the first time. No one wept, they had grown accustomed to it numb. The glass skylight above the helicopter hangar was shattered with heavy snow falling in. The place was no longer habitable. Under Jiang Zhe's direction, the group moved to another hangar. A campfire was rekindled. Jiang Zhe dared not take the crystal core to swallow here. The airfield had seen subhumans and paleskins, making it unsafe. If another paleskin or subhuman appeared during the critical moment, Pao Xiaomi and Du Shui might all be lost. Amid the bustling activity, Alon brought a pot of sugar water with a few girls. The group gathered around the fire, some staring into space, others chatting. Chao Wang laid his wife and child in the crater left by the battle, saving the trouble of digging a grave. Jiang Zhe, what exactly was that monster tonight? After a moment of silence, Du Shui asked. Jiang Zhe exhaled a plume of smoke. Paleskins, monsters that surge from the sea and kill as easily as slaughtering chickens. Meanwhile, Pao Yi and Lu Zi began recounting the Battle of Nanjiang to Du Shui and the others. When Du Shui and the others heard about the killings by the paleskins on the Nanjiang battlefield, they were horrified. Subhumans were already terrifying enough. They never expected even more formidable paleskins. It's over. Is there any hope for us? A girl sighed in despair. Daxiao, one of the top military powers on Blue Star, had failed to withstand the paleskins' onslaught, which showed how terrifying they were. Finally, Du Shui could no longer hold back, and turned to Jiang Zhe, who was resting with his eyes closed. How did you kill those paleskins? From the accounts of Chang Fu and the others, she was both terrified by the paleskins' ferocity and astonished by Jiang Zhe's strength. Jiang Zhe tapped his machete. You can kill them with a blade. Those paleskins are formidable, but not invincible. How can you kill one with a blade? Du Shui urgently wanted to know. There's a weak spot below their neck you can stab in from there, but you first need to make the paleskins stop moving. Hearing this, Du Shui straightened up in dissatisfaction, her face showing indignation. Humph, that's like saying nothing. Would a paleskin ever stop on its own? No, unless it's eating you, Jiang Zhe replied calmly. Xiaomi smirked at Du Shui's frustration. Suddenly, Du Shui stood up and bowed deeply to Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe, I want to become your disciple. Teach me how to kill those monsters. I can, but what can you offer in exchange? Jiang Zhe flicked his cigarette ash. I can fly the helicopter for free, Du Shui said after thinking. Not enough, Jiang Zhe shook his head. You still owe me for saving your life. Flying a helicopter doesn't count. I can wash your clothes and socks, whatever you need. No. Xiaomi suddenly stood up. Sister, you can't steal my job. Huh. The others looked at Jiang Zhe with strange expressions. Through their exchanged glances, an aura of wickedness was subtly attributed to him. Training. The word involuntarily flashed through Du Shui's mind as she noticed Xiaomi's hostile gaze. Then her eyes flickered to Alon, who was leaning against Lu Zi. Her face flushed then paled. What did she have left? Obviously nothing but her body. Selfish, heartless. She spat out those 4 words and sat down. Brother isn't that kind of person. He even saved Duke. Xiaomi retorted, refusing to back down. Du Shui glared at her angrily. How can you talk? Do you mean I'm worse than a dog? Jiang Zhe ignored the others, taking out a map of Daxia and studying it carefully. Du Shui leaned over. Where are we actually going? Here. Jiang Zhe pointed to a spot on the map. Only a circle, no name. It was too small to have a name. Where is that? It seems not far from Xinyang City, Du Shui said, gesturing at the map. Jiang Zhe folded the map and looked at Chao Wang and the others. Since you've survived, it'll give you 2 choices. 1, we part ways, and you find your own path. 2, you can follow me, but it'll be blunt from now on, your lives are mine to decide. As he finished, Chao Wang and the others' expressions changed rapidly, their eyes lowered in thought and calculation. Since you've survived, it'll give you 2 choices. 1, we part ways, and you find your own path. 2, you can follow me, but it'll be blunt from now on, your lives are mine to decide. As he finished, Chao Wang and the others' expressions changed rapidly, their eyes. Jiang Zhe said no more, letting their thoughts wander. Without Du Shui and the helicopter, he would never have taken this group along. Moreover, Paozi Mountain was too sparsely populated. Even if all these people went, it would only be about 20. A base is shelter. Without people, it's just a pile of concrete and steel. At this moment, the Paleskins were likely already rampaging across the land of Blue Star. Some small nations would vanish entirely. Humanity's living space would be squeezed step by step until everyone was forced into underground shelters. In the early morning, the sky had just begun to lighten. Oh, smaller, it's gotten smaller. Outside the warehouse, Lu Zis' delighted exclamation suddenly rang out. The people around turned to look at the doorway. After a second's pause, they burst into a rush and bolted out together. Oh, it really has gotten smaller. The snow is about to stop. The girls jumped up in joy. The snowflakes, which had once been as large as goose feathers, had indeed thinned out considerably, and the sky was much brighter than before. Jiang Zhe glanced at his watch. It was the 14th day of the heavy snow. Tomorrow the snow would cease completely, and the situation would take a turn for the worse. 1-2. 1-2. Hao Yi and his men shouted in high spirits as they pushed the helicopter out of the hangar. Jiang Zhe had originally wanted to set out earlier, but he was still worried about Du Shui's skill. He forced himself to wait until dawn before directing the team into action. A patch of open ground had already been cleared in front of the hangar. Everything was ready. Jiang Zhe nodded at Du Shui in the cockpit. With a roar of the engine, the rotor blades above the helicopter began to spin faster and faster. Thick layers of snow flew wildly in the powerful downdraft. Everyone squeezed into the helicopter except for Jiang Zhe, who remained standing on the open ground, telescope in hand, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. He had no intention of letting a white skin tag along during takeoff. After confirming there was nothing unusual nearby, Jiang Zhe quickly opened the co-pilot door and slipped in. Take off. Du Shui's face was solemn. She nodded and slowly pulled the helicopter's cyclic control stick. The aircraft began to wobble from side to side. With a thud, the landing skid struck the ground hard. Up! Cries of alarm came from the cabin behind. Damn it, can you do this or not? Jiang Zhe snapped at Du Shui. It's already difficult to take off in such cold weather. Aren't you supposed to be skilled? Is that all the courage you have? Du Shui taunted while operating the aircraft. Does having courage mean you won't die, eh? Jiang Zhe's voice dropped. He knew this was no time to disturb her. Heartless man. Amid her muttered curses, the helicopter finally lifted off the ground, rising slowly. Outside the window, the buildings below grew smaller and smaller as the aircraft gained speed. Jiang Zhe let out a sigh of relief, gazing at the vast white landscape and the airport that had vanished behind them. He patted the helicopter with a sense of wonder. You've got to hand it to this thing. It's much faster than walking. Beside him, Du Shui shook her head at his remark. It's useless. Once the fuel runs out, it'll soon become a pile of scrap. From the cabin behind came the sound of Duke retching. A Duke is a bit airsick, Xiaomi's voice followed. Bear with it. Jiang Zhe growled. Paozi Mountain was to the northwest of Nanjiang, about 200 kilometers away in a straight line. Unfortunately, without satellite navigation, Du Shui had to rely on the co-pilot Jiang Zhe and a telescope using landmarks to guide their way. G58 Expressway is to the west. We can follow that highway and then turn at the intersection with S213 Provincial Road. Jiang Zhe pointed out the direction. Du Shui nodded, and the helicopter turned westward. At its speed, they would arrive in less than an hour. From the air, the entire land was a vast expanse of white, with only a few tall trees and buildings standing stubbornly. A group of people pressed against the windows, staring at the ground below. Look there, that's G58, Jiang Zhe shouted, pointing into the distance. On the empty fields, a highway stretched far away. From above, they could see hundreds of abandoned military trucks and armored vehicles scattered along the road ahead. This was the last convoy that had fled from Nanjiang. Through the telescope, they could see packs of wild dogs with their rumps in the air, gathered in circles, gnawing at something. This is where we escaped from, Du Shui murmured. The helicopter descended again. Hundreds of wild dogs, instead of fleeing at the sight of the aircraft, bared their teeth and barked furiously at it. Pao Yi the gun. Jiang Zhe opened the co-pilot window, took the light grenade launcher passed by Pao Yi, and emptied the 5-round magazine in a burst. Balls of fire erupted on the ground. The wild dogs howled and scattered in all directions. The helicopter circled the highway, its powerful downdraft blowing away the snow. Xiaomi Allen and the other girls covered their eyes, trembling all over. Beneath the snow, countless corpses were revealed, bodies frozen a ghastly blue. Men, women, the elderly, children, civilians, soldiers. Severed limbs were strewn across both sides of the road. Walk. Allen and the other girls could no longer hold back and began to sob quietly. One could only imagine how many more lonely souls and bleached bones lay buried beneath the thick snow in the fields on either side of the highway. Let's go. Don't look anymore, Jiang Zhe said. Du Shui, her face streaked with tears, wiped her eyes and pulled up on the cyclic, guiding the helicopter forward along the road. Every few dozen kilometers they could see chaotic convoys, but the helicopter did not descend again, nor did it blow away the snow. The atmosphere inside grew heavy. No one wanted to speak. Jiang Zhe looked at the map in his hands. He couldn't help but draw a circle around the G58 expressway with his pen. Highway of Death. Highway of Hell. These were the names given to G58 after the apocalypse, where millions had died on their way to shelters. Subhumans, whiteskins, beasts, cold, hunger, disease. Even 5 years later, countless corpses could still be seen on both sides of this road. And there was no telling how many highways like G58 existed across Daxia, and the entire Blue Star. Down below, the ground had transformed into a series of undulating hills and ridges. Traveling along S213, Jiang Zhe spotted a cluster of giant wind turbines standing atop a mountain. The massive turbines had stopped spinning, their 3 blades, each dozens of meters long, stretched out like giants staring down at the earth. Prepare to land after we cross this mountain, Jiang Zhe said, pointing at the last turbine. The helicopter swept across the sky, bypassed the turbine, and cleared the ridge. Below lay a flat valley perfect for landing. Jiang Zhe pulled open the cabin door. Pao Yi'll go down first. Wait for my signal before landing. With that, Jiang Zhe leaped from the cabin. The helicopter quickly climbed back up. Landing steadily from a height of over 10 meters, Jiang Zhe dug through the snow to find gravel beneath. After scanning the surroundings warily with his telescope, he took out 2 flare sticks and traced a circle in the air toward the helicopter above. The helicopter finally touched down smoothly. More than a dozen people quickly jumped out. After shutting down the aircraft, they followed Jiang Zhe along a country path, moving swiftly westward through the valley. Why not fly directly to the shelter? Du Shui asked, puzzled. 1, I'm afraid of attracting whiteskins. 2, there's no suitable landing spot. And from now on, no more whys. Whatever I say, you do. Du Shui kicked the stone hard, sending it flying into the snow in the distance. In less than 5 minutes, at the end of the valley, an abandoned 2-story building appeared. In front of it, a worn concrete path led up to the mountainside. A smile crept onto Jiang Zhe's face. On the wall beside the building, red paint spelled out, Paozi Mountain No. 5. The fresh, bright red characters stood out vividly. Creak, creak. The 2-story building was constructed in the architectural style of the last century. Its exterior walls and windows had long since crumbled into ruin, with withered weeds sprouting from the roof and cracks in the walls. It had been abandoned for a long time. Jiang Zhe waved his hand, and the group advanced along the concrete road. Woof woof. Suddenly, the Duke beside him halted and barked twice at the 2-story building. Whoosh. Ken and Grandpa and the others raised their light grenade launchers. At the same moment, over 20 figures clad in various padded jackets, warm hats, and masks, bundled up tightly, appeared at the windows on the 1st and 2nd floors. They held military standard weapons from various eras of Great Xia. Jiang Zhe even spotted 2 semi-automatic rifles from 60 years ago, their bayonets gleaming menacingly at the tips. Don't move. Who are you? A loud shout came from the entrance on the 1st floor. With that, yellow man with his mouth and nose covered stood behind a 1st-floor window, holding an 81 assault rifle. Jiang Zhe scanned the 20-plus people upstairs and downstairs. Don't be rash. We escaped from Nanjiang City and are looking for a friend of mine. Jiang Zhe gestured for Ken and Grandpa and the others to lower their weapons. Oh, escaped from Nanjiang. Kid, you're pretty lucky. I heard a lot of people died over there. The burly man asked, a hint of surprise in his eyes. A lot. Go see for yourself. The military lost 40 to 50,000 men. An entire army group was wiped out. Hiss. The people upstairs and downstairs gasped in shock. No wonder the military handed out weapons. I thought those subhumans were tough enough, but there's something even fiercer. As he spoke, the man pulled down his mask, revealing a rugged, stubbled face. All right, who's your friend? The man stepped out of the small building and waved his hand, signaling 10 people from the 1st floor to come out. Luo Shun. Luo Shun. Ha, so you're friends with Luo Shun. Interesting. Come on, Wang Chun. He'll take you to the shelter now. After giving some instructions to his men, Wang Chun led over a dozen people in Jiang Zhe's group along the mountain path, while the remaining 10 stayed behind at the two-story building at the foot of the mountain. Among the crowd, Jiang Zhe shook his head at Ken and Grandpa, and the others signaling them to stay calm. The others had subtly surrounded them, clearly on high alert. Jiang Zhe could understand this. Being wary of outsiders was a normal reaction. However, the appearance of these survivors exceeded Jiang Zhe's expectations. Luo Shun was Jiang Zhe's good friend before the apocalypse. His only good friend. During the apocalypse, the two had relied on each other, escaping together from Nanjiang, enduring life-and-death struggles until they reached a shelter. But at the shelter, Luo Shun had been dismembered by a superhuman made into bait to lure the Whiteskins and died a tragic death. Unfortunately, Jiang Zhe had been reborn before he could avenge him. 2 months ago, Jiang Zhe had borrowed over 3 million from various online loans and banks, giving most of the money to Luo Shun. He told him to stockpile supplies at Paozi Mountain and build a shelter. But, given the current situation, it seemed something had gone wrong at the shelter. Thinking this, Jiang Zhe narrowed his eyes and scanned the shelter's people around him. If Luo Shun had indeed met with an accident, he would show no mercy to these people. The mountain path wasn't as long as one might imagine, after less than 10 minutes of walking. The path ended at an arched mine tunnel 5 meters wide and tall. Above the entrance, amidst withered vines, several carved characters were visible. Paozi Mountain No. 5 Tunnel. The red paint on the 6 large characters was already peeling and faded. Big brother, is this the shelter? Little Me asked, tilting her head. It wasn't surprising that Little Me was curious. Mainly because this place looked far too low and nothing like a proper shelter. The others also gazed curiously at the cave entrance halfway up the mountain. Can this really be used as a shelter? Ken and Grandpa asked, moving closer. There's no better place than this. Jiang Zhe replied, looking at the characters above the tunnel. Haha. Wang Chen laughed. It seems Luo Shun told you about this place. Otherwise, how would you have found it? As he spoke, he led the way into the tunnel. In the Ice River apocalypse, the best shelters were those near volcanic craters, geothermal vents, or hot springs. With heat from the Earth's core, people in the shelter would have better living conditions. Paozi Mountain No. 5. Originally an iron ore mine from decades ago, it was abandoned after a groundwater inrush. None of that mattered now. After the apocalypse, a hunting party fleeing from a white-skin attack took refuge here and discovered the mine tunnel's remarkable features. Not only did the tunnel contain hot spring water, but it was also rich in iron ore. Back then, after Paozi Mountain No. 5 was discovered, it attracted countless survivors from surrounding shelters. After 3 years of development, Paozi Mountain No. 5 gradually grew into the largest shelter base in the area. With ample water and a remote location, it was an ideal shelter. Clatter, clatter. Dozens of people entered the deep mine tunnel. The sound of footsteps echoed far into the distance within the tunnel. On both sides of the stone walls, all the vines had frozen to death, their yellow leaves scattered on the ground. Whoosh. Someone from the shelter lit a torch, illuminating the tunnel for about a dozen meters. 10 meters further in, an iron door a full finger thick blocked the entire tunnel. The iron door had a small door at human height. It was tightly shut. Jiang Zhe glanced back. The tunnel entrance was not far less than 30 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Chun pounded on the iron door a few times. Coming. The observation hatch on the iron door slid open. Seeing it was Wang Chun, the small door creaked open. Brother Wang, it's not time for the shift change yet. A man wearing a down jacket and wrapped in an extra blanket stomped his feet as he spoke. New arrivals. They escaped from Nanjiang and say they're looking for Luo Shun. I'm taking them to see Brother Chang. The man who opened the door glanced curiously at Jiang Zhe's group. His eyes lingered for a moment on the girls like Alon, then he slammed the iron door shut again. Behind the iron door, 2 semicircular sandbag positions held a pair of ancient Type 56 light machine guns. 4 men were huddled around a bonfire warming themselves. Clatter. Wang Chun raised his hand, and the shelter's people aimed their guns at Jiang Zhe's group. Sorry, but newcomers have to hand over their weapons before they can see Brother Chang. Wang Chun gestured with his gun barrel, looking at Jiang Zhe. He had already noticed that Jiang Zhe seemed to be the leader of this group. Where's Luo Shun? Jiang Zhe frowned and asked. Luo Shun. He's nothing but an idiot. If it weren't for him, we brothers wouldn't have found this great place. A man from the shelter sneered, shouting. Enough. Show some respect. Wang Chun frowned and barked, stopping his subordinate from laughing further. Jiang Zhe was silent for a moment. Then he suddenly laughed coldly. You're right. He is an idiot. I need to have a good talk with him. With that, Jiang Zhe pulled out his cookery knife and handed it to Wang Chun. Despite Cannon and his men's extreme reluctance, their grenade launchers were confiscated. They advanced less than 20 meters before a fence welded from rolling pin-thick steel bars blocked their path. Behind it, 2 thick cotton curtains sealed the tunnel completely. Muffled voices could be heard from within, seemingly many. Wang Chun pulled a rope on the wall, and a clear bell jingled. With a rustle, the heavy cotton curtain was lifted, revealing a man in a cotton hat who peered out. Oh, newcomers, huh? Hey, there are women too. Good. The man's eyes lit up at the sight of Du Shui and Alon. He quickly opened the small door in the fence. Jiang Zhe followed Wang Chun inside, and the space opened up before them. The temperature suddenly warmed. A rectangular space 10 meters high, 20 meters long, and 10 meters wide appeared, akin to a small square. Opposite the square was another pitch-black tunnel. On both sides of the small square a row of a dozen cubicles had been carved into the stone walls. On the stone walls a slogan painted in peeling white paint from an unknown era read, "Safety first, strive for the best." This place had likely once been a repair station and rest area for miners. Thick cotton curtains hung over each cubicle. In the center of the small square a bonfire as tall as a man blazed. A dozen young men and women sat around 3 log tables by the fire playing mahjong. The ground beside the tables was littered with beer bottles, liquor bottles, drinks, and all sorts of trash. "Damn, my luck's crap today. They'll watch a flick later." An unusually arrogant voice rang out from the crowd. Wang Chun led Jiang Zhe and the others over. The mahjong players paused and stood up to look. With a clatter, the dozen or so men and women picked up Type 81 rifles from the tables. At that moment, only one man remained seated at the table. With one foot on the stool, he lit a cigarette and lifted his chin. "Wang Chun, who are they?" The man around 30 had a crew-cut, narrow eyes, thin lips, and a ruddy complexion that seemed out of place in the apocalypse. "Brother Chong, they're looking for Luo Shan. They all escaped from Nanjiao." Wang Chun replied with his hands down. "Oh." Brother Chong seemed intrigued and walked over. When he noticed Du Shui behind Jiang Zhe, a smile crept into his eyes. "Nanjiang, huh? Quite a distance. I heard many died on the road. So no one knows you're here, right? Good. Stay here from now on. Where's Luo Shan?" Jiang Zhe stepped forward calmly, facing Brother Chong directly. "Luo Shan." Brother Chong was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Zhe's audacity. "I don't keep freeloaders. He's mining." Click. Brother Chong drew a pistol from his waistband. With a sneer, he brandished the Type 92 handgun. "Wang Chun locked them in the mine tunnel. If they haven't mutated in 10 days, send the men to mine iron ore and the women to cook and wash." "No, I want to mine too." Du Shui beside him shouted. She sensed the unbridled desire in Brother Chong's eyes, naked and undisguised. "Oh," Brother Chong sneered. "But that would break my heart. How about we watch some cherry blossom country action flicks and talk about life? Let the others handle the rough work." Rat-a-tat. Amid the chatter, chaotic footsteps echoed from the tunnel opposite the square. Over 20 people, their clothes filthy and faces so grimy their features were indistinguishable, slowly emerged. Jiang Zhe's eyes narrowed. He fixed his gaze on one figure, Luo Shan. The group lined up at the mine entrance. "Time to eat." From a room, 2 middle-aged men carried out a pot of sticky food and a basket of flatbreads, distributing them to the crowd. "Mule," Jiang Zhe shouted. A man in the crowd stiffened. He slowly looked up, then unwrapped the grimy scarf covering his face. "Ginger." Mule's lips trembled as he croaked out the name. Then he staggered over and grabbed Jiang Zhe's arm, his eyes brimming with joy, guilt, and tears. "Ginger, I thought you. Thank goodness." "Mule, what happened? I gave you millions and you ended up in this mess." Jiang Zhe patted the dust off Luo Shan, nicknamed Mule, with some displeasure. Mule glanced furtively at Brother Chong. "He'll tell you later." "Haha, well, who knew the genius who stockpiled supplies in this godforsaken place was your friend? Guess I owe you a thanks." Just then Brother Chong swaggered over. He glanced at Jiang Zhe and laughed smugly. Ignoring him, Jiang Zhe fixed his eyes on Mule and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Mule, so the supplies they're eating are mine." Jiang Zhe pointed at the bottles and trash on the ground. "Yes, Ginger. I'm sorry. I never thought it would turn out like this," Mule said, full of remorse. These supplies had been bought with Jiang Zhe's money, yet they had ended up benefiting others. Even Mule himself was driven like a dog to mine iron ore every day. "I'll forget it. At least you're alive. Good thing I came in time, or I'd have had to hang you on the wall." Jiang Zhe sighed as he looked at Mule's soot-blackened face. "Listen to that. He's pissed. But I Chung Chong have a conscience. I won't starve you. From now on, you and Luo Shan can mine iron ore together. If you dig well, I might reward you with a piece of meat you bought yourself. Haha, that'd be truly satisfying." Brother Chong laughed, raising his gun. The surrounding men and women joined in the laughter. Jiang Zhe, however, patted Mule's shoulder. "Mule'll fatten you up later. You're nearly skin and bones. Squat down and rest." Mule hesitated, but Jiang Zhe pressed him down with a strong hand. Then Jiang Zhe turned. "Xiaomi Cannon Lu Zi de Bing, everyone." He called each name, then paused. "Squat down. Close your eyes." A sharp command rang through the small square. Brother Chong's face twisted in alarm. The others in the shelter sensed the shift in atmosphere and moved to raise their guns. Slap. A large hand clamped onto Brother Chong's raised pistol. Under Brother Chong's horrified gaze, Jiang Zhe drove a knee into his ribs, shattering them. A 12.7mm heavy machine gun materialized in Jiang Zhe's hands. Rat-a-tat. Bullets formed a red chain, mowing down the dozen men who had just reacted. Thud, thud, thud. Blood severed limbs, and flesh flew everywhere. Before even a scream could escape, no one was left standing. The heavy machine gun fell silent, thin smoke curling from its muzzle. The mine fell into dead silence. Jiang Zhe's hands were empty again. Ugh. Mule retched violently at the sight of the bloody mess. Alon, cook for my friend. Cannon, keep the rest under guard. Croak, croak, croak. Footsteps echoed from the tunnel leading outside. Those on duty at the machine gun post had heard the shots and came running back. With a swoosh, Jiang Zhe drew his kukri and dashed over in 2 strides. As the curtain lifted, 4 men with guns appeared. A flash of icy blade light. Thud, 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 thud. 4 heads rolled to the ground. Jiang Zhe slowly wiped the blade clean on the curtain. He turned, revealing a grin of gleaming white teeth. Brother Chang, you freeloaded off my supplies. Time to settle the score. Huff, slurp, huff. Half an hour later, a circle of people gathered around the campfire. Luozi was gnawing arduously on an elbow-sized piece of meat. A chain of 12 7mm bullets had just been spent. In the pit, everyone who had held a gun except for Chang Gu and Wang Chun had been blasted into a heap of minced flesh. The air was still thick with the stench of blood. The 20-odd miners who had worked with Luozi were herded by Lu Zi to squat against the wall. The elbows stewed to a pulp had vanished by nearly half after a few bites from Luozi. With a hiss, Jiang Zhe opened a can of cola and handed it over. Puffed. Luozi drank too hastily. Bubbles spurted from his nose. The Duke, who had been drooling while staring at Luozi, was sprayed in the face. Giggle. Xiaomi laughed beside him. Luozi rolled his eyes twice before finally swallowing the stuck piece of meat. Luozi, what's the deal with these guys? Jiang Zhe pointed at Changgu and Wang Chun, who were kneeling nearby. Jiang Pian, hold on. Luozi stood up, grabbed the pork bone he had gnawed clean, and walked over to Changgu. Luo Shun, don't forget my brother is not far from here. Changgu's face paled as he backed away. Ha! Luozi spat in his face. Thud, the pork bone crashed onto his shoulder blade, followed by a scream of agony. Jiang Pian, I'm sorry. I messed up because of drinking. All this stuff was bought with your money. If you're still angry, just beat me up like this. I won't blame you. Just like this, just like this. Luozi, as if venting, raised the bone and struck Changgu repeatedly. Thud, thud, thud. Luozi only stopped after smashing Changgu's head bloody with the pork bone, finally letting out the resentment in his heart. Only then did he sit back and begin to recount his story. Changgu's real name was Cheng Chong. He was the manager of the engineering department at the nearby Daxing Iron Mine Company. He had an older brother named Cheng Gang who worked as a contractor in the area. Both were locals, and together they were 2 local bullies. They kept a few work teams and over a dozen underlings. When the apocalypse struck, the top brass of Daxing Mining fled. The brothers took over the company's supply warehouse with their men. Over a month ago, following Jiang Zhe's instructions, Luo Shun had secretly stockpiled millions worth of supplies at Paozi Mountain. But one time he drank too much, couldn't keep his mouth shut, and told a distant relative about the Paozi Mountain plan. That distant relative also worked at Daxing Mining. To curry favor with Cheng Chong, he spilled the beans about Luozi's hoarding. So Cheng Chong brought his men and seized the place. Meanwhile, his brother Cheng Gang was playing the local tyrant at Daxing Mining 10 kilometers away. Jiang Pian, let's go. We should leave now. The nearest military shelter is only 50 kilometers away. Once we get there, Cheng Gang won't be able to do anything. Luozi was worried about Cheng Chong's brother Cheng Gang. The man had over 100 men under him, all armed with long guns. Don't worry, Luo Shun. With the boss here, even 200 more men would be useless. Lu Zi called out disdainfully from the side. Yeah, brother Luo Shun, brother Jiang, is really strong. He can kill dozens of subhumans all by himself. Xiaomi nodded, speaking earnestly. You just killed 4 with 1 knife. When did you learn that skill? Luozi finally snapped out of it. Seeing the calm expressions around him, he began to believe their words. He just couldn't understand why Jiang Zhe had suddenly become so formidable. Ahem. I usually like to work out and study some martial arts. Jiang Zhe coughed lightly. Jiang Pian, that's not right. You usually like watching adult films, don't you? When did you start practicing with a knife? As Luozi finished, Du Shui and Alan shot him various micro-expressions. His persona was about to collapse. Nonsense, Luozi, don't talk rubbish. Besides, the Sakura Kingdom is almost wiped out now. From now on, those adult films are cultural heritage, understand? I'm protecting cultural heritage. Luozi, now energized after eating, said, Fine, anyway, you've hit the jackpot this time. Whatever you say goes. If you don't leave, then I'll stay with you. We'll die together if we have to. Then Luozi handed over a stack of pamphlets. These were dropped by the military from Xinyang City a few days ago. Introduction to Mutant Beasts and Mutant Humans. The booklet mentioned that the way to deal with the pale-skinned was to lure them into tight spaces and ambush them with traps and heavy weapons. As for the subhumans, the booklet pointed out that their weakness was the neck. Only there could they be killed with light weapons. It also contained some survival guides for the apocalypse and mentioned the issue of mutated creatures. Jiang Zhe wasn't surprised by this. In his past life, the military had done the same. Letting ordinary people take up arms might not help against the pale-skinned, but it at least gave them some hope and courage to survive in the apocalypse. Jiang Zhe flipped through the booklet and passed it around for Uncle Cannon and the others to read. Regardless, the military was still the most powerful force in Daxia for now. With guns, will there be chaos? Du Shui looked at the booklet in her hand, her voice tinged with worry. Jiang Zhe clapped his hands and stood up. Don't worry, most of it is decommissioned gear. Don't overthink it. We just need to survive. Everyone else clean up. Uncle Cannon arrange for lookouts. Luozi, come here. Jiang Zhe walked toward the group of people squatting against the wall. These were the workers Cheng Chang had brought from Daxing mining. In the apocalypse, iron ore was a very important strategic resource. The Chung brothers had good foresight, already knowing to stockpile ore. In the future, whether selling it to the military or using it themselves, it was a good move. Click. Jiang Zhe pulled out a pistol and handed it to Luozi. That distant relative of his was one of the cooks, now squatting in the corners staring at them in terror. Shunzi, I'm your second cousin. You can't kill me. The middle-aged man wailed and begged for mercy from Luozi. Jiang Zhe lit a cigarette and handed one to Luozi. Did he ever take care of you? Luozi shook his head silently. Jiang Zhe put an arm around Luozi's neck. Back in Nanjiang, over 30 people cornered us in a hotel, trying to kill me for a bite to eat. If I hadn't been trained, would be complaining to the king of hell by now. I won't force you. Whether to kill him or not, it's your call. Then Jiang Zhe walked away. He hoped Luozi would toughen up, but he wouldn't force him. Even if he had to support him, the supplies in the dimensional space were enough to fatten him up like a pig. Luozi's parents had also divorced when he was young, a situation similar to Jiang Zhe's. Their shared family experience was also the reason Luozi and Jiang Zhe had become close friends. 10 minutes later, Luozi walked over silently and handed back the pistol. Jiang Zhe patted his shoulder. It's okay. If you don't want to kill him, don't. Saves a bullet. But he can't stay at the base. Give him a pack of food and send him away immediately. There are plenty of shelters nearby. It won't be hard for him to survive. Luozi nodded. Jiang Pian, thanks. No problem. We're friends. Don't mention it. Jiang Zhe smiled to comfort him. Thank you, little brother. Thank you, Shunzi. I won't do anything stupid again. Soon after, Luozi's second cousin kept nodding, tears of gratitude streaming down his face, and was driven out of the base with a pack of food. Jiang Zhe personally escorted him to the tunnel entrance. Thank you, little brother. He'll be going now. The second cousin bowed to Jiang Zhe. No need. He's kind-hearted. Jiang Zhe smiled. Thud. The dogleg knife left a hole in the second cousin's heart. Luozi is kind-hearted, but I am not. Thud. The corpse was kicked into a deep ditch beside the tunnel. Jiang Zhe returned to the base. A group of people were already bustling about, wielding various tools to clean up. Even Xiaomi held a small broom, sweeping away the garbage bags on the ground. Tsk tisk. Jiang Zhe couldn't help but click his tongue as he gazed at the empty little square before him. There were far too many changes needed to settle down here. Suddenly, a small hand grasped him. Xiaomi had approached unnoticed. Brother, from now on, is this our home? Her big eyes blinked as she looked up at him. From now on, this is our home. What do you think? Jiang Zhe smiled and pinched her little cheek. It's great, much better than outside. Having fled with him all the way, Xiaomi had matured a great deal despite her young age. She knew how fortunate it was to have such a place in the apocalypse. It will only get better from now on. Jiang Zhe looked around, his mind racing with ideas. Chief, those 10 people are back. Pao Yi, who had been standing guard in the alley, returned. Jiang Zhe glanced at Chang Gu and Wang Chun, who were cowering in the corner. After a moment's thought, he let out a cold laugh. All right, they've eaten my supplies for free. Time to repay? Pao Yi, disarm those 10 and bring them over. No problem, right? Pao Yi grinned. Don't underestimate me. I was a regular soldier after all. Within 10 minutes, the 10 men under Chang Gu who had stayed at the foot of the mountain were brought back by Pao Yi, Lu Zi, and Bing. The group was stunned at the sight of Chang Gu, bloodied and bewildered, unable to understand how things had changed so suddenly. Wang Chen, come here. Jiang Zhe drew his machete and barked coldly. Wang Chen, pale-faced, helped Chang Gu over. Brother, I was blind. This place and the supplies are all yours now. Chang Gu shouted, blood spraying from his mouth. Heh. Jiang Zhe walked over with a smile, looking down at him. Slap. The flat of the machete struck his face. He tumbled 3 meters away, only to be dragged back by Lu Zi. Seems you're used to taking advantage, forgetting that what's here was always mine. I was wrong. My brother has plenty of supplies, guns, food. Just name it and spare me. Chang Gu clasped his hands together, begging incessantly. In the distance, Du Shui, Lan, and Du Zong watched, not daring to approach. They all knew that Jiang Zhe was likely about to kill. Jiang Zhe turned his gaze to Wang Chun, who stood nearby. Wang Chun, tell me, if I let him go back, will his brother come after me for revenge? At Jiang Zhe's words, cold sweat dripped from Wang Chun's forehead. He had heard from Luo Zi that Wang Chun was once the security captain of Daxing mining, a man of integrity. Later, he became a squad leader under Cheng Gang. He was sent to help Guo Chang guard the Paozi mountain base. No, definitely not, I swear. Chang Gu's teeth had been knocked loose, making his speech lisp. Slap. The flat of the blade sent him flying again. He dared not speak further. Meeting Jiang Zhe's half-smiling gaze, Wang Chen's heart wavered. Knowing Cheng Gang and Cheng Chang revenge was inevitable. But this wasn't something he should say. I don't know. Wang Chun gritted his teeth and could only shake his head. That answer had already offended Chang Gu. All right, since you don't know, that means it's a possibility. Jiang Zhe sneered and crouched before Chang Gu. You've eaten much of my food. It must be repaid. He'll repay 5 times, no 10 times. Just send me back and he'll pay. Jiang Zhe sensed a chance to survive. I don't lack supplies. You'll pay with your life. Clang. Jiang Zhe finished speaking and pressed a military knife into Wang Chen's hand. You 11. Each of you will stab him once. Kill him and you live. This is your oath of allegiance. The group stood frozen in shock. No, I can obey. A man in the crowd barely shouted half a sentence before a flash of icy light too fast to follow streaked before their eyes. The man clutched his throat as blood seeped through his fingers. With a thud he collapsed. Luo Zi yelped in the distance, then quickly covered his mouth. He witnessed once again the ruthlessness of his good friend. Wang Chen, your turn. Jiang Zhe's patience seemed to have worn thin, his eyes turned icy. Wang Chen clenched the half-foot-long military knife. His face twisted in hesitation for a moment, then, with a swift thrust, he plunged it into Chang Guest's side. Wang Chen, you're finished. My brother won't let you go. Knowing he was doomed, Chang Gu cursed between screams. The remaining 9 took the knife one after another, stabbing rapidly into the body. By the time the last man pulled out the blade, Chang Gu lay dead, his clothes soaked in blood. Good. You can stay in this base now. Wang Chen cleaned up the corpses and flesh on the ground. Alright, I'll deal with it now. Knowing there was no turning back, Wang Chen and the others quickly found a small cart, loaded the remains, and hauled them outside the base. Everyone in the base busied themselves again. Chief, we can't fully trust those people yet. Lu Zi and Pao Yi approached, speaking in low voices. Lock up all the guns. From now on they'll work in the mines. No need for outside guards. The matter of Chang Gu and Wang Chen was settled. Jiang Zhe had considered killing Wang Chen and the rest, but remembering the need for more hands to expand Pozi Mountain, he held back for now. Jiang Pian. Luo Zi waved at him from a distance. The two walked to a room and parted the cloth curtain, revealing a warehouse full of food. It was the largest storage cave in the entire pit. Every item was categorized and placed on wooden shelves with only enough space for one person to pass sideways. The warehouse, 6 meters wide, 4 meters high, and over 30 meters deep, was packed to the brim. Water, instant noodles, flour, toilet paper, rice, salt, soy sauce, dried noodles, canned meat, canned fruit, all long shelf life items. The list you gave was huge. EY personally negotiated factory direct prices in Shenyang City. We still owe many factories the final payments. If the apocalypse hadn't come, we'd be delivering takeout for the rest of our lives to pay it off. Luo Zi exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the room full of food. There were 2 more such food warehouses in the base. Good. With these supplies we can hold out for a while. Thanks for the hard work. Jiang Zhe nodded with a smile. In truth, compared to the resources in his dimensional space, these were but a drop in the ocean. Having Luo Zi buy these things was merely a cover. Hard work. It was just buying every day. You had the guts. When someone online posted about the apocalypse coming, you actually believed it and bought all this. Now it's really sweet. Luo Zi spoke while pressing his face against a bag of flour, as if caressing a beloved. Alright, from now on you'll be in charge of storing this food. Jiang Zhe smiled and walked out with Luo Zi. Chief, haven't you noticed? Chao Wang approached, pointing at their surroundings. What? The temperature here seems abnormally high. Jiang Zhe, Chao Wang, and Luo Zi stood before the tunnel leading into the depths of the mine. At the entrance they could clearly feel the temperature inside was slightly higher. Reaching out a hand, a wave of heat truly surged forth, crackling softly. Chao Wang crouched down, touching the rough, gravelly ground with his hand. Suddenly his expression shifted. Boss, could this be a volcanic crater down there? Jiang Zhe strode deeper inside. Don't worry, it's not a volcano. Let's go see and we'll find out. Under the beam of the flashlight, the 3 men advanced deeper along the tunnel. From this point onward, the entire passage began to slope, slightly, but noticeably descending beneath the mountain. After walking another 40 meters or so, piles of scattered rubble blocked the tunnel completely, with neatly sorted reddish iron or stacked to one side. The lamplight fell upon the surrounding walls. The temperature is even higher here, Chao Wang remarked, curiously touching the wall. Jiang Zhe's gaze, however, fixed on the cave walls. A thin layer of bluish-black moss emitted a faint, eerie blue glow under the light. There's actually plant life here, Chao Wang exclaimed in surprise again. Luo Zi, however, seemed indifferent. Isn't it normal to have moss here? We often relieve ourselves in corners, and those spots grow even thicker. Jiang Zhe shot Luo Zi a helpless glance. Looks like we'll need to build a toilet soon, or this place will become uninhabitable. Luo Zi grinned foolishly. We just haven't had time yet. That fool Cheng Chang didn't even bother to keep it clean. Jiang Zhe reached out, scraped off a piece of moss, and put it in his mouth, chewing. It still tasted familiar. In his past life, this blackish moss was a crucial source of vitamins for many refugees and shelters. Beneath this collapsed section of the mine, there should be a hot spring vein. Once we dig through, we'll have an endless supply of water and heat. Let's go back now. Chao Wang notified everyone for a meeting. Returning to the small square in the cave, the trash on the ground had already been cleaned up by Du Shui and a Lands group. A circle of people gathered around the campfire. Jiang Zhe, pen and paper in hand, sketched and wrote. Wang Chun along with 30 or so miners was herded by Master Pao into a large bunk room. After a full half-hour, Jiang Zhe finally put down his pen. Everyone come take a look. The group crowded around curiously, eyeing the simple drawing on the white paper. This was Jiang Zhe's blueprint for the shelter. The plan had long existed in his mind, a design he had copied from a shelter he saw in his past life. He thought that shelter was excellently planned, so he borrowed the idea. First, this small square needs to be expanded by digging into the mountain. Also, from the tunnel entrance to the square, we need to excavate a pit 15 meters wide. For now, dig it 10, no 20 meters deep with 3-meter iron spikes at the bottom. Hiss! Loazi gasped. Jiang, do we really need a 20-meter pit for dealing with the subhumans? Master Pao and a few others, however, understood. They knew this pit wasn't meant for the subhumans. Loazi, you haven't seen the paleskins. Even this might not be enough to stop them. Then Jiang Zhe's gaze shifted to Chao Wang. Chao Wang, it's up to you now. Take charge of Wang Chen's group and clear out the collapsed section of the mine. Keep digging until you hit water, then stop. The pencil traced a circle on the drawing. Chao Wang looked puzzled. Boss, how do you know there's water here? But water from iron mines is undrinkable. It'll kill you. Just dig. You'll understand when the water comes. Jiang Zhe put down the pen. His gaze fell on Du Shui. You along with Alon and the others will temporarily handle meals for the base. 4 of you for now. If you need anything, ask Loazi. He's in charge of the warehouse. Master Pao, Liuzi Dabing, you're responsible for security. Thump thump thump. Jiang Zhe stomped the ground. From now on, this is where we survive the apocalypse. So work fast, do it well, and our chances of living will increase. Everyone nodded solemnly. With everyone's lives at stake, no one dared be careless. Boss, I've worked on construction crews before. A project this big with just manual labor will take 1 or 2 years to finish, Chao Wang said hesitantly. Start working. After I return, I'll get you a batch of loaders and mining carts. Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Loazi hurried over. Jiang, are you going out? Jiang Zhe nodded. There's something more urgent now. They've all drunk the snow water, so I need to find someone. Can you take me? Loazi asked. To feed the subhumans. Jiang Zhe replied disapprovingly. Loazi glanced at the others and gave an awkward smile. Jiang, those subhumans are terrifying. I saw them in town. They're worse than zombies in the movies. Huh. Wait, how do you have a solution? Didn't even the military fail against them? Loazi finally hit on the key question. It's from an apocalypse forum post. But I need to go find someone. Where? Not far. Jiang Zhe replied calmly. Jiang Zhe. Du Shui approached hesitantly. What is it? Could you let my brother do something else? He's never done heavy labor. Can he help me with cooking? Perhaps aware her request was excessive, Du Shui lowered her head. You're dreaming. Not making him dig, or is already a favor. Jiang Zhe replied coldly. Sis, even I have to wash socks, Xiaomi muttered before darting away. For some reason. Xiaomi always felt a secret joy seeing Du Shui put in her place, hiding in the distance and grinning at her. Jiang Zhe surveyed the crude little square and shook his head helplessly. Everything was difficult at the start. His dimensional space held a pile of equipment, but there were too few people to use it. Moreover, many devices needed to be installed in the base. His thoughts drifted to Zhou Qi in Nanjiang. Was that guy still alive? What a pity. They had met too early in time. Chao Wang was a man of many talents. Under his command, a pig was quickly skinned and cleaned. Soon the small square was filled with the pungent smell of singed pig hair. Following Uncle Pao's suggestion, since they had just moved into a new home, they should have a good meal to celebrate the housewarming. Jiang Zhe liked this festive notion. Without a second word, he went outside the base and retrieved a pig, and dinner became a feast of pork dishes in this apocalypse. Watching the crowd busying themselves, Jiang Zhe quietly slipped out of the Paozi mountain alley. Unknowingly, after a busy day, the sky had completely darkened. The snow outside was falling even lighter. Tomorrow the living would see the long-lost sunlight. With a crunching sound of footsteps on snow, Jiang Zhe climbed up the rocks above the cave entrance, winding his way until he soon reached the mountaintop. Gazing into the distance, a range of undulating snow-covered peaks stood silently. Empty and cold, the entire world seemed as if dead. Fortunately, after enduring the most difficult months, humanity would slowly and tenaciously survive in this icy apocalypse. Jiang Zhe had imagined countless times that if there were no humans left in this world, he would unhesitatingly take his own life. No matter how great his abilities or how abundant his supplies, without people, it would be both boring and dull. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Zhe piled a stack of firewood at his feet, with Chun Yun's body lying on top. Her face had returned to normal, no longer the terrifying iron gray, as if she were in a deep sleep. He gently touched her cheek with his large hand, then placed a piece of chocolate on her chest. Slowly placing his right hand on the woodpile, a burst of flame erupted from his palm, igniting the stack. The towering flames blazed, illuminating the surroundings and consuming Chun Yun's body. Gulping down a mouthful of baijiu, Jiang Zhe poured some onto the snow before him. Sister, I originally wanted to bury you in Nanjiang, but I didn't want to leave you alone in that place. Didn't you say you would come find me? From now on, just stay here so you don't have to travel so far. You had your own choice and all I can do is light a fire for you. Sister, I originally wanted to bury you in Nanjiang, but I didn't want to leave you alone in that place. Didn't you say you would come find me? From now on, just stay here so you don't have to travel so far. You had your own choice and all I can do is light a fire for you. Alright, nothing more to say. It's all in the drink. The flames illuminated Jiang Zhe's face. A sip of wine, a cigarette. Half an hour later the baijiu was gone, and the flames gradually died down. An aluminum box appeared in Jiang Zhe's hands. He picked out the bones from the fire one by one, placing them in the box, and buried them on the mountaintop. Soon a thin layer of snow covered the ground. To everyone's astonishment, Jiang Zhe set down the tow hook with a thud. Behind him was a beige 5-meter-long, 3-meter-high mobile diesel generator with a power output of 500 kW. It's enough for the base's electricity for now. Holy shit. Luo Zi put down his beer and ran over looking at the generator. Jiang Pian, where did you get this? Don't tell me you found it like that pig. Jiang Zhe dusted off his hands. I hid it at the foot of the mountain before the apocalypse. Didn't have time to tell you. The pork feast had just been served, perfect timing. Come on, eat first. Let Xiao Wang handle it later. From now on this base won't need those candles. Jiang Zhe's shout brought the curious crowd back to the table. There were spicy peanuts, chicken feet, salted duck eggs, smoked sausage, pickled cucumbers, and braised chicken. In the center sat a basin-sized pork stew, simple cold dishes, and one main course. The fragrant aromas dispelled the chill of the snowy night. Jiang Zhe raised his beer bottle. Come on, from now on we'll settle here. If it's good, we're good. If it's safe, we're safe. That's all I have to say. Cheers. Cheers. The crowd responded with a roar. With clattering sounds, everyone dug in without restraint. In this apocalypse, there were only big eaters, no fat people. Before the end, people like Alan and Du Shui would never have glanced at such a rustic pork dish. Now they were all eating with greasy mouths. Bro, Luo, have some more. A long-legged girl beside Luo Zi thoughtfully served him food. Everyone exchanged knowing smiles. Thanks, beauty. Here, have a pig kidney. It's very nourishing. Luo Zi was a bit shy. He quickly served the long-legged girl a dish in return. Bro, Luo, her name is Shanshan. Shanshan lightly tapped Luo Zi's arm with her little fist. Since arriving at the base, everyone could see that Jiang Zhe and Luo Zi had a genuine bond. The girls dared not approach Jiang Zhe. His killing intent was too strong, so they set their sights on Luo Zi. Before the apocalypse, a minor internet celebrity like Shanshan wouldn't have given Luo Zi a second glance. Now a single look from Luo Zi might have them together. Brother, you've worked the hardest, have some more. Little me leaned over and picked up a rib for Jiang Zhe, her movements practiced and natural. Luo Zi's eyes widened as he looked at her. Oh, so that's it, Jiang Pian. You like raising them young, no wonder. Raise your head, raise your long. Jiang Zhe picked up a bone from the table and threw it at Luo Zi's head. Uncle Pao and the others at the table laughed. They cherished this atmosphere. Food, shelter, laughter, and chatter. Was there a better place in this apocalypse? Everyone ate and drank their fill and began clearing the table. Xiao Wang was already studying the mobile generator with Luo Zi and Uncle Pao helping out. Soon with the chant of 1-2, from the men a wooden pole was erected in the center of the small square topped with an LED outdoor light, 3 meters high. With a rumble, Xiao Wang excitedly pressed the ignition button. The mobile generator trembled, emitting a low roar. A bright light burst from the top of the pole. Wow! The girls cheered excitedly. This single electric lamp seemed to pull everyone back to civilization. Wang Chun and the 30-plus members of the mining team ate the leftover broth from the pork feast along with 3 cornmeal cakes. Even so, the 30-plus people kept expressing their thanks. The previous 20 or so people didn't need mentioning. Brother Chong had fed them only paste with a pinch of salt. Wang Chen's group of 10 had been worried that Jiang Zhe would mistreat them. Seeing the food, they realized he seemed to have no intention of making things difficult. Xiao Wang and the other 2 kept busy setting up basic lighting for the entire base. It wasn't until after midnight that the alleyways, storerooms, and bedrooms were wired. However, the mobile generator was turned off as using it for lighting was a tremendous waste. Its purpose was to power the base's water supply system. Jiang Zhe's bedroom naturally was the former room of Brother Chong. It contained a large double bed, a desktop computer without internet, and a sofa. In the corner were stacked mineral water, instant noodles, and various canned goods and snacks. The room was spacious, previously used to store mining equipment. Jiang Zhe had changed the sheets and pillowcases. Luo Zi staggered in. Not sleeping. Jiang Zhe handed him a cigarette. Can't sleep tonight. Luo Zi shook his head. Jiang Zhe lit his cigarette with a smile. What, too hot-blooded? Then go find that Shanshan. Mutual consent, what's there to be shy about? Hey, I'm not stupid. Without this base and the food, would Shanshan look twice at me? I still want to have a proper romance. This is too straightforward. Luo Zi said with some conflict. Come off it. Before, when you delivered food, there were plenty of women. Was there one willing to have a proper romance with you? Jiang Zhe teased. Look down on me, huh? Forget last year that woman was willing to marry me. Luo Zi grew anxious. Bullshit. She was already pregnant and asked for a 3,000 dowry. If I hadn't yelled at you, you'd still be a virgin and becoming a stepdad. Are you proud of that? Proud my ass. Just as the two were bickering suddenly, little me. Are you what's wrong? Du Shui's terrified voice rang out from the small square outside. Oh. Simultaneously exclamations from Alan and the others rang out across the square. By the time the mule rose to its feet, Jiang Zhe had already vanished from the room. In front of a house a crowd had gathered. Du Shui stared in terror at the interior, while a few young women stood nearby, hands covering their mouths. Lu Zi and De Bing aimed their guns at the room. Even the Duke was growling in a low voice at the doorway. When Jiang Zhe pushed through the crowd and saw the situation inside, he couldn't help but freeze. Xiaomi's once smooth face was now covered with black veins like earthworms, and her eyes had shrunk to the size of pinpricks. With a roar, her mouth had grown twice as large as before. She kept snarling and lunging at the crowd by the door. Yet her hands were tied behind her back, fastened to a rusty truck wheel hub under the bed. The thick ropes were pulled taut, creaking with tension. It was evident that Xiaomi now turned subhuman, possessed strength surpassing many adults. Damn it! Jiang Zhe couldn't help but pound the doorframe fiercely. Strolling slowly to Xiaomi's side, he crouched down. Thump, thump, thump. Face to face, Xiaomi opened her mouth wide, revealing a row of serrated teeth, and kept trying to lunge at him. Suddenly, he noticed a crumpled piece of paper clutched in Xiaomi's hand. Pressing down on Xiaomi's body, Jiang Zhe pried open her fingers, took the paper, and unfolded it. Brother, I like it here. I like staying with all of you, so I tied myself up this way. I can't hurt anyone. I drank the snow water before I met you, and I didn't dare tell you, afraid you would abandon me. I want to stay with you all forever, I beg you. The handwriting was crooked, even with pinyin. Swish. Jiang Zhe crumpled the paper, pursed his lips tightly, and lowered his head. Everyone remained silent. From beginning to end, he had never noticed the little girl beside him. If he had been told an hour earlier, perhaps he could have saved her with a single crystal core. But now, everything was too late. Swish. Jiang Zhe suddenly drew his machete. No! From the doorway came Du Shui's startled cry. Xiaomi had stumbled along with the group, and everyone had grown fond of the clever little girl. Each face showed reluctance and pity. Jiang Zhe, don't you have a way to save us? What about Xiaomi? Why can't she be saved? Du Shui murmured, tears in her eyes. Jiang Zhe shook his head. It's different. Once someone turns into a subhuman, there's no way. Maybe we could lock her up. Du Shui continued to plead. Let her be watched every day like a dog. As he spoke, Jiang Zhe stepped forward and cut the ropes. Then he grabbed Xiaomi's body and lifted her up. He walked out of the base. When Du Shui tried to follow, Chang Fu stopped her. Jiang Zhe can't do anything either. Don't make things harder for him. Don't you understand yet? Sometimes death is better than life. Then Chang Fu looked at Lu Zi. If I ever become a subhuman, too, just use the gun. Your aim isn't as good as the boss, and I'm damn afraid of pain. Everyone watched Jiang Zhe disappear into the alley. Outside the base, the snow falling from the sky had become sparse. Roar. Xiaomi struggled incessantly, but was held firmly in place by a large hand. Gazing quietly at Xiaomi, Jiang Zhe raised his machete. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 1 minute. Yet the blade remained suspended, unable to fall. With a rip, the ropes on Xiaomi's hand snapped. Up. Jiang Zhe let out a loud shout and hurled Xiaomi over 10 meters away. Get far away from me. Don't let me see you again, or I will surely kill you. Shoo. Xiaomi's body carved a trail through the snow on the ground. With an agile roll, she stopped. She tried to charge forward, but saw the machete Jiang Zhe held aloft. Her eyes locked onto Jiang Zhe. They stared at each other in silence for over 10 seconds. Then with a low growl, Xiaomi turned and sprinted swiftly down the mountain slope. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the vast snow. Jiang Zhe watched her disappear, let out a long breath, and with a flick of his wrist swallowed a crystal core with some liquor. A low growl echoed on the desolate mountainside. The snow has stopped. The snow has stopped. Ding, ding, ding. The bell at the gate rang out, and at the same time Lu Zi's surprised shout echoed across the small square of Paozi mountain base. Really? Really? Chang Fu and De Bing, without even putting on their hats, rushed into the alley. Behind them, everyone from the base followed. When Jiang Zhe, fully dressed, walked out of the Paozi mountain base, over 30 people were tilting their heads back, breathing out puffs of white vapor. All were bathed in the sunlight that had just risen. Hiss. Jiang Zhe took a deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs. The sunlight on his face brought a faint trace of warmth. Once again he breathed such clear air. In half a month, the entire sky had turned a deep, clear blue. This heavy snow had purified the whole world. Ha ha ha, we can survive. Someone in the crowd shouted with laughter. The sunlight dispelled the darkness and brought hope to people. Odd. The mule excitedly wiggled his hips in the snow. Seeing Jiang Zhe's calm expression, he found it strange. Jiang Pian, why aren't you happy? With the sun we won't have to work so hard. It's both good and bad, Jiang Zhe said, shading his eyes with his hand to gaze at the endless white snow ridges in the distance. Those around him heard this and looked over. No one likes the snow, but it also hides human traces. Once the snow stops, unless you stay in the shelter forever, those subhumans, paleskins, and mutated beasts aren't fools. Go back to your work, don't stand here howling like ghosts. If you attract subhumans, don't expect a proper burial. After Jiang Zhe finished speaking, everyone greedily soaked in the sunlight for a moment before hurrying back to the base. Du Shui, prepare 5 days' worth of food and equipment. We leave immediately, he instructed Du Shui. She nodded, knowing Jiang Zhe was going to find the antidote for the genetic virus. There were only 8 days left. 20 minutes later, Jiang Zhe, Du Shui, Master Cannon Lu Zi de Bing, and the mules stood by the cave entrance. Master Cannon, if anyone comes, don't open the door for anyone. Wait for me to return. If someone tries to force their way and kill them outright, we'll keep an eye on the base. If anything happens, take Lu Zi and the others. Watch out for Wang Chun and his group. After giving everyone their instructions, Jiang Zhe led Du Shui toward the foot of the mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Zhe cleared the path ahead, while Du Shui panted heavily behind him. Huff, Jiang Zhe, does the temperature feel like it's rising? Of course. Right now the entire Earth is just an ice cap. This snow won't melt for another 5 years. As the two exchanged words, they finally reached the parked helicopter. Seeing it intact, Jiang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this place was quite remote with no animal tracks in the surrounding snow, and no one from other shelters had noticed it. If the helicopter were damaged, he would have to travel hundreds of kilometers alone to find someone. Slosh. Pulling off the helicopter cover, Du Shui climbed into the cockpit. Rumble. The low temperature made Du Shui tinker for a full half-hour before the engine roared to life. Amidst the swirling snowstorm, the helicopter shot swiftly into the sky. Where to? Du Shui flew in the direction Jiang Zhe pointed. Shenyang City. Rumble. Under the azure sky, the helicopter raced northwest at breakneck speed. The sound shattered the tranquility of the earth. Inside the cockpit, whoosh, Jiang Zhe exhaled a plume of cigar smoke and lowered the binoculars in his hand. Gazing down, he saw undulating mountain ridges like white waves. Paozi Mountain was over 100 kilometers from Shenyang City. In another 10-odd minutes, the aircraft would exit the mountain range and enter Shenyang's airspace. Jiang Zhe was here to find someone. In his previous life at the Longtan Bay shelter, he had encountered a female lecturer who had escaped from Shenyang University of Technology. At the cost of 2 bags of instant noodles, they spent a night of deep, intimate conversation. That female lecturer mentioned an air raid shelter at Shenyang University of Technology. At the very beginning of the apocalypse, hundreds of professors, lecturers, and students were trapped there. Later, under the military's organization, the people there were evacuated to a military shelter. Calculating the time, those people should still be hiding there now. Jiang Zhe needed to find a professor specializing in biology and genetics to purify gene enhancement potions from crystal cores. Jiang Zhe didn't care if others drank snowmelt, but he couldn't bear to watch Pao Yi turn into a subhuman. Watch out. In his peripheral vision, a shadow like lightning streaked past. Boom. Du Shui, who was piloting the helicopter, instinctively dodged, sending the aircraft veering sideways. Click. Jiang Zhe raised his sniper grenade launcher. Oh, look, what is that? Du Shui exclaimed. A large bird with snow-white feathers and black spots appeared, its wingspan nearly 6 meters. After gliding around the helicopter once, it actually flew alongside the aircraft, its blue eyes as large as copper bells curiously examining the helicopter. On its sharp claws hung a wild dog about the size of Duke. Whoosh. Jiang Zhe lowered the sniper grenade launcher. Don't panic, it's a snowy owl. The snowy owl is a branch of the owl family, typically inhabiting the extreme cold snowy mountains of northeastern Great Xia. With the apocalypse, the entire blue star became a hunting ground for animals originally living in polar regions. Perhaps it was already full. After accompanying the flight for a distance, the mutated snowy owl flapped its massive wings and descended toward a distant mountain peak. Du Shui watched the direction where the owl disappeared and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That bird looked enormous, a strong visual impact. Is that bird formidable? Didn't you see? It could kill you in minutes, Jiang Zhe smirked in reply. Suddenly, he straightened up and signaled Du Shui to lower the helicopter. The aircraft was about to fly out of the mountain range. High-rise buildings on the ground increased. Through the telescope, countless subhumans could be seen rushing out of various abandoned buildings. We can't fly this thing into the city. Find a place nearby to land. The permanent population of Shenyang City exceeds 15 million. Previously, with the snow cover, as long as the helicopter flew high enough, the subhumans couldn't see it. But now, under the clear blue sky, the helicopter's target was too obvious. If they flew into Shenyang City like this, the helicopter would probably be surrounded by subhumans before it even landed, not to mention those elusive white skins. Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Du Shui piloted the aircraft, deliberately flying over remote mountainous areas. Finally, a few minutes later, from a mountaintop, they vaguely saw towering buildings and a small square in the snow. Hold on. With Du Shui's low shout, the helicopter descended rapidly toward a small square on the mountaintop. Rumble. The helicopter blew up large patches of snow. Landing on the small square, Jiang Zhe realized it was a ski resort. The towering building seen from the air was a cable car tower. No villages were visible within sight. Good news. Hurry. After shutting down the engine, Jiang Zhe led Du Shui running toward the highest tower at the ski resort. On the floor-to-ceiling glass of the tower's main entrance, a layer of frost as thick as a finger had formed. Pushing the door open, the hall was in a mess. Tables, buckets, documents, and debris were scattered everywhere. The two slowly climbed the stairs to the top floor of the tower. In the center was a huge winch. A steel walkway extended 5 meters from the tower with 2 wrist-thick steel cables running all the way down the mountain, disappearing into the distance. Jiang Zhe sheathed his knife. It wasn't the ski season at this time, but now the snow was heavy. Unfortunately, people were gone. I need to go to the restroom. Du Shui turned around awkwardly and walked downstairs. Jiang Zhe took the opportunity to take out his phone from his dimensional space. From the GPS, he determined that this place was less than 40 kilometers in a straight line from Shenyang City. At Jiang Zhe's speed, he estimated he could arrive by evening. Oh, a pained low groan came from downstairs. Jiang Zhe drew his cookery knife and dashed down the stairs like a cheetah. At the restroom door, Du Shui was holding a metal door handle with her right hand, bending over in pain. What's wrong? Jiang Zhe stepped forward to look, then smirked, holding back laughter. This idiot actually took off her gloves to hold the metal handle. In the current temperature of -40 degrees Celsius, the metal object would instantly stick firmly to her skin. With a little more force, a layer of skin on her palm would be torn off. Because the restroom window was open, snow had covered the floor, and a puddle of yellow urine stains sat in the corner. Very yellow. Du Shui had been experiencing some internal heat lately. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen it before? Seeing that Jiang Zhe wasn't helping her, and was actually staring at the urine, Du Shui glared at him fiercely. I've seen it, but not yours, Jiang Zhe said honestly. Ah. Du Shui in agitation pulled her palm, causing pain. Help me. You really want me to help? Jiang Zhe's lips curled up. Yes, hurry up, don't dawdle. Fine. With that, Jiang Zhe began to take off his pants. What are you doing? Du Shui screamed, and turned her head. Didn't you ask me to help you? In the wilderness, the fastest way to deal with this is to pee on it. You should be glad if you'd met someone with weaker kidneys, they might not be able to aim. No. Du Shui turned back in terror, screamed, then turned away again. Jiang Zhe was a man of action. The big carrot was already out, and he peed directly onto it. Du Shui had just turned her head and caught a full view. Splash, splash. A puff of steam rose. Du Shui jumped away like a rabbit and hid in a room. Whoa. Jiang Zhe shivered, put on his pants, and thought, good thing I saved some, otherwise I'd have to use a lighter. What a waste. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Jiang Zhe knocked on the door. Du Shui came out with eyes that were half shy and 9/10 resentful. After I leave, you stay here. Make sure to seal the window glass. If something happens, hide under the winch upstairs. After saying that, Jiang Zhe adjusted the backpack on his back and prepared to leave. Take me with you, Du Shui stopped him. Jiang Zhe slowly turned around, looking at her calmly. Are you ordering me or begging me? I don't know. I don't want to stay here alone. Du Shui saw Jiang Zhe's expression and her voice wavered. Your role is to fly the helicopter. In a flash, Du Shui blocked Jiang Zhe again. Bang! Before he could speak, Jiang Zhe's large hand grabbed her neck and pinned her against the wall. Do you think I can't do anything without you? Jiang Zhe's cookery knife pressed against her neck. But Du Shui's gaze became extremely firm. Jiang Zhe, I don't want to end up like Lan and Shan, using their bodies to exchange for others' protection. If I die, I won't blame you. This is my choice. The two fell silent. Jiang Zhe stared at her exposed eyes for a long time, then turned around. Final swish. 2 figures clad in white snow camouflage kicked up a flurry of snow as they halted at the edge of an artificial pine forest. This was already the base of the ski resort. Ahead, a provincial road led straight to Shenyang City. Have you skied before? Jiang Zhe pulled out binoculars, gazing into the distance as he inquired. During their descent from the summit, he hadn't anticipated Du Shui's impressive skiing skills. Unless he went all out, she could mostly keep pace with him. Du Shui nodded. Also rock climbing, diving, skydiving, and wingsuit flying. I've trained in all of them. Jiang Zhe shook his head, peering into the distance. Before the apocalypse, these were pastimes for the wealthy, but Du Shui certainly had guts. Let's go. After confirming there was no danger, Jiang Zhe shot forward like an arrow. Crossing an open expanse, a small town began to emerge faintly ahead, its scattered buildings of varying heights lining a road. Bang! Damn it! Jiang Zhe muttered. His high-speed skateboard suddenly snagged on something. Jiang Zhe was hurled forward through the air. Behind him, Du Shui slammed on the brakes, kicking up a plume of snow before barely stopping. With a soft thud, Jiang Zhe twisted midair and landed in waist-deep snow. What's wrong? Du Shui, panting heavily, pushed up her goggles and walked over. Jiang Zhe waved a hand, bending down to pull a pencil-thick wire loop from the snow tightly wrapped around his skateboard. What's this? Du Shui asked curiously. Jiang Zhe glanced at the distant town and the villages barely visible through the snow and ice. It's a rabbit snare. There are survivors nearby. Be careful. There might be other traps. After speaking, the two bypassed the wire loop and pressed on. The survivors had already begun to fend for themselves, displaying a fierce will to live. As they neared the town going in, Du Shui asked from behind. No, we'll go around and follow the road. Jiang Zhe shook his head. Who knew where the subhumans were hiding? Killing them would be too much trouble. It was now mid-morning. Sunlight glinted off the snow, the crystalline grains reflecting a blinding glare. A low roar suddenly echoed from the town. Jiang Zhe raised his binoculars. On the eastern side of the town, across a flat expanse of snow, 5 heavily bundled figures suddenly emerged. Hearing the roar, they dashed desperately toward a 2-story building at the corner of the town. A group of over 30 subhumans wielding weapons burst out of a courtyard, howling as they gave chase. With a clang, Du Shui drew the straight sword from her back. Moved, Jiang Zhe charged ahead first. Contrary to Du Shui's expectations, he didn't go to rescue the people, but quietly slipped into the courtyard where the subhumans had been. The yard was large, resembling a quadrangle courtyard. It seemed all the subhumans had been drawn out. Ugh! As soon as she entered the courtyard, Du Shui doubled over, retching. On the clothesline meant for drying laundry hung frozen stiff sawtooth rats, snow hares, and human limbs. 2 bruised heads were coated in a thin layer of frost, their mouths slightly agape, facing the entrance. Jiang Zhe ignored Du Shui and strode straight into one of the main rooms. The moment he stepped inside, a stench of feces and blood assaulted his nostrils. The entire room was covered with bedding and various mats. In the center of the room, bones and hair still streaked with blood were piled together. Ugh! This time Du Shui couldn't hold back. She leaned against the wall and vomited. She saw a skull with long hair still attached. A blue hair clip adorned it. Bang! Jiang Zhe kicked Du Shui, sending her flying as a wooden club smashed into the spot where Shed just stood. Roar! 2 young subhumans around 12 or 13 years old stood at the door, wielding blood-stained wooden clubs, growling at Jiang Zhe and the rising Du Shui. Black veins crawled across their cheeks, and tiny shreds of meat could be seen between their teeth. With a clang, Jiang Zhe drew his kukri. One young subhuman crouched slightly, then swung the club down at Jiang Zhe's head. The thick, heavy log club whistled through the air. With a slash, a blade of light flashed, and a head flew into the air. Du Shui, you handle the other one. If you can't kill it, go back to the ski resort. With that, Jiang Zhe kicked the other charging young subhuman into a corner and walked out of the room. Up! Du Shui's hoarse cry came from the room. Then came the thuds and clangs of clubs and swords colliding, along with the sound of a blade cutting into skin. After a full 5 minutes, the room fell silent. Du Shui emerged slowly, her face stained with blood. She looked at Jiang Zhe, who was smoking, and wiped her face. Can I come with you now? Jiang Zhe met her tearful yet stubborn gaze, took a long drag on his cigarette, and said, let's go. Roar! The subhumans' howls came from the east end of the town. Jiang Zhe skirted along the walls through the town, and ahead a flat provincial road appeared. Abandoned cars were everywhere. The entire town was silent. The 2 stepped onto their skateboards and sped off along the road. Aren't you going to save those people? Du Shui's voice came from behind. No time. If you're interested, you can try. Jiang Zhe's pace quickened ahead. Du Shui gritted her teeth and struggled to keep up. A rumble from behind made Jiang Zhe stop. Du Shui collapsed heavily into the snow, stumbling as she tried to get up, only to be pinned down by her heavy backpack. Jiang Zhe pushed up his goggles and checked his watch. They had been skating along the provincial road for 2 hours, and Du Shui was exhausted. He looked around. On both sides of the road, distant villages dotted the landscape. A kilometer ahead, dozens of steel-framed factory buildings lined the road. Get up. Well, rest up ahead. Jiang Zhe skated forward. Behind him, Du Shui scooped up a handful of snow and threw it at him. Jerk. I hope you stay single forever. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Zhe skated off the road and into a large compound. On the west side stood a 3-story office building, its windows thickly coated with ice and snow obscuring the interior. Jiang Zhe entered the building. Plaques hung on either side of the entrance: Shenyang City, Dingxing Paint Company. Seeing the words, Jiang Zhe abandoned any thought of scavenging supplies from the back of the building. Too lazy to go upstairs, he picked an office at random and walked in. With a series of cracks, the cookery swung, and the furniture in the room was reduced to a pile of firewood. A flame roared to life. With a flick of his hand, he set a camping pot over the fire. By the time he had beef and pickled cabbage simmering together, Du Shui stumbled in, gasping for breath, and plopped down beside the fire. Few don't you have any sense of chivalry? She watched Jiang Zhe slowly stirring the broth without even glancing at her, and spoke indignantly. Before the apocalypse, she was a fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged rich girl with suitors lining up for a chance. But this Jiang Zhe seemed utterly indifferent to her. Jiang Zhe glanced at her. Chivalry. Sure, I'm very gentle in bed. Crackle. In the room, the campfire crackled with the sound of burning wood. Jiang Zhe was smoking, occasionally taking a sip from his cup of coffee. Have you had enough of watching? Du Shui asked, glancing over. Dressed in black lace lingerie, she was holding her thermal clothing close to the fire. Previously, she had exerted herself to keep up. The thermal wear beneath her down jacket was already soaked. After her last experience of falling into the water, Du Shui was quite composed, sitting in just her underwear. Jiang Zhe stared at her, glancing at Du Shui, who was struggling to maintain her calm. Well, I see you've had enough, but it's a bit stale. With that, he inhaled sharply through his nose. Damn it, Du Shui muttered, biting her lip in frustration. With their lives already in jeopardy, who had the heart to take a shower? 2 hours later. Whoosh. The blade of the knife flashed coldly, slicing a wild dog that lunged at them in half. He kicked the corpse of the wild dog aside. Jiang Zhe lifted the binoculars to look at the tall buildings in the icy snow in the distance. At this moment, they were standing on an elevated highway on the outskirts. The small city ahead was a required passage to Shenyang City. Crossing this area, they would reach Shenyang in another 20 kilometers. Du Shui, panting behind him, wiped the blood off her knife. The front of her down jacket had just been torn open by the wild dog feathers spilling out. Let's go, Jiang Zhe said quietly, and Du Shui nodded to follow. Swish. Jiang Zhe halted, extending his hand to stop Du Shui. Clang. A sniper rifle appeared in his hand, aimed at a small cargo truck on the elevated bridge. Du Shui next to him held her breath, slowly drawing out her knife. Jiang Zhe, are they subhumans? Jiang Zhe shook his head no. He had just heard the sound of something heavy crunching on the snow. If they were subhumans or pale-skinned, they would have rushed out by now. Creak. Jiang Zhe walked towards the small cargo truck. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from behind the truck. We are humans, not monsters, a slightly immature voice said. 3 boys looking like wildlings with frost clinging to their eyebrows appeared. They held kitchen knives and crude spears, their bodies wrapped in white sheets tightly tied with ropes. They looked at Jiang Zhe with slight nervousness. What's the matter? Jiang Zhe slowly lifted his ski goggles and shouted at the 3 boys. The first boy raised his kitchen knife. After signaling that he was not a threat, he pointed to the 10 or so wild dog corpses on the ground. Big brother, do you still want these wild dogs? Jiang Zhe glanced at the 3 boys, slinging the sniper rifle over his back. No need. Oh. The 3 boys cheered, pulling out a large plastic bathtub from behind the truck. They smeared the wounds of the wild dog corpses with snow for a moment before tossing them into the plastic bathtub. 2 of the boys dragged the bathtub. 1 boy followed Jiang Zhe from behind. Big brother, are you also fleeing? If you have no place to go, you can come to our base. I just saw, big brother, you are really impressive, killing 10 wild dogs all by yourself. The boy excitedly said while pulling the bathtub. Aren't you afraid of those wild dogs? Du Shui looked at the 3 boys with a hint of pity and asked. If it weren't for the apocalypse, these boys should be in school, enjoying a peaceful life. Not afraid, we have this. The last boy proudly pulled out 2 grenades from his pocket, shaking them. Where is your base? Jiang Zhe interjected. Just ahead, the place with the flag on the roof. The boy pointed towards a distant factory building. Jiang Zhe saw the flag. After a few simple questions, Jiang Zhe learned about the origins of the 3 boys. They were all from nearby shelters. The shelter was along the way to Shenyang, less than 3 miles away. Just as Du Shui was nearing the edge of exhaustion, Jiang Zhe agreed to the boy's suggestion to go to the shelter. Soon, the boy led Jiang Zhe off the road towards a nearby factory. Surrounding them was a 3-meter-high wall. The boy reached the heavy iron gate and tugged at the rope on the wall. In a moment, a lookout hole in the iron gate opened. Back already? Hey, who are they? The man at the lookout was surprised to see Jiang Zhe and Du Shui. This big brother is someone we met on the road. He killed all these wild dogs. The boy happily pointed to the corpses of the wild dogs in the bathtub. Wow, so many. We can have a good meal today. The man, seeing the wild dogs, happily opened the large iron gate. It was at this moment that Jiang Zhe noticed the man held an AK-47, scanning the surroundings cautiously. Jiang Zhe followed the 3 boys through the iron gate. The gate closed behind them. The tightly wrapped man led a group of people towards a massive steel frame factory behind. The windows around the entire factory were blocked with sandbags, leaving only a heavy sliding iron door. Open the door. The leading man stood at the door, gently knocking on the iron gate. Creak. The iron gate opened a crack, revealing a defense wall made of stacked sandbags about 10 meters behind. Several long rifles were pointed at the entrance. There was no one behind the iron gate. It was controlled by a special mechanical device from a distance. Looking at the defense measures here, Jiang Zhe silently praised to have achieved such a level of defense in such a short time. The leader of this shelter must be quite capable. Passing through the sandbags that resembled city walls, they revealed an iron door behind the warehouse, leading to a sloping underground passage. Jiang Zhe estimated that this passage extended several meters deep underground. As a heavy curtain was pulled aside, a buzzing noise suddenly filled his ears. This was a gigantic underground warehouse. It measured nearly 200 meters long and over 50 meters wide. Surrounding it were numerous large jars, the strong smell of pickled vegetables mingling with an unidentifiable stench wafting towards him. Over 100 people were gathered in the center of the warehouse, talking, while behind the crowd were 2 rows of bunk beds, each made of iron and topped with a layer of foam board. In the center was a furnace larger than the pickling jars. The heat radiating from it made the temperature in the entire warehouse tolerable. It was not warm enough, but it was enough to sustain life. A group of people had already noticed Jiang Zhe and Du Shui looking at them with curious expressions. In such an environment, encountering outsiders was a rare event. By the fire, a tall, thin man stood up, his eyebrows thick as if painted with charcoal. The leading man whispered a few words into his ear. The man raised his eyebrows, showing a smile, and extended his hand. Young man, impressive. You two dare to travel such a long distance alone. My name is Duan Zhang, and I am the leader here. Jiang Zhe's eyes flashed with a subtle light. Casually extending his hand to shake, he replied, Jiang Zhe, I came from the area around the Road Deer Mountain preparing to go to Xinyang to find someone. Duan Zhang, a notable figure from his past life. Duan Zhang, who awakened as a transcendent, later became the leader of a shelter. What made him famous was not his strength, but his penchant for eating subhumans. Duan Zhang was originally the workshop director of this pickle factory. The 100 or so people in the cellar were mostly employees of the pickle factory. Duan Zhang calmly arranged for a group of women and elderly men to handle the carcasses of over a dozen wild dogs. Jiang Zhe, it seems everyone here is willing to listen to him. Du Shui, standing beside him, whispered in his ear, I'm not bad. Jiang Zhe nodded. A man who could later become the leader of a refuge must have some merit. Jiang Zhe felt no particular qualms about Duan Zhang consuming subhumans. In the apocalypse, most people lived in cramped underground spaces, each bearing psychological burdens. It was already a sign of resilience that they hadn't gone mad. Here, young friend, have some hot water. A woman in her 30s handed Jiang Zhe and Du Shui hot water. Thank you. Jiang Zhe took the cup, but gave Du Shui a subtle glance. He held the cup without drinking. Du Shui understood his meaning. After the incident with the Yu, she had also become more cautious. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best to avoid touching food from strangers. Behind the woman, a clean little boy peeked out, his wide eyes curiously examining Jiang Zhe and Du Shui. He held an enamel bowl. In the bowl was a lump of dark pickle leaves mixed with cooked corn kernels. Here, take this. Du Shui, moved by the boy's innocent face, instinctively reached for a Snickers bar in her pocket. Slap. Jiang Zhe's large hand stopped her. Your life, including everything you own, belongs to me. If you give away my things again, get out. You. Selfish. Du Shui's face flushed with embarrassment. Duan Zhang glanced at Jiang Zhe and ruffled the boy's head, unbothered by Jiang Zhe's coldness. After a moment, they struck up a conversation. Young friend, thank you for the dog meat. I won't keep you. Safe travels. Duan Zhang said politely to Jiang Zhe. He had just tried to invite Jiang Zhe and Du Shui to stay, but Jiang Zhe declined with an excuse. Thanks, but you can't stay here long either. For now it's manageable, but food and supplies will become harder to find. Maybe we'll meet at a government refuge. Jiang Zhe stood up to leave. 15 days into the apocalypse, the resources left on the surface would dwindle. Eventually, these small gathering points without sustainable output would vanish. Only in official and large refuges relying on advanced technology could humanity barely survive. I understand. The snow has stopped, and I expect official rescue efforts will continue. We're also preparing to evacuate. When the opportunity comes, it'll lead people out of here. Good safe travels to you too. As they spoke, a figure ran in from the cellar entrance. Bad news. When Chunzi and the others came back, they were spotted by a group of subhumans. Everyone in the cellar stood up. Duan Zhang drew a pistol. Everyone else, follow me up. Women, stay hidden. With that, he ignored Jiang Zhe. The 30-plus people in the cellar rushed out together. Let's go. After dealing with the subhumans, we'll leave too. Jiang Zhe picked up his backpack and led Du Shui out. Roars. The steel-framed factory's iron door was already closed. Dense howls came from outside. Through the sandbag gaps in the windows, Jiang Zhe saw subhumans constantly climbing over the walls, charging straight at the factory. At the firing positions behind the sandbags, over 30 Type 81 rifles aimed at the subhumans outside. Duan Zhang stood in a corner, his face grim, as he looked at a young man sitting on the ground. The man was pale, with a wound on his arm seeping blood. Clearly this young man, out scavenging supplies, had been injured and led the subhumans back. Boom, boom, boom. The sliding iron door of the warehouse thundered. The subhumans were attacking it with various weapons. Aim for the necks. We don't have many bullets, don't waste them. Duan Zhang's voice echoed in the warehouse. Jiang Zhe glanced at the 30-odd men. Though no one spoke or fled, their pale, tense faces made him signal Du Shui to stay alert. After all, these weren't soldiers. Even with guns, their combat effectiveness was limited. Boom, boom. The warehouse rumbled from all sides. Bang, bang, bang. Someone fired the first shot, and the base's gunners opened up. An assault rifle with 30 rounds could empty its magazine in just over 3 seconds. Aside from a few who kept calm and fired in bursts, most behind the sandbags fumbled to reload. Jiang Zhe looked through the sandbags outside. Fewer than 5 subhumans lay dead outside the warehouse. Over 100 remained, swinging their weapons and pounding the factory's metal walls. Don't waste bullets. Aim for the necks. Duan Zhang, eyes red, shouted at everyone. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire resumed, much more controlled this time, turning into rhythmic bursts. But the Type 81's recoil was strong, and most were ordinary people who had rarely handled guns. Their accuracy was abysmal. Veterans were rare, forged only through blood and fire. A man with a homemade steel spear thrust it through the sandbag gaps. I got one, he shouted joyfully. Watch out. The next second his spear was yanked away and thrust back in a flash. The steel rod pierced his chest. The smile froze on his face as blood gushed from his mouth, and he collapsed backward. The subhuman strength far exceeded ordinary humans. His carelessness cost him his life. Boom. Before anyone could mourn, the warehouse's sliding iron door crashed inward. Hundreds of subhumans roared, brandishing crude weapons, and surged in. Behind the semicircular 3-meter-high sandbag wall, the refuge's defenders stopped conserving bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire crackled like frying beans. Oh! A steel fork pierced a guard's chest, sending him tumbling off the defense wall. For subhumans with their freakish athleticism, the 3-meter wall could be scaled in 2 or 3 leaps. Without the desperate resistance of the remaining defenders, the refuge's defenses would have been overrun in an instant. He'll help. Du Shui could no longer hold back. She grabbed her straight sword, leaped onto the 3-meter wall, and cleaved a subhuman away, saving a guard. But Du Shui's intervention didn't turn the tide. In less than 3 minutes, half of the 40-strong group were casualties. Fall back. Everyone retreat to the cellar. Duan Zhang, eyes blazing with fury, shouted hoarsely as he watched his guards fall. Jiang Zhe drew his kukri. He had already wasted enough time. Retreating to the cellar was no longer an option. As for Duan Zhang, he was a man of fortune, unlikely to die here. Rumble. Suddenly the roar of a helicopter sounded outside the warehouse. Rat-a-tat. The dense whine of 12. 7mm bullets filled the air. Over 100 subhumans outside fell like wheat before a scythe, over 20 dropping instantly. Those subhumans had formidable defenses. They were only effective against light assault rifles. The 12. 7mm rounds tore gaping holes through them. The remaining subhumans let out a collective howl and scattered like rabbits, vanishing in an instant. The military has come to save us. Duan Zhang, realizing their deliverance, shouted with joy. As cheers erupted in the warehouse, a squad of over 20 fully armed soldiers from the Great Siam military entered, rifles at the ready. The leading soldier barked, "Stop the noise. Anyone still breathing, follow us now." Rumble. 2 armed helicopters circled and kept watch at 100 meters in the distance. On the road outside the warehouse, a dozen olive green, strangely shaped armored vehicles were parked by the roadside, flanked by 2 tanks at the front and rear. On each vehicle's roof, for heavy machine guns, either 12, 7mm or 14, 5mm, they were mounted. What a treasure! Jiang Zhe's eyes lit up as he gazed at the tracked armored vehicles by the roadside. These were the military's Serpentine 2-section articulated track transport vehicles. Like 2 train cars joined together, they possessed formidable off-road capabilities, easily traversing mountains and rivers. The front and rear sections had 12 pairs of road wheels in total. They could haul 40 tons of cargo at speeds of at least 30 kilometers per hour. Jiang Zhe had yearned for such a transport vehicle before the apocalypse. Pity such things were only available to the military and fire departments. There was no place to even steal one. Get on quickly. Urged by hundreds of fully armed soldiers around Duan Zhang, and the over 100 people from the shelter were herded onto the armored transport vehicles. As the vehicle swayed, Jiang Zhe's gaze swept across the crowded carriage. It finally settled on a row of a dozen daxia soldiers opposite him. They were clad head to toe in snow camouflage combat suits, holding assault rifles with silencers. Each carried a thick-backed, single-edged machete on their back. "Hey kid, where did you get that sniper grenade launcher on your back?" A company commander across from him lifted his snow goggles, revealing a pair of curious eyes. "Picked it up on the Nanjiang battlefield." Jiang Zhe also lifted his snow goggles. "Nanjiang?" Several soldiers around the company commander looked over with curiosity. "Did you witness the 3rd Army Group's battle with the Whites?" The company commander leaned forward urgently. "I did. I was in a small town not far from the artillery brigade's position. It must have been brutal, right?" The company commander paused for a moment before asking solemnly. "Yes, I've been to the battlefield. It was brutal." Jiang Zhe nodded. "Kid, you've got guts daring to go to the battlefield." The company commander looked Jiang Zhe up and down, puzzled. "If you're not bold enough, you might die faster." "Well said." The company commander gave Jiang Zhe a thumbs up. "What's your name? Once we get to the shelter, I want to transfer you to my unit." The company commander seemed to take an interest in Jiang Zhe, but Jiang Zhe shook his head. "Sorry, I'm not going to the military shelter. I need to go to Shenyang City to find someone." "Huh?" The company commander blinked. "Aren't you with that group just now?" "No." The company commander had mistakenly assumed Jiang Zhe was with Duan Zhang. "Kid, I advise you to follow the convoy to the military shelter. The whole of Shenyang City has become a battlefield now. Going there, it's not just guts that will keep you alive." A soldier next to the company commander interjected. Jiang Zhe stubbornly shook his head again. "Thanks, but did you come out just to rescue people?" Seeing Jiang Zhe seemed determined, the company commander sighed helplessly and leaned back against the carriage. "We have many tasks. Part of it is to haul some steel ingots from the Bunshi steel plant to the shelter. We also rescue stranded people along the way. Our team is heading to Shenyang to pick up a group of people there. If you really want to go to Shenyang, you can come with us." The company commander finally couldn't help but look out for Jiang Zhe. "All right." Jiang Zhe nodded. "Why is Shenyang City a battlefield now?" Du Shui couldn't help but ask the soldiers. "There are still hundreds of thousands of people in over 1,000 air raid shelters in Shenyang. The military is evacuating them in batches. The subhumans and the whites are no pushovers. The company commander lazily pulled out the remaining half of a cigarette from his coat pocket. Jiang Zhe looked at the crumpled cigarette in the commander's hand. He pulled out a pack of Huazi. Here, have one of mine. Whoa, now that's a treasure. The company commander's eyes lit up as he quickly took it. The dozen or so soldiers around didn't stand on ceremony either, they all gathered around taking one each. Hey, you're in luck. The company commander is the champion of our brigade's combat and marksmanship competition. Stick with him, and you'll have a safe journey. One of the soldiers said with a grin. A pack of cigarettes quickly bridged the gap between them. The serpentine all-terrain transport vehicles were indeed formidable, still advancing at 30 to 40 kilometers per hour through waist-deep snow. A tank led the way. Armed helicopters scouted and kept watch above. Soon the convoy was less than 15 kilometers from the heart of Shenyang City. Just as Jiang Zhe was chatting with the company commander and the others, suddenly the company commander raised his hand. His right hand pressed against his earpiece. A moment later he barked everyone on alert. Jiang Zhe turned his head. Through the narrow window slit, he saw the convoy seem to be passing through a small town with dense buildings. Rows of Tudo-five-story buildings lined both sides. Rat-a-tat-tat. Before Jiang Zhe could even look away, the heavy machine gun on the lead tank let out a muffled roar. Roar. Then from both sides of the street came a dense chorus of roars. Countless subhumans surged from the streets toward the convoy. Immediately after, all the heavy machine guns on the convoy opened fire simultaneously. The armed helicopters above kept circling, but dared not fire, fearing they might hit the convoy. Click. The dozen soldiers opposite Jiang Zhe chambered rounds herded the people in the carriage to the rear and stood by the door ready to deploy at any moment. The convoy continued to advance rapidly. Once trapped in an encirclement facing so many subhumans, death would be certain. All the refugees in the carriage turned pale. They huddled together, heads lowered, and many women began to sob softly. Outside the carriage, the deafening gunfire, the roar of tank cannons, and the howls of the subhumans mingled together, assaulting everyone's nerves. I should have stayed at the shelter. It's all your fault for dragging us here to die. I should have stayed at the shelter. I should have stayed at the shelter. Inside the carriage, a woman in her 40s shook her head and kept screaming. Rage flickered in the company commander's eyes. Before he could speak, Jiang Zhe grabbed the woman by the hair. Slap, slap, slap. 6 resounding smacks landed on her face. The screaming abruptly stopped. Say one more word, and he'll throw you out. Meeting Jiang Zhe's murderous gaze, the woman, clutching her swollen cheeks, trembled and lowered her head, hiding among the crowd, not daring to make a sound. The company commander gave Jiang Zhe a thumbs up, his eyes full of approval. The convoy pressed on. Thuds and bangs continuously echoed from the carriage's exterior. Fortunately, these dozen serpentine transport vehicles were fitted with thick steel plates, and the subhumans' attacks were temporarily ineffective. The carriage occasionally lurched violently left and right, causing people to cling tightly together. Those were subhumans who charged in and got crushed under the wheels. Half a minute later, the convoy still sped forward. It seemed this subhuman ambush would be in vain. Boom. A muffled explosion came from the rear of the convoy. Damn, vehicle 015 is stuck. The company commander roared, shattering the silence in the carriage. Through the observation port in the rear door, Jiang Zhe saw the last serpentine transport vehicle in the convoy, its body tilted on the road. Thick black smoke billowed from its engine exhaust. But the entire vehicle was immobile. The fully loaded transport vehicle weighed nearly 40 tons, and the sewer beneath such urban roads couldn't bear such a heavy load. Nearly 5 or 6 meters of the road had completely collapsed. In the blink of an eye, behind vehicle 015, a surging tide of over 1,000 subhumans like a dark wave rushed forward. Rat-a-tat-tat. The last tank ground to a halt. Flames spat continuously from the 12.7mm heavy machine gun atop its turret, and the subhumans charging at the front fell one after another, wailing in agony. 2 armed helicopters circled low overhead. The door gunner poured a ceaseless stream of fire into the air, trying to prevent the other subhumans from surrounding the transport vehicles. Halt! At the company commander's bellow, Jiang Zhe's transport vehicle screeched to a stop. Clang! The rear door swung open. The commander led 10 men, dashing toward the No. 015 transport vehicle, which had sunk into a deep pit. Just then, the door of the No. 015 vehicle also swung open. Over a dozen soldiers and more than 50 survivors scrambled out of the compartment and ran toward Jiang Zhe's vehicle. Meanwhile, the commander and his men raised their rifles, firing steadily at the subhumans charging from all sides. The helicopter and the roof-mounted machine guns ceased fire. By now, the subhumans had closed in. Any further shooting would risk hitting their own comrades. A scream erupted from the crowd. The last few survivors in the rear were tackled to the ground by the subhumans. Run! Run! The company commander roared at the crowd. His assault rifle barked in short bursts, each shot aimed at the necks of the encroaching subhumans. Fortunately, these soldiers were skilled marksmen. In most cases, a single burst would strike a subhuman's neck. But more and more subhumans surged from every direction. The commander dared not linger any longer and led his men back toward the transport vehicle. Help! Someone help me! Screams echoed through the crowd. Alas, at this moment the commander had no choice. Turning back would only cost more lives. "Ah, my son!" A grief-stricken cry rose from the crowd. "That's Duan Zhang's wife and son," Du Shui murmured, gripping Jiang Zhe's arm. In the running crowd, a woman and a child were pinned down by two subhumans. Their screams died after a single cry. Along the 100-odd-meter dash, people kept being tackled by the pursuing subhumans. The commander and his men had exhausted their ammunition. They drew the machetes strapped to their backs. "Run!" The commander yanked a fallen comrade to his feet and whirled around to slash. Clang! Amid the crisp clash of metal, sparks flew from the steel pipe of a subhuman and the commander's machete. Seizing the moment, the commander ducked low, sidestepped, and brought his machete down hard on the subhuman's neck. Thud! A jet of black blood sprayed. The subhuman screeched as the entire blade bit into its neck, a wide gash spewing blood. Even with a wound that would be instantly fatal to a normal human, this subhuman still swung its steel pipe viciously. The commander nimbly retreated a step to dodge. His machete flashed again, striking the same wound on the subhuman's neck. In a fountain of black blood, the subhuman's head tumbled to the ground. Rat-a-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun on the transport vehicle's roof roared to life again, covering the commander's retreat. "Get inside." The first survivors to reach the vehicle were pulled aboard. "Hurry, commander." The two soldiers guarding the door shouted as they fired their voices aimed at the commander still 20 meters away. By now, only the commander and two of his men remained outside the transport vehicle. Then a deadly accident struck. One soldier stumbled, tripped over something unseen, and sprawled face first to the ground. The commander lunged forward and hauled the soldier up. That brief delay allowed the pursuing subhumans to close in. A look of grim resolve flashed in the commander's eyes. He shoved the two soldiers behind him, shouting, "Get the hell out of here." Then he spun around, swinging his machete. "Commander!" The two soldiers cried, trying to grab him. "Go!" The commander roared toward the transport vehicle. A spiked club swung down toward his head, just as he raised his trembling arm to block. Whoosh! A dull, heavy whistle sounded from behind him. A kukri blade arced like a wheel, slicing into the... The commander roared toward the transport vehicle. A spiked club swung down toward his head, just as he raised his trembling arm to block. Whoosh! A dull, heavy whistle sounded from behind him. A kukri blade arced like a wheel, slicing into the subhuman's neck. A hideous head flew half a meter high before the commander's eyes. Before he could react, a large hand grabbed him by the back and hurled him into the arms of the two soldiers. "Commander, remember, you owe me one." Jiang Zhe's voice rang in his ears. Thump! With a single kick, the foremost subhuman shot backward like a cannonball, toppling a dozen more in its wake. Jiang Zhe picked up the kukri, a straight-edged military knife in his left hand, the kukri in his right. He reaped the lives of the charging subhumans like twin sides of death. Every swing fell the subhuman. In less than 10 seconds, Jiang Zhe had cleared the dozen or so subhumans that had caught up. Then, he pushed off the ground with explosive force, sprinted like a cheetah toward the transport vehicle, and vaulted into the compartment in one fluid motion. The door slammed shut. The commander stared at Jiang Zhe, dumbfounded, before asking, "How the hell are you so good? What do you do for a living?" "I was a food delivery driver before the apocalypse." Jiang Zhe shrugged, flicking the blood off his blade. The commander glanced at his equally stunned comrades. "Bullshit. If all delivery drivers were like you, we'd be out of a job." The commander grumbled, giving Jiang Zhe a disgruntled look. "You don't believe me? Fine, I'll give you another version. I'm the 5th-generation disciple of Ip Man. That should convince you." Jiang Zhe winked at the commander. The commander curled his lip, knowing the young man was hiding his true identity, and didn't press further. A moment later, he leaned in excitedly. "Kid with skills like that, join my squad. I'll let you be the squad leader." Virum! The transport vehicle's engine roared as it suddenly accelerated forward. The last tank, belching black smoke, rolled onward, crushing the subhumans behind the transport under its treads. The two vehicles raced out of the town. The commander was genuinely taken with Jiang Zhe now. He had never seen anyone kill subhumans as easily as cutting vegetables. "Not interested." Jiang Zhe shook his head. "Name your terms. Anything I can do, I'll help. Food supplies. If you don't have a girlfriend, I can introduce you to a couple of celebrities. The shelter isn't short of beautiful women." Seeing Jiang Zhe refuse, the commander pulled out his trump card. "My only condition is that you shut up. If you keep nagging, get off the truck now." Jiang Zhe couldn't stand the commander's endless chatter. He delivered a straightforward threat. "Kid, unless you never set foot in an official shelter, you'll have to join the military sooner or later." The commander shook his head in disappointment, dismissing Jiang Zhe's stubbornness as youthful defiance. "We'll talk about the future when it comes." Jiang Zhe slung the sniper grenade launcher onto his back. The surrounding soldiers eyed the weapon with envy, but they all knew it was useless to them. The sheer weight of nearly 30 kilograms alone would be a burden. In a corner of the compartment, Duan Zhang sat clutching his hair, head bowed, lost in thought. The death of his wife and son had dealt him a devastating blow. At that moment, Jiang Zhe finally understood why he had developed a taste for subhuman flesh. Perhaps for Duan Zhang, only by devouring their flesh could he quell the burning rage for revenge. Screech! The convoy ground to a halt. Get off, kid. Are you really coming with me to Shenyang? A score of soldiers stepped down from the transport vehicle. The commander looked sternly at Jiang Zhe and Du Shui as they alighted. From here, the convoy would split. One part would take the survivors and steal ingots to the official shelter. The remaining 3 vehicles would stay here waiting for the commander and his men to rescue some survivors from Shenyang City. Of course, this is a matter of life and death. I have to go. Jiang Zhe nodded. The commander shook his head and said no more. With a wave of his hand, the squad crept swiftly along the highway toward Shenyang City. In the city of Shenyang, atop a 2-story building on the urban fringe, dozens of individuals clad in white snowsuits stood silently gazing at the entire city. Jiang Chun surveyed the distance through a telescope. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, and the snow-covered ground reflected a faint reddish glow. The entire city lay shrouded in a vast expanse of white snow, as if slumbering with no trace of life to be found. Only occasionally an explosion would echo from some corner of the city. A map of the city's underground pipeline system lay spread on the ground. From here we must travel through the underground pipes to the People's Park bomb shelter. Maintain absolute silence along the way. Remember, we are going to rescue people, not to kill subhumans or whiteskins. Now begin checking your equipment. We depart in 15 minutes. After issuing the orders, the company commander walked over to Jiang Chun. Are there many people left at People's Park? Jiang Chun, still gazing into the distance, asked. Around 40 to 50,000, the company commander replied. Jiang Chun lowered his telescope. Why not use helicopters? The company commander reached out, grabbed a handful of snow, and let it fall. There aren't many helicopters left at each shelter. Moreover, fuel and spare parts are critically scarce. Helicopters must be reserved for more vital missions. As he spoke, the roar of engines filled the air. 5 or 6 transport helicopters flew past in the distance. Through his telescope, Jiang Chun could clearly see supplies dangling beneath them. Those are food and weapons. Now we must find a way to open a safe passage to the outside. In this city, there are now millions of subhumans and thousands of whiteskins. We no longer have the strength to launch large-scale battles. We can only rely on moving like ants batch by batch to evacuate the millions stranded in the city. Otherwise, they will all die. The company commander pointed at the distant Shenyang city and spoke solemnly. All right, I wish you a smooth journey. Jiang Chun tightened his backpack, preparing to bid farewell to the company commander. He was headed to Shenyang University of Technology, a different path from the company commander. Take care. I've never met anyone bolder than you. Hope to see you at the shelter. The company commander patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder helplessly. I'm off. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a drink. Jiang Chun smiled and patted the company commander's shoulder in return. The two parted ways. Jiang Chun led Du Shui toward the stairwell. Kid, I don't even know your name. Let me see your face, otherwise I won't recognize you when we meet. The company commander's voice came from behind. Jiang Chun waved his hand. It's Jiang Chun. Forget about seeing my face. Only a naked girl gets to see this mug, not you. With that, the two disappeared down the stairwell. The company commander couldn't help but laugh. Damn, that kid's got balls the size of mountains, like a complete fool. Why won't you let the company commander see your face? It's quite handsome, not like you can't show it. At a corner of a building in Shenyang, Jiang Chun peered out at the empty street. Behind him came Du Shui's question. Trouble. Jiang Chun replied with a single word, then waved his hand. The two quickly dashed across the street intersection toward the opposite side. A roar echoed as Jiang Chun just reached a corner. From a nearby intersection came the unique howl of subhumans. He took a peek. A dense horde of subhumans was charging along the intersection. Get in. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chun and Du Shui slipped into a nearby industrial and commercial bank. Holy shit. As Jiang Chun turned around, he saw a dozen subhumans behind the counter staring at him with wide eyes. Their encounter was unexpected. With a roar, the subhumans grabbed weapons from the ground and leaped over the counter. Without a word, without any extra movement, Jiang Chun drew his machete and charged forward. With a swish, the head of the foremost subhuman flew off before it even landed. With a thud, he kicked the next subhuman back. Du Shui behind him clicked her tongue in awe. When Jiang Chun got serious, he was incredibly fierce. While others fought by dodging, he directly overwhelmed his opponents. He swung his machete so fast that Du Shui couldn't even see the blade. Heads kept flying into the air. In less than 10 seconds, 13 headless subhuman corpses lay on the ground. Du Shui, holding a straight sword behind him, had not moved, but kept her eyes fixed on Jiang Chun, occasionally mimicking his movements. Let's go. After checking the remaining rooms of the bank and finding no other subhumans, the two slipped out through the back door. With a swift slash, Jiang Chun decapitated a subhuman that was about to roar, its head thudding to the ground. Damn, there are too many, he muttered while wiping the blood off his machete. Shenyang was completely different from Paozi Mountain. The subhumans here were absurdly numerous, lurking in almost every building. In just a short kilometer-long journey, Jiang Chun had already killed over 100 subhumans with his blade. Du Shui beside him also wiped her straight sword. Under Jiang Zhe's deliberate arrangement, Du Shui faced a single subhuman each time. After killing 5 or 6 subhumans, Du Shui's blade became increasingly sharp. Though she still couldn't deliver a fatal blow with a single strike like Jiang Zhe, her combat skills were now on par with the company commander. Indeed, only battle could accelerate one's growth. The most obvious sign was that she no longer assumed those foolish stances before fighting. Jiang Zhe pulled out a map and looked through the window at the street signs outside. They were still 10 kilometers from Shenyang University of Technology. Shaking his head helplessly, Jiang Zhe put away the map and continued on. Night had fully fallen. Cold moonlight spilled over the city, and from time to time the howls of subhumans echoed from the nooks of surrounding buildings. Jiang Zhe and Du Shui turned into 2 fleeting shadows. They moved in stops and starts creeping northward through the city. Just as they rounded a street corner, Jiang Zhe abruptly halted and pressed his hand on Du Shui. Du Shui glared at the large hand on her chest. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed the grave look in Jiang Zhe's eyes, so she gently moved his hand away. Hide. Jiang Zhe turned and pulled Du Shui into an abandoned off-road vehicle by the roadside. The moment they closed the car doors, a rumbling roar filled the air. From a distant corner, a tank drifted around the bend with a screech. Behind it, 3 white figures chased closely. 50 meters later, the 3 whiteskins had pounced onto the tank's roof, their claws scratching sparks across the thick steel shell. On both sides of the street, subhumans who had emerged at the sound of the commotion retreated into hiding upon seeing the whiteskins. At a cross intersection, the tank with the 3 whiteskins clinging on screeched to a sudden halt. With a whoosh, the 3 whiteskins were flung off. Just as they turned over to charge the tank again, flashes of fire erupted from the surrounding buildings. 3 portable rockets struck the whiteskins from 3 different directions. Amidst the violent explosions, one of the whiteskins, unable to dodge in time, was blasted away by the rocket. At the cross street, the remaining 2 paleskins let out a piercing shriek and bolted toward the buildings on both sides. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, sending countless chunks of debris and the figures of the paleskins flying through the air. Even the car where Jiang Zhe and Du Shui were hiding was jolted into the air. The sheer force of the blast suggested either an aerial heavy bomb or an anti-tank mine. Jiang Zhe's eyes widened as he realized the military was hunting the paleskins. In just 5 seconds, 3 of the creatures had been taken down. Clang! The sound of metal echoed from the street corner as 6 soldiers in cold weather gear emerged from a manhole. They carried light grenade launchers as they surrounded the wounded fallen paleskins. These people are formidable, Du Shui murmured from inside the car, watching the soldiers outside. Yeah, at least they know how to use traps, Jiang Zhe replied. After a devastating defeat, the military had learned that only in complex terrain could they effectively eliminate the paleskins. For now, this urban warfare tactic was proving highly effective. Boom, boom, boom. Several grenades blasted directly into the heads of the paleskins. Under the close-range assault, 2 grenades tore apart a paleskin skull. Confirming the 3 paleskins were dead, several soldiers drew their combat knives and swiftly extracted the crystals from their heads. Their movements were fast and precise, clearly a routine task for them. Clang! Just as Jiang Zhe was peeking, a frying pan crashed onto the car roof. He pried open the sunroof. A head poked out from a second-floor window and waved at him. Come on, let's go check it out. They've already spotted us. Jiang Zhe led Du Shui into the building. The soldiers in the middle of the street collected the crystals, then slipped back into the manhole and vanished. The tank rumbled into a building on the side. The street fell silent once more. Only the bodies of the 3 paleskins lay still on the pavement. As Jiang Zhe stepped into the adjacent building, 2 assault rifles aimed at them from a corner. Who are you? A burly man emerged from the corner on the first floor. His exposed eyes were sharp and piercing, scrutinizing Jiang Zhe and Du Shui like a blade. Jiang Zhe. This is my friend. We're heading to Shenyang University of Technology to find someone, Jiang Zhe replied calmly. Where did you come from? Why aren't you at a shelter? The lead man's eyes were filled with suspicion, clearly not believing Jiang Zhe. His exposed eyes were sharp and piercing, scrutinizing Jiang Zhe and Du Shui like a blade. Jiang Zhe. This is my friend. We're heading to Shenyang University of Technology to find someone, Jiang Zhe replied calmly. Where did you come from? His exposed eyes were sharp and piercing, scrutinizing Jiang Zhe and Du Shui like a blade. Jiang Zhe. This is my friend. We're heading to Shenyang University of Technology to find someone, Jiang Zhe replied calmly. Where did you come from? Why aren't you? Thump, thump, thump. They jumped into a waist-high sewer tunnel. The sewage beneath their feet had frozen harder than concrete. Slap. The tactical flashlights on the 3 soldiers' chests flicked on. After rounding a bend in the sewer, the underground space suddenly brightened. A bonfire blazed on a maintenance platform beside the sewer. 8 soldiers in similar gear, warming themselves by the fire, sprang to their feet at the sight of the burly man. Captain, any injuries? The man asked quietly as he approached. No, Captain. We had a good day, killed 8 paleskins. We've exceeded our mission quota, one of the team members said with a grin. Jiang Zhe's gaze swept over the group. There were 11 of them in total, surrounded by an array of heavy weaponry. Rocket launchers, heavy sniper grenade launchers, and anti-tank mines. Don't let your guard down. Fighting paleskins. Carelessness means death, the burly man said, squeezing in and pulling down his cold weather mask to reveal a rugged, stubbly face. Kid, we're the 18th Hunter Squad from Xinjiang Military District. I'm Captain Zhao Cheng. Where did you get that sniper grenade launcher you're carrying? Zhao Cheng didn't invite Jiang Zhe to sit down, but instead leaned in to question him quietly. Zhao Cheng. Jiang Zhe's eyes narrowed. This man was a famous transcendent in his past life, a level 4 physical system transcendent. His combat prowess was extraordinary. In his previous life, Jiang Zhe had heard of him and envied him. He never imagined that after his rebirth he'd encounter this legendary figure in the sewers of Xinjiang. I picked up the gun on the Nanjiang battlefield, Jiang Zhe said, taking off the sniper grenade launcher and handing it over. One of Zhao Cheng's teammates took it, inspected it with a click, and handed it back. From Nanjiang. Lucky find. What you picked is yours, Zhao Cheng said flatly. All right, Captain Zhao, if you have no more questions, I'll be on my way. Jiang Zhe slung the sniper grenade launcher onto his back, ready to leave. Wait, Zhao Cheng called out. Who are you looking for at the University of Technology? Jiang Zhe's heart skipped a beat. How was he supposed to know? I don't know, he said, helplessly spreading his hands. Cuff him. With a cold snort, the two soldiers beside Jiang Zhe reached for his arms. Thump thump. Jiang Zhe flung his arms wide, sending both soldiers stumbling back. Whoosh. The seated soldiers shot to their feet, glaring death at Jiang Zhe. Zhao Cheng's hand rested on the holster at his thigh. Captain Zhao, you brought me here. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? Jiang Zhe said, calmly meeting Zhao Cheng's gaze. The University of Technology is now the most critical temporary shelter in all of Xinjiang. If you want to say who you're looking for, I'll have to take action. Zhao Cheng's thick brows twitched, his tone turning cold. A trace of helplessness flickered in Jiang Zhe's eyes. In his past life, had only played cards with that female lecturer from the University of Technology, had never even asked her name. A mistake, a colossal mistake. Captain Zhao, I'm a genuine Nanjiang native. I'm here to find someone. If you don't believe me, I can't help it, Jiang Zhe said, spreading his hands in resignation. Oh. Zhao Cheng stepped forward. Name, ID number, home address, and... Whoosh. Mid-sentence, a large hand shot toward Jiang Zhe's neck like lightning. Zhao Cheng was trying to ambush him. Slap. Jiang Zhe punched the man's palm, then sidestepped and thrust his shoulder forward, sending Zhao Cheng stumbling back 3 steps. If Jiang Zhe hadn't held back, that move would have broken Zhao Cheng's ribs. Clatter. The surrounding soldiers drew their combat knives, encircling Jiang Zhe and Du Shui with wary expressions. Zhao Cheng was their squad's hand-to-hand combat expert. They never expected a young man to defeat him in a single move. Kid, impressive skills. No wonder you made it here from Nanjiang, Zhao Cheng said, straightening up and rubbing his chest with a low voice. Jiang Zhe slowly backed away. Captain Zhao, I want to interfere with you, and I hope you want to interfere with me. Let's each go our own way. Humph. Contact the University of Technology base. A rustling sound came from behind. A soldier pulled out a military radio. Jiang Zhe stopped in his tracks, turned around, and calmly faced Zhao Cheng. Captain Zhao, are you sure you want to do this? In the dimly lit sewer, Jiang Zhe stood tall, facing 11 soldiers from the hunting squad. Behind him, Du Shui rested her hand on the hilt of her blade. At this moment, everyone in Xinjiang City was desperate to escape, yet you alone insisted on venturing in. I need to ensure you haven't drank any snow water. No matter which reason, I must uncover your intentions. Zhao Cheng drew his military knife. The 10 teammates around him spread out, encircling Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe shook his head. You're a competent soldier, but I despise this coercive attitude of yours. Clang. The moment the words left his mouth, Jiang Zhe slid toward a soldier behind him. Watch out. The military knife thrust toward Jiang Zhe's shoulder blade. Squeak. A grating, jarring metallic screech filled the air. The soldier opposite him changed color in alarm. Jiang Zhe's large hand, still gloved, gripped the knife directly, as if a steel vise had clamped onto the blade. He pressed down and twisted. Clang. The soldier's knife flew up like lightning, embedding itself into a crack in the sewer brick. By then the others had reacted. Jiang Zhe's hands shot out like vipers, seizing 2 soldiers' wrists and twisting them violently. They couldn't withstand the force. Their defenses were breached, and with a swift kick, both soldiers collided heavily against the sewer wall. Before Zhao Cheng's horrified expression could fade, Jiang Zhe was already in front of him, smashing through his raised arm with an irresistible force. With a thud, an uppercut struck Zhao Cheng's chin. He felt as if hit by an 800-pound iron fist, his entire body flying through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. By the time Zhao Cheng regained his senses through the dizziness, a cookery knife was embedded in the wall beside his face, its cold blade raising goosebumps. A bead of sweat mixed with blood from his temple dripped down the knife. Aside from him, the entire squad lay sprawled in the sewer. Jiang Zhe considerately collected all the walkie-talkies into his bag, then picked up Zhao Cheng's knife and slowly returned it to its sheath. Captain Zhao, if not for this damned apocalypse, we would never have met. Don't make things difficult. Too many soldiers have already died. Damn it. Zhao Cheng slammed his fist into the ground. Cough. Captain, that guy's too strong. Should we call the brothers to block him at the Polytechnic University? Asked a soldier, clutching his chest with a grimace. No. They'll settle. Damn it. Zhao Cheng slammed his fist into the ground. Cough. Captain, that guy's too strong. Should we call the brothers to block him at the Polytechnic University? Asked a soldier, clutching his chest with a grimace. No. They'll settle this score myself, Zhao Cheng said after a moment staring at the direction Jiang Zhe had disappeared. In the dark sewer, Jiang Zhe's kukri flashed coldly, cleaving two charging sawtooth rats in two. How did you? Du Shui kicked aside a rat corpse and asked. What? Jiang Zhe walked ahead. Du Shui looked warily behind. I mean, how did you grab the knife barehanded? I saw it clearly. Your gloves are just ordinary winter gloves. They couldn't possibly stop a knife. Jiang Zhe walked on nonchalantly, relying on his second-order psychic energy system gold, which allowed him to turn parts of his body into metal at will, greatly enhancing defense. Ever heard of the Golden Bell Shield? Of course, it's a martial arts technique from wuxia novels. That was the Golden Bell Shield just now. When I was a kid, an old man suddenly gave me a book saying I had a unique bone structure suited for martial arts. I practiced, and it worked. Du Shui was stunned, then snapped. Fine, don't tell me. Do you think I haven't watched Stephen Chow's movies? That's too ridiculous. Jiang Zhe nodded. Exactly. You knew I wouldn't tell, so why ask? Are you stupid? You. They continued walking and talking. Although the sewer stank, it was safe enough. Aside from the occasional sawtooth rats and confusing forks, they made it to the Polytechnic University without incident. It was already midnight. Cold moonlight spilled over the snow, casting a dim silver glow. The entire campus lay silent. All buildings stared with dark windows like monsters devouring the night. Do you know where the bomb shelter is, eh? Du Shui asked, standing in the shadow of a dormitory wall. No. Jiang Zhe shook his head honestly. He only knew the shelter was on campus, but not its exact location. How do we find it? Du Shui leaned against the wall, whispering. The woman was clearly exhausted, but since Jiang Zhe hadn't suggested a rest, she didn't ask, gritting her teeth to endure. Jiang Zhe pointed at the ground. By searching, people coming and going from the shelter will leave traces. He then led Du Shui through the empty campus. Half an hour later, there, Jiang Zhe pointed to a football field in the southeast corner. The spacious field was littered with corpses of ambushed creatures and craters of various sizes. At the southernmost corner, a rectangular concrete building stood silently. Crunch, crunch. Jiang Zhe walked across the field openly toward the building. He was certain that was the shelter entrance. Moreover, someone must be watching. Better to walk in boldly than to skulk. 2 minutes later, Jiang Zhe and Du Shui stood before a 3-meter-high, 6-meter-wide door like a warehouse. The steel door was of unknown thickness. In the upper right corner of the door, a surveillance camera blinked with a faint red light. Jiang Zhe waved at the camera, then wrote "Survivor" on the back of Du Shui's down jacket. Sure enough, a minute later, buzz, the heavy steel door slid open just enough for one person. The moment Jiang Zhe stepped inside, a dozen blinding lights flashed. A dozen fully armed soldiers with assault rifles hidden behind bulletproof shields surrounded them. Jiang Zhe squinted, avoiding the blinding light. Where are you from? A low, questioning voice came from behind the shield, echoing in the empty corridor. Nanjiang. I escaped to Bensi and met a military convoy hauling steel. I'm here to find my brother. Who is your brother? Luo Shun, a junior in bioinformatics at Shenyang Polytechnic University. I'm here for him. Du Shui froze, then quickly lowered her head and gripped his arm tightly. What's your name? And who is she? I'm Jiang Zhe, and she's my girlfriend, Du Shui. Du Shui's hand trembled at his answer. Nonsense. Your surname is Jiang, and your brother's is Luo, the voice behind the shield asked, displeased. Jiang Zhe looked straight ahead. My mother remarried. We go by our own names. After a moment, the lights were lowered. Follow us, the voice said again. A sloping ramp appeared before Jiang. Huzi let out a heart-wrenching wail as blood spurted. The blood quickly soaked through his thick cotton pants. Jiang Zhe's eyelids twitched at the sight. He hadn't expected Du Shui to have such a violent streak. Completely ruined. After a grueling 10-minute walk, they finally reached the end of the tunnel. A 3-meter and 3-meter-wide iron door loomed before them, with firing ports at shoulder height on the surrounding walls resembling machine gun bunkers. Dozens of heavy machine guns aimed down the corridor. With a series of sharp clicks, one soldier pressed a button on the wall, and the iron door creaked open. Get in. At the command, Jiang Zhe and Du Shui stepped through. Beyond lay another descending tunnel, narrower this time, only 2 meters wide. 2 middle-aged women in white coats yawned, glancing at Jiang Zhe with mild irritation. Stick out your arm. Why, oi? Du Shui, standing behind him, asked in confusion. Nonsense, we need to draw blood for testing. What if you've already drunk snow water? One of them snapped impatiently. Damn it. Jiang Zhe's heart sank. He hadn't anticipated the military would develop the genetic virus test so quickly. In his past life, it had taken at least another half-month. Certain events on the timeline had shifted because of him. Most crucially, Du Shui was already infected. Sure enough, a minute later, one of the white coats leaped up like a startled rabbit darting behind a soldier and shouted, pointing at Du Shui, "She's infected with the black light of life." At those words, a dozen soldiers raised their assault rifles. Jiang Zhe had already stepped forward to shield Du Shui. Hey, everyone calm down. He raised his hands to show he posed no threat. The leading soldier glared at him. Step aside, kid. Are you trying to stop us? Brothers, don't be hasty. As he spoke, Jiang Zhe pulled a pack of Huazi cigarettes from his pocket and offered it. In the apocalypse, nothing bridged the gap between strangers faster than cigarettes or alcohol. This won't help. If you don't want to be locked up with her, move aside now. The leader took the Huazi, his tone softening. Jiang Zhe lit one for himself. Buddy, what do you usually do in this situation? The soldier lit his cigarette, took a deep drag, and said slowly, either lock her up for the researchers to experiment on, or shoot her now and toss her out. All right, let me say a few words in private. Jiang Zhe nodded, then turned and embraced Du Shui, whose face had turned pale. He whispered in her ear, don't say anything. They'll get you out within a day. I promise. Du Shui slowly wrapped her arms around him. After a moment, she murmured, I trust you. But if you don't come for me, I'll haunt you as a ghost. Jiang Zhe patted her back gently. Don't worry. Ghosts are the least of my fears. The tender mood shattered with his words. Du Shui shot him a fierce glare, and they parted. Buddy, do me a favor. Just lock her up. I can't let her become a wandering spirit. With that, Jiang Zhe pulled a bottle of Mendealu from his backpack and handed it over. Behind him, Du Shui pinched his arm lightly. Cigarettes and alcohol again. The squad leader shrugged. Fine, for this, he'll give her a decent cell. Sorry, kid. It's out of my hands. Du Shui was shackled with thumb-thick iron cuffs on her wrists and ankles. The group continued deeper underground. Jiang Zhe estimated they had descended over 50 meters when they finally reached the end of the tunnel. Pushing aside the thick curtain at the tunnel's mouth, a low hum of noise reached his ears along with a foul mixed stench. Before him stretched an endless arched tunnel. On both sides of the 5-meter-wide passage, rows of emergency double tents stood neatly arranged. The temperature here was noticeably warmer than the outer tunnel. A wall thermometer showed it had risen to around -10 degrees Celsius. Countless refugees sat, talked, or busied themselves in front of the tents. Every one of them, men and women alike, was wrapped tightly, leaving only tired, vacant eyes exposed. Occasionally, someone's face was visible, the men unshaven, the women disheveled. Clearly, living conditions in the air raid shelter were harsh. They might barely avoid starvation and freezing, but nothing more. Move aside. The leading soldier barked repeatedly. The crowd occupying the central path quickly made way. Many eyed Jiang Zhe and Du Shui with curiosity. On both sides of the shelter, other tunnels branched off into the unknown, packed with survivors as well. Buddy, how many people are hiding here? Jiang Zhe leaned in and asked quietly. Around 30,000, mostly faculty from the Polytechnic University and nearby survivors, the squad leader replied. The group continued along the straight tunnel. Young man, take a look. This LV bag originally worth 200,000 euros for just one pack of instant noodles. I have a Vacheron Constantine watch worth 3 million. Only 2 cans of meat. I've got a priceless antique snuff bottle, just a box of meat. Young man, I have a signed photo of Star Chung Long. Only 1 bag of noodles. Hey brother, I've got a treasure map hidden on my chest. Want to check my tent? All along the way, survivors hawked various items only to be shooed away by the soldiers. After walking nearly 500 meters, they arrived at an iron gate guarded by 2 soldiers. Beyond it, in the tunnel, white coat figures bustled in the distance. Beyond here are the ammunition depot, lab, and command center. They'll assign you to move supplies. That's the best I can do for you. Be smart and don't cause me trouble. The squad leader spoke as he pocketed 2 bottles of Mendealu that Jiang Zhe had slipped him. Thanks, buddy. Jiang Zhe nodded. They turned into a side passage where the shelter's tunnel was lined with small separate rooms. Each room held 3 or 4 survivors staring blankly at Jiang Zhe's group. No one spoke, no one resisted. These were all infected with the black light of life. Roughly counting, there were at least 100. Get in. Du Shui was pushed into one of the rooms. This is where they lock up those infected with the black light gene virus. Eventually, they'll all be used for experiments. Wrist-thick bars separated Jiang Zhe from Du Shui. The room was bare with no bed, only a bucket for waste. A stench of urine and feces assaulted their noses. Besides Du Shui, there were 2 bespectacled men and women huddled together on a tattered blanket for warmth. When they saw Jiang Zhe outside the bars, they merely glanced up briefly before lying back down. Their eyes were lifeless, hollow, and hopeless. Jiang Zhe couldn't see their faces, but he imagined they must be ashen. Trust me. Through the bars, Jiang Zhe gave Du Shui a reassuring look. She didn't say much, just replied softly, then tightened her clothes and sat against the wall. Afterward, Jiang Zhe was led to a vast underground space hundreds of meters in both length and width. In the center were stacked crates of ammunition and various military supplies. YZ. Coming. With a shout, a thin, balding man in his 30s approached with a smile. Chief, he greeted the squad leader. This is the new guy? He'll work with you moving supplies. The leader gave the order, patted Jiang Zhe on the shoulder, and left. The man's smile faded. He scrutinized Jiang Zhe. What's your relationship with the chief? Jiang Zhe blinked. I'm his brother-in-law. Oh, the man nodded. Come with me. What's your name? Jiang Zhe, right? Soon he led Jiang Zhe to a corner of the underground space. There was a row of cave-like rooms. There's an empty bed here. In this job, there's no rest. You're on call 24/7. They'll tell you what to move. Honestly, not everyone gets this gig. The upside is you eat better than those outside. Other than that, ask less, do more. The man pointed to one of the rooms. Got it. Jiang Zhe nodded, pushed aside the curtain, and stepped inside. In the cramped workers' dormitory, a sour smell of sweat wafted from behind the curtain. Bomb. Damn it. For people were already seated in the room, playing a card game called Upgrade on a small table. A pile of instant noodles sat beside each person's feet. The room was sparsely furnished. 3 sets of bunk beds nearly filled the entire space. When Jiang Zhe entered, the 4 had just finished a round, and all looked up. Newcomer. Haven't seen you before, asked a burly man in a flannel hat, sizing him up. Just arrived from outside. Jiang Zhe replied, tossing his backpack and Du Shui's bag onto an empty bunk. The burly man stood up and approached slowly. Have you been tested for the life blacklight virus? He asked, reaching a large hand toward the bags on the bed. Jiang Zhe narrowed his eyes. His right hand shot out like lightning, gripping the man's hand like a vice. The man sneered, I'm the captain, kid. Around here, newcomers pay their respects. Jiang Zhe sneered back. I have my own rule, don't tell me your damn rules. No matter the environment, there were always too many trash who thought a little power made them superior. Fine kid, you're tough, the man chuckled. Just then a sharp whistle sounded outside. Time to work. The man tipped his hat, shot Jiang Zhe a mocking grin, and waved the other 3 out. Group 1, 20 rockets. Group 2, 30 heavy anti-tank mines. Group 3, 2 cases of canned food. Group 4. In the square, the man called Wazy shouted orders from a list. Over 40 people nearby rummaged through the stacked supplies, loading them onto flatbed carts. Jiang Zhe followed the burly man, loading 8 20-kilogram heavy anti-tank mines onto a cart. Then they proceeded down a tunnel. At the end was a small meeting room-like chamber. Over 50 fully armed soldiers were eating inside. Jiang Zhe's eyes narrowed. He saw 2 soldiers place 12 white crystal cores into a box on the table, which was then taken away by 2 researchers in white coats. Suppressing the urge to snatch the cores, Jiang Zhe turned to study the soldiers. Humanity had already begun effective counterattacks. The military likely had a fair number of crystal cores by now. Done eating. Gear up and move out. One soldier said, wiping his mouth and tossing aside his mess tin before packing a heavy anti-tank mine into his backpack. A dozen soldiers wolfed down their food-packed cans, rockets, bullets, and other supplies, checked their gear, waved to the others, and exited through an iron door on the other side. The air raid shelter of Shenyang University of Technology served as a rest point for these white skin hunting squads. Midnight snack. When Jiang Zhe returned to the dormitory with the transport crew, Wazy called out from the square. On a cart sat 3 man-high stainless steel barrels. A group of researchers in white coats emerged from a side tunnel. Over 100 people queued for food. Jiang Zhe received a bowl of pickled noodle soup and a salted white flour pancake. The researchers got an extra can of pork. Over 100 people squatted in the square, eating in small groups while chatting. The midnight snack was 2 packs of instant noodles and a cornflour pancake. Jiang Zhe crouched in a corner, scanning the supply warehouse. Suddenly a group of a dozen people emerged from deep within the shelter, led by a young battalion commander and a slightly balding, portly, middle-aged man. The 2 walked and whispered. They stopped before a pile of supplies. The base is under severe food pressure. If we increase rations, we can't guarantee food for the researchers, said the middle-aged man, standing right in front of Jiang Zhe, who overheard clearly. The young officer was silent for a moment, then said gravely, then cut our base management's rations. Give it to the children and women. We'll eat what the survivors outside eat. Oh, the middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise. Everyone will be unhappy. They work hard. Just then the battalion commander turned, and Jiang Zhe caught a glimpse of his profile, sharp and soldierly. At a time like this, who isn't struggling? Well, share the hardship. No special treatment, the commander said, then turned and left. The middle-aged man followed, slapping his palm in frustration. Jiang Zhe spotted an opportunity and sidled over. Miss, who are those 2? 2 bespectacled girls were munching on pancakes. Jiang Zhe's voice came from behind. The girls looked up, meeting Jiang Zhe's deep eyes. Their cheeks flushed. Ah, you mean Commander Qin and Principal Li? One is Commander Qin Shi, in charge of the base's military, and the other is Principal Li Gang, in charge of logistics. One girl rattled off the information. Jiang Zhe, acting familiar, squatted between them. I have a younger brother named Luo Shun, a biology student. Have you heard of him? No, they shook their heads. He might have been transferred to a military shelter. Oh, Jiang Zhe blinked. What do you mean? Were all biology students transferred? One girl leaned closer. All students and teachers related to biology research have been conscripted by the military. We're the last batch left here. Jiang Zhe frowned. What was going on? Had that female lecturer head played cards within his past life lied? Didn't she say everyone here had been abandoned? Damn it, another unexpected twist. Jiang Zhe squeezed his pancake. He decided he would kidnap 2 researchers if he had to bring back to Paozi Mountain. Refining gene potions from crystal cores wasn't that hard. Any student familiar with the process could probably do it. The military was so late in producing superhumans because all their time was wasted on human trials. It's not that. It's just a pity that Teacher Li was such a good person. One of the girls began to sob as she ate. Jiang Zhe kindly handed her a tissue. What's wrong? Who is Teacher Li? The girl wiped her tears, revealing a freckled face. Teacher Li Qiong was a biology professor at our school. She helped develop the life blacklight detection agent. In the end, both she and her husband got infected. It's so unfair. They turned into subhumans. Jiang Zhe felt a deep regret and sympathy. Truly the most lamentable fate. The girl shook her head, gesturing toward a nearby tunnel. Teacher Li and her husband are locked up. In a few days they'll turn into those terrifying subhumans. Jiang Zhe followed her gaze. That tunnel was where Du Shui was held. His eyes gradually lit up and a faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A professor? Could there be a more perfect candidate? No need for tedious explanations. Just promise they could survive, and Jiang Zhe was sure Professor Li would follow him to Paozi Mountain. Don't worry. Maybe good people get rewarded, Jiang Zhe comforted the 2 girls. By then most had finished eating. The girls reluctantly stood up. What's your name? Can we chat with you when we're free? Jiang Zhe pretended to think for a moment. I'm Jiang Zhe. You're always welcome to chat. I'm quite the charmer. The girls happily gave him an okay sign and left. What a sin, not afraid of having a son without a butthole. Ah, these days who dares to have kids? Just live one day at a time. It's all just getting by. As Jiang Zhe turned to leave, a middle-aged man nearby glanced into the distance, shook his head, and grumbled to his friend. Jiang Zhe followed his gaze. The man called Wei Zi and the burly man from the dormitory who had tried to snatch his bag were arm in arm heading toward the tunnel where Du Shui was held. Jiang Zhe pondered for a moment, then followed. At 1 in the morning, the tunnel housing survivors infected with the gene virus lay in utter stillness. On both sides within individual cells, the survivors huddled numbly in corners, awaiting their eventual transformation into subhumans to be dragged away for dissection and experimentation. The tunnel was not straight, but shaped like an L. Just around the bend, Jiang Zhe spotted 2 burly men carrying Type 81 rifles standing guard on either side of a cell door. They were smoking and chuckling softly, occasionally glancing back into the cell. Kid, get the hell out of here. This ain't your place. As the 2 men saw Jiang Zhe approaching, they scowled and issued a warning, simultaneously unslinging their rifles from their shoulders. Isn't YZ inside too? Jiang Zhe paid them no heed and walked straight past. From the cell came the crisp sound of playing cards. Through the bars, amidst an inexplicable low growl, a long-haired woman was chained to the wall by her hands and feet, utterly immobile. Behind her, the man who had snatched the bag pressed close, writhing like a maggot. The woman's gaze was fixed greedily on a can of pork on the floor. She acted as though the man behind her did not exist. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? The 2 riflemen, seeing Jiang Zhe completely ignore them, flushed with anger. With a click, the bayonet at the front of one Type 81 snapped forward. One of them prepared to thrust the bayonet to drive Jiang Zhe back. Jiang Zhe sidestepped and slapped the rifle aside. Hey kid, looking for death? The rifleman barked. Opt. At that moment, the motor's hum from the room abruptly ceased. The bag snatcher unlocked the woman's shackles, turned, and shot Jiang Zhe a contemptuous smile. He picked up the can of meat and walked out, locking the cell behind him. He tossed the can inside. Eat up. Next time you'll only get half a can. I'm tired of you. The woman inside scrambled over, snatched the can, and with a series of clicks tore open the ring and wolfed down the contents. Only then did Zhang Luo get a clear look at her face. She was very young, likely just a student. Eating too fast, the sharp edge of the can cut her lip, but she didn't even notice the blood trickling out. Kid, these women are all going to turn into subhumans. I'm doing a good deed, giving them a good meal before they die, so they won't go to the afterlife hungry. Too bad, I don't like the look of you. Even if I'm having fun, you're not getting any. The bag snatcher lit a cigarette and spoke to Jiang Zhe smugly. Jiang Zhe ignored him, instead looking at the woman in the room. After finishing her meal, she curled up quietly in a corner and glanced at Jiang Zhe. A flicker of barely noticeable shame passed through her eyes, quickly replaced by hopeless numbness, and then she lowered her head. Where's YZ? Jiang Zhe's gaze was calm. The 3 men opposite sneered, about to speak. On my balls. From deep in the tunnel came a pained roar. Serves you right. If someone like you doesn't die, heaven must be blind, followed by Du Shui's angry shout. Jiang Zhe's expression changed. The 4 of them stopped bickering and hurried forward. In the cell holding Du Shui, YZ clutched his crotch, leaning against the wall, pale-faced and trembling-lipped, glaring venomously at Du Shui. The married couple sharing the room huddled in a corner. Who's quick, cripple this woman. Don't kill her, just, damn it ah. YZ saw his 3 companions arrive and pointed at Du Shui with a low shout. The bag snatcher was about to rush in when Jiang Zhe grabbed him by the hair and sent him flying into the opposite bars with a bang. The violent impact knocked him unconscious. That bastard is disgusting. Trying to sleep with me for a can of meat. Blind fool. Du Shui saw Jiang Zhe and kicked the can on the floor away. The married couple in the corner picked it up, opened the ring with a click, and devoured the contents ravenously. With a clatter, the two men at the door raised their Type 81s. Their muzzles aimed at Jiang Zhe. But Jiang Zhe was faster. Before they could steady their aim, a military knife had appeared in his hand. Thud. The two men froze in place, and with a hiss, a red line on their necks erupted with blood. Then under the gaze of the others, their heads fell. YZ was stunned. He barely let out half a cry when Du Shui kicked him between the legs again. YZ's eyes rolled back. The remaining couple in the room hugged each other, shrinking into the corner as Jiang Zhe's gaze swept over them. The woman paused for a moment, then quickly grabbed the remaining meat from the can and stuffed it into her mouth. Excuse me, do you know which cell Professor Li Qiong from the Polytechnic University is held in? As he spoke, Jiang Zhe handed over 2 packs of instant noodles. I am Li Qiong. This is my husband. A short woman with glasses stopped chewing in surprise and stammered. Jiang Zhe smiled wryly and shook his head. What a coincidence. The couple was disheveled, indistinguishable from other survivors. She had a scholarly air similar to Zhou Qi's, the kind of intellectual solely devoted to research and academia. Her husband warily shielded Li Qiong behind him. What do you want? We're already infected with the gene virus. Whatever you need, we probably can't do it. How many days since you were infected? 7 days. To their astonishment, Jiang Zhe leaned in and whispered a few words in their ears. Is that true? The man grabbed Jiang Zhe's arm, his dull eyes suddenly lighting up. Come with me. You two still have a glimmer of hope. Besides, what else do you have to lose? Jiang Zhe said seriously, waving his hand. After a long moment, the couple exchanged glances and nodded firmly. We'll go with you. If it doesn't work, just kill us. Jiang Zhe smiled. Don't worry. This miracle will be born through your hands. Then he grabbed YZ and yanked him forward. Let's go, YZ. See us out. You? You won't make it. A lot of people know Professor Li Qiong. Trust me. YZ was still talking when Jiang Zhe smashed the knife handle into his mouth, knocking out 2 teeth and silencing him. Wait. Du Shui called out just before leaving. She walked over to Hu Zi and delivered a dozen sharp slaps to his face. Hu Zi was jolted awake. Dazed, he saw 2 fresh heads beside him and was about to scream in terror when Du Shui kicked him in the mouth. Can't let this bastard off. With a hiss, the military knife in Du Shui's hand plunged deep between his legs. Hu Zi let out a heart-wrenching wail as blood spurted. The blood quickly soaked through his thick cotton pants. Jiang Zhe's eyelids twitched at the sight. He hadn't expected Du Shui to have such a violent streak. Completely ruined. A man's pain, unbearable pain. They returned to fetch their backpacks. Jiang Zhe swaggered out of the base with Du Shui and Li Qiong. After the couple wolfed down 2 cans of beef and drank 2 bottles of mineral water, they finally regained some strength. Jiang Zhe took out 2 extreme cold weather suits from his bag for them to wear. They were indeed the treasures of the base. The group, led by the Cannon Lord, was counting on bringing them back. As they continued on their way, the passers-by had yet to recognize the tightly packed Li Qiong. Instead, he kept greeting the crooked fellow, indicating that this guy was quite well connected in the base. The 5 finally arrived at the outermost residential area of the tunnel. Upon passing through the iron gate, 2 armed soldiers initially did not detect anything unusual. As the 5 stepped out less than 3 meters, and survivors on both sides of the tunnel swarmed in, incessantly peddling all sorts of odd and useless items. Suddenly a woman shrieked and took 2 steps back, pointing at Li Qiong. She is Professor Li Qiong. You were infected with the virus, weren't you? This outburst caused trouble. As mentioned by the crooked fellow, most of the people at the refuge were employees of the Polytechnic University, and far too many recognized Professor Li Qiong. The crowd immediately erupted in chaos, scattering in all directions. The once orderly tents were now in disarray. Stop! The 2 soldiers at the iron gate reacted, raising their assault rifles and aiming at the 5. Don't shoot. I was threatened. At this moment, the crooked fellow could no longer afford to care about anything else and shouted urgently. The military personnel would not waste time on him. If they detected danger, they would certainly open fire first. Li Qiong and her husband hid behind Jiang Zhe. A tactical knife was pressed against the crooked fellow's neck as the 5 slowly retreated. Survivors in the tunnel were huddled in corners, squatting down and trembling. A soldier across pulled out a walkie-talkie and whispered a few words. In less than 20 seconds, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the tunnel. Nearly 100 fully armed soldiers blocked their path. Drop your weapons, or we will shoot to kill. A squad leader shouted at the 5. Jiang Zhe remained calm, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers blocking the tunnel as he called out. Let me take Professor Li Qiong out of the base. No one will be harmed. She is already infected with the virus and is of no use to you. Oomph. The squad leader snorted coldly. We never negotiate with criminals. Criminals? Jiang Zhe chuckled. In this world, who is truly innocent? Perhaps we should ask this crooked fellow and listen to what he has done. The crooked fellow with a hand around his neck turned pale. Only he and a few others knew about the food extortion against those women, and if the survivors outside found out the base leader would likely execute him to quell the public outrage. Suddenly the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the tunnel again. Fully armed soldiers surrounded a few individuals who came into view. It was the camp leader Qin Shi and the so-called Principal Li they had just seen. The squad leader whispered a few words in Qin Shi's and Principal Li's ears. Then the two looked over curiously. "Take off your mask," the middle-aged man said, his hands clasped behind him as he sternly ordered Jiang Zhe, exuding an air of authority. "By what authority do you command me?" Jiang Zhe sneered at the middle-aged man. It was already the apocalypse, yet he still tried to assert dominance in front of him. "I am Li Gang, the president of Shenyang Polytechnic University and the head of this refuge. I advise you, shut up. You are nothing. Just one condition, let us leave." Jiang Zhe's loud shout interrupted Principal Li's words. The man's expression immediately darkened. "Brother-in-law, this guy's girlfriend is also infected. Don't pressure him," the crooked fellow anxiously shouted, fearing that the two would ruin his chance of survival. "Brother-in-law?" Jiang Zhe's gaze swept over the two. No wonder this crooked fellow was so arrogant in the base. It turned out he had connections. "As long as you do not harm anyone, I will allow you to leave. This is the apocalypse. There have already been enough deaths. I do not wish to see anyone else harmed due to internal strife. It is not worth it." Principal Li Gang scanned the nearby survivors gathered around and shouted loudly. Jiang Zhe sneered. No wonder he was a high-ranking official. He never missed a chance to perform. Indeed, upon hearing this, the crowd revealed expressions of admiration. "Let's go." Jiang Zhe stopped speaking, pulling the crooked fellow, and slowly heading toward the base exit. The soldiers behind them parted the way, clearly prepared to let them pass. "Wait." Suddenly a clear and powerful voice rang out. Jiang Zhe halted his steps. The camp leader Qin Shi stepped forward, curiously staring at Jiang Zhe. "Rest assured, since Principal Li has already agreed to let you leave, this decision will not change." "You just mentioned the crooked fellow. What did he do?" "I'm quite curious. Could you elaborate?" "Captain Qin, it was just a minor misunderstanding. No need to discuss it further." Before Jiang Zhe could respond, the crooked fellow hurriedly interjected. Young Captain Qin frowned. "As the military head of this base, I have the right to know what happens here. Now that the parties involved are present, it should be easy to clarify what happened." As soon as the captain finished speaking, Principal Li Gang could no longer hold back. "Captain Qin, let me handle this matter." You want to know?" Jiang Zhe laughed. "Yes." Captain Qin nodded affirmatively. "Kid, do you still wish to leave?" Principal Li glared at Jiang Zhe, his tone carrying an implicit threat. "Listen, you're getting anxious." Jiang Zhe sneered, and then turned to Captain Qin. "Can you make the decision?" Captain Qin did not waste time, simply waving his hand. With a clatter, all the soldiers in the tunnel lowered their weapons. "Captain Qin, The crooked fellow wanted to say something, but thud, Jiang Zhe struck him in the mouth with the hilt of his knife, knocking out all his front teeth. Afterward, Jiang Zhe pulled Li Qiong and her husband over, addressing the crowd loudly. "Many of you should know Professor Li Qiong. She should be able to speak without anyone doubting her words." Jiang Zhe then gave the couple an encouraging glance. After a couple of deep breaths, Li Qiong adjusted her glasses and bravely stepped forward. "This crooked fellow usually does not allow us to eat in front of those infected with the virus. They threaten those women with canned food and instant noodles. Only through interactions with them can we." Li Qiong's words were abruptly cut off. Bang bang, clang. Two gunshots accompanied by the crisp sound of steel clashing interrupted everyone, leaving them stunned. Principal Li, holding a smoking gun, stared incredulously ahead. Jiang Zhe slowly moved the tactical knife, blocking his body, revealing a pair of cold eyes. On the heavy blade, 2 round bullet holes were clearly visible. "You want to kill to silence me?" With a hiss, the machete cut a massive gash in Weizi's neck, under everyone's gaze, blood spurting out in both directions. "Don't kill him," Captain Qin barked. But Jiang Zhe had already darted forward like a phantom. 10 meters away, 2 quick sidesteps brought him there in the blink of an eye, before the surrounding soldiers could react. Crack! Jiang Zhe's hand had already seized Principal Li's pistol. With a flick, the gun came into his grasp, and his right fist smashed upward, a crisp bone-cracking sound echoing as the principal's right elbow shattered. A white bone protruded. "Oh!" Li Gang screamed in agony. Captain Qin beside him lunged forward to rescue the man, but Jiang Zhe's right foot shot out like a spike. Thump! Captain Qin's expression changed as he felt the overwhelming force in Jiang Zhe's kick, his body soaring backward, knocking over a dozen soldiers. By the time everyone grasped the situation, Jiang Zhe's machete was already pressed against Principal Li Gang's neck. Clatter! The soldiers around raised their rifles again. The scene seemed to repeat itself, except the hostage had shifted from Weizi to the principal. "Bro, don't be rash. He'll investigate this matter. Killing him won't let you leave either. Everyone else stay still. Anyone who fires again will be confined." Captain Qin rubbed his chest, grimacing as he stood up quickly, trying to calm both sides. Jiang Zhe glanced at the captain with slight surprise. This guy had a pretty good temper, not enraged even after being kicked. At least he wasn't in cahoots with Principal Li Gang. Captain Sheen stared intently at Jiang Zhe. Bro, with skills like yours, it's a shame you're not in the military. Release Principal Li, and I can guarantee you won't have any trouble. Jiang Zhe blinked. The tip of the machete pressed against the side of Principal Li's neck. And him. What will happen to him? Li Gang under the blade panicked. Little brother, don't be impulsive. I was wrong just now. Whatever you want, just name it. Captain Sheen glanced at Principal Li, disdain flickering in his eyes. No one around was foolish. The 2 shots just now were clearly an attempt to silence a witness. The military will investigate this matter thoroughly. Don't forget those women are still in the cells. Heh. Jiang Zhe chuckled, his eyes calm as he looked at Captain Sheen. Don't rush. Let me have a little truth or dare with Principal Li. With that, Jiang Zhe pulled a large pair of iron pliers from his pocket and gently placed them on Li Gang's thumb. First question, Li Gang, do you know anything about Wazy? Noah. Crack. A ghastly scream rang out as the pliers snapped his thumb, blood spurting, leaving only a thin layer of skin connecting the finger. Then the pliers moved to his index finger. Crack. Amid the screams, the index finger also broke in two. Jiang Zhe kept his gaze calmly fixed on Captain Sheen, slightly tilting his head to signal him not to interfere. Then the pliers settled on his middle finger. I know. Don't squeeze anymore. Li Gang trembled, all over pleading. Captain Sheen, I've helped you investigate clearly. Now second question, Li Gang, have you slept with those women? This was a fatal question. No, really no. Li Gang cried, tears and snot streaming down his face. Oh. His middle finger snapped. Everyone around frowned, silently watching. Compared to the principal's agony, they were more curious whether this lofty base commander had actually violated those women. Oh. In the screams, all 5 fingers on his hand were broken. Enough. The principal hasn't confessed. Stop torturing him. Captain Sheen couldn't help but bark when he saw Jiang Zhe move the pliers to the fingers of the other hand. Jiang Zhe shook his head with a smile. This answer determines his fate. He won't admit it until the very end. With that, Jiang Zhe slit open Li Gang's trousers with the machete. He reached the pliers into the crotch. Li Gang, think carefully before you speak. Have you slept with those women? Li Gang shook his head, pale-faced. Perhaps feeling the pliers tighten, he quickly nodded. Yes. Oh. Then a heart-wrenching scream tore from his mouth. With Li Gang's own confession, both the survivors and the soldiers looked at him with disgust. Die already. It's the apocalypse and you're still thinking about that crap in your pants. Suddenly a woman's voice rang out from the survivors. Beast. Animal. Curses erupted from the crowd. Captain Sheen took a deep breath. Can you let him go now? Jiang Zhe shook his head. He pressed the machete against Li Gang's neck again. Just now I was helping you. Now it's my turn. Captain Sheen's face changed. What exactly do you want? Everyone stared at Jiang Zhe, a single thought flashing through their minds. Madman, he's a madman. Is he leaving himself no way out? Heh. Jiang Zhe chuckled softly, his eyes turning cold. Just now 2 shots. One at Wazy, one at me. I'm a fair man. If you want to kill me, be ready to die. Captain Sheen's eyes widened instantly. Under everyone's gaze, the machete slowly slid into Li Gang's neck. Amid the gushing blood, the blade tip emerged from the other side. Gurgle. Li Gang's mouth hung open, blood streaming from the corners, a low growl in his throat. After a moment, his head drooped, and he died. Damn it. Why did you do that? Captain Sheen roared, fury burning in his eyes as he glared at Jiang Zhe. Because I don't trust you. Jiang Zhe pulled out the machete and wiped it clean on Li Gang's clothes. Then Jiang Zhe slowly straightened up and looked calmly at Captain Sheen. I'm leaving. Will you stop me? Captain Sheen's expression shifted. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. You killed the base commander. This is non-negotiable. You can't leave, or I'll be derelict in my duty. All troops, lower your weapons. I don't believe you can take down everyone here. With that, Captain Sheen grabbed a baton from a nearby soldier. Jiang Zhe scanned the 100 or so eager soldiers around him. So if I take you all down, I can leave. Yes. That would mean we weren't capable enough to stop you. Captain Sheen nodded. Instantly, Jiang Zhe's respect for the captain grew a little more. This was a clever solution. No more deaths, and even if he failed, the captain could find an excuse to shift the blame. With that thought, Jiang Zhe sheathed the machete. He clapped his fists together. Come on, him in a hurry. Go. A sharp command. 6 soldiers charged forward, swinging batons. Du Shui led Li Qiong and her husband to the side. Little girl, isn't your boyfriend being too impulsive? Maybe you should just leave. We're not worth it. Li Qiong said worriedly to Du Shui. Don't worry, that beast is tough. And he's not my boyfriend. Du Shui curled her lip. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Zhe moved. Thump, 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 thump. No one knew how Jiang Zhe could withstand baton strikes with his arms without a scratch. No one could even see his fists clearly. 6 punches in an instant. 6 soldiers slid 3 meters across the ground, clutching their ribs, unable to get up. Captain Sheen's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Thump, thump, thump. The only sound echoing through the bomb shelter tunnel was the muffled impact of fists against flesh. The onlookers held their breath, their eyes widening with every passing moment. 5 minutes later, over 40 soldiers lay sprawled on the ground. No one could withstand Jiang Zhe's single punch, just one straightforward blow. Even if they anticipated his strike, those soldiers could neither block nor dodge it. and Jiang Zhe standing in the center remained as calm and composed as before, as if nothing had happened. Ordinary people didn't quite grasp the situation, merely sensing its extraordinariness. But Battalion Commander Qin and the surrounding soldiers wore expressions of sheer horror. They understood just how astonishing Jiang Zhe was. Not to mention his martial prowess, but the fact that his breathing remained steady proved his physical endurance had reached an inhuman level. Even throwing 40 full-strength punches into the air would exhaust an ordinary person. Suddenly, among the survivors watching in the tunnel, a young boy shouted at Jiang Zhe, "Go for it." More absurdly, others joined in chanting, "Go for it. Go for it." Battalion Commander Qin smiled bitterly, almost imperceptibly. This Li Gang had incurred public wrath, dragging the soldiers into the survivors' disdain. He then raised his baton and charged forward. Jiang Zhe shot out his hand, like lightning, gripping the baton swung by the battalion commander. Thud! His fist slammed into Qin Shi's ribs, causing the latter to gasp like a fish out of water. With a swift twist, Jiang Zhe locked the battalion commander in a reverse hold. The pain of the joint lock made the commander grunt repeatedly. "Ease up, can't you see I let you catch me on purpose? Join the army, we need someone like you now. He'll report to the higher-ups, and the military will surely protect you." Battalion Commander Qin endured the pains, speaking in a low voice. "Not interested. I have my own shelter." Jiang Zhe pulled the battalion commander backward, retreating slowly. The remaining dozens of soldiers, still standing, wisely refrained from charging again. Their commander had served himself up on a platter, and though the fight was clearly staged, no one called it out. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Zhe and his group passed through the iron door. They reached the outermost section of the tunnel, where only Battalion Commander Qin remained from the shelter. "Thanks." Jiang Zhe released the commander's arm and handed him a cigarette. The two stood behind the heavy iron door smoking. "I hope you'll stay and fight against the white-skinned ones and the half-beasts." Battalion Commander Qin took a drag, staring intently at Jiang Zhe in a low voice. "No, even if I'm seeking death, it's my own business." Jiang Zhe shook his head. "Sigh." The commander sighed. "I wouldn't grieve a bit for someone like Li Gang dying. I just regret it. If you join the army, you could help more people. Don't try to guilt-trip me. The world still turns without me. You're Qin Shi." Jiang Zhe refused bluntly. "Yes, acting battalion commander of the Xinyang military district, sent here to oversee this base's military affairs." Jiang Zhe eyed the young commander. "So young, and already a battalion commander. A military brat, huh?" Qin Shi's face fell into a somber expression. After a moment of silence, he said, "Indeed, a military brat. My father was the chief of staff of the 2nd Group Army 3rd Military District. He already fell in the Battle of Nanjiang." Jiang Zhe clicked his tongue. There was nothing more to say. A sorrow lurked everywhere in this world. "Since you won't stay, go ahead. Safe journey." Qin Shi stubbed out his cigarette and reached for the tunnel's iron door button. "What? Not trying to persuade me to join the army anymore?" Jiang Zhe adjusted his backpack, somewhat surprised. "Forget it. If you can protect the shelter's people, that's good enough. It doesn't matter where." Jiang Zhe gave him a thumbs up. "That's broad-minded." With a low hum from the motor, the heavy air-raid shelter door rose. "Take care." They nodded in farewell. Holy crap. Just as Jiang Zhe and his group were about to step out, a group rushed back in from outside, and both sides froze in place. "It's you." Jiang Zhe and the leading soldier exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. It was Zhao Cheng and his soldiers. Zhao Cheng, with ice crystals on his brows, stared wide-eyed at Jiang Zhe and Qin Shi standing together. "You know each other?" Qin Shi asked in surprise from the side. "Heh." Jiang Zhe nodded with a low chuckle. "We do. Had a little misunderstanding on the way here, right, Captain Zhao?" Zhao Cheng's eyes flickered as he nodded. "Yes, Battalion Commander Qin. A small misunderstanding. How do you two know each other?" "Huh." Jiang Zhe and Qin Shi exchanged a glance and chuckled together. "A misunderstanding." Just then a crackling sound came from Qin Shi's waist radio. "Commander, urgent military order." As the transmission ended, a soldier ran from the base and handed a brief to him. A minute later, Qin Shi's face turned grave as he passed the brief to Zhao Cheng. After a low discussion, their eyes lit up simultaneously, and they both looked at Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe stared back in bewilderment. "What's up? Why are you looking at me like that?" Qin Shi approached. "Can you do us a favor?" He handed over the brief. Jiang Zhe glanced at it and slapped it back into Qin Shi's chest. "No way. This Tianmei biotechnology company must be seriously dangerous. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to mobilize so many squads for this mission." Qin Shi disappointedly tucked the brief away. "All right, you're not a soldier, so I can't order you. Safe journey. If there's a chance, I'll buy you a drink." "Yeah, I'm off." Jiang Zhe nodded to them and turned to leave. But Li Qiong walked over, tugging at Jiang Zhe's sleeve, and whispered, "Young man, you're saving me has to do with those viruses and crystals, right?" "Shoo." Jiang Zhe nodded. "Yeah, what's up?" Li Qiong glanced back at Qin Shi. "That Tianmei biotechnology has the most and best biological equipment in Shenyang. If you let me conduct experiments, do you have all the equipment?" "What?" Jiang Zhe was stunned. Li Qiong raised her hand. Incubators, biochemical incubators, electronic analytical balances, magnetic stirrers, water baths, pipettes, pH meters, spectrophotometers, homogenizers, inverted microscopes, PCR machines, electrophoresis units. Stop. Jiang Zhe's head spun. He quickly stopped the stream of terms from Li Qiong's mouth. With only a high school education, he couldn't even recognize half those instruments if they were placed before him. Do you have them? Li Qiong asked curiously. Jiang Zhe clicked his tongue. In his subspace, he had looted 2 biology labs, but he didn't recognize any of that stuff. Thinking this over, Jiang Zhe slapped his thigh hard. What if he went back to Paozi Mountain only to find a missing instrument? Would he have to come back to Shenyang? The mission brief's order was for Qin Shi to lead 10 squads as support to Tianmei Biotechnology to retrieve some biological experiment equipment. Maybe tagging along with Qin Shi to fish in troubled waters was a plan. The commander had seen his skills and wanted his help on this mission. Well, lucky that Professor Li Qiong was sharp enough. Hey, Qin Shi. The iron door about to close stopped and rose again. Jiang Zhe walked back with a smile. I just love helping strangers. Can't help it. I feel awful if I don't do a good deed every day. Zhao Cheng's eyelids twitched. What a load of bull. Qin Shi beamed. Brother, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. 20 minutes later, on a maintenance platform in a sewer, Qin Shi, fully armed, was carefully studying a map of the underground pipelines of Shenyang City. Zhao Cheng, along with a dozen soldiers, vigilantly watched both sides of the tunnel. Only Jiang Zhe leaned leisurely against the wall, smoking a cigarette, casting a glance at Li Qiong and his wife. Can you keep up? If not, hide ahead. Li Qiong and his wife shook their heads. It's fine, we can keep up. Even if we die of exhaustion, it's better than waiting to die. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. From despair to a glimmer of hope for survival, they had momentarily forgotten their fatigue. Just then Zhao Cheng sidled over. Jiang Zhe, I heard you took down over 40 soldiers at the base. Are you a disciple of a martial arts clan? Yeah, a disciple of IP Man. Jiang Zhe replied, earnestly nodding. Bullshit, I'm a disciple of Wang Feiheng then. Zhao Cheng could no longer tolerate Jiang Zhe's nonsense. Jiang Zhe took pleasure in seeing Zhao Cheng at a loss. Finding the valve to irritate this future extraordinary powerhouse to the extreme brought him joy. Ip Man fought 10, I can fight 40. Still don't believe it. Du Shui let out a low laugh. Humph. Zhao Cheng glared at him resentfully. I will challenge you again. Soon he'll become a super soldier. Jiang Zhe squinted at the indignant Zhao Cheng. This guy's mention of super soldier likely referred to becoming an extraordinary being. It seemed that extraordinary individuals would soon emerge from the military shelter. At this moment Jiang Zhe sighed, helplessly taking a deep drag of his cigarette. He still had about 200 crystal cores in his pocket. Unfortunately, the past 2 days had been spent either traveling or saving people, leaving no time to consume the cores. The last instance was the night he drove Xiaomi away at Paozi Mountain, allowing him to advance. Now Jiang Zhe was at the second rank of physique space, fire spirit energy, water spirit energy, and metal spirit energy. To advance any one of these to the third rank, he needed to quickly take Li Qiong to Paozi Mountain to purify and categorize the abilities within the cores. That way Jiang Zhe wouldn't have to open blind boxes, and he could also facilitate targeted upgrades for Luozi and Peoi. In the early days of the apocalypse, most extraordinary individuals were elite soldiers like Zhao Cheng. Later, as crystal cores became more abundant, ordinary people gained the chance to become extraordinary. In his past life, Jiang Zhe had to wait over 4 years to obtain a single space-type gene potion. Alright, I'll be waiting, Jiang Zhe said to Zhao Cheng with a sly grin. Qin Shi folded up the map. The other squads are already on their way. During the day, drones scouted the area. Tianmei Technology Company is right in the city center. There are many subhumans nearby. Be careful near the warehouse, especially you 2 female comrades. With that, Qin Shi winked emphatically at Li Qiong and Du Shui. Qin Shi, isn't it just women's monthly bleeding? At a time like this, why beat around the bush? Jiang Zhe interjected with amusement. If you know, mine just ended. Do you think I'm new to the apocalypse? Du Shui shot Jiang Zhe a glare. As her words fell, the group looked at Jiang Zhe with strange expressions. Du Shui also realized the implication of her words. She coughed softly and turned away. Jiang Zhe grinned. Alright, I'll make a chart and mark your days clearly to avoid trouble later. Let's go. Discuss this privately. Seeing the topic drift off, Qin Shi quickly took the lead. Squeak, squeak. The group had advanced less than 10 minutes through the narrow, cramped sewer when the screeching of countless saw-toothed rats erupted ahead. It seemed to mingle with faint human cries. Qin Shi at the front changed expression. Damn, our people have run into the rat swarm. Clang. Zhao Cheng and the other soldiers behind him drew their machetes. By now the machete had become standard issue for daxia soldiers, designed for use in situations requiring stealth. Just as they turned a right angle, several beams of light illuminated the tunnel ahead. Countless saw-toothed rats with dark gray fur and the size of wild cats were ferociously attacking a circle of daxia soldiers. The lights drew the rats' attention. A massive tide of dark gray figures turned and charged toward Jiang Zhe's group. Du Shui, protect the professor from behind. Jiang Zhe instructed Du Shui before drawing his kukri. SSSHHH. The front was already sealed off by Qin Shi and Zhao Cheng. Jiang Zhe could only guard the rear. The saw-toothed rats' strengths lay in their hard incisors and their overwhelming numbers. The soldiers' machetes flashed with cold light. Dozens of rats leaping through the air were slashed away, their dying squeaks quickly silenced as they were devoured by their own kind. The military's equipment upgrades were timely. Originally, Qin Shi lacked the strength to kill a saw-toothed rat with a single blow, at most knocking it away. But now they wore simple mechanical exoskeletons, devices that doubled an ordinary person's limb strength. Coupled with the heavy machetes, ordinary soldiers could cleave the rats in two. Mechanical exoskeletons were nothing new. Jiang Zhe had worn them plenty in his past life, boosting work efficiency. One man could do the work of two. However, their biggest drawback was slow movement, limiting their use to bases or special environments. Coupled with the heavy machetes, ordinary soldiers could cleave the rats in two. Mechanical exoskeletons were nothing new. Jiang Zhe had worn them plenty in his past life, boosting work efficiency. One man could do the work of two. However, their biggest drawback SSSHHH. Squeak squeak. Humans and rats clashed silently in the narrow sewer. Before long, the ground was carpeted with rat corpses. Up. A soldier let out a low grunt. A rat bit his elbow, causing a momentary delay, and two more rats seized the chance to ambush him. The others were locked in fierce combat. In the dim sewer, no one noticed the soldier's peril. Swish! A military knife sliced through 3 meters of space. A rat bit his elbow, causing a momentary delay, and two more rats seized the chance to ambush him. The others were locked in fierce combat. In the dim sewer, no one noticed the soldier's peril. Swish! A military knife sliced SSSHH. The sewer filled with a continuous dense sound like water boiling and steam hissing from a kettle. All around, countless cold gleams of blade shadows reflected in their eyes. Any rat entering the range of those gleams was instantly cleaved in two. When Qin Shi swung his machete, he found the space before him empty. The once dense swarm melted like snow under a blazing flame beneath Jiang Zhe's blade. Squeak squeak. The remaining rats cried out and scattered like a receding tide. These beasts sensed the aura of death from Jiang Zhe. Whoa, I was wondering how Zhao Cheng got so strong. Turns out it was you. What a coincidence. A surprised voice rang out. Nearby, several blurry figures stepped into the light. You recognize me even like this? Jiang Zhe smiled, flicking blood off his blade. Facing him was the company commander who had traveled with him to Shenyang. How I haven't seen your face, but that cookery and that ridiculously powerful blade style. Hard to mistake. The company commander approached, his face smeared with blood. Jiang Zhe nodded, shaking hands with a grin. I like hearing you talk more and more. The company commander was visibly delighted to see Jiang Zhe again. After the wounded soldiers received simple bandages, the two groups merged into one and continued their advance along the sewer. The main city's sewer was relatively spacious. If it had been a place where one had to crawl through filth, Jiang Zhe would rather fight the subhumans outside than stay there. Along the way, during casual conversation, Jiang Zhe learned about the company commander's situation. The commander's name was Zhang Bin, a reserve officer from the Shenyang military district. He had been sent to Shenyang originally to lead a group to a shelter, but was temporarily reassigned to complete this mission. 10 minutes later, at a sewer manhole, Jiang Zhe saw over 100 soldiers from the hunting squad participating in this operation. To carry as many experimental instruments as possible, almost everyone was equipped with mechanical exoskeleton devices. Many members of the hunting squad gazed curiously at Jiang Zhe and his group, puzzled as to why civilians were involved in such a dangerous mission. Once the subhumans find us, you won't be able to escape wearing that thing. Take it off, Jiang Zhe said, pointing at the exoskeleton on Qin Shi. This is a military order. Right now, everyone is counting on the experiments at Yinshan base. Qin Shi shook his head, declining Jiang Zhe's well-intentioned advice. Jiang Zhe said no more. He thought of Li Haochang from the forward outpost, and Chun Yun, who was buried at Paozi Mountain. Perhaps their existence was meant to remind the living that this world was still worth it. Qin Shi summoned over a dozen squad leaders from the hunting teams. They synchronized their watches, then pulled out walkie-talkies. Move out. A thunderous explosion erupted from outside the manhole. Dust and debris from the sewer ceiling rained down continuously. The explosion lasted about 10 seconds, then the entire tunnel fell silent. Go! A low shout rose from the crowd. The first squad of soldiers quickly climbed up through the manhole, followed by a faint metallic clang. A bone-chilling cold seeped down from the manhole. Everyone followed the plan, scrambling out silently. Jiang Zhe and Li Qiong were the last to emerge. Looking around, they found themselves in an underground parking lot of a large building with over 100 soldiers standing guard around the perimeter. Du Shui and Li Qiong's husband were left behind in the sewer. Professor, stay close to me, Jiang Zhe instructed Li Qiong, who was crouching behind him. At the front, Qin Shi extended his right hand and made a signal. The group moved along the stairs toward the first floor of the building. Scattered footsteps echoed incessantly, surrounded by an eerie silence. In the dimly lit corridor, Jiang Zhe noticed from a promotional poster on the wall that they were inside the Tianmei Technology Company building. Over 100 people advanced cautiously, covering each other alternately. Professor Li's throat barely made a sound before Jiang Zhe covered her mouth. Her eyes wide with terror, she tremblingly raised a hand pointing toward a cold campfire in the room. Several human thigh bones and skulls were carelessly discarded nearby. Those were devoured by subhumans. Jiang Zhe whispered in explanation, pulling her along as they followed the others toward the first-floor lobby. In the corridors and rooms on the first floor, gnawed bones were scattered everywhere. Soon the group arrived at the lobby. Behind the building was a spacious parking lot, and across from it a pitch-black warehouse. In the lobby, frozen clumps of subhuman excrement were strewn about. The military had just used drones to create an explosion, luring the subhumans away from this area. The warehouse is right across from here. We need to move fast, Qin Shi commanded, and over 100 people quickly crossed the parking lot. The warehouse before them was enormous, with concrete walls and a half-foot thick steel door fitted with an electronic lock. This left Qin Shi and the soldiers dumbfounded. Tianmei Technology Company had believed humanity could return to its former state. To protect this batch of expensive experimental instruments, they had welded iron grills over the entire warehouse entrance and windows. With a grinding sound, over a dozen soldiers in exoskeletons pushed with all their might. But the iron door and grills remained unmoved. Qin Shi's brow furrowed. Barbecue. After a whole night of hard work, they were thwarted by a mere iron door. The group discussed using explosives, but feared attracting the subhumans, stomping their feet in frustration. However, no one noticed where Jiang Zhe had gone. We can't wait any longer. Use the explosives immediately. Assign 2 people from each group to guard the entrance, and the rest grab the experimental instruments as fast as you can. Qin Shi was about to give the order when. Everyone move aside. I won't bother scolding you. Didn't you think they might lock the door when you came out? Come on, make way. Jiang Zhe's voice stunned everyone. He pushed through the crowd, dragging 2 tanks that looked like oxygen cylinders behind him. With a hiss, a blue flame shot from the torch in his hand. Hey, where did you get a cutter? Qin Shi exclaimed excitedly. Found it while taking a dump, Jiang Zhe replied as the torch sliced through the thumb-thick iron grill. In less than a minute, the electronic lock and iron grill were cut apart by the oxyacetylene flame. The group happily followed Jiang Zhe into the warehouse. The beam of a flashlight swept across the space, revealing shelves over 4 meters high lined with all kinds of experimental instruments. From small flasks to large oven separators, everything was available. The group immediately got to work checking items from the outer packaging against a list. This is a centrifuge, and this is an electrophoresis apparatus. Professor Li Qiong kept scanning the instruments on the shelves, and whenever she named one, Jiang Zhe would mark the box with his knife. Half an hour later, the soldiers had piled over 100 instruments onto a flat wooden pallet, tied them tightly with ropes, and pushed them to the parking lot in front of the warehouse. Jiang Zhe suddenly understood. He had initially thought they would have to carry everything out on their backs, but it turned out they were packaging it for a helicopter to airlift. Xiao Jiang, what about your equipment? Professor Li Qiong asked anxiously. Wait here. They'll go mark a few more things, and then someone will come to pick them up. Fabricating an excuse, Jiang Zhe hurried back inside. Less than 30 seconds later, he darted out again. He had stayed in the warehouse with the soldiers earlier to avoid exposing his subspace. Once everything was ready, Jiang Zhe and the group of soldiers concealed themselves back on the first floor of the Tianmei building. Over 100 soldiers peered through the broken windows, watching the parking lot and the mountain of instruments. The most critical moment of the operation had arrived. As long as the military transport helicopter airlifted the instruments, the mission would be successfully completed. On top of the packaged instruments, a disc blinked with a red light, a positioning device for the helicopter. The signal had been sent. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the aircraft to arrive. 5 minutes later, a low rumble echoed through the pitch-black night sky. 3 helicopters plunged from an altitude of 200 meters straight toward the Tianmei Technology parking lot. After circling the square once, Jiang Zhe identified them as 2 Z-10 attack helicopters and 1 Z-8 medium transport helicopter. Hurry, hurry, Qin Shi muttered, his eyes fixed on the descending transport helicopter as his right foot tapped lightly on the ground. The helicopters would attract subhumans or whiteskins. As long as they could hoist the packaged instruments into the air before the creatures arrived, the mission would be perfect. The transport helicopter had already hovered at an altitude of 20 meters. A blinding beam of light struck the ground. The hoist cable from the aircraft was descending rapidly. Jiang Zhe could see the gleaming iron hook swinging. 4 soldiers left in the parking lot waved their arms on the ground, guiding the helicopter pilot. 5 meters, 4 meters, 2 meters. The cable was about to connect with the straps on the instrument package. Roars erupted from all around the warehouse. In an instant, the low walls surrounding the area were covered with a dense mass of subhumans. Buzz! 2 Z-10 attack helicopters opened fire. From over 20 meters in the air, the external 3-barrel rotary 12.7mm heavy machine guns on the Z-10S lashed out 2 whips of fire. The subhumans, surging like a tide, slammed violently into the wall of bullets. The tide visibly halted. The immense kinetic energy of the bullets sent dozens of subhumans at the front flying. The attack helicopters bought crucial time for the transport aircraft. The hook finally caught on the sling. Bang! As the cable tautened. The instrument package as massive as a small hill slowly rose. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone watching by the window. Jiang Zhe straightened his back, wiped imaginary sweat from his forehead, and casually lit a cigar. Thrilling. It felt like watching a Hollywood blockbuster. At that moment the ammunition on the attack helicopters ran out, and the instrument package had ascended to over 3 meters in the air. Retreat. Qin commanded. The group immediately prepared to return along the original path. Once the 4 soldiers sprinting back from the parking lot joined them, this would be a perfect operation worthy of inclusion in military textbooks. Shanzi. A roar erupted from the first floor. Jiang Zhe had just turned his head when 2 gray-white figures pounced on the 2 soldiers running at the rear, knocking them to the ground. Clang. Jiang Zhe startled, drawing his kukri knife. Ow wow. A wolf howl resounded through the surroundings. Damn, it's an iron-claw gray wolf. Initially Jiang Zhe thought it was a white-skin attack, but only upon hearing the howl did he realize his mistake. Bang bang bang. From the first-floor windows over 100 rifles opened fire at the 2 long-haired gray figures in the snow. Each was nearly 2 meters long and 1 meter tall with palm-length gray fur covering their bodies. Their forelegs as thick as a calf bore 5 curved claws. A single swipe sent a spurt of blood from the soldiers on the ground. Their ghastly green eyes emitted a chilling glow. Oh. The soldiers on the first floor of the building kept firing their assault rifles at the darting iron-claw gray wolves. In the entire parking lot over 100 iron-claw gray wolves leaped and struck incessantly. Falling were not only those 2 soldiers, but also the charging subhumans. The parking lot descended into chaos. At that moment a wolf of exaggerated size, only slightly smaller than a whiteskin, suddenly jumped, springing 4 meters into the air. Its 2 thick forelegs landed on the straps beneath the instrument package. No. Shoot that wolf. The immense impact of the wolf's leap caused the instrument package in the air to sway violently left and right. The several-ton package along with the transport aircraft plummeted sharply. Then the entire fuselage began to wobble. Black smoke billowed from the helicopter, a sign of engine overload. In utter desperation the pilot had to lower the altitude, set the instrument package down again, and release the cable from the fuselage. As over 100 rifles fired at the largest wolf, Jiang Zhe furrowed his brow. He was certain this wolf was the pack's alpha, and more critically it must have devoured the crystal core of a whiteskin. Gray wolves typically inhabit the northernmost forests bordering Daxiao and the Great Bear Kingdom, a bitter cold land. Now with no humans and no threats they had ventured into the city to hunt. They had followed the sound of the helicopters here. Life is full of unpredictability. The promising situation turned abruptly. The hunter-killer squad led by Qin gritted their teeth, firing relentlessly at the iron-claw gray wolves and subhumans in the parking lot. Several giant wolves and hundreds of subhumans had taken notice of them. They charged over. Prepare for close combat. Qin shouted. Clang. Over 100 soldiers drew their mountain-cleaving blades from their backs. The next second countless subhumans smashed through the windows and poured in, but thanks to exoskeleton devices and teamwork the hunter-killer squad held their ground. Yet they were still being pushed back by the relentless subhumans. 2 giant wolves burst into the hall, pounced on a soldier, and sank their fangs into his neck. Blood gushed instantly. At the front line Zhang Bin felled 2 charging subhumans with his mountain-cleaving blade, but was then tackled by another tall subhuman. Just as it opened its jaws to bite down, a military knife flew through the air, piercing its neck. Thanks. Zhang Bin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded toward the back of the formation. Hold the line. Qin roared as more subhumans surged forward. Slap. A palm smacked against his helmet, making it ring. Idiot, hold your line. There are tens of thousands of subhumans here. Can you kill them all? Jiang Zhe grabbed Qin by the collar and roared. The man was getting hot-headed. Though Jiang Zhe preferred not to meddle, he didn't want to see these brave men die in vain. Qin was stunned, momentarily at a loss. The surrounding soldiers were also baffled, wondering who this man was to dare yell at Qin. Will the subhumans eat the instruments? Can't you just wait for them to disperse, and then call the helicopter? With that Jiang Zhe released his grip on Qin's collar. Everyone move aside. He shouted, gripping his kukri blade. SSSSH. With each step a kill, with each step ahead. He slew over 100 subhumans crammed in the corridor. Then he grabbed 5 grenades from a nearby soldier, pulled the pins, and hurled them at the charging subhumans. Boom! The subhumans at the forefront were blasted away. The corridor fell silent for a moment. I'm not going to die with you, Jiang Zhe said, glancing at Qin before turning and running toward the basement. Qin's expression flickered. After a moment of hesitation, he finally uttered a single word: retreat. The parking lot behind the Tianmei building had become a frenzy. Subhumans, iron-claw gray wolves, the roar of helicopters, and the howls of beasts mingled together, echoing far across Shenyang City. In the basement of a 5-story building across from the Tianmei building, Jiang Zhe had taken shelter in a storeroom with Du Shui and Professor Li Qiong and his wife. Outside the corridor lay the headless corpses of over a dozen subhumans. Through the narrow basement window, they could see countless subhumans streaming like a tide toward the Tianmei company. In the basement, a mobile natural gas heater blazed, raising the temperature steadily. Munch munch. The four of them were wolfing down beef jerky. Xiao Jiang, aren't you going to help Battalion Commander Qing? Professor Li asked. No, Jiang Zhe replied curtly. Professor Li Qiong glanced at Du Shui, who shook her head without speaking. The atmosphere in the room grew awkward. If Qin Shi isn't a fool, he should be hiding now, waiting for the subhumans to disperse before figuring out a plan. Professor Li grunted and resumed eating his beef jerky. After a busy day, Jiang Zhe decided to rest here for the night, let the professors regain their strength, and head back to Paozi Mountain tomorrow morning. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly the subhumans' previously chaotic howls on the street outside became synchronized and orderly. The group who had been sipping ginger tea froze. Jiang Zhe stood up and dashed out. Hide and stay quiet, he threw over his shoulder before disappearing from sight. On the wide street, countless subhumans stood on either side, brandishing various weapons and howling. A figure about 2.5 meters tall with skin like patches of rock resembling a titan from mythology strode slowly toward the Tianmei building. On each shoulder grew half-meter-long wrist-thick bone spurs. In its hand it carried a chopping blade the size of a door. Its aura was overwhelming. The surrounding subhumans fixed their eyes on this towering figure and howled as if welcoming their king. Tisk tisk, quite a specimen. A subhuman king emerging so soon. Jiang Zhe, hidden on the rooftop, couldn't help but marvel. In his past life, humans called those subhumans that had devoured white-skinned crystal cores and mutated subhuman kings. The more cores they consumed, the larger their size and the greater their power. This one appeared to be a first-rank subhuman king, but its combat prowess was almost on par with a second-rank body refinement awakened. If this subhuman king were allowed to keep growing, it would undoubtedly become the most terrifying entity in all of Shenyang. Ow wow. From the side of the Tianmei building, the Wolf King seemed to sense the subhuman king's presence and let out a challenging howl. Roar. The subhuman king halted and bellowed back. With a wave of the chopping blade in its right hand, the subhumans on both sides surged toward the parking lot. Like a valiant general on an ancient battlefield, its presence was overwhelming, reaching the heavens. If Qin Shi wasn't a fool, he would have hidden by now. Facing a subhuman king and a wolf king, even the bravest could not bridge the gap with sheer willpower. Jiang Zhe took a single bound, leaping across a 15-meter-wide alley onto another building. He was intrigued by the impending battle between the subhuman king and the wolf king. Such a spectacle was rare. In his past life, he had once witnessed a fourth-rank awakened fighting a subhuman king from a distance. Within a minute, the two monsters had reduced a building to rubble, horrifying. Dozens of seconds later, Jiang Zhe had just scrambled onto the nearest rooftop when he saw the two massive bodies, the wolf king and the subhuman king, collide with tremendous force. Hell of a sight. Straight to the fight, no words wasted. The entire parking lot was strewn with corpses. It was littered with the severed limbs of countless subhumans and the bodies of over a dozen giant wolves. More than 100 wolves, each 3 meters long, and a dense mass of subhumans stood on either side, watching the duel between the subhuman king and the wolf king. The scene was unmistakably reminiscent of a gangster movie where two rival syndicate bosses negotiate. With a roar, the two clashed and then separated. The iron-clawed gray wolf's sharp claws left shallow, bloody scratches on the subhuman king's arm, while its own back was cut open by the subhuman king's blade. Both had drunk melted snow and consumed white-skinned crystals. They were evenly matched. The helicopter in the sky and Qin Shi's group in the building had vanished. Well, at least Qin Shi wasn't foolish beyond redemption. After a tense standoff of over 10 seconds, they roared and collided once more. With a series of bangs, countless pieces of rubble burst from the concrete ground. The two colossal beasts engaged in a true bloody battle across the parking lot, fur and blood flying wildly. Jiang Zhe watched the fight intently. Their movements seemed chaotic, but he understood that each strike carried terrifying power. In his mind, he continuously simulated the battle between the two monsters. With a bang, the subhuman king's guillotine blade slammed down towards the wolf king's head, but the wolf king nimbly dodged. A small car in the parking lot was cleaved in two. The wolf king, lightning fast, darted forward as the subhuman king raised his blade. The subhuman king sidestepped, grabbed the wolf king's hind leg with a mighty hand, and with a great roar hurled it behind him. With a thud, dozens of subhumans were knocked to the ground. One subhuman tried to take advantage, but the wolf king bit down on its head with a crunch. The surrounding 100+ wolves flashed into the crowd of subhumans, and another melee seemed imminent. This was no longer interesting. The duel had turned into a brawl, and Jiang Zhe lost interest in watching. If the wolf king was smart, it would retreat. There were too many subhumans, and even by sheer numbers they could overwhelm the 100-odd wolves. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to turn and leave, a low growl belonging to neither side echoed. The entire crowd of subhumans erupted like oil splashed with water. "Tisk, what day is it today? Why does everyone want to join the fray?" Jiang Zhe had just turned when he saw nearly 30 white-skinned creatures charging into the parking lot along the rooftops and walls. Subhumans and giant wolves blocking their path were sent flying by the larger white-skinned creatures. Instantly, the small parking lot became a chaotic melee of subhumans, white-skinned creatures, and wolves. With a roar, the subhuman king, seeing the white-skinned creatures slaughtering his subhumans, let out a great bellow. The subhumans who had been cowed by the white-skinned creatures' aura roared in unison and surged forward fearlessly like a tide. Many giant wolves also charged at the white-skinned creatures, perhaps enraged by their dishonorable tactics. Or perhaps both the subhuman king and the wolf king sensed the threat from the white-skinned creatures. The subhumans and wolves who had been locked in mortal combat now simultaneously attacked the white-skinned creatures. Over 20 white-skinned creatures were engulfed by the tide of subhumans. One by one, subhumans were bitten to death or torn apart, while more like ants swarmed over the white-skinned bodies. 2 giant wolves sank their fangs into the hind leg of a white-skinned creature. With the powerful pull of their jaws, the creature stumbled and fell. A mountain of subhumans buried the white-skinned creature. With a roar, the subhuman king charged at the fallen creature in a savage rush. The bone spur on the subhuman king's shoulder pierced the neck of the white-skinned creature as it tried to rise. With a squelch, the first white-skinned creature fell dead, terrorizing the field. Jiang Zhe's eyes lit up as he watched the subhuman king and wolf king along with their minions fight the white-skinned creatures to the death. A thought couldn't help but arise. With such excellent help, it would be a waste not to harvest at least a dozen crystals for the trip to Shenyang City. In the parking lot, the subhuman king killed one white-skinned creature, enraging the others. 7 or 8 of them charged at him. With a mighty roar from the subhuman king, countless fearless subhumans also attacked the white-skinned creatures. Instantly, the two sides clashed like rolling snowballs. A bloody massacre unfolded. No one noticed a figure darting out from the Tianmei building. Like lightning, he flashed to the side of the freshly slain white-skinned creature. With a squelch, his kukri knife precisely pierced its head. A quick twist and scoop, and the crystal vanished in Jiang Zhe's hand. The 2 subhumans beside him hesitated for a moment, then raised their weapons. With a hiss, their heads flew off. By now, the parking lot was utter chaos. Jiang Zhe crouched low, moving like a snow hare, following the roaring subhuman tide towards a white-skinned creature wreaking havoc nearby. With a series of thuds, the creature was covered in subhumans, biting and striking with their weapons. A white-skinned creature's tentacle wrapped around a subhuman that had leaped onto its head, then its claws tore the subhuman apart. As it raised its head in an excited roar, it failed to notice a figure sliding across the ground towards it. The figure sprang up like a coiled spring. A pale cold gleam flashed. The white-skinned creature reacted with astonishing speed, its whip-like tentacle lashing out at the gleam. With a hiss, black-purple blood sprayed, and a severed tentacle flew into the air. The roar was cut short. The next second, with a crash, the nearly 3-meter white-skinned creature toppled like a falling mountain, crushing a group of frenzied subhumans. The heavily wrapped Jiang Zhe was like a ghostly assassin on the battlefield. Amidst the carnage between white-skinned creatures, giant wolves, and subhumans, he would strike a lethal blow without warning. In just over 10 minutes, Jiang Zhe had already obtained 8 crystals. Just then, the wolf king, along with a giant wolf, locked in a fight with a white-skinned creature, tumbling and knocking over dozens of nearby subhumans. Slightly inferior in size and strength, the wolf king was pinned to the ground by the white-skinned creature. Another giant wolf tried to help, but was sent flying by a slap from the creature's tentacle. The creature's massive jaws descended towards the wolf king. Suddenly, a figure silently appeared above the white-skinned creature, hooking its neck with ease. Before the white-skinned creature could react, a spatial blade pierced its skull from under the jaw. Its massive body crashed down. The wolf king struggled to its feet, leaping away while Jiang Zhe deftly extracted the creature's crystal. Jiang Zhe crouched on the ground, staring at the wolf king. A strange light flickered in the wolf king's sapphire blue eyes. This wolf was intelligent. It knew the man before him had just saved its life. With a whoosh, Jiang Zhe sprang sideways. With a bang, concrete chips flew from beneath the snow. The subhuman king had somehow discovered Jiang Zhe and ambushed him from behind. "Damn it, you're dishonorable. I just helped you kill a white-skinned one," Jiang Zhe shouted as he darted over to another white-skinned creature. His spatial blade severed its flailing tentacle. With a roar of pain, the white-skinned creature's cry drew the attention of the other dozen or so white-skinned creatures in the parking lot who charged at him. Damn. This female white-skinned creature was a white lotus, attracting so many sycophants. Jiang Zhe decisively turned and produced a 12.7mm heavy machine gun. With a deafening rattle, bullets tore a path through the subhumans, blocking his way. Jiang Zhe's body shot like an arrow into the lobby of the Tianmei building. Behind him, over a dozen white-skinned creatures pursued him inside. On one side of the Tianmei building lobby stretched a corridor nearly 20 meters long. At its end, a thunderous roar echoed as a 155mm howitzer emerged in the pitch-black hallway. The muzzle pointed straight ahead, the entire cannon cramming the corridor full, its 4 crable-like spades smashing through the walls on either side. Jiang Zhe had stored the howitzer from the Nanjiang artillery position. His dimensional space held hundreds more. In his past life, he had learned much about firing artillery from Master Pao at the base. Though not as precise as Master Pao, simple firing was no longer an issue. A thunderous roar, a dozen whiteskins charged in recklessly. Snap! Jiang Zhe lit a cigar, and a door-sized steel plate, half a foot thick, materialized before him. The commotion drew the whiteskins' attention. Squeaking fiercely, 10 whiteskins burrowed into the corridor and rushed forward. Their massive bodies nearly filled the entire hallway. Watching the whiteskins now mere inches away, Jiang Zhe took a deep drag of his cigar and pulled the lanyard with force. A thunderous blast. Within the narrow corridor, a dazzling light flared. The powerful muzzle blast collapsed the walls on both sides. Dust flew, engulfing the hallway. The building itself shook. Damn, I overdid it. Jiang Zhe, along with the steel plate, was hurled by the blast onto the wall behind. If Master Pao were here, his jaw would likely drop. No one had ever fired a howitzer like this. A cannon with a maximum range of dozens of kilometers, used as a heavy machine gun. Not to mention the explosion's shockwave. The mere sound wave concentrated in the corridor could kill an ordinary person. Jiang Zhe felt as if tons of seawater had flooded his ears. A buzzing dizziness clouded his mind. 3 minutes later, he spat out the dust in his mouth with a shake of his head. The corridor fell silent. Only the sounds of subhumans and remaining whiteskins fighting in the parking lot could be heard. Satisfying. After storing the howitzer, Jiang Zhe realized the entire corridor had collapsed. The mangled limbs of 10 whiteskins were embedded in the rubble and walls. Despite these monsters' astonishing defenses, facing a 155mm shell fired point-blank, they were still torn apart. Jiang Zhe's eyes creased with a smile. He drew his kukri, dug out the whiteskin corpses, and swiftly harvested the crystals. Exactly 10, no more no less. All the whiteskins that had charged him were sacrificed. Just as he finished, a roar from the subhuman king echoed across the square. Bastard, this time it's your turn, you son of a bitch. Earlier, the subhuman king had attacked treacherously, disregarding honor. Jiang Zhe had already marked him. A 14.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun was set up at the lobby entrance. With a rapid rattle, bursts of blood exploded among the celebrating subhumans. Bullets thicker than a palm tore through their bodies. A burst of snowflakes erupted from the subhuman king's chest. Roaring with earth-shaking fury, the surrounding subhumans charged at Jiang Zhe. A box of ammunition was spent in less than 10 seconds. The front of the building turned into a bloody hell. That's mine, damn it. Jiang Zhe shouted anxiously as he saw the subhuman king trying to dig out a whiteskin's crystal. With a swift draw of his kukri, he charged forward. Slash, slash, slash. With the whiteskins gone, Jiang Zhe no longer feared a surprise attack. Twin kukris flashed with dense icy glints. Heads of the charging subhumans flew into the air. The subhuman king roared, and the nearby subhumans parted a path. He swung his cleaver down at Jiang Zhe with brutal force. Jiang Zhe dodged in a flash. Blazing flame appeared in Jiang Zhe's left hand. With a thud, his fiery right fist slammed into the subhuman king's chest. The sizzling scent of roasting meat wafted. The subhuman king howled in agony and swept his cleaver horizontally. A 2-meter-tall steel ingot suddenly materialized beside Jiang Zhe. Clang! Sparks flew as the subhuman king staggered back from the recoil, his cleaver shattering into fragments. With a splash, a sphere of water struck the subhuman king's head, instantly freezing into an ice ball. His roar was cut short. A massive head flew off, kicked away by Jiang Zhe. Seizing the moment as the surrounding subhumans hesitated, he hurled over a dozen heavy anti-tank mines in all directions and bounded like a rabbit toward the Tianmei building. With successive explosions, just as the subhumans reacted, the entire parking lot erupted with towering plumes of rubble and smoke, along with countless fragments of subhuman limbs. Panting heavily in the dark sewer, Jiang Zhe laughed through his gasps. This trip was worthwhile. Not only had he obtained the experimental instruments, but had also unexpectedly acquired 22 whiteskin crystals. Unfortunately, even as a second-tier physique-based transcendent, with nearly 8 times the physical prowess of an ordinary person, fighting subhumans left him utterly exhausted. Otherwise, he could have collected all the crystals in the square. What pleased Jiang Zhe most wasn't the crystals. It was that he had become an allurement transcendent. In his battle with the subhuman king, he had used fire spiritual energy and water spiritual energy. Finally, a spatial blade ended the foe with a single strike. Though seemingly weak in attack, these abilities often doubled his combat power, offering far more versatility than pure physique-based attacks. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhe's heart burned with fervor. He wished he could fly back to Paozi Mountain right then and push his strength to a higher level. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight shone upon the Tianmei building. At that moment, the parking lot was utterly silent. The dense horde of subhumans had dispersed. Creaking footsteps, over 100 figures holding assault rifles slowly emerged from the building. Qin Shi at the lead halted. His gaze swept over the countless subhuman corpses and heads in the parking lot, and he couldn't help but frown. Several hunting squad leaders bent down to examine the subhuman remains. Holy shit, one muttered, definitely a master with a blade. Every single one killed in one strike. Look at these cuts. Say, could it be that guy from yesterday? That's insane. Hearing the squad leader's exclamation, everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they looked at the heads of subhumans nearly covering the entire square. Holy crap, look at this. Suddenly Zhao Cheng pointed at a massive body and gasped. The crowd gathered around. This subhuman was definitely mutated. Even as a corpse, the subhuman king's enormous frame still delivered a considerable shock. Qin Shi stared at the subhuman king on the ground, inwardly grateful for the slap Jiang Zhe had given him on the back of the head last night. It had jolted him awake and saved his life. A monster like this, even 100 more hunter squads might not have been able to kill it. All squads on alert. After a moment of silence, Qin Shi moved away to call for a helicopter. This time the military dispatched 3 armed helicopters. With the subhuman king gone, fewer subhumans were attracted than the day before. Under the helicopters cover the packed instruments, and the subhuman king's corpse were soon lifted by a transport helicopter and left Shenyang. Hiding in a corner, Qin Shi breathed a sigh of relief as the mission was completed. Jiang Zhe, who are you really? In his murmured words, the hunter squad vanished into the sewer. Xiao Jiang, what did you do before? Me? I was just a food delivery guy. At that moment, on a highway more than a dozen kilometers from Shenyang City, Jiang Zhe pushed up his ski goggles and grinned at Professor Li behind him. Xiao Jiang, you truly embody the saying that masters are among the common folk. Professor Li Qiong praised Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe laughed, lowering his head to brush the snow off his legs. It's all forced by circumstances. They were now less than 5 kilometers from the ski resort. Soon they would take a helicopter back to the Paozi mountain base. Suddenly Du Shui beside him gasped and drew a straight knife, pointing at a small grove not far away. Professor Li Qiong and his wife scrambled to hide behind Jiang Zhe. Hundreds of giant wolves with gray fur emerged from the woods, encircling the 4 of them in a semicircle. Just as Jiang Zhe drew his kukri knife, an even larger and stronger gray wolf stepped forward. Standing on all 4s, nearly 2 meters tall, it exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Jiang Zhe couldn't help but wonder. It was the Wolf King from last night, its fur still stained with patches of subhuman blood. The Wolf King stopped a dozen meters away from the 4, its deep blue eyes calmly fixed on Jiang Zhe. Profound yet devoid of killing intent. Jiang Zhe, is that a wolf? Du Shui swallowed hard, her voice dry. An iron-clawed gray wolf. Jiang Zhe nodded and stepped forward. The wolf pack shouldn't be looking for trouble, otherwise they wouldn't be like humans holding a pre-battle negotiation. Jiang Zhe stopped 3 meters from the Wolf King. With a clink he sheathed the kukri. Blocking my path halfway, what do you want? If you're here to thank me for saving your life, then you haven't even brought a single hair. That's not enough sincerity. After speaking, Jiang Zhe chuckled at himself, amused by his own childish behavior. Talking to a wolf was too foolish. The Wolf King tilted its head, sniffed toward Jiang Zhe, then glanced back. Rustle, rustle. 2 giant wolves ran over with furry prey in their mouths. Thump, thump. They dropped them at Jiang Zhe's feet. The sight stunned the 4. Looking at the snow hares with blood holes at his feet, Jiang Zhe frowned. What was this? Hey buddy, are these 2 big rabbits for me? After a moment of silence, Jiang Zhe pointed at the hares on the ground, gesturing with his hands. The Wolf King stepped forward, nudging the hares closer to him with its snout. Seeing this, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but laugh. It was confirmed the beast really came to deliver hares. Last night, he had unintentionally saved the creature's life. This fellow was here to return the favor. Well, it was indeed a grateful wolf knowing to repay kindness. Much better than many people in the apocalypse. Jiang Zhe drew his kukri. With a few swift cuts, he severed the 4 hind legs of the 2 large hares and tied them to his backpack. All right, you went out of your way. I'll take just these 4 legs. Jiang Zhe patted the legs behind him. The Wolf King tilted its head, seeming to understand, then snorted softly and turned toward the small grove. Jiang Zhe shook his head with a smile and turned to leave. What a surreal experience this was. In his past life, psychic-type transcendence could indeed use mental communication to tame some beasts. He had once seen a transcendent at the base tame a mutated tiger, riding the tigress around ostentatiously every day, making him and Pao Yi quite envious. Hey wait! Suddenly Jiang Zhe turned and shouted. The Wolf King turned back in confusion. You're the Wolf King, and 2 rabbit legs aren't enough to repay your life. I'm just saying that. You figure it out slowly, figure it out. Jiang Zhe winked and grinned at the creature. Then under the Wolf King's bewildered gaze he walked back. Du Shui and the other 2's eyelids twitched. This guy was utterly ridiculous, trying to fleece even a wolf. Xiao Jiang, do you know that wolf? Professor Li asked curiously. I saved that fellow's life last night. The professor and the others marveled, glancing at the Wolf King still pondering in place. The 4 soon disappeared into the vast snowy expanse. The sun set in the west. 3 hours later, Du Shui landed the helicopter in the earlier valley. Xiao Jiang, you've surprised me beyond words. I never expected you to have not only a helicopter, but also your own shelter base. How did you manage all this? Do you have the power of foresight? The professor and his wife looked at the helicopter behind them, sighing with emotion. Originally, Li Qiong hadn't held much hope. Even the most powerful Daxiao military couldn't achieve such things, so she hadn't expected Jiang Zhe to do so either. They only wanted to leave that desperate, hopeless bunker base. The Li couple had hoped to die out in the open. Now Jiang Zhe had given them far too many surprises. Not only had he safely led them out of Shenyang, but there was also the negotiation with the giant wolf on the road, and the helicopter before them. All of this was too surreal. Professor, I'm a fan of post-apocalyptic novels, so I prepared some things in advance. Besides, before the apocalypse there was a post that mentioned this. Jiang Zhe brushed it off with a common excuse. I heard about it at the base too. Many people heard that post, and now regret it deeply. Sometimes the line between madness and truth is razor thin. Professor Li packed his gear and followed Du Shui toward the Paozi mountain base. Jiang Zhe stayed behind, watching the three disappear into the mountain path. A dark green, articulated all-terrain transport vehicle shaped like a python materialized out of thin air in the valley. That's right. This vehicle was the same one abandoned after falling into a pit on the road to Shenyang City. When passing through a small town, Jiang Zhe had casually stored it away. Looking at the massive transport vehicle, Jiang Zhe rubbed his hands in excitement. In the apocalypse, if you asked which surface transport vehicle was the most powerful, undoubtedly it was this kind of tracked, all-terrain vehicle. Crossing mountains and rivers was no problem at all. Its off-road capability surpassed even tanks, and it had outstanding cargo capacity, with just a little modification. It would become a rampaging beast in the wilderness. After half an hour of roasting over a campfire, the python-shaped transport finally started. Boom. In the cockpit, Jiang Zhe lightly stepped on the accelerator. With the roar of the engine, the all-terrain vehicle shot forward. Though he hadn't fully mastered this behemoth yet, moving it was no problem, mainly because it was simple to operate, just a bit harder than driving a car. Snow up to his thighs posed no obstacle to the terrain vehicle. Soon, the terrain vehicle passed through the dilapidated two-story building at the foot of the mountain and climbed all the way up. Squeak. When Jiang Zhe parked the transport at the Paozi mountain base, Luo Shun and Pao Yi were already waiting at the entrance with their people. Jiang Pian were doomed. As soon as Jiang Zhe jumped out of the car, Luo Zi ran over, hugged him, and whimpered quietly. What's wrong? I couldn't hold back. I did it with Shan. Do you think he'll turn into a subhuman? Jiang Zhe shook his head. No. Luo Zi patted his chest, his face instantly blooming with smiles. Jiang Zhe looked at the dark circles under Luo Zi's eyes and punched him. Your name is Luo Zi, but you're not a real mule. You're practically turning into a dried-up corpse. The Paotu mountain base has changed. Even the tunnels are now equipped with voice-activated lights, no longer shrouded in darkness. In the small square, the once black and red walls have been freshly painted. In the gaps, simple bamboo and flowers have been painted with colorful paint. The monotonous base has visually come to life. The simple bonfire in the center has transformed into a 3-meter-high heating stove made of neatly stacked stones and iron plates. A few iron pipes have been fashioned into a flue, venting through an opening on one side. The glass on the rooms on both sides and the previously greasy and black curtains are now spotless. The windows are bright and clean. It looks very comfortable, and Jiang Zhe likes it a lot. Not bad, mule. Who did this? Those voice-activated lights, the fan, and that electronic alarm system. Looking at the changes before him, Jiang Zhe smiled and asked. For Paotu Mountain. As long as things improved a little and became more comfortable, Jiang Zhe would feel happy inside. It was done by a skilled person. By the way, this person came looking for you, saying he knows you. Mule replied proudly. Jiang Zhe. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind Jiang Zhe. It was still that thick lens covered in dust. He held a pair of pliers, and the frostbite made his originally fair cheeks look dark, making him appear quite haggard. Zhou Qi. This time, even Jiang Zhe was momentarily stunned, then he laughed. He patted Zhou Qi on the shoulder. You have quite a tough life. Come on, tell me how you escaped from Nanjing to here. Zhou Qi adjusted his glasses and sighed. After you left the Shanghai hotel, I followed shortly after. I walked all the way to the military refuge. Who knew those mutated humans would be the death of me? I was with a group heading north, and when someone tried to rob my bag, I found my way using the map. I almost didn't make it here. Huh? Jiang Zhe laughed. While surviving a great disaster brings future blessings. Since you're here, I keep my word, you can stay here. Thank you, brother Jiang. Zhou Qi replied shyly. With Zhou Qi around, some electrical equipment in the base could be put to use quickly, bringing double happiness. I'll take the professor to the laboratory. You all can continue with your tasks. We'll talk later. Jiang Zhe ignored the eager looks from Pao Yi and the others. He led Professor Li and his wife towards a room in the square. That was the laboratory Jiang Zhe had specifically set up. As they pulled aside the curtain and stepped inside, the professor and his wife gasped in disbelief at the spacious laboratory before them. A closed laboratory surrounded by tempered glass. Various modern equipment filled this 300 square meter space. Experimental tools ranged from the smallest test tubes to dryers, everything one could need. Did you prepare all this from the start? The professor and his wife walked into the laboratory in a daze. As they brushed their fingers over the computer on the desk, they couldn't help but ask in astonishment, some of these were brought back from Nanjing Tianmei. I've moved everything in. This laboratory was set up by Jiang Zhe at Chao Wang's request according to the blueprints before he left. Then, Jiang Zhe changed to a serious expression, Professor, we have no time. 2 days, only 2 days left. From now on, Powtu Mountain will be your home. After speaking, Jiang Zhe took a box from the table and opened it. A monster crystal cores. This time Professor Li and his wife could no longer hold back and exclaimed. About 100 crystal cores were neatly arranged in the box. Where did you get so many crystal cores? Professor Li Qiong asked trembling. She was very aware of the value of these crystal cores. Each one was hard-earned. I picked these up during the Nanjing counteroffensive, Professor. Now I won't hide it from you. You must extract the energy from the crystal cores as soon as possible. That stuff is the antidote to the life blacklight gene virus in your systems. Really? Li Qiong tightly grasped Jiang Zhe's arm. Behind the thick lenses her eyes were fixed on him. Bright light burst from Li Qiong and her husband's eyes. That was hope. Little Jiang. Li Qiong's husband wanted to ask, but Li Qiong grabbed his hand. Stop talking, a time is of the essence. Whatever you need, let's discuss it after the energy is purified, little Jiang. Alright, let's get busy now. Looking at the decisive Li Qiong, Jiang Zhe nodded. Professor, if you need anything, just say it, and I will find a way to solve it. Remember, 2 days, at most 2 days. Exiting the laboratory, Jiang Zhe lit a cigar and let out a long breath. Whether it would succeed now depended on Professor Li Qiong and her husband. The purification of the crystal core energy was crucial to their lives. He thought there shouldn't be much more to say. A mobile power generator was placed outside the laboratory. Now the electricity fully supplied the entire laboratory, and in the center of the small square only one LED light emitted its glow. Pao Yi and Lu Zi along with the others gathered around. Jiang Zhe knew they were concerned about the virus situation. A group of people sat at the tables around the 3-meter-high stove in the middle of the small square. Jiang Zhe took out cigarettes and distributed them to Pao Yi, saying, just wait, in 2 days we will know the results. Everyone nodded in silence. Chao Wang, how are those miners doing? And what's the situation in the mine now? Jiang Zhe looked at Chao Wang. Boss, don't worry, we haven't mistreated them. It's just that relying solely on manpower without machinery has slowed down the progress a bit. Chao Wang quickly stood up and said. Jiang Zhe pointed outside the base. I brought back some construction machinery from outside. Take people to retrieve the machines soon. There's likely a hot spring in this area, so hurry up. Also send a dozen people to the tunnel entrance to create a platform for helicopter landings. No problem, boss. Chao Wang replied. When they returned, Jiang Zhe had already placed a dozen construction machines at the foot of the mountain so Chao Wang could lead people to collect them. Rumbling. At this moment, Mule drove the snake-shaped articulated transport vehicle slowly to the small square. A group of people curiously looked at this massive object. Fortunately, the mine was spacious enough, otherwise they would have to park it outside. Du Shui and a few girls didn't recognize it. But Pao Yi and Lu Zi gathered around. This is a good thing, I didn't ask before, but isn't this thing military property? Did you also pick it up? Pao Yi curiously stroked the snake-shaped vehicle and asked. Outside Xinyang, I happened to run into a military transport team. This vehicle got stuck in a pit. I just happened to bring it back. Jiang Zhe chuckled and opened the vehicle's door. Bang, bang, bang. He took out piece after piece of equipment from the vehicle. Damn, is this a mechanical exoskeleton? And a heavy machine gun. Pao Yi, Lu Zi, and De Bing exclaimed. The mechanical exoskeleton was obtained from the warehouse of the engineering university, while the 6 heavy machine guns came from the Nanjing battlefield, along with a pile of miscellaneous items. Steel plates, rebar, an oxygen welder, and acetylene cutter, and various PVC pipes and wires piled into a small mountain. Jiang Zhe's gaze swept over the people around. Some sighed and shook their heads. There were still too few people. Next, as the nominal leader, he would likely have to take the field himself. The base needed excavation and transformation. The snake-shaped vehicle needed modification. A helicopter landing pad had to be constructed. There was too much that needed upgrading in the Powtu Mountain base. His ambitions weren't grand. He just hoped the base would be sturdy, that life would be comfortable, and that their strength would be formidable. In the apocalypse, he wanted to take care of his brothers, eat well, hunt, and grow vegetables, or a lifetime would pass quickly. That would be a perfect life. Without hesitation, they got to work. Everyone in the base got busy once again. Rumbling. In the tunnel, Chao Wang led 3 people who could operate mining machinery to drive the excavators, mine trucks, and crushers from the foot of the mountain inside. Jiang Zhe, wearing the mechanical exoskeleton, set up the area with Mule and Pao Yi. They began to modify the snake-shaped all-terrain transport vehicle. Jiang Zhe's idea was simple. They would need to go hunting and gather resources. On the ground, they would have the snake-shaped all-terrain vehicle as a combat platform and transport vehicle. In the air, Du Shui would pilot the helicopter for surveillance and cover. This way, without him having to intervene, they wouldn't need to worry about thousands of mutated humans. Located deep within a mountain range 50 kilometers northwest of Xinyang City, the Shaohua Mountain Shelter Point No. 1 was established shortly after the founding of the Great Xia Nation. Due to tense relations with the Great Bear Nation at the time, a vast number of military bases and armories were constructed within these mountains. No one ever imagined that these military facilities abandoned for decades would one day be reactivated. In a conference room deep within the mountain shelter, silence reigned, broken only by the rustle of paper. At the head of the table, a general with graying temples sat quietly reviewing the documents in his hands. Flanking a conference table over 10 meters long sat high-ranking officials from Xinyang City and military officers from the military district. After a full 10 minutes, the general set down his documents, closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, then slowly opened them, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. The Academy of Sciences at Yinshan Base No. 1 will likely have results on the Crystal Core research soon. Higher authorities have ordered us to quickly select elite soldiers from the military. Once the gene serum arrives, we will administer injections immediately. Suddenly, a high-ranking official on the general's right asked, "Has there been any reply from higher authorities regarding our request for rescue supplies?" The general shook his head. Higher authorities have stated that each military shelter must find its own solutions. Supplies at Yinshan Base are also incredibly tight. They are still sustaining millions of survivors there, especially bullets and fuel. Moreover, even if supplies were available, they couldn't be transported here. Relying solely on those few hundred helicopters wouldn't even be enough to make a dent. There are over 200,000 whiteskins within the borders of Great Xia. Furthermore, according to satellite observations, hundreds of thousands more are stirring in the coastal cities. The atmosphere in the conference room grew abruptly heavy. General, our shelter's military strength is limited. On one hand, we must defend against attacks from whiteskins, subhumans, and mutated beasts. On the other hand, we are also responsible for gathering supplies. The soldiers below are operating at maximum capacity. Therefore, I suggest we mobilize the survivors within the shelter as soon as possible. An officer stood and reported loudly. The general gestured for him to sit down. Next, we need to discuss this very issue. I propose we select healthy survivors aged 16 to 50 from the shelter to form supply collection teams. The military will primarily be responsible for collecting strategic materials like steel and fuel. The survivor teams will handle the collection of food and other daily necessities. This is the apocalypse, and the shelter belongs to everyone. Everyone must contribute their share. The military department and others will immediately deliberate and draft a set of regulations for the shelter. Anyone who refuses will be dealt with according to military law. After the general finished speaking, the people in the room exchanged glances and then nodded silently. General Zhao. Suddenly, a middle-aged man stood up, pulled out a document, and waved it at everyone. This man, named Jiang Zhe, in front of tens of thousands of people at the Xinyang University of Technology shelter, brutally murdered the responsible person, Principal Li. This is a blatant provocation against the authorities. If we cannot immediately respond to this incident with the utmost force and punish the murderer, will more people emulate him in the future? How can the Great Xia authorities maintain their authority in this apocalypse? The man finished speaking and slowly sat down. Indeed, if anyone can kill our officials just because it's the apocalypse, wouldn't everyone be in a state of fear? Someone in the crowd immediately voiced support. He must be severely punished. Bring him here for a public trial. This is a critical time. The public must see the authorities' firm stance. In the conference room, many from the original Xinyang City official faction voiced their agreement. The military personnel, however, remained silent. The leading general lit a cigarette. After the clamor in the meeting subsided, he looked at a middle-aged man on his right and said, "Governor Li, we can set up a special investigation team to look into this. The military will assist in bringing the man here. What do you think?" The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and nodded. "Agreed. I will establish the investigation team as soon as possible." Meeting adjourned. Achut. Jiang Zhe, busy at the Paozi mountain base, couldn't help but sneeze. "Jiang, are you catching a cold?" Luozi asked nervously beside him. In the apocalypse, falling ill meant losing half your life, so Luozi's anxiety was understandable. Thump. Jiang Zhe lifted a steel plate and handed it to Pei in the truck. "Relax, I'm immune to all poisons now." In the apocalypse, one of the greatest benefits of becoming a transcendent was never getting sick, no matter the illness. Busy time always passed quickly. A day flew by. The python-shaped transport vehicle was modified by Jiang Zhe, who welded 30mm thick steel armor onto its body. The cargo compartment was also lengthened and widened, divided into two levels. The lower level was for loading goods, while the upper level was completely enclosed with movable steel plates on each side, serving as firing ports. 414. 7mm heavy machine guns transformed the Python vehicle into an armored car armed to the teeth. Such equipment was something only Jiang Zhe could afford to maintain. For ordinary civilian shelters, weapons were a problem, let alone the massive fuel consumption. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Zhe naturally understood the importance of fuel. The fuel stored in his dimensional space, if used only for the helicopters and the Python vehicle, would last for 100 years without issue. Dingling. Food's ready. Alan's voice rang out with the bell. Wang Chun led a group of miners back from the mine shaft. Du Shui with 2 kitchen helpers used a flatbed cart to pull out 2 large stainless steel buckets. Each worker received a bowl of noodle soup, a bowl of potato and pickled cabbage sauce, and a large platter of pickled mustard greens. Chief. Seeing Jiang Zhe approach, all the workers, including Wang Chun, stood up and greeted him respectfully. Jiang Zhe didn't care whether their respect was genuine. He gestured for everyone to sit down. The machine-made noodles, a mix of corn and wheat flour, filled a large bowl for each miner. It wasn't lavish, but in the apocalypse, it was a meal beyond the imagination of those outside. How is it, President Du? I see your belly has shrunk quite a bit. Jiang Zhe spotted Du Tao covered in dust among the crowd. The noodles in his bowl were noticeably more than the others. Jiang Zhe smirked and glanced at Du Shui, but didn't call him out on it. After all, it was just a matter of a few extra strands of noodles. Gulp. Du Tao quickly swallowed the noodles in his mouth. Yeah, in just a few days this big belly is gone. He seemed to have come to terms with the matter regarding it, you no longer looking so dejected. After making his rounds, Jiang Zhe carried a plate of food into the laboratory. He had already established a rule: no one was allowed to disturb Professor Li Qiong. Professor Li Qiong was completely unaware of Jiang Zhe's entry into the lab. She was bent over the lab bench staring at a test tube and jotting down notes on her laptop. Ahem, Professor Li, it's time to eat. Ah, Xiao Jiang. Only then did the couple notice Jiang Zhe standing behind them. This. Professor Li and his wife stared blankly at the plate of grilled ribs, rice, a dish of shrimp, and celery egg drop soup, and 2 fresh oranges. Xiao Jiang, you don't have to go out of your way for us. The professor couple took off their glasses and wiped the corners of their eyes. This time it was Jiang Zhe's turn to be stunned. After a moment, he realized they had misunderstood. Heck, this is just the standard meal at the base. Jiang Zhe smiled and set down the plate. Then he walked out. The couple stared at each other in a daze before picking up their chopsticks and wolfing down the food. Dinner that evening was quite sumptuous. There were the hind legs of 4 snow rabbits that Jiang Zhe had brought back, along with several stir-fried dishes. Because the last trip had yielded a good harvest, Jiang Zhe was in high spirits. He brought out 3 bottles of Maotai and polished off 1 bottle each with Peoi, Liuzi, and Luozi. In a corner of the square, over 30 miners were playing poker at a dining table, occasionally swallowing hard as they stole glances over. Peoi and Luozi were red-faced from drinking. Chief, with wine and meat, is this really the apocalypse? I must have been a great philanthropist for 10 lifetimes to have met you. I believe it now. You are my brother, my real brother. Cheers. Peoi raised his last glass and slurred. This guy is such a jerk, not only secretly watching movies on his own, but also wouldn't let me join him in training. Luozi beside him patted Jiang Zhe's shoulder and muttered. Then with a crash he slid under the table. Shanshan Alan and another girl named Nana carried Luozi back to his room. Peoi were brothers, remember? Jiang Zhe clinked glasses with Peoi and drained his. Gulp. Peoi downed his glass in one go as well. Then, on my poor Tsue, you haven't even slept with me yet. He wailed with his mouth wide open. Even Jiang Zhe was startled into a shiver. Hiding a smile, he shot a look at Liuzi, who quickly pulled Peoi back to bed. That shout from Peoi exposed Quicu's secret 2 years early. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to get up, bang. A gunshot rang out from the tunnel. Dabin, who was on duty, had fired. Bang. The muffled gunshot instantly put the entire base on edge. Luzi, get everyone onto the Python vehicle and secure the door, Jiang Zhe ordered in a low voice. Everyone scrambled into the still unfinished all-terrain vehicle. After kicking the Duke into the back of the vehicle, Jiang Zhe dashed 5 meters in a single stride, arriving at the tunnel entrance. Beside the thick iron door, De Bing was aiming a massive 12.7mm sniper rifle through the observation port. De Bing, who is it? No one. Jiang Zhe frowned. If there's no one, why did you fire? Chief, I heard a noise outside the iron door and saw a shadow flash by. I just fired a shot. Stand down the rifle. Jiang Zhe then produced a high-powered flashlight. A beam of pure white light illuminated dozens of meters of tunnel. At the far end, 2 faint blue points reflected the light. Around them, over a dozen gray-white figures nearly 3 meters long paced slowly back and forth at the tunnel mouth. What the hell? Why is this thing here? Jiang Zhe was dumbfounded. De Bing leaned in. Holy shit, wolves. Big gray wolves. With a yelp, he raised the sniper rifle again. Stop. What's the rush? That's my friend. Jiang Zhe stopped De Bing and reached for the iron door. Friend. De Bing stood frozen, then hurriedly peered through the observation port as Jiang Zhe walked slowly toward the giant wolf. It was indeed the Wolf King. Bewildered, Jiang Zhe approached the Wolf King, bent slightly to look at it, and frowned. Look, I found this place first. Even if you have 2 more legs than me, you still have to be reasonable, right? Woof. The Wolf King let out a low growl from its throat. Two giant wolves sprang from the pack behind it. Thump thump. Two snow hare carcasses landed before Jiang Zhe. Wait, you ran dozens of kilometers just to bring me snow hares? Jiang Zhe's eyes widened. Pointing at the hares on the ground, he exclaimed in astonishment. Oob. The Wolf King raised its head slightly, let out a low growl at Jiang Zhe, then turned and led the pack of giant wolves down the mountain. The scene was surreal. On a desolate mountain path, a pack of giant wolves walked together while a man behind them waved goodbye with a smile. An ordinary person would have been terrified. Was this the apocalypse? It was more like a strange tale from ancient times. The cold moonlight fell on the white snow, casting a hazy glow over the ground. Wait! Jiang Zhe shouted. The 100-strong pack of giant wolves halted instantly. They turned their heads in unison. Hundreds of blue eyes stared at him. It was only thanks to his exceptional courage and skill that Jiang Zhe wasn't intimidated by the horrifying sight. He crouched down, reached out, and rubbed the snow between his fingers. Then he strode forward. Sure enough, he found a bullet graze on the Wolf King's hind leg. Though not fatal, blood was still seeping out slowly, starkly vivid against the snow. Jiang Zhe pulled out a wound coagulant spray and shook it at the Wolf King. It was a misunderstanding just now. Let me treat your wound. This stuff stops bleeding and reduces swelling. It feels cool and numb. I'm a man of principle. I can't let you bring a gift and leave with a wound. No one in the Jiang family would do that. Jiang Zhe rambled onto the Wolf King. The Wolf King tilted its head, eyeing the wound coagulant in Jiang Zhe's hand with suspicion. Sigh. Jiang Zhe sighed, then sprayed a puff onto his own palm. See, it's not poisonous. With that, he brought the coagulant closer to the Wolf King's hind leg. As if understanding his words, the Wolf King remained motionless. A stream of milky white liquid sprayed out, and the Wolf King's leg twitched. Jiang Zhe examined the wound. All right, it should be fine. Don't do any strenuous exercise for the next couple of days. Try to avoid certain activities. The scab should form in 3 to 5 days. The Wolf King gave Jiang Zhe a long, deep look, then turned and headed doing the mountain. This is getting a bit surreal. Jiang Zhe rubbed his cold face with both hands, then turned and went back into the base tunnel. Chief, you were talking to the wolf. De Bing came over as he returned to the iron door, staring in shock at the two snow hares. Yeah. Jiang Zhe stomped his feet to shake off the snow from his trousers. I met him in Shenyang City. I saved the Wolf King's life once. Look at these snow hares. He traveled dozens of kilometers to bring them. Tisk, in this apocalypse, people aren't human and wolves aren't wolves anymore. De Bing clicked his tongue in wonder and gave Jiang Zhe a thumbs up. Chief, today, I've really seen it all. You certainly need to. Jiang Zhe shot De Bing a glare. Then pointing at the observation port, he said, less than 15 meters away with a scoped sniper rifle. And you only managed to graze its hind leg. Just how bad is your marksmanship? De Bing grinned sheepishly. Chief, I used to be an artilleryman. My specialty is firing cannons, not sniper rifles. Well, you'll have to practice more. In the apocalypse, you need to learn a bit of everything. It might just save your life one day. Jiang Zhe patted De Bing on the shoulder. All right, I'll do as you say. De Bing replied with a simple smile. Jiang Zhe then picked up the two snow hares and walked back into the base. The danger was over. The group emerged from the Python vehicle. Seeing the two hares Jiang Zhe had dropped, Du Shui walked over, her eyes widening more and more. Jiang Zhe, this couldn't be from that big gray wolf, could it? Yes. Jiang Zhe had no interest in explaining further and turned toward his room. In the square, Du Shui was surrounded by several women recounting the tale of the Wolf King. Occasional gasps of surprise from the women rang out. Jiang Zhe's room was very clean. Several women came every day to tidy it up. The entire base was still very cold. Only after they tapped into the geothermal hot springs and connected the heating pipes would it truly become habitable. A portable gas heater flickered to life. Half an hour later, Jiang Zhe lay in a bathtub resting with his eyes closed. Days of constant running and fighting had made his eyelids heavy. In a large office. The supplies being escorted this time are crucial. Can you guarantee the mission? A man in the office spoke in a deep voice. Yes. Jiang Zhe and the dozen or so hunting team members beside him shouted in unison. The man's face broke into a smile. Good. Upon completion, each of you will receive a vial of gene enhancement fluid. Moreover, you can freely choose the attribute of the enhancement fluid. Upon hearing the man's words, excitement gleamed in Jiang Zhe's eyes. In a forest, Pao Yi was engulfed in roaring flames, wielding a flaming longsword to fend off the pale skins. With a sudden slip, a pale skin ambushed him from behind, its claws slashing across his abdomen, sending blood spraying. Pao Yi staggered. Pao Yi, run. We've been set up. Jiang Zhe burst out from the snow carrying a massive sniper rifle over 2 meters long. The bullet sent a pale skin flying. But Jiang Zhe was also thrown back by the rifle's immense recoil. Pao Yi, gritting his teeth against the searing pain, grabbed Jiang Zhe and rolled down the mountainside. Behind them, a dense horde of pale skin swarmed. Then a grenade exploded in the sparse forest. Jiang Zhe slowly opened his eyes. That dream again. He rubbed his temples, stepped out of the tub, and dried himself. Looking at his sharply defined muscles in the mirror, he exhaled a puff of cigar smoke. Zhao Dayan, you'd better be alive and well. Bang! Watch out! Jiang Zhe caught a falling steel pipe. Pao Yi, who was squatting and working, let out a dry laugh and discreetly glanced at the laboratory. Master Pao, if you keep daydreaming, you won't even have a chance to take the antidote. Jiang Zhe helplessly threw the steel pipe onto the python-shaped vehicle's carriage. The whole day passed. Pao Yi and his men worked absent-mindedly, constantly glancing at the laboratory. Today was the last day. If Professor Li Qiong couldn't purify the crystal core energy, he would turn into a subhuman. Then Jiang Zhe would behead him with a single strike, and Pao Yi's hope would be extinguished. Now Pao Yi and the professor were in the same boat, so he couldn't help but worry. Boss, do you think the professor can succeed? Pao Yi said as he held a paint bucket and brush, painting the python-shaped transport vehicle white. After 2 days of modification, the entire python-shaped vehicle became even more rugged. Except for the tracks, the entire carriage was fitted with movable steel plates, as thick as a finger. Even the cockpit was wrapped up, leaving only a narrow slit for observation. It wasn't aesthetically pleasing, but it was tough enough, a true post-apocalyptic war vehicle style. Boss, do you think the professor will succeed? Pao Yi couldn't help asking. Jiang Zhe poked his head out of the cabin. Pao Yi, suppose your arm became as thick as a thigh, or your bird grew to 2 meters long. Or become a subhuman, which would you choose? Pao Yi, do you even need to think? I'd choose the bird growing to 2 meters. Luo Zi lifted his hat and leaned in. Pao Yi glanced disdainfully at Luo Zi's crotch. You're something gonna strangle white skins with your bird. Luo Zi chuckled and continued working. Now that's a real Pao Yi. I can accept anything except a tunterlong bird. Pao Yi looked at Jiang Zhe doubtfully and replied, Boss, come quick, your friend is here again. Xiao Wang and the others are scared shitless. Suddenly the voice of De Bing came through the walkie-talkie, interrupting their chat. Before Jiang Zhe could speak, Luo Zi and Pao Yi beside him had already put down their tools and ran toward the tunnel entrance. Yesterday they heard people in the base say that Jiang Zhe knew a Wolf King. Now the Wolf King had come calling. Everyone wanted to witness this miraculous event that seemed only possible in movies. A group of people followed Jiang Zhe out of the base. At the entrance, the Wolf King stood still like a handsome, aloof god, quietly in the middle of the road, not far away. Beside him, hundreds of giant gray wolves paced back and forth. Xiao Wang and his men, who were originally digging a helicopter landing pad on the mountainside, were frozen stiff in fear, not daring to move. A few gray wolves kept sniffing around them. Boss. Seeing Jiang Zhe come out, Xiao Wang was almost in tears. Jiang Zhe held back a smile. It's fine, come back. Xiao Wang swallowed hard and gently moved his feet. Sure enough, the gray wolves did not attack. With a rush, the dozen men finally ran back into the crowd at the base and plopped down on the ground. Pao Yi, Luo Zi, and the others laughed heartlessly and pulled them up. Duke beside Jiang Zhe kept growling as if challenging the Wolf King. Why don't you go fight him? Jiang Zhe stepped back, pushing Duke to the front. Woof! Duke's bark stopped abruptly, and he quickly scurried behind Jiang Zhe. Just as he opened his mouth to growl again, Jiang Zhe slapped him on the mouth. Shut up, you can't even read the room as a loudmouth. Then Jiang Zhe quickly walked toward the Wolf King. Sure enough, 2 more snow hare carcasses lay quietly in the snow. Looking at the Wolf King, who was as composed as an old dog, Jiang Zhe rubbed his chin, his thoughts racing. Perhaps being neighbors with such a pack of giant wolves was not a bad idea. In the apocalypse, if you could have a pack of wolves as transportation, it would be incredibly cool. Pulling sleds, guarding, fighting. There were so many things a wolf pack could do. Thinking this, Jiang Zhe pulled down his mask and revealed a friendly smile. An ordinary gray wolf pack usually had 20 to 30 members, but the Wolf King before him led over 100. Jiang Zhe felt that perhaps this was his luck. Look, this is the 3rd time. I'm even embarrassed now. As he spoke, Jiang Zhe picked up the snow hare and tossed it back to the group. Come on, let me see how your wound is doing. Acting as if they were old friends, Jiang Zhe reached out and pointed at the Wolf King's hind leg. The Wolf King tilted his head and looked at him, but made no reaction. Jiang Zhe moved closer, and under the watch of dozens of people reached out and poked at the Wolf King's wound. Jiang, that's a wolf, a beast. Be careful, it might turn on you. Luo Zi shouted from the crowd in the distance. Jiang Zhe waved his hand, signaling Luo Zi not to worry. Turn on him. That was the least of his worries. The hard part was how to keep this pack of giant wolves on Paozi Mountain. The Wolf King's wound was healing well. As expected of a beast that had devoured a crystal core, its physique was absolutely sturdy. Ahem, little brother, how about staying here? Look, the mountains are green and the water is clear. We can be neighbors, isn't that nice? Jiang Zhe didn't care if the Wolf King could understand him and rambled on. As a result, after he finished, the Wolf King extended a paw to push the snow hare, turned around, lifted its hind leg, and sprayed a stream of urine right in front of Jiang Zhe. Then it led the pack and vanished in the blink of an eye. Uffed. Someone in the crowd behind couldn't help laughing. Jiang Zhe shook his head helplessly. Boss, take it easy. They say wolves travel 1,000 miles to eat meat, dogs travel 1,000 miles to eat shit. These beasts aren't so easy to tame. Pao Yi came over to console him. Woof! Duke beside him seemed displeased and barked at Pao Yi. Luo Zi patted Duke. Don't listen to Pao Yi's nonsense. Eating shit is your talent, nothing to be ashamed of. Although Jiang Zhe failed to tame the pack of giant wolves, many people had witnessed the peaceful coexistence between him and the Wolf King. For a time the miners led by Wang Chun felt a sense of mystery and awe toward him. In the center of the base's small square, Jiang Zhe, Pao Yi, Du Shui, Zhou Qi, and the others all stopped working and sipped tea desultorily. Many eyes were fixed on the laboratory. An atmosphere of anxiety grew thicker. It was already near dusk. If Professor Li Qiong still couldn't succeed, what would come out of the laboratory would probably be 2 subhumans. Jiang Zhe's hand rested on the cookery knife on the table. He seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, calm and composed, but his ears were constantly tuned to the laboratory. He would behead them the moment Li Qiong and his wife turned into subhumans. However, the probability of that happening was quite low. In his past life, many shelters with complete equipment could accomplish the purification of crystal cores. 10 minutes. Half an hour. An hour. No one spoke. Tea was drunk cup after cup. Only Duke was happily gnawing on a bone. Crack. The sound of a glass bottle shattering came from the laboratory. Jiang Zhe dashed in with a single leap. Professor, what happened? As Jiang Chun rushed into the lab, he saw Professor Li Qiong collapsed beside the experimental table. Her husband Zhang Chongqing was calling out to her in panic. She hasn't slept in 2 days, probably fainted from exhaustion. It's fine, let her rest, and she'll recover. Zhang Chongqing struggled to lift Professor Li and placed her on a chair in the lab. Xiao Jiang. He picked up a tray from the table. In small compartments, hundreds of glass tubes as thick as a thumb were inserted, each containing a shallow layer of thick liquid in various colors. Huff! Jiang Qin's expression turned solemn as he gazed at the potions on the tray, drawing a deep breath. Gene Ascension liquid. He was all too familiar with it. He had seen it in his past life and consumed it. The only difference was that all 100 of these vials before him belonged to him. Suppressing the turmoil within, Jiang Chun extended his hands and steadily took the tray. Thank you. Then he pulled out 2 tubes of milky white potion and handed them to Zhang Chongqing. One for you and one for Professor Li Qiong. Drink it now, stay in the lab and don't come out. Say nothing. With that, Jiang Chun tucked away the potions and walked out. A crowd that had been anxiously waiting with craned necks immediately surrounded him. Peigui Luozi, Zhou Qi, Du Shui, Liuzi, Dabing Chao, Wang Du Tao, Alan Nana, and the Duke. The small square fell silent, each pair of eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. Jiang Pian, what's going on? Luozi couldn't hold back any longer, seeing Jiang Qin's unhurried demeanor. No problem, it's done. Yeah. Luozi let out a low growl, then hugged Shanshan and kissed her. Shanshan, see. I told you Jiang Pian could do it. The others around them simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, their faces breaking into smiles. Jiang Chun held a tube of colorless Gene Ascension liquid in his hand. This was extracted from the crystal core of the white-skinned creature. Consuming it grants immunity to the life black light virus. His gaze swept over everyone, and he paused. But there's only 1 tube. Who gets it? 1 tube. Luozi exclaimed in shock. The light in everyone's eyes dimmed rapidly as they stared at the gene potion in Jiang Chen's hand. Silence fell once more. Sigh. Peiyoi rubbed his face with both hands, lit a cigarette, and sat down by the fire. Chief, I was supposed to die with those comrades in Nanjiang. You've let me live this long. I've already gained. I want fight for it. Whoa. Alan clung tightly to Liu's arm, tears streaming down her face. Don't be scared, Lanzi. Isn't this fine? We can still be together down below, better than Peiyoi, that lonely bachelor. Liuzi forced a bitter smile to comfort Alan. Dabing said nothing, sitting quietly by the fire with a calm expression. Both of them pulled out photographs. Jiang Chen sat down beside Peiyoi. Everyone gathered around the fire, its glow illuminating each face. Brother, life as a woman in the apocalypse is too hard. Alan, Nana, Shanshan, how about we go together to the underworld and be sisters? Du Shui spoke calmly, placing her straight blade on the table. It's fine. Nana and Alan sniffled, forcing smiles in response. Only Shanshan clung tightly to Luozi's arm. Bro, Luo, save me, woo-woo, I don't want to die yet. Luozi looked at the others, conflicted. He wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say, yet the hopeful gaze he cast at Jiang Chun made his meaning unmistakably clear. Wife, I'm coming to find you and our child. We can be reunited. Chao Wang lowered his head and muttered with a sneer. Chief, how about we draw lots? Suddenly Shanshan nestled in Luozi's arms, whispered a plea. Everyone's eyes turned to her. Jiang Chen's gaze turned cold. These are my things. I give them to whomever I please. Why should I draw lots? Jiang Pian, who are you giving it to? Luozi's voice trembled. Slap. Jiang Chun thrust the gene potion into Paoya's hand. Peiyoi froze on the spot. Chief, why me? No reason. I want to, so I give it to him. Do I need anyone's permission? Except for Peiyoi, everyone else lowered their heads. After a long while, Liuzi suddenly wiped his eyes, stood up, and handed 2 letters to Peiyoi. Peiyoi, these are from me and Dabing. If you ever run into my parents, give these to them. Tell them I found a wife so they don't worry. I'm doing great. Shush. Amidst gasps of surprise, Shan pulled Luozi to his feet, holding a pistol she had taken from his pocket. The dark muzzle was aimed at Luozi's head. Give it to me. Give me that potion, or I'll shoot him. I'm going to die anyway, so we might as well all die together. Shan locked her arm around Luozi's neck, her face twisted in a snarl. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone around. Shan had completely lost her mind, spitting venom at Luozi. Give me the potion now, or I'll really shoot. Luozi closed his eyes in pain. Jiang Zhe slowly stood and walked toward them. Shan panicked, swinging the gun toward him. Don't come closer. Shan had completely lost her mind, spitting venom at Luozi. Give me the potion now, or I'll really shoot. Luozi closed his eyes in pain. Jiang Zhe slowly stood and walked toward them. Shan panicked, swinging the gun toward him. Don't come closer. Don't. I'll really shoot. At that moment, images of Jiang Zhe killing as easily as slaughtering chickens flashed through her mind. Jiang Zhe, you promised to let me live. You're breaking your word. Shan backed away, sobbing and screaming. Yes, I did. But you also said your lives belong to me. Seems you never took that to heart. If I don't give it to you, you think you can threaten me and Luozi. Jiang Zhe twirled his cleaver lightly. 5 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. Up. A scream rang out. Bang, bang, bang. Clang, clang, clang. Swoosh. A chilling flash of light streaked through the air. Sorry, but the gene potion doesn't come for free. You didn't pass the final test. In a low voice, Shan's eyes rapidly dimmed as her hands clutched her throat. Blood gushed from between her fingers, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground dead. Luozi couldn't bear to look at the corpse. He sat back down, dazed and dejected. Slap. Jiang Zhe smacked the back of his head. Pathetic. Why grieve over a woman who threatened you with a gun? As he spoke, he waved his hand, and dozens of potion bottles appeared on the table. Everyone around was stunned, realizing they had just made the right choice. Now they understood what Jiang Zhe meant by not passing the test. These are all antidotes? Luozi asked dumbly. Jiang Zhe nodded, then looked around at everyone. Honestly, I'm not sure if you'll become subhumans in the end. Who wants to try first? I will. A crisp voice rang out as Du Shui pushed her way forward. Jiang Zhe, first tell me, why are these antidotes so many colors? What's the difference? Jiang Zhe slowly sat down. He tapped his fingers on the table, and after a long pause spoke softly. These liquids are extracted from crystal cores. Right now the military is probably already using them in human experiments. I found out from someone by chance. Actually, the most precious thing about these potions isn't that they're antidotes. It's that they can turn ordinary people into transcendence. The group stared at Jiang Zhe in confusion. He slowly raised his right hand. Whoosh. A blazing flame over a foot long leaped from his fingertips. Wow. Everyone stepped back as if they'd seen a ghost. Even the Duke forgot to retract his drooping tongue, his canine eyes wide with shock. Holy crap, holy crap. Luozi forgot his sorrow and rushed over, pulling a scrap of paper from his pocket and holding it up. Whoosh. The paper instantly turned to ash. Holy crap, Jiang Pian, what? What is this? Luozi's small eyes bulged as he gaped. Transcendence. People who take these gene potions are called transcendents, possessing abilities beyond ordinary humans. From now on, humanity will leave the shelters and confront the white-skins heathen. As Jiang Zhe explained, everyone's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Slap. Jiang Zhe grabbed Luozi's reaching hand. What's the rush? Don't you see the potions come in many colors? Listen, each person can only awaken 2 abilities. Light blue is water, yellow is earth, silver is metal, green is plant, orange is fire, colorless is physique, and there's space and mental power, but we don't have those yet. After explaining for a full 20 minutes, Jiang Zhe finished covering transcendent, awakening, classification, and ascension. Jiang Zhe, did you take a physique-type gene potion to be able to kill a subhuman with 1 slash? Du Shui was quick-witted. She immediately connected it to the source of Jiang Zhe's abilities. No, I only just took a gene potion myself. Jiang Zhe's eyes were calm. Among the crowd, Zhou Qi's eyelid twitched, and he lowered his head. Good. I want to be a physique type. Slap. Jiang Zhe grabbed Du Shui's wrist. Think carefully. If you become a physique type, you'll have to leave the base and fight. If you dare back out, no matter where you run, I'll kill you. He stared at her with a steady gaze and spoke slowly. You saved my life. Even if I die, bury me on Paozi Mountain. Du Shui met Jiang Zhe's eyes without flinching. Good. I like that attitude. Jiang Zhe picked out the colorless physique gene potion and handed it to her. Gulp. Du Shui swallowed it without hesitation. Suddenly her brow furrowed, and a muffled groan escaped her throat. Uffed. Her face twisted in pain as she dropped to one knee. Hey Shui, what's wrong? Alan moved to help her up. No need. This is the side effect of taking the potion. It hurts a lot. They say childbirth is a 10 on the pain scale. This is 10 times worse. Jiang Zhe's words made everyone gasp. They watched as sweat poured down Du Shui's forehead, her body curling up on the ground, mouth gaping like a dying fish. After a full 2 minutes, Du Shui returned to normal and stood up. She stared at her fist in disbelief. Swish. She drew her straight blade and struck the corner of a log table. A triangular piece of wood fell to the ground, cut as smoothly and effortlessly as slicing a cake. A look of ecstasy spread across Du Shui's face. What followed was simple. Peiyou, without a word, had focused on physique and psychic fire in his past life. In this life, under Jiang Zhe's advice, he chose the same. Luozi opted for physique and metal. Liuzi and Dabing were destined to be the base's warriors, so Jiang Chun gave each of them a physique-type gene potion. Chao Wang and Du Tao chose Psychus Earth, tasked with engineering work at the base. Jiang Chun didn't expect them to fight. He gave Alan Psychic Water and Nana Psychic Plant. In the future, the base would build vegetable greenhouses and a water supply system, and their superhuman abilities would be perfect for such tasks. Finally, Jiang Chun gave Zhou Qi telekinesis, making him the base's electrical engineer. Except for Peiyou and Luozi, everyone else would awaken a superpower. Instantly the base echoed with the pained cries of men and women. On the summit of Paozi Mountain, 3 people and a dog stood silently gazing at the distant snowy peaks and ridges. Each held a cigar, puffing clouds of smoke. Is this still human? Luozi muttered, staring at his silver-colored palm. Of course it's human. What else? Mutants are still human. Peiyou, restored to his spirited self, flicked a flame from his hand. Bang! Bang! Jiang Chun stomped his foot. Peiyou, Luozi. From now on, Paozi Mountain is where we 3 brothers make our stand. Luozi, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shanshan shared your bed. Betrayal. Once is enough, it will happen again. Zhang Pian, say no more. I understand. Luozi exhaled a smoke ring. Then he flicked the cigarette butt away, fiercely cupped his hands around his mouth, and shouted at the sky. To hell with love. I don't want it anymore. Go wherever you want. Peiyou shouted recklessly to Tsutsue, I miss you. Strike these 2 freaks down. The 3 exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. All their grievances dissolved in the laughter. At the Paozi Mountain base, the newly ascended superhumans were growing accustomed to their transformed selves. Zhang Pian, I challenge you. First 1, then 10. Luozi declared with a solemn face, striking a Wing Chun pose reminiscent of the movies. Jiang Zhe, who was sipping tea, rose to his feet. Fine. He strode quickly toward Luozi. I'll watch my fist. Thud. Luozi flew 3 meters away. Physical prowess merely grants you the foundation to become a master, much like a boxer given the strength of Tyson. Standing in the ring, Tyson would pummel you into a pulp. Jiang Zhe stood up and pulled the crestfallen Luozi to his feet. Everyone looked at Luozi with pity. It was too cruel. Jiang Zhe had shattered a young man's dream of becoming a martial arts expert. Du Shui, however, wore an excited expression. She twirled her straight blade with a swift whoosh. Jiang Zhe, I want to compare our swordsmanship. As she spoke, the blade darted like lightning toward Jiang Zhe's waist. Having become a superhuman, Du Shui suddenly felt invincible. Jiang Zhe nodded. Then he drew his kukri and grinned at Du Shui. Clang. He used no more force than necessary, merely parrying the straight blade. You, Du Shui hissed in shame and anger. A large hand groped her chest. As her concentration wavered, Jiang Zhe closed in his fist, as large as a millstone, driving upward. A rising uppercut. Thud. Du Shui flew up and tumbled 3 meters away. You know martial honor. Before she could finish, she fainted. Hiss. Oh, brutal. The onlookers gasped. A beautiful woman knocked out cold by Jiang Zhe's single punch, utterly ruthless. Pao Yi slapped his own head, fished out a cigarette with a troubled look, and lit it with a flame flickering from his fingertip. Chief, do we really have to train with cold weapons? Isn't it too late? Pao Yi's question resonated deeply. Luozi and Lu Zi nodded in agreement. Pao Yi, the land outside is crawling with subhumans, paleskins, and mutated beasts. Often cold weapons are the best choice. There are many reasons. Gunfire attracts more enemies, ammunition supply issues, and skirmishes while scavenging supplies. For every reason to use a gun, there are 1,000 reasons to wield a blade. Jiang Zhe explained patiently. In his past life, he and his 2 only friends had been silently betrayed and killed. This time, they would forge their own destiny. Zhang Pian, I get it. I want to learn the blade, and am not afraid of hardship. Bring out all those secret manuals and ultimate techniques, like the 5 Tigers soul-severing blade or water breathing. Luozi slapped his chest and declared with determination. Jiang Zhe shot him a disdainful look. Nonsense secret manuals. The best and fastest way is to kill. Kill subhumans. The more you slay, the more natural it becomes. There aren't that many fancy moves. You think this is a sparring match? Then Jiang Zhe walked over to Chao Wang, Du Tao, Elan, and Nana. Since we started killing subhumans in Nanjiang, I've saved your lives at least 3 times. So remember this one thing, your lives belong to me. Chief, I understand. Without you there is no Chao Wang. Of course. Du Tao and the others nodded in unison. Jiang Zhe's calm gaze swept over them. I judge by deeds, not intentions. If I ever find you stirring up trouble in the base, I shouldn't need to spell out the consequences, should I, eh? Chief, rest assured. The first one to disobey, you will smash him myself. Chao Wang was the first to pledge loyalty. Watching them nod eagerly like chicks pecking rice, Jiang Zhe said no more. Xiao Jiang, thank you. At that moment, Professor Li Qiong and her husband approached to express their gratitude. Jiang Zhe had just given them 2 vials of psychic gene ascension fluid. For 2 researchers, no superpower was more suitable than one that enhanced mental strength. At last, the greatest crisis threatening the base's operations had passed. Leaving the people on the square to familiarize themselves with their superhuman abilities, Jiang Zhe returned to his bedroom with Duke. "Sit," he said, looking at last the greatest crisis threatening the base's operations had passed. Leaving the people on the square to familiarize themselves with their superhuman abilities, Jiang Zhe returned to his bedroom with Duke. "Sit," he said, looking at the bewildered Duke. Jiang Zhe pulled out a milky white psychic gene agent. "Open your mouth." He poured the agent into Duke's mouth. "Roar." The moment Duke swallowed it, his whole body trembled. Just as he turned to bolt out the door, Jiang Zhe pinned him to the ground with an iron grip. Low growls echoed continuously. Duke's body visibly swelled in size. 2 minutes later, Duke stared at Jiang Zhe with fearful eyes. Jiang Zhe vaguely sensed Duke's simple emotions. Fire dog, water dog, earth dog, vegetable dog, metal dog, muscular dog. Jiang Zhe rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He was considering which attribute skill to awaken in this old companion besides psychic power. Among the spirit energy types, none but metal seemed suitable. Just like the Wolf King and the Subhuman King, they surely possessed spiritual energy within, but they didn't know how to use it in battle, relying solely on brute physical strength. After a moment, Jiang Zhe pulled out a physique gene agent and forced it into Duke's mouth amid his pained howls. Another round of low growls. Woof. Duke scrambled to his feet and barked discontentedly at Jiang Zhe. "My." Jiang Zhe lowered his eyelids, his gaze sharp as a blade. Duke's body trembled. He immediately shut his mouth and wagged his tail, sidling up. He instantly reverted to his obedient dog persona. His height, originally close to a meter, now exceeded 1.5 meters. His limbs, thicker than an average person's legs, stood like pillars on the ground. Jiang Zhe patted Duke's head and smiled with satisfaction. This physique was now almost comparable to the Wolf King's. "Go on," Jiang Zhe said, shooing Duke out. Having consumed the psychic gene fluid, Duke was indeed smarter than before, instantly understanding Jiang Zhe's commands and gestures. "Wow, Duke's gotten bigger. And he feels so solid." Exclamations from the girls rang out from the square outside. Jiang Zhe took out all the gene fluids. When he returned to the base from Shenyang, he had a total of 220 pale skin cores. He had Professor Li refined 100 first. Pao Yes Group had consumed 16 vials of gene ascension fluid. Excluding the 6 physique vials they drank, he now had 78 vials left. From the 100 cores Professor Li refined, he obtained 20 physique, 17 fire spirit energy, 12 plant, 12 water, 10 fire, 13 earth, and 3 psychic vials. The only pity was that none were spatial. What followed was simple: consume the drugs, level up, and develop Palsy Mountain. The night passed without incident. At 5 in the morning, everyone was already up and busy. Jiang Zhe couldn't even sleep in. After washing up, he slowly ate breakfast, noticing that no one wore anxious expressions anymore. He called Chao Wang over. "Today, urgently make 2 iron cages, each over 4 meters in length, width, and height. Have them ready before dinner." With that, he sketched a design on white paper. The group immediately set to work. After finishing a cup of coffee, Jiang Zhe revved the engine of his python-shaped vehicle and drove out of the base alone.